Good evening, everyone, and welcome to day number 3 of Western Europe. This is going to be the final day for week 1, and we've already seen everyone play at least once now. Joining me for this last day of week 1 is going to be Sheep, Kezu, and Lizard, all the way at the end. We'll work backwards. Lizard, how are you today?
Doing fine, doing great. Looking forward to some great Dota.
Prepared, on time, and...
Always.
On time.
You know me.
Never late. What about yourself, Kezu?
Doing great. Had a good night of sleep. Looking forward to some EU Dota. Nothing else to say.
That's it. Oh,
That's it.
Awesome. That was so informative.
Sheep.
Sheep?
Gonna address me by
Sorry.
name? Like, what
And
do you want me to...
Alex Sheepstick. How are you? Do you have more words
Let's
to
go.
say?
Give us some energy, Sheep.
God, I heckin'
Let's
love
go.
your Dota. Let's go!
Woo! All right, well, if you didn't have energy before, you do now. Like I said, it's day number 3, so we're going to have a chat about day number 2. We saw our final 2 teams playing on that day, Into the Breach and Enigma Galaxy, but the day started out with OG versus Secret. Both of them lost their opening series, Lizard, so obviously both teams are always looking for a win, but it felt more important off the back of their day 1 losses.
It felt super important, and one of these teams... You know what? I would have liked if this series went 3 games, because it would make things perhaps a little bit more competitive, a little bit more interesting, spicier. Right now, I'm just worried for Secret. Like, after these 2 losses, going 0-4, like losing the first series 0-2, losing versus OG 0-2, I'm just worried for them. Are you guys?
Yeah, like I think one of the things that I saw from looking at their Dota buff and their matches, it's one story to lose your games, but it's a second story to lose your games never being ahead a single time. In the 4 games they played, they were only in the lead like once for 2 minutes. So I think it's not only the draft, it's also like some gameplay that they need to shape up, step up, and combine it more, because right now, it's not good.
Yeah. I would genuinely put the Liquid series down to drafting, but this one, no.
Yeah.
This one was just rough.
Definitely rough. Secret are going to be playing today as well, so a lot to be left to be desired on how they are playing. The second series for day 2 was Entity Into the Breach, and this one did go all 3. Yeah, no, it did. Yes, it did. No, it didn't. It went to a Lizard.
It went too...
I debated myself.
Just
I was thinking of the final series.
Just a tiny little bit. Debated yourself, but... a pleasant... Wait, didn't this go 3 games?
No, it was only 2. Yeah, I thought it was 3-2, but no, it was 2-0.
Because the second game
went
really,
so
really
Second game went really wrong for Entity after a while, and they almost lost it, but they brought it back in, of course, yeah. And then we talked to our beautiful boy, Stormer,
That's
afterwards.
right.
You're correct. Yeah, like this game actually made me more hyped for Into the Breach, because no one was really giving them many chances, but this is a team that after a series such as this one versus Entity, and Entity is no joke, like they're not a team that's to be considered, I don't know, bottom of the pack by any stretch. I believe that they have good chances and good shot at making it top 4. So being this competitive versus Entity, for me, is a big thing for Into the Breach.
Yeah, I mean, for them, I think they're just a team that perhaps people don't give them enough credit, at least off the get-go.
Yeah.
But I think now, when you see them play a few games, you know, I think that opinion should change a little bit.
Yeah, I am surprised people don't give Into the Breach a little bit more credit for TI 11 qualifiers. They did come 4th. So I know there's a lot of teams that directly qualified. There's like conditions around it, but they are a competitive team. They're up here. They deserve to be in Division 1, and they are showing it with this series. The third and final series for day 2 was Tundra versus Enigma Galaxy, and this was the series that went 3 games. Tundra winning game 1, Enigma Galaxy won game 2, but overall Tundra closed out game number 3 and got that series win. Sheep.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were quite disappointed with Enigma's results leading up to the DPC with like the Bet Boom tournament and so on. So seeing them come up against Tundra, who so far have looked very dominant and still on top of their game, I think there were a lot of people that didn't really expect them to do as well as they ended up doing. They friggin' crushed them in game 2. It was so cool. They stomped them. Like, they stomped TI winner Tundra. Like, Enigma was so good in that second game.
How hard did they stop them, Sheep?
Really hard. Just, goddamn, right into the boot. No, but like I think it was good. I think they're showing a lot of like passion and excitement for Dota. They're bringing things back. I think if you're an Enigma fan, you should be really excited for them this season. I'm very excited to see more of their series.
A couple of player changes, obviously. go a long way for them, and I think it was necessary. Because if you look at Nigma, you're talking about some bad boom tournament that happened. Who cares? Like, we've been disappointed in Nigma for 2 years straight.
Lizard speaking from the heart
I'm
there.
just talking on the current roster, but that's right.
But yeah, but it always takes them a little bit of time to actually handle the meta and get the feel for the things and how they should play their game. But once they do figure it out, they look really damn solid. I have to say again that this second game was a stomp, but it was a stomp off of a Huskar pick. So I still want to see Nigma win against a tier 1 top tier team with a normal draft. I'm not taking anything away from them. It was still a really solid gameplay in all 3 games, but the only one that they won was a Huskar game.
I actually think that that's something that's so enjoyable about Enigma Galaxy, though, is the fact that their drafts can go anyway. I think that that's almost what does give them the upper hand and the advantage now, Kazu.
I mean, first of all, they already did better in the gameplay than I expected, but then also, as you guys were mentioning, on top with the draft, I think in the second game, you know, the Huskar last pick, kind of forcing Tundra to react to you, not something we see too often.
Yeah.
And I think overall, like, all the games were very competitive. They did a lot of good moves. In this game, you know, I feel like Sumail has looked incredibly good in these games. He was stomping in this game. I do think it's a near impossible game for him to play later on, but Nigma kind of... I feel like the fans can drop their copium because their team is actually good now, for reals.
Damn, saying it how it is. Let's have a look at the standings, though. After 2 days, you can see which teams you might need a little bit of copium for and which ones you don't. Tundra, you definitely don't. They're sitting up there, 2 series wins. Gaming Gladiators having only played 1, but it being a win. Same with Liquid. Entity, a 1 win, 1 loss, along with OG. And then it's into the breach. Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately, getting losses in their opening series, and Secret 2 losses down there. Bit of a roughie. I'm not too sure there's much more you guys want to say or expand on that leaderboard, because it is only 2 days.
Oh, you said it, but it's a little bit of a roughie. Right.
Well, how would you put it?
Well, for some of these teams, it's definitely a little bit of a roughie.
I mean, for Secret, it's a little bit maybe despair at the moment. You know, it's not looking
a little extra more than roughie?
Yeah, like I think something else that maybe isn't helping them is that the DPC is actually shorter now that you have a new addition to your team. You don't have as much time in between your series to adjust. I do think they are one of the teams that can do it the fastest, having Puppy as a captain.
Yeah.
But they definitely need to show up today.
Yeah, they definitely do. We'll talk about today in a little bit, because if you guys tuned in to day 2, you would have heard me talk about the fact that we're going to highlight a team. We're going to have a featured team at the start of every Western Europe broadcast. The other day, it was Secret. Today, it's going to be Liquid. So let's jump in. Let's have a bit of a chat about Liquid as an org, how they went in 2022, Lizard, and just... the growth that they had throughout that whole entire year to end up 3rd at TI11. A nice little graphic too for you.
Come on. Yeah, now I can actually talk about them, that I see all the all the points. But yeah, let's go back to TI11, right? Let's go back to that 3rd place. Let's go back to Matu still being in Liquid and actually going that far, and the dream being left alive for such a long stretch in the tournament. They didn't look too great at the beginning, and then they just picked things up and just looked better and better. For me, last year's story of Liquid is the story of Matumba Man, right? And this year's story of Liquid is kind of changed. Like, with the changes that they've made, with Nisha stepping in, for me, this team went from being like possibly a 3rd at next TI to being very well equipped to even take the TI, right? Like, I'm actually expecting them to match Tundra the most in the DPC season.
All right. The other graphic that we have is something I really want you to talk about, Kazu, because it really highlights, or I guess it's something more interesting, but I want some information from you. The fact that 4 of them are ex-Hon players, and then I know you yourself, I didn't know though, you told me this morning that you actually played with some of them.
Yeah, I actually played with Insania and Mickey for like 4 years in Hon, like up and down. So I think coming from Hon gives you like a different perspective. So of course, we all know the games are very similar, but in their own regard, they're also different. I think Dota's a little bit slower. The heroes are a little bit perhaps more unique. So swapping from one game to the other, it gives you, I think, a different perspective as to if you had just started playing Dota 1 and then you go into Dota 2. For instance, like already 5-6 years ago, Mickey will play like Carry Tiny in Hon. In their most recent series, he would play Carry Tiny in Dota. And I think a lot of these like things, they translate very well from Han into Dota, which is like they translate nicely, but it's hard for me to explain because I just feel like it gives you a unique view of the game that is a little different from people who have never played Han before. And I feel like that helps quite a lot.
Is it more in gameplay, or could there be an aspect in drafting as well, or it's mainly just about this map awareness, map control?
I think it's mainly in the gameplay, but
Yeah.
it's also that we've played through different metas in Han. Like the game was as crazy as Dota is. You know, sometimes you end games in 20 minutes, sometimes in 50. Sometimes you have one hero that just instantly kills you, similar to Tiny. So I feel like having played through those different styles, it makes you more aware and more ready for new things to be thrown at you, which Dota does all the time.
Well equipped. When we had the first graphic come up, though, something that I didn't know was that Liquid have the second widest hero pool. Sheep. Is that going to change now with Nisha coming in? Do you think that they're going to narrow that down a little bit? It's going to be a bit smaller, or are you like, this is their advantage and Nisha fits right into it?
Yeah, no, Nisha is amazing. You can put him on any hero. You can put him on a hero that doesn't match a playstyle, and he'll make it match the playstyle, right? Like, he is so obscenely versatile. I absolutely have loved watching him play for as long as he's been a pro. And you put that with other players like Zai, who has always just had, like, a massive pool. He's also just, like, you give him a hero, you put him in the off lane, he can get absolutely railed and just be left alone, and he'll still find a way to have impact. Like, I think having flexible players like these is one of the reasons why Liquid is going to be such a beast this season.
You talk about Zai. We have the info now that he is playing part in drafting as well. Matu was doing that towards the later half of Liquid's competitive matches last year. Now that he's gone, Zai stepping into that role, were you guys very impressed with how it went just based off the one series we've seen so far?
I would say that, yeah, I am impressed, but perhaps not super surprised.
Okay.
I think Zai is a player that has insanely high skill. You can tell he's very smart because also he plays like all the most random stuff in pubs, which I feel makes him very ready and aware to just try like new item builds. Like this Nature's Prophet item build he had last time. I've never seen it before. Not like Ags into Shard, bam bam, play fast. So I feel like I'm not too surprised. And
Do you think that Ags was a necessity for them, or was it more like, yeah, we're kind of owning this game?
I think both.
Like
I would say
I can afford it.
Yeah, he could kind of buy whatever he wanted to, but at the same time, like if you looked at the heroes they played against Lycan, it protected his supports. I feel like it always makes sense what he wants to do. Yeah.
All right, well, let's have a look at, let's move past. All right, we've had our featured team. It's Liquid. If you guys didn't know any of that, now you do. You're more than welcome. We're going to have a look at today's schedule. It starts out with Gaming Gladiators up against Secret. Tundra versus Liquid. We're going to see a little bit more of that team that we just highlighted. And then Into the Breach versus Enigma Galaxy. Let's have a quick chat about Into the Breach and Enigma Galaxy, because these two are the bottom seeded teams. They have both come up from Division 2, and it was Enigma Galaxy first and then Into the Breach second coming out of that, but both of them having roster changes. Is this going to be a close one, or based on what we've seen, you're like, honestly, I could see one of the teams running it away with 2-0?
I don't know. I don't see it. Like, maybe Enigma could run over them. I really don't see Into the Breach just owning and stomping Enigma like they stomped in that game too. But I'm looking forward to this series because it will give me a feeling of where Enigma is.
Okay.
If they do really well, if they take this 2-0 and then they just run away with the victory, I might see Enigma being a top 4 contender, right? But that one game that they took off of Tundra, for me, is still not enough of data to really conclude where they are.
And then the Tundra Liquid is going to be the second series. Sheep, do you think that Liquid are the team that is most likely going to be taking a series off of Tundra out of everyone here?
In all 3 tours last year, Liquid beat Tundra.
Okay, so yeah.
They'll do it again?
History.
So it is most
History repeats itself.
If history does repeat itself, Liquid should win this series. And Liquid have always been really good online. Yeah. They are absolutely smashing it in the DPC every tour. It's like, I think if they just keep that consistency, they should win. But I think Tundra have also, like, I think they were always a good team.
Yeah.
But I think TI is where they really peaked and really found what works for them. So I do think this is kind of like a new big challenge for Liquid to overcome.
Yeah, and then another challenge is going to be Gaming Gladiators coming up against Secret. Secret don't want a third series loss, but Gaming Gladiators having a roster change themselves, this is sort of where it feels like they can prove that they are in that upper end of it. You know, a lot of people favored Secret coming into this DPC, maybe not so much now, but Gaming Gladiators still have this little bit to prove, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, also for the side of Secret real quick, I think for Boom,
Okay, yeah.
he kind of has to prove himself. I don't want to stir up any drama, but I think he was kicked from Gaming Gladiators
Okay.
after TI.
Drama.
When this stuff
Make a
happens,
Reddit thread about that one.
coming, like,
Drama alert.
so even when you remain friendly with the teams, whatever that you played for, I don't know if that's the case, but either way, you really always want to prove yourself. I feel like it's human nature. You already want to beat your opponents, but
If
you
you're
want to
playing
do it.
versus an X, like you
Yeah,
really,
you want to do it even. Yeah. So
More on the line is what you're saying for Boom rather than Secret as a team.
yeah, so I mean, for Secret too, right? They're 0-2, but I think for Boom even more, like it adds more to the mix, and at the same time for Gaming Gladiators, they're like, they want to prove that they made the right
Yeah, I
choice,
was like,
right?
Quinn, you got to prove yourself now.
And they're laning against each other at the same time, so it's a little spicy.
That is extra spicy. Do you have any spice you want to add on top of that one, Lizard, when it comes to Secret, how you think Boom is going to be enabled to prove himself?
I feel like for Secret this is do or die, and Boom, I actually think that they should put all of their eggs into that one basket, and that's Boom. I think that he should be the one that gets the win condition in a series such as this one, in a game such as this one. Do they necessarily have to go back to their Razors and whatnot for Crystallize? I'm not sure, but enable Boom. Because this player, for all of you that have been watching pubs, that have been watching the EU scene, he can really pop off. Like if you give him a good game, he can carry the team.
Do you think it's enabling Boom, or do you think it's enabling Resolution Sheep?
Oh, I mean, I really like how Rezo plays, and I think he makes a lot of moves for his team that allow them to like win fights and stuff, or start to make the action happen. And I do think it's good for that. But I think Boom is a player that can be capable of the same thing.
Can I take back everything I said? I completely agree. The moment you ask Sheep, I'm like, put Boom to the side, put Crystallis to the side. Like Rezo needs to be enabled.
You want to put him on the podium?
Well, it's not only Rezo, because it's a tandem, right? If you're enabling Rezo, you're enabling Zayak as well. Zayats to do whatever he wants to on the map. And so far, the way that they've been drafting and playing for me is kind of mind-boggling. Zayats is playing, like, I want to see him on a Tusk. I want to see him on a Clock. I want to see him on these heroes that go in, right? Like, do stuff. I don't want to... He came into the scene with the three and 10 techies. But I don't want to see him playing three and, like, I want to see...
The techie's always behind the tree, though.
Techies is kind of alright, but I just want to see a kill lane coming from Rezo and Zaz. That's it. I want to see them do stuff.
They played the Primal Techies. I have a
Primal Techies is okay.
But it was into Lina, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So
Doesn't
what can you
count.
do?
Yeah.
But Lycan
Negated.
plus 3, yeah, that's not my favorite.
Draft is going to be coming up very soon, but I feel like we haven't really given Gaming Gladiators the spotlight. Kezu, where do you think they need to really enable, or how do you see their playstyle being an advantage against Team Secret?
I kind of want them to do something similar as I did last time, where I think they have a lot of playmake on their mid lane with Quinn, some teamfight on the off lane with Ace. They had very similar drafts in game 2 and 3. They did also have Lina in both games, so that helps. But I think if they can like replicate the fact that they can play as 3-4 and then have the ratio join on a hero at like 15-minute mark, I feel like that's kind of their recipe to success. So if they can replicate that, I think they're good to go.
Yeah. One thing that I feel like Team Secret is missing now with the roster changes is your niche picker. Like they don't necessarily have a player that can pick these meepos and whatnot any longer.
The gotchas.
The gotchas, yeah, they lack that, and we'll see if
They need you. I know.
Sub me in,
Get him
They
in.
need you.
Lizard
Arc Warden,
play.
Meepo, Brooch, Visage. Come on.
Gaming Gladiators are going to be having secret pick. Second pick. Is this going to be a Lina ban out, something that they're going to have to focus on? Or do you think that maybe they're
Do
okay?
it.
After winning 2 times with the Lina, I think you're really risking things if you're letting it go through.
Gaimin picked like the same 3 heroes in both their wins, right? They
Yeah.
had the Centaur, the Pango, and the Lina. And those 3 heroes seem to work really, really well for them.
The Pengo especially. His
Yep.
stocks have been rising a lot.
And it could be quite contested potentially in this series just because Boom is also really good at the hero.
I mean, I think here they'll kind of try to debate. So they've played Lina themselves twice, and they won with it. I'm sure they know the hero's good. So here it's more up to like, okay, do we know the hero well enough that we can beat it if they take it? But if they also don't take it, there's a chance. Then we take it and we're also super happy, but they decide to just ban it.
I feel like there are many captains that try to go that route.
Yeah.
They ban out the flavor of the meta, and more often than not, it doesn't work out. If you're a Tundra style team, right? Like if you're a Tundra class of a team, then sure, you let that go through. But if you aren't, if you don't feel that confident, just ban it out. It's so much simpler for you.
5 seconds remaining.
83% win rate, that's not too bad. I would pick it.
I'd pick it.
I think about
Wait,
it
is
for
it
sure.
is it truly 83%?
Maybe in this
Didn't-
region.
Yeah,
I think
didn't we like
overall-
overall say it's like 57 or something?
I
Yeah,
can.
so some people are sandbagging the win rate, but
Yeah.
here in Europe,
Yeah.
we just destroy everyone.
Across
true.
all regions, it's 60.87.
It went up yesterday.
68.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a bit too much.
It was like
knew that.
53 or something yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty low. It was.
Now
Yeah.
it's up to 60. Woo!
I asked for a clock. I got a clock. I'm not sure if it's gonna be Zayats or maybe Puppy playing it. I could definitely see Puppy playing this with some ranged safe laner.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
The heck?
Ooh, I was gonna
my
say
God,
I
Quinn
was
enabled.
yeah
Got
okay
it.
I was gonna say it. I was like the last time we saw Gaming Gladiators play, Lesh was always first ban, like not even just first base. It was literally the first ban, and IO was the follow-up one, and they got both of them here.
Yeah. I mean, there's other heroes, right? You have this Brood ban that's starting to come out because we saw Ace play it, and whilst I think they lost that game, he owned. He did like 40k
Personal.
damage, more than the rest of his team. He went this weird build of just like Ags Rush with the Octarine E-Blade, which is far away from like the Greaves and stuff we see like Tundra playing. So I think the respect ban there is warranted. But yeah, oh my god, Quinn Lesh, guys. Oh,
That's a throwback. I think Zai was still playing Han back in the day when Kezu was playing still Han. When
I was
Zai-
too, yeah.
When Zai was spamming E-Blade Dagon Brood Mother from the offlane, just rotating mid, zapping your mid laner. Good times, good times. But they get two very short guys, Clockwork and Sniper.
two very
The
short
short guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
short.
What do you got
guy.
against
Look at them.
I like
They're
it.
half the
against
size
short
of
guys,
us.
huh?
I have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, why'd you have to point that one out?
I mean, they're a squad. I like it. Like they're half the height of Flash.
It's not about the size. It's about what you do with it.
What are they gonna be doing with this sniper? Is it something that could beat
It's gonna be
Lesh and mid?
That's the hero.
They're gonna stack up on the safe lane.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Liquid picked into Secret against their Lesh, the sniper. It destroyed the lane. This headshot is absolutely nutty. You don't go shrapnel, you go 0-4-4, and then you're literally just peeping. And the damage output is so crazy you can barely lane. But maybe that's mitigated with the help of an IO. Like maybe he'll be able to leave his lane and come and just play more around the Shrek.
Yeah, so I think the Sniper has always been a good hero against Lesh because you outrange him and you deal high physical damage, something Lesh doesn't really like. But I think when you take it this early, Gaming Gladiators will try to like double down on the fact to help the Lesh get into fight. Have heroes that get on top of Sniper, so I think the bans from Secret already kind of make sense. For now, Centaur, you have the Stampede to help your Sniper. Sorry, other way around. To help the Lesh get on top of the Sniper, so I
Help
think,
with the Sniper, yeah.
yes. So for both teams, they need to, Secret need to double down on the Sniper, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they need to help Quinn, who's most likely going to play the Lesh, to deal with the Sniper.
Wow, it's just a battle of mids.
It
Who
is.
would have? It's not
Who
like you
would've
guys
thought?
predicted that one, huh?
It's definitely a battle of mids. At the same time, if you're Secret, you're probably thinking about all of these heroes that pounce easily on Sniper. One of them is Tusk as well. The next two bans, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Spectre and a Slark. Like these heroes kind of need to go. You're playing as a Sniper. Yeah, you do have a Pike and your Shard. You can get away, but it makes your game harder. So I would like to see those bans coming from Team Secret.
They only have one ban though. Left.
Yeah, well, one will have to get through. I mean, you can
Yeah.
you can pick heroes that kind of deal with the one that's left behind.
In before they just completely
Ignore it, both of them.
Yeah. It's like if we ban one, they're gonna pick the other. So
And
let's ban something from mid.
it's like some Bloodseeker maybe.
Something that they have played, right, on Gaming Gladiators.
I do
so-
think that the Slark ban is pretty good,
Oh, really?
which is not the one that would have gone for, but just to expand on it for a quick moment, you have Io Slark in the lane, it's good. Leshrac and Io both kind of love laning, or having heroes that can also help them. You have the Slark shard, so you kind of get like this double, triple saving stuff, which is very hard to play against, but I guess Ricky, similar story, can play fast with Io, can kind of jump around, scout, so solid ban.
Do you know what makes me really sad? Is that this is like the age of ranged sniper type heroes, and
Yeah.
PA is just nowhere to be seen.
Ah,
What a
well.
sad state of affairs. She's like literally
I'm okay with it.
been the historical counter
The
to these
assassin,
heroes, and
yeah.
she's
Yeah,
just
there's
dead.
just- There's just some heroes that are so difficult to properly balance. You're very well aware of 5 of those sheep.
Yeah, like I'd say 4. I don't think I've seen the 5th one in a while.
Yeah. If you get that tags once in... Wait, that's not an
No,
egg,
it's not
that's
the
level
eggs, it's the
30.
level
Some
25.
talent,
now.
25, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Talking about
30, I
Meepo,
never
by the way,
get it.
chat.
Yeah, but anyways, PA is just one of those heroes. It's so difficult to make her properly work in the scene and not make her be completely busted like we've seen like, a year and a half ago the last time.
But oh, Tiny Io, another lovely combo together for gaming. This Io's going to make whoever he tethers very happy, and it's another hero to help get on top of this sniper, as well as just being a total nuisance. What is he, the most picked banned hero? Or
He's not the most picked band, but he's definitely up there. I think.
One of the most contested.
Yeah,
ones,
super contested.
He is the second most picked. Tusk is the most,
But
and they have one game different.
The way I see it, though, this is your position 4 Tiny, right? Like, Io and Tiny are support. Slash is, what, a mid laner, most likely?
Yeah, I think most likely that should be the setup.
Okay.
What about this DP? Like, this is a hero that we have seen dominate in the first couple of days. It then got banned a couple of times in the Chinese region, in every single region. But now it's going through. Like, now it's in the second stage even.
Yeah, I don't know where they intend on putting it, but something I've really enjoyed watching DP do, I think it's, especially Zaya, I know he's not in this game, but like, he would just play this DP that will always be the one that like breaks smokes and runs into the enemy and kind of just makes them panic and split apart in the fight. Like, you want to be causing chaos so that your sniper can sit there and hit who he wants to hit. And I'd like to see him play that way. Especially Gaming right now if this is a support Tiny, they have like entirely or mostly magic damage, and that makes it very easy for DP to itemize into it. You can get your BKB, you can get like a hood. It's going to make it very easy for you to just tank and soak this damage.
Kazu, do you like Prophet for Gaming as a carry now?
Very likely, yeah, on 18. I think it could be very good. One of the things about the DP with Sniper is that you were mentioning the Spectre and the Slark, stuff like this. I think they protect each other a little bit in terms of what hero Sniper isn't good against. But I think I would be surprised actually if they wouldn't pick up an Angel's Prophet. Good against Bane, good against DP, can play fast. Damn, you're good.
Ooh, this guy.
Just protecting it all.
Can I just be hyped for a second about this Bane?
Yes.
Because it's a support that just disappeared from the meta for a while.
Yeah.
And like when this like Razor, when Lesh was really popular, right? I mean, he still kind of is, but he was really popular with this Bloodstone build. And then the Razor came out and did the exact same thing. And a lot of like talks started to happen. How can we counter this? Do we need to start buying more vessels? Bane has healing reduction on his spells, and I think that is something that we didn't really see like during the peak of these heroes, but now he's starting to come up more and more. His pick rate is starting to increase.
I forgot what the hero does even.
Fair enough. I think a lot of people don't know. He has healing reduction. It's very cool.
Is it on Enfeebled still?
I think
Yes.
so, yes.
Is that the name for the spell?
I was trying to remember it.
It
Thank
is.
you.
You're both of them right. Good work. He's
I love how
only-
she's saying he has the healing reduction.
Remember, you guys know it.
Remember,
Yeah, everyone remembers this, right?
spell was
Bane was
spell
pretty
was
much
never
first
At least I
mentioned.
remember that it
A year
existed.
ago. He's only been picked up 3 times across all regions. Already once by secret. This now being the 4th
I think
and
those
second time.
were in the last week or so.
I saw it
I know
once
it's only-
against Morph too. I feel like there's only very few select teams that have picked Bane, and it is mostly against like some healing type heroes like Io, Morphling. Like this in long range and Feeble is actually pretty annoying. I think people don't realize how much range the spell actually has. So the pickup against Io Lesh is solid.
Yeah, I think it's super cool, and I am excited to see how effective it is, because he does kind of struggle a little bit. He's not as strong of a laner as he used to be. He kind of fell off, but they have right now only really the jump from Tiny to cancel grip, or reload out, I guess.
And that's one of the problems that I see with Bane as well. Like historically, this hero was, I'm gonna come into the lane, and you will not lane any longer. You cannot lane against Bane. You can creep skip, do some shenanigans, but he's just way too difficult to trade hits with. Right now, like you said, he's not necessarily as strong, so he falls off in that aspect. And also, looking at this, I actually really wanted it to be Clock plus Sniper, and then DP gets another strong 4 that can perhaps help alleviate the pain that Nature's Prophet is inflicting. I don't see Bane doing that. Right now, what I'm seeing is perhaps Bane Sniper on the safe lane, that Prophet Clock top, or maybe even Sniper mid or
The
DP
point
mid.
was Sniper mid, no, into Lesh.
Yeah, it
That's what
wouldn't be bad, right?
That would be my preferred.
I feel like Secret need to solidify their team fight / their counterplay right now. If Gaming Gliders collapse on you, I don't see what the hell they do. I feel like you can pick a mid Pango, or it's not banned, is it?
No.
Or an offlane Tide where you put the DP mid with the Sniper carry. I do think that you kind of have to go one of these 2 ways. At least that's what I would prefer. I know maybe that's not the intention they had with the Sniper from earlier on, but I think this can crumble pretty quickly.
Any playmaker on safe lane for me would be solid. This is a Rezo hero, I believe.
That works.
And most likely he'll be playing the Dawnbreaker, because in the past they have been putting that hero on him.
Yeah.
But also they did play it as a carry, right? At TI 11. I believe so.
Crystallis does play this
Yeah.
hero as carry, yeah.
It would be interesting. Boom
10
Sniper,
seconds remaining.
Boom Dead Prophet. Which way are we leaning?
I'd rather see the
Seconds
sniper just because I
remaining.
think the matchup is better.
Okay.
But whatever they need to do for their lanes, I guess they can decide when game end finish their draft.
How are Gaming Gladiators going to be finishing this out? What are they missing, if anything?
An offlaner, right? And
I
that's
mean
it.
that, but I
With,
meant like
some
in terms of like
teamfight control,
objective or
they
team
have,
fight.
They have no teamfight control right now. You want your Lesh to just output damage. Your Natures, you want him to output damage. You have only Tiny keeping things in place right now for you.
Interesting that they, in my opinion, they lacked the offlaner, but only carries have been banned out against them. So perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe this.
I mean,
this
natures
Prophet,
can go
can
both
be
ways.
offlane, yeah.
I think you can go offlane bad rider. I think it kind of breaks the concept of both DP and sniper lineup. You either bring the frontline DP further into you, or you ignore him and bring the sniper closer. Something else you can do, and maybe why Secret did ban carries, is that they expect Nature's Prophet to lane against Bane
Okay.
rather than the Dawn. So I think that's maybe why they did that. But I'm currently struggling to find the carry pick, to be honest.
Gets a Slark. Still in there.
Slark's an okay option. Lets you play high tempo.
Yeah. Something that the Dawnbreaker does make difficult with teamfight ideas is just that her ult is meant to negate that. So it does make it a little bit awkward to pick like that. I know some people will take a lineup like Game Ends and just add more ability to group together.
Is Spectre still too slow? Like,
I
they
don't-
get the Slark. It was one or the other,
Now select your
realistically.
heroes.
I'm surprised.
Thanks, production.
Thanks, production. That was a really hard call.
We could just do it ourselves.
No,
we
but
are,
Yeah.
we are
It's the
human
fact
people.
that
Let's
you
go.
said
Woo!
Slark all the way back in second phase bans.
True.
You know, that's the real moment. That's why
Yeah.
it's so good, Lizard, and that's why you're going to explain even more why you like Gaming Gladiators.
Wait. You want me to do all the work? I have
Yeah.
to predict and explain? No. Kezu, come on, do something.
Thank you, Keza.
For the Slark, I mean, we kind of went into a little bit earlier. Good with IO, gives them more tempo, which is kind of what they want with the Lesh and the Natures. You can, I guess, also cancel the grip, right, if you throw the shard on
Yep.
whoever is gripped. So I think overall that's pretty good for them. And now Secret decided, okay, we'll put Dawn against Natures because, I mean, you kind of showed that Slark is carry. We put the DP there. So I think at least in this series, Secret will have way better lanes than in all the series before.
Okay, so you have more faith in lanes and their draft, and you want to say Secret?
I still slightly lean on Gaming Gladiators, but this is the best I've seen Secret have so far.
And Sheep?
I'm trying to let go of the bias of Secret having lost their game so
Yeah.
far, and I do like their lineup. I like that their mid is good. I think everything just kind of depends on me for how well Quinn will do in mid because he's in that losing matchup. If he can come out well and ahead, I'm pretty excited for how he can take over the game.
I believe in the Dawn. I feel like the tempo from Team Secret is pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
From the four of them playing around that Prophet and Dawnbreaker while Sniper is farming up. I think they've got what it takes to actually break them in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how this carry Dawn is going to be playing out. But in general, just seeing how game one goes, it's Game Gladiators up against Secret with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number one, Gaming Gladiators against Team Secret should be a fun one. And, we get that Slark prediction from Lizard very early on. I know you were saying the same thing here. And
Yeah, they didn't have any options left. Team Secret did do a very good job protecting their sniper in general, and it's gonna be Dawnbreaker. This is the hero that they had a lot of success throughout the TI. Mostly it was played on the off lane, but this time around it's gonna be the carry.
It should be interesting to see the Dawnbreaker come into the mix against the Slark. I don't know if how that's going to exactly work out with a Slark in this position, but I'm always down for an interesting matchup in these series. It's fun to watch, maybe not new heroes come into the mix, but not your typical Lina coming into the mix or something like that. I want to see something more, something just a touch different, and that's certainly what we're getting between these two teams. And, these two teams are definitely, for a lot of people around, the top teams in the region, and maybe not the best start for Secret, but we do have some quick words from Celery to talk about who he thinks is the best team in the region and who he wants to beat this year.
If there's one team we're a bit nervous about facing, it has to be Team Secret. Because they have Boom now. We parted ways with Boom. We decided it would be better for us and for him if we parted. I feel like he's going to be a better player if he gets a new environment. So now he has the new environment, and I think he'll be a better player.
30
So
seconds to battle.
it's not a good thing that it's in Europe. But at the same time, we're still friends with him. I'm happy he got a new team. But we're a bit nervous about this matchup. Might be a bit rough.
Interesting words coming out there, and it seems like, mutual parting of ways, which is always nice. Sometimes you see, pizzas getting involved and everything like that.
They're still friends, but no better feeling than beating your friends in Dota.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to have that moment where you can shine against your teammate, or maybe even the other way around. They want to shine against you. It happens, I think, all over in, you see it in sports too, where you go up against your old team, and what's the biggest thing on your mind? Winning and destroying them.
I think Boom had a much more relaxed environment when it comes down to him playing with the Gaming Gladiators in Team Secret. They just finished the second at TI. Puppy's always known to have a strong leadership, and that they deliver as a team. So sometimes fitting in for Team Secret members might take slightly longer than in some other teams. But I'm sure Boom, with the capacity of the player that he is, he's going to do just as fine.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how he progresses with this team. It doesn't always click in a day. What's that saying? Rome wasn't built in a day, and some of these teams certainly aren't going to be built within just one day. And it really comes down to maybe even getting in these backstretch of games. Secret's already gone through 2 series, so the work is there. The games, the data starting to build up, and with time, you can see these teams start to do better and better and click more and more together, for sure.
Yeah, they definitely need a W in this one, because right now Team Secret is sitting at 0-2. They need this victory. They've been very slow at the start of the previous DPC, Tour 1, Tour 2 as well, and kind of a same mentality. Team Secret just ramps up at the end of the tour/season. So looking at the lanes, the ratio, but yeah, looking at how Team Secret, 233 on them, 155 by esportsbet.io. So Gaming Gladiators still heavily favored, I would say, in this matchup.
Yeah, they seem to be the favorites due to the odds, but we'll see how it comes out. This region is always been talked about how close a lot of these teams really are. So we'll see if the odds reflect that, as top lane Tofu getting low. One more right click needed. Crystallis will draw first blood, taking Tofu to the grave.
Yeah, I was also watching the bottom lane. This is a strong lane, and I think Crystal is one of the players that does a lot when he is ahead. He sometimes does struggle when playing from behind, but if he's ahead, he's going to be all over the place. And speaking of playing ahead, never mind, Celery getting caught inside the cogs.
And needs to be careful. Battery assault's on, and Resolution wasn't exactly over there immediately to help out. Throws a Crypt Swarm now. Spirit Siphon onto Ratio. Slark getting into the trees, and the tether back over to the Slark, so we'll stay safe for now, but we'll see if it gets a little bit more difficult as the lane kind of moves on. And now we're taking a look up here top, and the Nature's Prophet, we've seen in multiple positions, but definitely when it was picked up, it kind of screamed ace, right, with the way he plays on this team.
This is going to be a very popular pick. We've seen a lot of carry Nature's Prophet coming out in Chinese DPC. In Europe, we've seen him played mostly on the off lane. Zai showed some really cool build coming out from Aghanim Scepter and the Shard. This time around, Ace seems to be going for a bit of a different build, more right-click oriented, with the Witchblade and Power Treads in his quick buy. It's a lot of harassment coming out from Zai. He's still level 2, so Battery Assault not as powerful, but Resolution is level 3, which means 2 points in Spirit Siphon.
Now they kind of need to be careful about their positioning now. Resolution more so focused on grabbing the CS in the early goings of this one, but I could definitely see when they both hit 3 or even Rezo hitting 4, it kills opportunity, or the kill opportunity being available to them in this bottom lane, and Zayat's actually going towards mid, help secure that 4-minute rune. The water runes coming out.
Boom did not go for bottle. He is playing sniper after all, so they want to take away any bottle refills. So Quinn is not going to have anything, and he also picked Zayats, that is, picked up the bounty rune, so nothing for Quinn unless he wants to invade enemy jungle and pick up a bounty rune that is still sitting there.
It's certainly a far walk to go that way, and you miss a wave or two. Going all the way up there to the bounty room could be a little bit more detrimental than it is beneficial for him with filling up that bottle. And CS-wise, Boom's doing a good job thus far. 22 and 11.
he has a lot of denies. This is the build on Sniper where you're focusing on heavy right-click, not going for shrapnel, so you know there's going to be more denies coming out from him. Power Tread's already available. Very difficult to get on top of Sniper. Sniper picked as a counter to Lashrak. We've seen this quite a lot during the previous TI, and I think it's very efficient. So looking at both of these drafts in general, they have a more global presence. Gaming Gladiators relocate into Nature's Prophet TP, and then you have Clockwork initiating with the hook shot, and also Dawnbreaker with her ulti.
Solar Guardian could be difficult to plan against, and sometimes it feels like teams are lacking the damage when that goes down. But Celery, again, just getting pushed away with the Spirit Siphon and a battery assault from the two heroes over towards bottom. But things staying relatively quiet other than that first blood for the moment, and we switch it over to the net worth to see, at least right now, Ace, he's leading the charge.
Yeah, something that Bane does struggle against. Heroes like Bane, Oracle, Enchantress, any kind of summons, Enigma, Nature's Prophet, Lycan, you can't really deal well because you're single targeted. There's you know, Celestial Hammer, you do have Starbreaker, but it's not enough. You need to have constant mana spam with your Dawnbreaker, and he's going for the Soul Ring, a bit low on mana. It does. They're also very low on regen on the top lane, but yeah, this hero. These two heroes paired up together, Leshrac and Io. We've seen so much from these two last DPC season, where they played together. You get the mana boots, and now Leshrac almost even has more than 50% mana just by one usage of the mana boots with Celery.
Yeah, so over there, mana boots usage, not getting that bottle refill. Boom again denying the rune. This time it was a regen rune he ended up getting and denying. So still the presence from Secret over mid is certainly felt, and you could see that with the net worth discrepancy coming through for Boom over Quinn for the moment. A couple of bounty runes picked up by Puppy up in the top lane. They backed up for that, and we talked about maybe Quinn going that way, but there's just no way for him to really reliably get across and feel that great about doing so, and you can see the difference in gold earned. It's only a 425, but still. It can start to expand, and you can see a bit of a chunk of gold difference as the game goes on.
Slark is very low level. He's about to hit level 5, and every single time Zayats uses Battery Assault, he needs to fall back. That Prophet's already level 5.5, so if they make one mistake, if he misuses the pounds, gets caught with Power Cogs or Battery Assault, like this Death Prophet with level 6 and the Catapult, they could potentially put some damage onto tower. Zayats should stay slightly away from the XP range, so that Death Prophet gets that earlier level 6.
And if they take that tower down bottom, what do you do if you're gaming Gladiators? It puts you in such a rough position to get your Slark some farm, right? You've got a pretty greedy core lineup.
Yeah, you do. I mean, Nature's Prophet is going for a less greedier build. This is Witchblade, and he's about to hit level 6. Oh, Crystallis connects with a stun.
Yeah, top lane in some trouble. Sprout comes out on the Puppy, but he's got the Nightmare. This should set up for a kill, but Tofu helping out with the Avalanche to stop that from being secured.
Let's see who's going to use the better global ability first, because you have Dawnbreaker just hitting level 6. Ace needs another creep wave to get there. So I feel like Dyrachyo is going to be the one going down. They do have Dawnbreaker, you have set up with the cogs, and let's see. Okay, he's already probably going down here.
Boy.
Misused that pounce, as I said.
Exorcism gets him. So Resolution getting the kill, and then they should just go to the tower, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage into the tower. And Quinn, thinking about rotating bottom, he does have a haste. This could be slightly tricky for Team Secret, but they already know. They have this observer ward near the river that is scouting things out. It's scouted movement from Quinn, but at least they're going to defend the tower. And looking at Quinn on camera, he looks, you know, same as he always does. Not too much emotions on him. You know that he's in the zone. He's ready to play. I was also thinking, why... I'll hold that thought. Top lane.
Yeah, Ace getting a little low. Wrath of Nature thrown out, and that's to help out bottom. They go after Zayats, and the Wrath of Nature is going to take out that Clockwork, and now one canceled. They'll keep one going down towards bottom, and that's going to be Puppy making the rotation as Ace running away from the Celestial Hammer thrown over and TPing back to base.
Good rotation. Quinn, with that haste, wants to make something else happen. This is a pretty big kill if he can get it, but also another ward from Team Secret, cutting the rotation. These early wards providing them with the info. This could have been easily like triple kill for Gaming Gladiators if they did not have those wards up.
Yeah, that's... I like this ward over here. This one in the top lane. Get some interesting vision, and now, ooh, Puppey, boom, coming over. Quinn, well, he's here with the IO, but there's going to be a problem. The Solar Guardian coming down right on top of the Leshrac. Zayats gets the kill into Quinn. They'll look over at Celery. The chase is on. The Celestial Hammer is down. The tether all the way over. The Assassinate. But the smoke to dodge.
Nicely done. They only lose Quinn, very aggressive move. This is something that the Leshrac plus IO combo do, especially when they're playing Radiant. This dire triangle near the outpost is much easier to farm, so you don't have to stack for yourself. You go in, you invade, and try to steal some of their stacks.
Yeah, you want to take out those stacks and invade. Don't want to give any way of bumping up that net worth, right, and boosting yourself a little bit too out of control.
Carry's kind of struggling in this game. They're the third on net worth when it comes down. Like the off laners, extremely farmed. Same goes for the mid laners, but both safe laners having a bit of trouble finding the farm.
You've got Clockwork level 6, so hook shot available. Rachu finally hitting that 7. He's still a level behind this Death Prophet, but Zayats is looking potentially to land a hook shot, cogs, and some damage out onto the Slark, where Pounce is needed to really get out of some danger.
Tofu is in vicinity, thinking about going in. One of the games where the game is very slow, something that Tiny position 4 does not like, because he doesn't get farm, he doesn't farm. He wants to be able to take the fight, so right now, Tofu, 0, 1, and 0, still needs to find an opening.
You kind of expect Tinies to rotate over, make some plays, avalanche toss, setting something up. I mean, thinking about what's going to be coming further down the line and potentially a Blink Dagger, and that seems so far in the future. And taking a look at these levels on the left, you see, boom, level 10 to Quinn's 9, but it looks like these levels, at least for the moment, favoring the side of Team Secret by just a bit.
Yeah, the Boom has been farming a lot. He did stack for himself. They also made some of the stacks for him. And seems like it's going to be just a trade of tier 1 towers on the safe lane. Dead Prophet using ulti, heavily committing. This is the build that we see on Dead Prophet these days, like 1 raid band, sometimes even 2 raid bands. She needs to be able to tank up. It's the best out of 3. Definitely when it comes down to Bracer and the Null Talisman, and also Mech going into Guardian Greaves. So a lot of sustain coming out from these 2 heroes.
Guardian Greaves, we've talked about it seemingly every game. It just feels like that standard offlane item.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's not just the offlane. We see it more also coming out from 4, even 5 if they manage to get the farm. Also, Dawnbreaker ulti with her Solar Guardian. It's a good way to turn the fight. They, like, Gaming Gladiators, they need to commit. Getting in with the Slark, with the Leshrac, putting himself in potentially a dangerous spot where Team Secret is very good at resetting, but they also have like a very good burst damage when it comes down from Sniper, who does have 3 points in headshot, Mask of Madness, pretty standard build. How's Puppey doing in terms of levels? Level 7.
Jungle over to the side. Zayats is here, but Ace making the rotation. He's got everybody for the side of Gaming Gladiators around him, so they'll find a kill out of the Clockwork and get themselves doubled up in their kill score.
It's a lot of information that he just provided his own team with. And again, Quinn plus Celery playing together might find Puppey.
If he just moseys his way into the wrong spot, he could be in trouble, but just taking out a Sentry, and Quinn and Celery, they're going to back away. Bloodstone, of course, being built here for Quinn, no surprise. Feels like the standard build for Leshrac, of course. A couple heroes that do enjoy the Bloodstone. About a handful of them.
One of the reasons why Quinn is slightly under-leveled compared to Boom is he's playing with IO, so IO is taking some of his experience away. Smoke, 2 supports from Team Secret. They want to make something happen.
They have Fiend's Grip, they have Hookshot all ready to go. Try to search for something, and they're both heading over towards bottom. Meanwhile, these stacks being taken by Quinn. Talked about how those stacks, if they're not contested, are going to boost him up quite a bit, and it's exactly what they're getting out of this so far. Nobody here bottom for the side of Gaming Gladiators, so these supports that smoked up aren't going to get their hands on anything with Resolution over in the bottom lane as well. At least not for now, unless somebody comes to rotate on this tier 2. But Duraccio, he's farming the jungle. See if they get the catch. They've also got Celery nearby.
Holding the high ground for now. Zayat scouting things out with the rocket. They do have a sentry, so they know there is no vision. But seems like Gaming Gladiators, they know where Team Secret is. Rezo popping that ulti. It's level 1 ulti, not super effective, but you also do have Sniper, who's gonna pop in some damage.
Zab spotting Zayat, and they're trying to stay in a
Yeah, they
safe
know.
spot for hookshot.
Puppy's pinging it out. This is gonna get devorted.
And that'll keep their obs over nearby too. So they've got a little bit of vision behind where that tier 1 tower once stood. That exorcism getting all the damage out onto the tower, and a lot of map control being gained here by Team Secret.
Quinn finished his Bloodstone. Time to take a fight and get some charges on the Bloodstone. Ha, jokes. Man, I missed that. You know, it was one of the items with the charges, so it kind of forced you to take the fights all the time.
You want to bring it back, the charges?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, that Bloodstone's definitely getting changed in the next patch because the item feels OP. I would not mind seeing it go back to what it was before.
Go back to charges, go back to losing charges if you die. We'll see if Bloodstone goes that way. Speaking of charges, though, you've got Desolator coming out on the Dawnbreaker.
Bit 0 charges.
Yeah, for now. But this Deso, when we've seen this carry Dawnbreaker, a big staple of the build, and working with that Starbreaker, you can see heroes blow up.
Yeah, you
once they've
also
got this Deso.
You also have 2 other cores who deal heavy physical damage. That Prophet with the ulti, Sniper with his right click. So a lot of value coming out from this Deso. It also opens up the Roche for Team Secret. I feel like Team Secret, if they once they hit level 12 on that Prophet, they could potentially force a Roche fight with the heroes that they have. A lot of sustain with the Guardian Greaves, and the Exorcism goes up from 8 to 16. So a big damage increase. They still need like another minute for Rezo to farm that. Big camps, big stacks being farmed right now by Quinn.
Yeah, the stack game has been pretty good here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They continue to get their gold bolstered. And Quinn continuing to take advantage of that avalanche. Toss comes out, but Chrysalis has the Solar Guardian. They'll slam it down onto Tofu. Zayat's over to the side. On the low ground, assassinate. One more right click, and Chrysalis taking out that Tiny and carving him down to size.
Tofu managed to find farm to get that Blink Dagger up, and as I said, into Roche Pit they go. They just took a fight. They know that Tiny does not have a buyback. He just showed his Blink Dagger and straight into Roche Pit. This Roshan's going down super quick.
Now, no way to contest this. It's going to be the Aegis here for
You
the
gotta
side
give
of
it,
Secret.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Dawnbreaker, I think. But seems like Boom's getting closer. Okay. I thought maybe because he can keep the distance, does have a 4-stab for himself, and right now, the only one who can close the gap is pretty much this Tiny, and he does not have enough damage to kill him. Like, sure, you're playing against Slark, but 1 4-staff can change things around. And same goes for, like, they have what? 1 4-staff on Bane, 1 on Sniper, Clockwork building 1 as well. They understand how to itemize against what Gaming Gladiators have.
So, the game's sitting at 19 minutes, just about even.
Action-packed game.
That's what I was getting at. You know, very uncharacteristic of the region and what we've been seeing these first few days of play inside Western Europe. So, what do you think's going on in both these teams' heads? Does it have anything to do with the fact that Secret are currently starting 0-2 in the region and maybe need to be a little bit more particular in how they take these games?
I think they feel their lineup scales better when it comes down to that, so they don't necessarily need to take the fights.
Puppy.
They found Puppy.
Avalanche toss with the stun from Quinn. Ace gets credit for that kill. He'll secure it and use that Wrath of Nature. That bounced around and got the Bane.
Big objective was taken by Secret. Commit the Exorcism. With the next Exorcism, they're going to start putting out some more pressure on the map. With this Aegis, they want to get the most out of it.
So it will be that level 2 on the Exorcism as well. And it could force Gaming Gladiators into a pretty interesting spot. You've got the Echo Saber as well as the Diffusal Blade finished off on the Slark. He's quietly been getting some farm, and, you know, it's still, though, as he's quietly been getting the farm, not as much as anybody else in the game on the core slot.
Yeah, still the lowest net worth on all cores in the game. Because he was, like, Slark is one of the heroes that can easily snowball if he's fighting in the lane, but that never happened because they kind of got dominated. This Clockwork Zayats put a lot of pressure. Same goes for Dead Prophet. They see the Ratio.
Yeah, Force Staff, net, and now Nightmare. Dark Pact goes into the ulti, slows him down with a Diffusal Blade. So Puppey unable to get a Fiend's Grip onto that Slark.
They needed Zayats to find a hook shot after he used the Pounce or after he used the Dark Pact. Puppey, he's going in.
Yeah, Fiend's Grip now going to be used on the Tiny. They've got the Battery Assault to follow it up. Shrapnel on top of the Tiny, and Tofu will drop again.
Yeah. Puppey's getting a lot of levels. Level 9 Bane, 4 points in an Enfeeble. This is going to be a big one. You're playing against this Bloodstone. You know that Puppey has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. This hero was kind of forgotten, but with the healing reduction, region reduction, this hero is, I think we're going to see more of, especially you're playing with Io, who does have a mech, and you know that Celery will be partnering up with Quinn in this one. So this is a free tower for Team Secret.
And some heal with those Seeds of Serenity. So while this is all going on, while they take the tier 2 tower, it is about a 2,000 net worth lead, now dropping all the way back down to even, wow, for Gaming Gladiators. And just very objective-based gaming in the moment, not really seeing these big team fights at all.
You can see what Team Secret relies on. They need Exorcism, so they will be fighting every 2.5 minutes. Another Force Staff finished on Team Secret. Zayats picking up one. An interesting build coming out from Resolution, going into Mage Slayer. We've seen during TI how effective it was. It was 33 who kind of pioneered that when they were thinking about how to reduce damage from this Slash Track. So there was a Pipe, there was a Mage Slayer, Raid Pact. Raid Pact not doing that anymore to magical damage, but let's see if they can find an opening here.
Resolution
With the Shard, Ace.
on the run, Duraccio coming over, Blink, Avalanche, and now the toss. We've got the Solar Guardian coming in, but it's not going to be enough to save Resolution. Goes to the Starbreaker with the BKBB, Popeye Ace. Now, Crystallis is in too far away from his team. Tofu locked up thanks to the Cogs. He'll toss his team back together, and, well, now it's just a 2-for-1.
This is why I wanted to see Aegis put on Crystallis, because he's a melee hero. Sniper is going to keep the distance, and they need that front line. Clockwork, you know, can soak up so much damage. Bane, Dead Prophet, she thought she was tanky, but the good toss back kind of getting her out of the Solar Guardian, and then Dawnbreaker was out of position. So overall, pretty big trade for Gaming Gladiators.
How do you feel about the Curse of the Old Growth, that shard?
It's a good shard. It's an interesting shard. It's not what we're going to see picked up from the safe lane. It's mostly going to be from the off lane. It's a good damage. It also shows the heroes in fog. It's quite interesting. I'm glad that we removed the one that spawned the Greater Treants. Kind of made Nature's Prophet very annoying to play against, and also like you need to have a... You can't get out of the Sprout, so glad we removed that.
And just added Leash to Sprout anyway.
Yeah.
So 4K lead here for Gaming Gladiators and Secret. You know, it feels like they're doing everything right when it comes to getting the objectives, but we can see there's a little bit to be desired when it comes to their team fighting. Maybe that fight a little bit too split for them. Force Staff into the Fiend's Grip. Look at the damage coming through onto Ace. Zayats gets credit for the kill with the, I think, last-second Rocket Flare steal.
With the secure, I mean.
Yeah, sorry, securing Rocket Flare.
Sniper had double damage, still a couple of seconds left on it, and this should be a tier 1 tower for Team Secret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they found Dead Prophet.
Yeah, again, Sword Guardian. Oh, Resolution! Not gonna survive. Quinn's got the damage. The hookshot comes in, but with the mech, Celery able to survive and get the tether off onto Quinn. So never in doubt there for the IO. Blink Avalanche as well as the toss. It's right into the hands of Quinn again. Celestial Hammer thrown down. That'll pull back in just a second. All the way back all over towards Crystallis.
Crystallis thought they'd have enough damage. He's out of mana.
And no mana left here for Zayat, so he'll drop Duraccio once more with that Ags having those 2 pounces.
This is where Slark is going to shine. He's ready to go in. 2 pounds charges, as you said. And what is he bringing? It's going to be a Mage Slayer, so... yeah, bit of a damage reduction, makes Slark more tanky. Also, if he decides to pick up Shard as his next item, this is going to be a good way of dealing with the Bane, against the Dead Prophet ulti as well, hiding people underneath the shadows and allowing them to reset. But yeah, in that previous fight, Crystallis, thinking that Celery is already dead, uses his hammer to get out of the cogs, picks up the haste rune, comes back to a fight. But with that mech on Celery, he's relatively tanky.
Yeah, so Celery surviving, and he is, known as Bond. James Bond, 0, and 7, 00 agent, ready to go. As he's also looking for the shard to upgrade that overcharge.
It's a good boost of spell amplification for Lashrak and giving that spell lifesteal as well. Not as effective, since again you're playing against Bane, but Enfeeble needs to be cast. Cast range is pretty good, so Bane can't stay away. It's 1100 and it's a 7-second cooldown. Difficult task sometimes is staying alive with Bane. Items are starting to pile up on Quinn. Blink Dagger, Kaya Sanj done, has a casual plate mail. This plate mail gives them like the triple value. All 3 cores inside of Team Secret deal physical damage. There's some magical as well, but mostly physical is what you're going to be afraid of.
Pounce leashing, Starbreaker used by Crystallis, but Dark Pact and a pounce away.
And also another tool of closing the gap against this sniper. We see more Blink Daggers being picked up, 2 charges on pounds from Slark. They found Zayat.
Yeah, Avalanche tops into the stun from Quinn, but the Sword Guardian, they've got some damage coming through with the Starbreaker being used. They're going to go after Celery. They'll get the kill into the IO. He'll buy back immediately. The Bloodstones pop. Zayat ends up going down to Ace. Ace is on the backlines with BKB, but Resolution going in with this Exorcism, focusing his attention on the Quinn as well as Celery, but doesn't land the silence. Now they've got the Fiend's Grip. It's on the Slark, but the Dark Pact closed off, so he's out of there. Fiend's Grip not going to work for him. Resolution needs to be careful. He's locked up, killed off, and gone. Quinn taking out this Death Prophet during the Exorcism, and they've got themselves a killing spree on the Lashrak, and it's looking like they're going to take advantage and kind of take over this area while waiting for Roche to respawn.
Now you will get some D-wards waiting for Roshan. Big fight for Gaming Gladiators. Oh, Ace, he's on chase.
Oh, Avalanche and Puppy on the run. Boom now. Goes invis and gets away. They got the kill on a Crystallis. That was Ace getting that one on the Dawnbreaker. Puppy on the run, but Dark Pact takes the Puppy to the pound.
Whenever Team Secret uses Solar Guardian and Exorcism, they have... like, Gaming Gladiators lineup does not rely on any cooldowns to play. Like, they can reset multiple times, and they're still chasing.
See if they can find anybody over here. Zayat's in an interesting position. This is Obs giving them all the vision that they want. And now 4 staff, but 2 pounces better than 1. Hook shot onto 2. Quinn's going in. They've got the cogs, but Quinn chasing. Boom, all the way up out of the high ground. This might be a good position for him to put out some damage, but instead just running all the way back, giving up on saving this Clockwork, and Resolution not committing to going in.
The ward game has been on point for Team Secret after 10-minute mark, like even before providing vision, so they did not get ganked, and now Gaming Gladiators, this Observer ward, allowing Slark to get a pounce, sacrificing Clockwork. Let's see how many wards.
Ooh, 17 placed there for Puppy, 5 destroyed.
Yeah, Slark destroyed 8 wards, if I'm not mistaken, if I saw that correctly, so that's pretty nice. I mean, the de-warding tool that this hero has is pretty insane. And now inside the Roche pit they go. This is Aegis plus Shard. So Shard, Slark doesn't have it, so he will be the one picking it up. Rocket scouted him. Tofu already in a position to break the smoke.
Trying to block the hook shot, and you can see Celery's there as well. They've got the toss. Ooh, Puppy's into the pit. They get the Aegis. It's going to be on the Ace, so now they'll get the kill onto the Bane, but the right clicks again from Boom. Not feeling like enough. Hook shot comes in, hits on a Tofu. Cogs pushing him away, so that's going to give them time to get the damage out onto the Tiny and kill him off. But the pounce, it leashes Boom. Boom on the run once again. The Nightmare comes in. He doesn't have the Dark Pact on Duraccio. Now the Fiend's Grip, the Solar
This is a
Guardian,
big
the
one.
right-click damage. The Slark in trouble
He
to
gets,
get the kill to Duraccio.
almost gets out.
They got the kill into the Slark, but they're going to lose Zayats. Resolution on the run. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Ace. They're right on top of him, looking ready to go. But here comes Quinn. Quinn in on the back lines, looking over at Resolution, but doesn't have the damage to get the kill. Quinn in too far. They'll take out the Shrek. They'll look over at Ace. He'll pop the BKB and TP out. Celery will also escape, but not the great fight that Gaming Gladiators were hoping for post-Aegis pickup.
If that relocate came in half a second earlier, they would be able to come back into the fight with that reload, save the Slark. Some good positioning coming out from Boom in this fight. He was untouched, sitting on the top of the hill all the time, and nicely done by Puppet. This time around, Slark was not awakened by any of his teammates, so he gets the Nightmare into full duration, Fiend's Grip into Solar Guardian. Immediate buyback coming out from Puppy, and Resolution, like, he's the one who's dealing a ton of damage here with the Exorcism. Like, you gotta respect that damage.
Yeah, moving forward, they did have the lockdown thanks to Zayats and Duraccio going up onto the steps, and he is away from his team, so far away from his team, and you can see the relocate.
It was so close, like, that's 0.2 seconds.
So close, but so far, and well, now Quinn just diving into 4 heroes.
He got peeped. He got peeped by Sniper, was not able to close the gap, and you can see Deso plus the right clicks from Sniper. It's way too much, and now we have an even game. Even though it's a 9k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators, you can still see that Team Secret is ready to fight back.
Yeah, finding the right positioning is going to be key here for Team Secret, as was evident in that last fight. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how Secret choose to try and fight as the game goes on, and being down by 10k is an item here or there, and it can be a big change. But if Secret, again, like I said, find the right positioning, feels all but even, right?
Level 20 on Nature's Prophet, 100% miss chance for Sprouted units. That's a big one. This is a, a huge one when you play against Sniper. He does have still a Quelling Blade in his backpack, might decide to swap in when he sees that there is that talent on Nature's Prophet, but he also does have a Hurricane Pike going into Grenade next, and a BKB. Double damage. Team Secret would love to use this one, but he got scouted.
Both 20 talents for Nature's Prophet feel so strong.
Yeah, it's one of those where you like, oh, am I playing against some of the spirits? Do I need a leash mechanic? Or I'm playing against the heavy right click?
Is there any other hero that their level 20 talents
are
just
so powerful?
Like,
I don't think so.
Powerful like that? Yeah, feels like he's probably one of the best when it comes to that question. Ace, meanwhile, sitting top of the net worth, and we've talked about the style of play that Ace has, and that we really did see that he was going to be playing that Nature's Prophet in the draft early on, and you know, he's taken advantage, and it wasn't exactly the greediest build going into the Witchblade initially, but he has found a lot of farm around the map.
Same goes for, I would say, even every Nature's Prophet we see in professional games, where this hero just flash farms, has global presence, so he's going to be in a lot of those fights. Wrath of Nature, ton of damage, and the build, like all the items that he builds right now, feel very powerful, especially Gleipnir.
Yeah, Gleipnir has been important in these exchanges. The lockdown certainly needed as bottom lane. They've got the pounce, they'll leash him up, they'll get the kill on the Zayats. They'll bring a couple more heroes down here with Ace rotating over. So 12k lead for Gaming Gladiators, and they find a pretty easy pickoff. Crystallis going into the AC. It's got 8-second BKB, Blink Dagger, Deso with that shard, giving that extra bit of magic immunity when it comes to the Starbreaker.
Seems like they're giving up on this tower. Ace, right-click damage. Oof, that's difficult to defend.
Ooh, Rezo forced to pop the BKB. Here comes Ace. They're staying on this Death Prophet. They've got a Bane coming in, but right into the Gleipnir. That's a big issue. Solar Guardian comes down, but Tofu with the Blink as well as the Avalanche toss to get the kill on a Puppy. They'll look over as the Starbreaker hits on a Tofu. The Celestial Hammer's placed down, but it's not going to do anything. They get the kill on a Resolution. They'll take it a second without buyback. Boom now on the run, but they've got a sentry down there. Here goes another sentry. Duraccio trying to get the vision on a Boom. They've got Quinn right here on this Sniper, and Boom, he'll explode. Dyrachyo getting the kill onto the sniper. They've got 3 dead with no buyback, and Gaming Gladiators taking advantage of the aggression that they're able to push onto Secret.
Pay attention. Dyrachyo holding on to sentries throughout the whole game, having the most D-wards, and now holding on to Dust. He understands that he needs to be the one finding that sniper, forcing him to use a BKB, use a Force Staff, and then jumping in with this second pounce.
Have Quinn right there with them. These towers are going to melt, and they do not have these 3 heroes respawning anytime soon.
This is going to be 2 set of barracks. That Prophet respawning doesn't provide you with much if she does not have Exorcism. There's still a tier 2 tower on the top, so they can't go for Megas. Sniper will be back in 20. Gaming Gladiators, they got what they came for.
Really just taking advantage of every aspect of the game right now. Just extending that lead to 22,000, and Secret just don't have any answers. They were able to punch back in the fight before, but that one, once it started and Rezo was on the run back with BKB going down so soon, I don't know what you do at that point. Would they have, I guess in retrospect, it's a little bit easier to see, but let Rezo die and just kind of hold off on the fight?
You commit. Once you use Exo, you need to take the fight. Because without Exo, your damage is very limited. And Ace, once again, going for the tower. Can we see the number of D-wards this game again? To see how many Dyrachyo got? He's also the one placing Observer wards around the map.
That's pretty insane. 11, and he's destroyed 5.
Okay.
So they've destroyed 13. There are 14 around the map. Quick math. Maybe not that great. But 14 wards, they're starting to, they clean up the vision. They make sure that, of course, we talked about it earlier. Secret, it felt like they had the advantage with the vision that they were placing.
At the start, yes. Yeah. But once Slart kicks in, and he's still holding on to 2 sentry wards that he bought for himself.
Carries in pubs, take notes. You can buy your own sentries.
Next Roche will potentially respawn in less than 30 seconds. Team Secret, they need to take that fight. They need fight like they had before when Gaming Gladiators picked up that Aegis. They need good positioning from Sniper. They need to save that Prophet with the Force Staffs, maybe with the Nightmare, but it's gonna be a bit more difficult. There's Quinn on his signature hero. Overwhelming blink, blinking inside. And I don't think he cares too much. He can also get outside of the trouble with the Ogre Seal Totem, which he just sent back. Never mind. Thank you, Quinn, for making me look stupid.
Rare occurrence.
Okay, Flicker, that's a better way. He can get outside of the silence if needed. He can dispel the big one. I think this is a huge one, Dispelling Enfeeble.
They're bringing the fight to them, and they've got the avalanche coming out from Tofu. The silence hitting only onto the Tiny. They're onto the back lines. Ace already in. Look at where Boom is at. He pops the BKB. He's trying to get away. Dyrachyo trying to follow him up. They get the pounce. No, it's not going to leech, but they're going to come on a puppy. They've got themselves the Abyssal Blade. So the lockdown Boom. Tofu with the Blink Avalanche toss. They'll get the kill onto a third. They're going to buy back on both the Sniper as well as the Bane as they take out Resolution. Crystal is on the run, but there's nowhere for him to really go. Goes to the Solar Guardian, drops down on the back lines, able to survive the aggression that was coming in. They get the kill on Dyrachyo. Boom starting to do some damage. Ace going in with the help of Solari as well as Quinn and Tofu. They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. They'll take out Boom. He just fought back, and that should be the game. Coming in for Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that they lost that Slark. They'll take the call of GG as Secret will lose Game 1 to Gaming Gladiators, and it looked like Gaming Gladiators looked clean all the way through.
Gaming Gladiators understanding that whenever there's this Exorcism that is down, they can take a fight, and whenever it's up, they don't have to. We can just go inside our triangle, stack some ancient camps for Quinn. They were just constantly farming that triangle with the Lashrak and Io, and good performance there from Dyrachyo, I would say. He was very active after the laning stage, very bad laning stage. They lost that bottom part of the game, but then managing to come back with this, not the usual build. Usually we see Echo Saber into like straight up Aghanim Scepter, but he was also going for the Fusel Blade and then into Ags. Once he got that Ags online, was able to find Sniper multiple times. These 3 Force Staffs on Team Secret, like it's one of the better items you can buy, but Gaming Gladiators, they're very good at resetting with the toss packs, with the Force Staffs of their own. And we've seen how tanky this Slash Track is when paired up with Io. Just overall good performance.
Yeah, really impressed by Duraccio and having that comeback in him, especially with the way the lane went. He was the lowest farm core for a solid portion of the early part of the game. And, Gaming Gladiators with Duraccio and really Ace at the helm, ready to do what they want. All 3 cores at the helm, ready to control this entire team. They get the victory. They take game 1 over Team Secret. To break it down further, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. We are going to have a chat about this game number 1, going to the way of Gaming Gladiators. I wouldn't say like it was a steamroll per se, but it definitely felt like Gaming Gladiators were almost always in control of this game, Kezu.
I feel like they played it very cool, calm, and collected. They have the good old Quinn in their team. But I think from minute, what was it? I feel like they didn't do much because they feel like we don't actually have to. We can just chill, farm.
Right.
Get our timings, let Secret do their thing. I think Secret could have looked to play a bit more aggressive, but once GG hit their timing, I feel like they just won every engagement after. It was GG.
Gotcha. There was the post-second Roche fight, though, that looked a little bit disconnected for Gaming Gladiators, Sheep. I guess I want to know a little bit more about like why certain team fights did go in the favor of Secret and what GG was doing in order for them to win some team fights.
So that fight went pretty well for Secret because they killed Puppey at the beginning and then Puppey brought back. And what Slark Duraccio did is he kind of backs off from this fight and he goes back around, kind of like above the Roche pit on the high ground to look for some backline because that's what they picked him for, right? On the Slark, that's why he has the Ags, is so he can get to the backline and disrupt the Sniper and so on. So he's hunting for Sniper, and all of a sudden Puppey just appears out of nowhere with a hammer.
Not this
and
time.
Just,
this time he actually gripped.
Yeah, no, this time's great.
Yeah, this is awesome.
But yeah, no, Puppey just grips him and kills him, and they gave the Aegis to the Aegis Prophet, which I didn't actually expect, and because of that, it just led to, like, your slot goes down, suddenly no one's attacking the backline, and then they were just able to finish everyone off.
Like I believed in Secret more because of the name than anything else. I think the Slark pick, the Prophet, and the Lash buying that Blink Dagger definitely helps them alleviate the long range pain that Secret is bringing. And overall, Slark has always been good into the Sniper, right? The only question is, can you reach that timing? I thought that they might not be able to. I thought that you have this Death Prophet and Dawnbreaker that they'll inflict way too much pain way too early on. Like Chrysalis with some Blink Dazzle will just jump the Slark, kill him off plenty times. Like he won't be able to really react to it, which did sort of happen, but it doesn't matter because you have multiple cores doing so much damage and so much work. You have the Prophet that can be your win condition, you have the Slark that's definitely helping, plus you have Quinn on that Lashrock. So overall, a really nice draft, and the supporting duo of Io and Tiny did a ton of work too.
Yeah. The lanes was also something that you pointed out, Kezu. You were a little bit more in favor of Secret. You're like, this is probably the best they've done draft-wise, most potential to come out of lanes. Did the laning stage go how you expected? And if so, why wasn't, Secret feeling a little bit more dominant in that mid-game?
I would say kind of went as I expected. The Rezo did well bottom against the Slark. I think mid matchups, Boom won against the Lash. Top lane I think was also kind of chill. I mean, Nature's Prophet was farming, as was Dawnbreaker. But I feel like they had some good connections early on. Secret with like the DP taking bot tower. But eventually, I'm not sure. I feel like eventually they just played the game like as if it was textbook. We need to wait for Roche, then run at this tower, then run at this tower. Instead of like perhaps being more free of where to go, stop going for this tower but ganked them here. So I feel like it was just very easy for Gaming Gladiators to just chill, farm. They're like, we wait for our timings and then we do what we want.
I love this point because now that I think of it, Chrysalis and Boom, they don't strike me as players that are gonna take the reins and go in and do some mad stuff on the map. Like they'll wait for the input, they'll wait for the calls. That's kind of rough if you have two players on position 1 and position 2 that are obviously, so far that we've seen in the games, are not really commanding that much. Maybe something behind the scene is different, maybe we're not seeing it. Like back in, I know that Nisha isn't the most talkative guy as well, like back in the time for Secret, but Not sure. Like Zayats and Rezo, they truly need to take over hard and make all the plays, it seems like.
Maybe there's something about like the Nature's Prophet IO that they're pushing waves and they feel more scared about splitting up because they can get picked off. But I still think it looked a little too scared for me.
Yeah, I actually was gonna like hype up this IO a bit because I think it unlocked a lot for them as a team.
Yep.
Like you have your Leshrac losing the mid lane, and who is there to help him? Give all these resources to be able to farm back up. It was IO.
Yeah.
I think as well they utilize pushing these side lanes like you just mentioned. A notable one from me was IO Lesh pushed out top lane by themselves, and they can do this because they just have the relocate safety to be able to take them out. And as soon as they do that, they wait for someone to show on top, which they do. I think Clockwork showed, and then Dawnbreaker after that. And as soon as those heroes are there, smoke bot, and they go and take like a fight in the triangle, and they make fights like this whilst the Aegis is up as well.
Yeah.
And you talked a lot about Enfeeble and how it's supposed to negate the healing reduction and everything, but honestly...
Just didn't feel it.
I didn't see it at
Yeah.
all. It was, if Flash is attacked and this IO is on him, tethered, like that guy's not dying, ever.
Yeah, it's a great play from Celery there. A bit of a quick chat before we head to a break. Secret, what are they going to have to really change up? Because, like we already said at the end of the draft, this was one of the better ones we really enjoyed for them. Their lanes did go well. It was this mid game that sort of fell apart for them then.
Well, I feel like they just doubled down on what they just did, or whatever they talked about from the last series to today.
Yeah.
I think it's better. Double down on this conversation and just try to do it better next game.
Okay. Would you say the same, Lizard?
Maybe a Montour after next game.
A what?
I'm kidding. Like I think that they can definitely focus on the game and switch it up a little bit. Like I was talking to Fogg in the green room. Give this guy a Monkey King. Just give Chrysalis his full comfort zone with what we came into the pro scene and just play it off of that.
All right, a little bit of food for thought from you guys here on the panel. We will see what Secret end up shaking up for game number 2. It's going to happen after this break.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Welcome back. It's Gaming Gladiators versus Secret. We had game 1 going in the way of Gaming Gladiators. Game 2 draft will be popping up very soon. I can give my lovely analysts here some insight that Secret are going to be second pick this time round. So game 1, Gaming Gladiators had second pick, and now Secret are going to be getting that second pick themselves. Is there going to be too much change up in the bans? Is that going to be a heavy influence, do you feel, for Secret?
I feel like there is one ball in their mind right now that they have to be worried about. And perhaps they necessarily didn't before, but now with the IO being picked up in that first match, you might be thinking about even banning that.
Would you rather ban the IO over the Lesh? Though?
Yeah.
I would. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
you have, what do you have? You have to worry about, so Secret has second phase, right? Second pick.
Yeah,
Sorry,
second.
second pick. So they need to worry about Broodmother that they banned out before. They need to worry about IO or figure out a way to deal with it. And Lina. Like, these three are probably my top 3 picks. Lash is also an option, for sure, but...
Have they played IO with another pairing than Lesh?
So you're thinking just ban the Lash and then IO?
It deters them.
No,
from
I'm
that.
thinking like it depends.
option, yeah.
Like I think Lesh alone isn't really that scary. So if they've played IO with other heroes, then I think banning the IO makes more sense.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you, but I haven't seen that many of their IO drafts. I feel like it's always just these two.
Yeah, it definitely felt more tailored for the Lesh, which is my only concern.
Yeah.
There are going to be some changes for those bans, and we see them though. Anything you want to see changed up for Gaming Gladiators in a playstyle sort of way? Would you like to see them do something
They just
different?
won. Come
They
on,
did.
Matt.
They did. But this is the issue we have. It's like, yes, you could win with a certain playstyle or a certain way, but what if that gets figured out? Do you have more in your back pocket? Should you be trying to see if you can win with that, especially being one game up, or are you like, no, let's just keep running the same playstyle over and over?
I feel like this team has always been very, not one-dimensional, but I feel like they stick to,
Nah, just say it.
to their kind of,
Guns.
got me.
They stick to their...
like they stick to like what they do, and they will do it over and over again until they lose maybe 5 times or 6 times. You know, maybe then they consider something. But I think for now, this team will just keep picking the same way until it feels like very figured out.
Now, Team Secret, they banned out the Lina themselves.
Whoa.
Last time it was Brood and Hoodwink that they banned, but you're like, IO and Lesh are also issues.
Sorry, I just got taken aback by that Queen of Pain ban.
Yeah? Why?
Well, because why?
It's gotta
Yeah.
be. I mean, there's a high chance that they're first picking Pango or Lesh because either I thought Io would maybe get banned. Like maybe they were thinking, okay, Io will get banned. If we want to first pick Lesh, I want Queen to be out.
Team Secret let them both in because Gaming Gladiators only have one first pick. If they do the Lesh, they could pick up the IO themselves, or vice versa.
Is Bat Queen's option? Like, does he play that?
10 seconds.
Bad Rider?
remaining.
Yeah.
No, I feel like he goes Pango. If, you
Pango
can't-
for
if they
sure,
can't
yeah, I
pick
feel
up
that.
Lesh IO back to back,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I feel like they'll just go. I mean, I would be surprised if they don't pick Io here. I feel like if Secret feel forced to just pick some random Lesh just so your enemy team doesn't get it, that doesn't feel good.
yeah.
So I feel like Secret have an idea of, you pick your IO, I have my idea ready, I know you will Lesh on 8, so my 6-7 is already tailored to be good against IO plus your next pick. But Gaming Gladiators are one step ahead, they're like, no, we're not even gonna pick the IO.
How many steps did you take already, Kazu? I'm
7.
looking here, but yeah.
7 steps.
He's halfway home already.
Yeah. He has that app on his phone. He's counting calories.
My man.
Not anymore, Sanj.
10 seconds
Rubik definitely being favored. Normally put in position 4, I would say, when we see it most often.
That goes both. The Rubik. I think I've seen it 4 and 5.
Okay, Team Secret, look, them snatching Lash is definitely not something that they're not comfortable with, knowing Rezo,
Sniper it.
knowing how much he loves to play it. So Nyx is basically their way of protecting it a little bit. It's one of those heroes that works extremely well against the Lash. It's also a decent laner with him, so it can be a 4 Zayats playing it. So
Okay.
It protects from the Bad Rider that you mentioned, which is a very good hero against Lesh. I could see Gaming Gladiators go for a Pango. If they feel very spicy, they can go for a Sniper. I would like that a little less, but it works too. I feel like Quinn would maybe want a more aggressive type of hero that also stops Lesh from pushing. But I was already wrong on the first pick, so I'll just be wrong again here.
You just don't know what Gaming Gladiators is going to do.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Quinn input, how can you? I'm just kidding.
I mean, Leshrac is not exactly like the strongest offlaner though, and if you put this Rubik as a 5, that's already a really strong laner. Like Nyx isn't going to be able to trade with him if that's the pairing. So I think you're kind of already set up for a pretty good. This is just a liquid draft.
Yeah, it is.
Gaming have literally just stolen Liquid's job.
Okay, it's 2 picks. It's 2 picks.
It's the same thing.
But you're right. Liquid played it in day 1 when we saw them, and they decimated with it.
Yeah, and it's because it's really good. Like,
Why?
I already just started to explain it.
seconds
Because, Nat, thank you.
Yes.
The
Alex?
Rubik is an incredibly strong laner.
seconds
His ability to trade, you can go this. You can go this starting build that Insania went with like either null pots or like double circlet. And you just have insane stats, and you're able to trade better than pretty much any other support. Like this Nyx will not stand a chance between Fade Bolt, right clicks, and that. And then you have an Nature's Prophet who's gonna make it so that this Lesh is just kind of like, okay, pretty bad matchup there, and also Nature's can match him in
10
whatever lane if
seconds
they want to go that route.
Very
He's
flexible.
extremely flexible to match the flex of the Lithrak. So it's like a very
5
strong
seconds
opening
remaining.
and hard to deal with, I'd say.
And versatile as well, right?
So
Like
I'd
if
say.
things go,
Yeah, so thank you. Thanks.
Keep going, just keep going.
Please carry on.
okay, like you two can talk.
Okay, I'll go
Between-
in.
I didn't hear anything.
He just wasn't
happened?
listening to me.
Because Alex just said that it was flexible and
flexible.
versatile.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
right.
just wanted to continue on top of that.
Yeah.
That's
5
all.
seconds
He was like, it's such a good point, I have to say it as well.
So Nature's Prophet is very versatile, right? That's what you guys are saying?
Yeah.
I think Nature's Prophet is versatile.
I feel that it's versatile, but I'm not sure. Like,
I mean, I've seen it carry before, at least. And, you know, I've seen it mid. I think I've seen it off lane. I don't know. I think it's definitely could go anywhere.
you think it's versatile?
It's flexible. I'm just saying. It could go anywhere.
Kazi,
you know?
what's your opinion? What do you think about it?
Well, on top of being versatile and following in the lanes, so there's a lot of Dota heroes where they're good against you in the lane, but if they can also be good against you in the game in various steps, that's amazing. And Nature's Prophet does do that against Lesh. You lane well into him, and Lesh likes to like run into towers, run down lanes, where Nature's Prophet, he kind of slows it down, and in the early game, the ult deals a lot of damage, where Lesh, his HP pool isn't that high, so Nature's Prophet is just a very good answer.
So his HP pool on Prophet as well isn't that great, but his item pool makes him versatile in that aspect as well.
Whoa!
Can you imagine it? It's not only the lanes. You can the versatility on this guy is through the roof. Like,
I'm putting a ban on the word versatile. We need to find a
Alright.
different word. No
Tell me
one's
about
allowed
this.
to
Hey,
say
flexible.
It, but
Tell me about this
no.
flexible,
Oh my gosh.
elastic iron build of his Lizard.
no, there's like through the years there have been not even through the years, through the DPC that there have been different builds. Like you can have a vessel build on him, you can have the right click build, you can have like complete utility build on him. We've seen raid pacts build, but gaming gladiators, what we haven't seen from Team Secret so far, what we called for is a Monkey King, and it gets banned out. Like
It always does.
it always gets banned out versus Chrysalis. Should they put more effort on perhaps picking it in the first two
10
and banning out
seconds
heroes
remaining.
against it?
Maybe from second pick it's a bit too hard. I think in the future from first pick they should
seconds
try it.
remaining.
What I want to see for Secret is actually the Puppy Chen on 15, just straight up. I think it's good with Lesh. You help his team fight, you help him take towers, you heal him. It lanes well into Nature's Prophet. You just keep yoinking the Treants and slap him back. And it's just a puppy special.
Yeah, it's decent with the Nyx as well, right? Like when they run around across the map, like you can set up, go behind the tower. Like it gives you this one hero that when Chen is assaulting a tower and objective, Nyx is behind, he's scouting out, he's giving info.
That's a really good use of the word assaulting. I was sorry. That was a really good use of it. I'm sorry.
That's
Close.
the other Chen.
I was close.
It's good though.
Budget
Yeah.
check.
It is budget
Fits
Chen.
it fits
It's
the
like
same
the, I guess,
idea.
more aggressive early on with a little less team fight later. I would have preferred, the opposite with Chen, but I think it works.
Couldn't Enchantress be picked to set up who she's going to be laning with a
Yes.
little bit better? That's
Yeah.
more why they're going for that?
Yeah, she helps with that a little. A little bit more than Chen, so that does make sense. As
Is
there's
this a CM Pudge lane now and Prophet plus Rubik on the offlane? Is that what I'm seeing?
could it be an off lane? Haha.
10
Wait.
seconds
You can
remaining.
I thought I had such a good
I
point.
had an epiphany. No, I
you
don't.
can lane CM into Enchantress and kind of soft counter her that way, but how you deal with that as an Enchantress, you don't have to go into enchant early on. Like you can skill differently and still beat the CM. So I won't be caught into that trap if that's where you were going.
Actually, so my idea that I thought was stupid, it could be true again.
Okay, please tell
If
us. Just say it.
Quinn plays mid Rubik.
Yep.
You put Nature's Prophet Pudge offlane. You use your Treants and steals the Treant, and then you hook the Treant and kill it.
You would put Queen on Rubik purely for that.
No. I realized my idea was so stupid, but this is the only way to make it
No,
work.
I think he's onto something.
Okay.
It's happened in pubs. In the Pro Dota track, there were some mid Rubik players playing it into Lesh because he just does everything Lesh does but better. More damage, longer stuns, less cost.
Okay, then my only issue is what is like the timing, the scaling? How do you play that mid to late? Like at what time does a mid Rubik fall off?
It's
No, it
infinite.
does not.
He never
It
falls
doesn't
off.
That's
fall
the
off,
answer I want.
No, I actually
Oh.
like Sheep's idea. Like Rubik on the mid lane is really strong, especially into Lash.
Her
I
idea,
really like
Yeah,
it.
nice idea, Shane.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Too smart.
I mean, look,
You're owning this.
Kezu's idea
Best
was
time of my life.
Kezu's idea started off well, but then later on he went somewhere.
It
deep
fell
and
off
dark.
the cliff.
It
yeah.
fell off the cliff, and he cannot be saved. However,
it.
Sheep kinda,
Molded it into
Molded
something
into
beautiful.
something.
She pulled it back.
L
Yeah.
plus ratio fell off.
What is he holding?
10 seconds
Deodorant.
Oh, it's deodorant.
What the fuck?
Did you guys all remember to put deodorant on today?
Yeah?
Yeah.
If not,
happy
Quinnipiac,
with
your
this.
daily reminder. No one wants to sit next to a smelly gamer.
So true.
You can also shower from time to time.
Both.
Definitely not. It's only deodorant.
Pro tip.
Pro tip.
And shower.
Yeah.
I mean, the shower buff
That
is
helps.
just really good because it's like, imagine if you didn't shower, the hair feels so heavy on your head, you can't play properly, it
You can't
condenses
think, yeah.
thoughts. Yeah, like
Clouds your
you
brain.
really free yourself.
Yep. But we didn't talk. We didn't
I was gonna say-
talk about the Sven pick.
Yeah,
Talk about
Sven pick.
anything in a while.
Take it away, Lizard.
Yeah, the Sven pick. Come on.
Yeah, it's
Where's the
interesting.
theory
Like later on, you actually get a hero that can mold through Pudge. In the laning stage itself, it's a hero that can deal with the Prophet. Like you get some armor, you can cleave. It's just decent for
10
me. That's how it
seconds
looks.
Yeah, I
remaining.
think it fits their draft very well. So Eng always wants to play aggressive. You have a carry that
5
can help her in the
seconds
lane.
remaining.
You deal with Nature's Prophet's kind of split push very well because you have cleave, bonus armor against Nature's Prophet, and so Nature's Prophet hates heroes that can get on top of him, and Pudge hates like these really heavy physical damage heroes. So Sven like kind of ticks all the boxes that Secret wants. So probably one of the better picks I could have gone for.
What are you banning out if you're Team Secret? What are you worried about? Is this Pudge a core? Is it a support?
Sorry, what, who?
The Mr. Pudga. Is it a support or a core?
I think it's meant to be a core. I don't think Sven outscales
10
this
seconds
Pudge. Like, there's
remaining.
probably good timing, but I know late game, seeing these Pudges get like the refreshers
Yeah.
and stuff, and they're able to just use their ult twice on like Sven, for example. Then he has no BKB, and you're able to just play with your stuns on CM, Rubik, so on, to deal with him. But there's definitely a good timing there, like especially when he gets his blink, like you're talking about getting on top of people. If they ever start a fight on Vision for Secret, they have more than enough damage to bust like any support they want. Nature's Prophet, which is pretty dang nice.
Like looking at this last pick for Gaming Gladiators, and I still have not figured out where their 4 heroes are going.
That's
It's-
the thing, right? Like I'm kind of still sold on the idea of Rubik being mid, and because
Same.
I really am, and because of that, I'm
10
thinking, okay, this
seconds
might
remaining.
just be CM position 5, Pudge position 4. It's possible.
5 seconds remaining.
And if that's the case, something like a Slark comes to my mind again for Gaming Gladiators.
I could see, this is a bit wild maybe, but I could see Enigma for Gaming Gladiators, where you run, yeah, their lineup would maybe be too wild. Okay, so you have Nature's Prophet, carry, Rubik mid with an Enigma last pick. I think you need kind of an answer to the Sven. I think when this guy has his BKB later for like the following 10-15 minutes,
seconds remaining.
he's pretty much gonna go ham with the Lesh. So I think you want to help yourself in like this 20-30 plus mark that you can kind of match it.
Do you think some hero, maybe like Slardar, could be able to do it? Never mind. Sorry, guys.
alright.
Such a wrong hero.
I forgive you.
More damage mitigation.
Love that.
So it's Kunkka mid offlane Pudge.
It could be offlane Conquer.
Oh, we can talk about it later.
No,
Instead,
no,
instead
let's wait,
talk
let's wait for
about
them to
Secret.
pick.
Let's I was gonna say let's just wait for them to pick. Instead, let's just talk about Secret. They have their last pick now. They can sort of guess where everything's going. But if they were to focus on themselves, what do they need to pick up? What is their lineup missing?
I think they need team fight.
Okay.
They have damage. They have people that can jump in.
They
I
have
think
objective taking already as well.
yeah, I
definitely.
could have seen Bad Rider if it was still in the pool. It's not.
Can they get an OD or a mid lane? Besides all these playmakers, I guess I lean more on the playmaking idea that you mentioned, like something on the mid lane. That my problem is like you have to be thinking about there is this Rubik with instant lift, there is a Pudge with Dismember. Kunkka isn't an easy hero to lane into, most likely, so it's not an easy pick to make.
You guys are still pretty set that that Lesh is not going to be mid then.
I feel, yeah, the Lash could be mid as well. but I feel that they would be very comfortable with running the Lash together with the Nyx.
I mean, they could just try some Viper thing where they just try and demolish the safe lane, but...
Mirana, choose your
It's gonna be Marana, then.
Is this
Oh, is it
Mirana
Rezo
Rezo?
offlane? Yeah,
Rezo
yeah,
offlane,
Mirana Rezo.
yeah.
This guy, I love his Marana. He just gets 6 and rotates on mid. He'll just use it. He'll just go aggro, go make plays. He's a very fighty Marana player.
You guys aren't gonna see mid Rubik. I'm sorry.
That's
Walking.
kind of sad. I also, so I don't get to see mid Rubik, and I don't like the last pick Mirana.
I
This
don't
is,
like it as well. Like, you have to rush BKB here, right?
I mean,
happened.
I feel like there's a lot of issues for Mirana. I'm kind of looking at why they picked it. I guess they think it's gonna lane fine with the range, and then it gives Moonlight for you to play faster. But I think it's not an easy Mirana game. There's a lockdown with the CM route. I think Pudge lanes well against you. There's an X mark which you don't really like.
Yeah.
So I'm not fully sure, but if there's one team that can make it work, or one player, it's Rezo. So I will kind of lean towards the Gaming Gladiators draft once more.
Oh, I just like between the Nyx Assassin and the Marana and the use of Invis, it's going to make the side lanes really dangerous for Game In to play on. So unlike last game where they could abuse a lot of split push, I think that's a lot harder for them this game. So I do like that.
I would really like to see the game 3, but like Kazu doesn't believe in Mirana. I don't either. Like, I feel that it's a gimmick, and Rezo is really good with the hero.
Yeah.
This goes completely in their comfort zone. I just don't see it. They have some frontline with the Sven, with the Lash Rack, but I think they needed more.
So Gaming Gladiators, Gaming Gladiators.
I'll bat for Secret. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go, boom!
There's a little bit of hope that we could be going to a game number 3, but right now we're jumping into game number 2 with B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Gaming Gladiators with a 1-0 lead over Secret. Lacoste, where you at right now in your mind? Are you agreeing with the panel? Do you agree Gaming Gladiators? You looking at Secret? Who do you think's going to win? I need a bold prediction.
This last pick, Marana, man, this is something that I do in pubs. Does absolutely nothing. You know, you might have a relatively good laning stage. The problem with the hero is that it feels like you need an extra item with the hero to have as much impact as some other offlaners. This is not a team fighting offlaner. It's like BKB, Gleipnir type of a build. Maybe they thought, it's something that we used before. We're going to be able to put pressure on this enemy safe lane, which I'm not sure if that's going to be doable. It's a very strong safe lane coming up from Gaming Gladiators. It's CM plus Pudge. So playing into CM, playing into X mark to spot the level 20 Nature's Prophet talent, Sprout leashes, that's later on, Rubik lift. It's a very difficult Marana game, but it's not all about Marana. It's also this Sven pick. I've seen this hero fall off. It's one of the heroes that can't stay on top of the net worth, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the thing here. They do have BKB piercing ability. If Kunkka uses both, that's going to be a lot of tankiness coming out from that. Then after, when your BKB is down, Frostbite, Telekinesis, there's a bunch of spells to control this when post BKB. So they need to get stuff done when he goes in. I think it's going to be pretty similar to last game, where they had that Prophet and they needed to do something during that exorcism.
So we'll see who will take advantage early on. With the odds showing from esportsbet.io, it seems to favor Gaming Gladiators, and with a 1-0 lead already in the series, it's kind of leaning that way as well. Trying to see if there will be any fight at these bounty runes, but not looking likely, as it should just be 2 for 2 early on. Are any of these lineups versatile with their builds? Or is it pretty
in terms
standard?
of itemization?
Yeah.
Well, depending how the game's gonna go. We've seen some different items coming out from Nature's Prophet. I mentioned one from Zai in the previous game. Ace, last game he decided to go for Power Treads into Witchblade, come online as fast as he can into BKB. But yeah, some lane swaps happening. For now, Dyrachyo is at bottom. And Crystallis coming top. So both of these safe laners, they do have DPs available if they want to rotate.
I could see a little bit of musical lanes going on, and we'll see who will make the first move, because it always feels like you're at a little bit of a disadvantage when you are the one who TPs first. But Ace, we'll see if the build is the same when he goes and gets himself some gold. We saw the Witchblade early for him on this Nature's Prophet into...
Rezo hits the arrow. He's very low on HP, but I don't think Celery here is going to die.
No, actually the hook hits on his Zayats, and he's getting a little bit low. They both need to back away, and a Fairy Fire from the Crystal Maiden to stay alive.
Healing Salve just got delivered to him. And Pudge, once he hits that level 2, let's see who's going to hit it faster. Resolution. He's very close to level 2.
They set up the hook, yeah. Easily done. Ace also comes down here, and they want Resolution, too.
Another Frostbites are going to be available, but Rezo hits that level 2.
Has the leap, and just in time.
And Horacio's, yeah, like, see ya, guys, I'm going top.
Got my first blood. I am out of here.
Let's see if something similar happens that happened in Tundra's game, where 33, as a Broodmother, decided to rotate. By rotate, I mean go to the top lane, and he also did manage to get a kill on a mid lane, but Horaccio has something different on his mind. Hooking the creeps and just waiting for Boots of Speed to arrive.
Yeah, Boots of Speed into Clarity is going to have that hook on cooldown for a little bit, so making a move over mid, we'll see if it ends up being possible. Could really start to tilt everything out of control in terms of that mid lane if he does get a kill on Boom.
Speaking of tilting out of control, Celery did tip Puppey 2 times already in these 2 games. Nothing really happened. It was just a tip. Not sure what's happening. Maybe some beef from the pubs.
Do tips automatically equal beef?
Do you ever tip someone who's like, yeah, mad respect? Yeah, you do. You actually do. If
I try to PMA, you know?
If you see some of your friends there, you tip him. You know that it's gonna start something bigger.
Hope to get him in the PMA move, right? You know, get a tip and move him on to being a little bit happier in the game. Tofu here by himself, and just taking some damage from Crystallis and Puppey. The move is to try and get out of this one with a telekinesis. And will do so. Stunned up both Puppey and Crystallis. Got himself some space, and now Horaccio is going to show up in the top lane. And this is a lane that could have similar effects with the telekinesis into a hook. So
he's thinking about it.
How
he
careful can Puppey be?
Also did manage to kill one of the big creeps where their observer ward near the outpost is. So he effective move around the map, jungling plus moving. This is something new.
I thought jungling was taken out of the game in the update.
Yeah, we're actually removing it. There's no jungler. Kind of sad about it. Zayats.
Spike Carapace hits both. Impale also lands on a Celery. But the lane's quiet for right now. Just that first blood happening over bottom, something similar that we saw in game number 1. I mean, 20 minutes into the game of the first one, we had about 5 kills.
Bit of a slower start. Man, I'm getting flashbacks now that we're talking about jungle. Some Iron Talon jungle.
Ooh.
Make Dota great again.
Get some Iron Talon business in.
I'm being sarcastic. That was the worst item, I would say. Maybe PMS is up there, literally taking no damage. But this item might come back, I feel like. I don't think Iron Talon will, but others might.
If they're taking out jungler, I don't know if they will bring back Iron Talon.
Oh, mid lane, Boom. Struggling. About to crack level 5. 19 CS on him. Quinn, 26 and 3.
Yeah, we saw Boom doing a lot better over mid in the first game. He was on that sniper, had like 25 and 12 in terms of CS at similar timings. This time, Quinn getting the better of Boom, so looking good over there. Celery in some trouble. Resolution, Zayad's trying to combine to get the kill, and Rezo will take out Celery on this Crystal Maiden. Zayad's able to walk away, no body blocks coming in from the Treants, but Horaccio hits the hook on Puppey. They've got the telekinesis that'll keep him within the rot. They should be able to get the kill and will. So Horaccio gets a kill over bot initially, comes top, gets a second, and he is rolling on this Pudge.
Meanwhile, while this is happening, Celery, he was dead, so nothing better to do. Tips Boom, his old teammate. But a good kill on the top lane. So right now, Horaccio sitting at 2 flesh heap charges, bottle refill on Boom, on a mid lane. Rezo very low on region, has Courier coming up, so it's going to bring some extra tangos, double raid band. A lot of right clicks, but that's also going to be a lot of harassment. These 2 heroes don't deal well with these Nature's Prophet Treants.
Yeah, so Ace should feel pretty safe down here, and we'll see what Ace wants to go for now that he's got this wand and shreds all built up. So the eyes are on Ace, and we saw that he was able to get to the top of the net worth in the last game and farmed really well, and he really felt his presence as well with the TP in and using that shard, having himself that curse of the old growth.
And we've seen the power of Mirana. Using arrow to kill the catapult. This is why they picked it. Stop that push coming in against the Nature's Prophet. And Panel did have a couple of good points. One shot the Treant. It's really not that effective, to be honest.
Tower is under attack.
Not the most effective thing overall, I guess.
Yeah, considering you can summon 6
Dire's top tower
of those right now.
So 1 arrow for 1/6 of the army of Treants, right? Seems very effective to me. I don't know what you're talking about. So it's all 3 cores right now for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're at the top of the net worth. Resolution struggling at just 2,300 net worth to start, and it's felt pretty slow from Secret. We've talked about Crystallis as well, where when he's kind of behind, it feels like the rest of his game is a bit of a struggle. But what does he really need to do to open it up for himself? Because if all things stay the same, his game's not going to be that easy.
He's getting levels. Puppy is stacking the triangle for him. Arrow hits.
Yeah, onto
This is big.
Ace. He was standing still. Starstorm and a kill there for Resolution. There was a TP shown for a moment, but the arrow coming in from a wide angle to help get that kill in the Nature's Prophet.
Uncharacteristic mistake from Ace. Doraccio has Vanguard and Flesh Heap is going to TP out. Where is he TPing to? Oh, that's a long TP because Quinn just TP'd. Could have turned maybe into a kill, Quinn.
They
Not
should
gonna find
understand that TP's long. If he's back up top, there's got to be somebody else there, right?
Most likely.
Do some math, put it together, and recognize that maybe there was a movement towards top. Quinn going back
They don't
towards
know
mid.
if he moved or not. Maybe he sat in fog for 2 seconds extra. Quinn trying to find Leshrac. Does have full combo. Gotta be very careful. Boom. Ooh.
Radiant's bottom
See the
tower
damage.
is
Those
under attack.
Tidebringers, when maxed out, they really hurt.
Yeah, no real way to position himself into the lane at the moment, so he's backing up into the jungle. And boom, he's sitting about even in net worth with Quinn, but that might change now that he's backed off the lane. But Quinn coming over with the smoke. Celery's behind him. They don't grab an X onto Crystallis, so he walks away from the engagement for now. They might walk into Puppy, who's on the low ground. They have the ward, they have the vision. And there's the Frostbite. Crystallis coming over from the side. They've got the X as well as the Ghost Ship coming through onto the Enchantress. Oh, God. Wrath of Nature just blew up Puppy.
Tower is under attack.
This is one Enchantress that does not have much HP. Level 3. No points in nature attendance. No stick, no nothing. Gets blown up immediately.
435 damage coming in from that Wrath of Nature. And 640 max on Enchantress, so very easy kill there. As that bounced around. So, 9 minutes into the game already, Gaming Gladiator starting to take over the map and dip into a bit of a lead. As that BKB is going to be that first big item here for Quinn.
He's really not afraid of any of the heroes. One, he has that BKB up, and it's kind of a standard build, I would say, on Kunkka these days, where you go in, you deal a ton of damage with the Tidebringer, you can soak up so much. Oh, another big kill here coming out from Team Secret.
Yeah, Resolution
Rainbow
again.
TPs.
Getting the kill on Ace. They've got the X to land the Frostbite, but this will be a trade for Resolution. And the hook just off the mark, and so is that Torrent. Trying to get Zayats, but a 2-man Impale. And they'll steal the Impale, throw it over, and land it onto this Nyx Assassin. So Doraccio comes in. He's got a double kill, dominating now. And this Pudge 4 stacks in the Flesh Heap. Sitting top of the net worth over the Sven by 800 gold.
Gaming Gladiators very quick with reacting. A good thing is like Nature's Prophet dies, so he can come back to any lane. Oh, he's looking for Puppy. Puppy only level 4.
Sprouted up and in some trouble. Running away, Quinn nearby. Does he have the ability to get the Axe or the
misses
Tidebringer? No.
Tidebringer.
Torrent also missing there, so now he's got the heals from the Nature's Attendants, and they've given up chase.
Is under attack.
Scan connects. They know someone's down. Zayat's also using a stun. Doraccio.
Is under attack.
Who else is coming? It's only Resolution. But here comes
By
Sven again.
Carapace, and they get the kill on the Zayats. The arrow's not going to land. The TP committed by Boom. They go to the Impale that was stolen earlier, and they'll steal the arrow. They have the control. They'll get the kill on a Resolution. They've got themselves a second. It's an ulti from Celery off into the trees. Boom, trying to survive it, has the Pulse Nova, so not really feeling much of the damage coming in from Celery on that ult. Stormhammer, the right clicks, the
That's a
kill on
big kill.
Doraccio. They'll take him out as well as Celery. They'll look over at Tofu with a rotation coming in, but Crystal is up at the top lane. Quinn and Ace are here, and a kill for Ace once again. Back over bottom, Tofu run down, and it's a double kill for Boom. All over the map, fights are going on. It's a 3-for-2 in the favor of Game and Gladiators, or in the favor of Secret. And, well, maybe a little bit of an advantage taken away there for Secret.
Yeah, if Crystallis didn't die there, I think that's a really fair trade for Team Secret. But, yeah, they did manage to find him. He was I guess he was not expecting, considering the numbers that Gaming Gladiators brought to the bottom. But Quinn with a nice rotation. And also Pudge getting a lot of flesh heaps, already sitting at 6. Level 8 going into that Aghanim Scepter, which is going to increase the damage and also reduce the healing from Leshrak's Bloodstone, which Boom is going for.
That Ags we've seen be a big part of the Pudge safe lane build since it started coming to the mix.
It's a must-have item.
And yeah, must-have. We've seen players like Ame when they were spamming Pudge safe lane back a few years ago. Still going for that Ags, or a year ago-ish.
So 8 total camps stacked on Gaming Gladiator side, and 3, 2, 1, 6, 8 on Team Secret side. So pretty even.
Pretty close, and see Quinn and Celery just using the Secret jungle to get some farm of their own. Really extending
Quinn,
the
TPing top.
availability of the map.
Crystallis alone here. Rest of the team not that close.
Wrath of Nature, Ghost Ship lands, so Crystallis, he'll be popped up into the air with the Torrent. They got the kill on an Ace. That was off and over into the jungle, so there's not that follow-up for some help. Hook hits, and through in a puppy. He'll have the heal, but
That's
can he
an
heal
easy
through
one.
the damage? Heals through the Dismember, and eventually dusted and done. Doraccio getting another kill. You see Quinn.
They need to bring a third hero.
Impale.
And here comes
Arrow
Boom. A bit
from a
low on
distance.
mana.
They've got the lockdown, but do they have the kill? The Starstorm stolen. Tofu over to the side, helping out Quinn. Zayat's over and in, but here's the X back into the Torrent. It's on to Boom. Leshrak's in trouble.
Ace
Ace
is here
back
as
into
well.
the fight. He's got the right clicks coming down. They'll miss the stun. They'll miss the hook.
Hook him back
But
in.
it's hooking Ace closer over to Zayat's, which might allow them to get the damage, but telekinesis from Tofu stops the TP, and they certainly have enough to take it another.
And another one coming into Doraccio's hand. 8 Flash Heap charges. He's going to be super tanky. Flash Heap is maxed out. Gaming Gladiators, they're very quick with the rotations because Team Secret, they need to bring an extra hero. Like, they lack damage. You're playing with Nyx Assassin, Marana. You still don't have enough to take down Conquer from 100 to 0, so you need to bring another one. And good positioning there from Tofu.
Yeah, he was able to steal the Starstorm. He has the telekinesis to get the lockdown and take the damage off of Quinn.
Some really nice spells to steal in this game.
Yeah.
Sven stun, Nyx Assassin, Impale, Leshrak stun.
Got strength used once again. Gonna get into that Bleak Dagger as he's got the finishing components coming out for that Echo Saber. Resolution, he's farming into a Maelstrom, and then his net worth should start to go up at a decent chunk. But what's after Maelstrom for this offlane Marana?
It's going to be a BKB. Pretty standard. You need to be able to defend yourself. It's a very, like, she's in the middle, lowest of the all
Impale?
cores.
Split Earth
They
kill
got
there
Celery.
for Boom. You might look for more, but that obs is going to be taken away, so they don't have the vision on Tofu anymore. Tofu level 9, Ags now completed for Doraccio, just needs the components delivered.
Tower is under attack.
So that Ags is going to be a big boost here for this Pudge. Might be even more troublesome for Team Secret.
He's afraid of Carapace into multiple stuns that Team Secret have. So BKB, kind of a natural item progression. I think he also after that, he needs just a casual plate mill. Sven panel did talk about what Pudge does not like to play into, heavy physical right-click damage, and Sven, he's getting bigger. He's still behind Pudge, but you know, once he pops that God Strength with the Echo Saber Mask of Madness, if they land another stun with the Zayats, they can bring him down.
So trying to see if Crystallis can take over at the top of the net worst spot. Got Ace farming over to the side. They've got Leshrac in trouble. The torrent up into the air with the hook, and there's the Dismember. The Ghost Ship coming in. Zayats, ooh, a two-man stun, but it's not going to do anything to save Boom. The ult committed by Celery, so they'll take out the Leshrac.
I guess he was expecting to be more tanky, and Zayat's not close enough. He popped the Vendetta, did not want to use Impale straight away, and then damage was already done. And now Tier 2 tower gone. We can see the power of this Aghanim Scepter on Pudge against the Leshrac, against his Bloodstone. Damage is pretty insane.
See him just farming up again, going into the BKB, and you can see it's BKB finished here for Quinn. BKB next for the Nature's Prophet, and BKB for the Pudge next. So, triple BKB timing.
It's going to be a huge power spike for Gaming Gladiators.
How do you deal with that if you're secret?
They don't, like Sven, they need to be the one jumping them, immediately
Quinn?
killing one target.
Oh, arrow! Eaten by the Pine Cone. Going to keep Quinn from getting killed, probably. Run X into the Torrent. And now Nyx Assassin on the run. Tofu might look to... he doesn't really need to steal anything. Split Earth level 3. He's got stolen in the moment.
He stole their Observer Ward, which is more important. Finished 4-staff on him. Big item. Double Philly dropped.
Ooh. Support field day.
So Rubik will take one immediately. Speaking of the 4-staff, pushing people out of trouble when they initiate with Sven. Nyx, if they try to lock someone down, this might mess up with what they need to do to win a fight. 3k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn. Oh, this is going to be another Observer Ward potentially devorded.
If they could get it before they take out that sentry, they've got the arrow coming through. Here's a Ghost Ship from Quinn. And Celery surviving, but the Star Storm is enough damage as a stolen stun from Tofu, and then follows it up with a Vendetta shot. Ooh, Tofu. Cheeky play there to get the kill on the Zayats.
It looks funny when Rubik attacks from Vendetta. Oh,
hook.
Hook again.
But he'll go back with the X and away from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Moving around a lot. That saved his life for a moment, but now here comes Ace. BKB, everybody here. Gaming Gladiators with another one. They'll get Boom. And it's a 5k lead for Gaming Gladiators as they have just taken over and enveloped this map with their presence.
This is also a close one. Doraccio has been on point with his moves around the map. He's involved in 11 out of 15 kills. Man, it feels bad for Quinn. He's 0-0-10.
Torrent. And a stun thrown, but a BKB pop by Quinn. All assists right now. I missed the opportunity at a 00 agent joke, but I guess 0010?
No, you said it last night. You can't just say the same joke.
Well, you know, people don't listen to the first game, then I come into the second game. Half the viewers, they heard it the first time.
Spoilers alert. It's not that banger of a joke anyway.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty bad one, honestly. But
if they find Quinn, this is pretty huge. Let's see. Quinn, he's pinging it out. He knows. He knows that Nyx is on him.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Braccio?
Can he land a blind one?
I'd love to see him just throw it, just for the sake of doing so. Scan also comes out, but they might just assume that's the Nyx assassin. Nyx coming in, now the Vendetta looks for Quinn, misses the stun, but here comes Sven. Turn around. Ooh, X was actually on a Crystallis. They'll land the arrow, I believe, that was stolen by Tofu. They get the kill on a Crystallis, they'll take out their odds, and now, well, again, Secret just kind of get caught with their pants down.
Man, every single time they kill Sven, it feels so bad. This was his reveal of a BKB, couldn't even get it off. And the timing for the Team Secret's lineup is just going to keep getting worse and worse. Like, this is the time where Sven is pretty big.
Oh, the arrow!
No way, man.
Such
no way.
Such a far-distance arrow from Tofu leads him. And boom, he's surviving. might get the kill there on Ace, and he is really starting to do some damage. But with everybody here from Gaming Gladiators, can Boom survive and output enough to really win the fight? Zayat's over to the side, looking for the stun. It's on to Quinn. They'll follow it up with Split Earth. Frostbite was on to Boom. Arrow thrown off the mark, but there's the Tiebringer. They get the kill on Quinn. They've taken out 2. Tofu steals the Vendetta. Zayats, though, hit with the Dismember coming out from Doraccio, as well as the hook. They'll get the kill on the Nyx, so they'll end up trading 2 apiece. But somehow, Boom surviving and killing along that fight.
And if Tofu didn't land that arrow, 2 cores inside of Gaming Gladiators wouldn't die. Sometimes being too good at Dota is not good for your own teams. It was a sick arrow, no doubt about it, but they needed Pudge. We see the power of this Bloodstone. If they don't have Pudge with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Rod close, he's going to be able to lifesteal a lot from it.
Yeah, he is able to survive, and Rubik hitting that arrow. They were so confident with that arrow hitting, too. They tipped him immediately. They were like, great arrow. Let's go in. How did this go wrong? Look at this. Whoop, bing. Land the arrow. Everybody tips. Oh, great arrow, great arrow. But he doesn't look. Oh, my gosh. Gets so low.
4-staff from Puppy, keeping him alive, and having a casual cloak, sometimes it what makes the difference. And then, yeah, Quinn trying to get there, but see the positioning from Doraccio. He's trying to get there, but not close enough.
And then when he finally does show up,
they only get Nyx Assassin in return. But still, 5k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators. Next fight they take, they can turn that into Roche, because they're going to be fighting on the top. You said 3 BKBs. This is their timing.
Yeah, that is 3 BKBs.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant, they know exactly where Gaming Gladiators are. And trying to go around Puppy.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow under the Shroud, and let's see. Blink in. God's Strength going to be popped immediately, but still in Stormhammer. How's Tofu going to use this? It's going to be thrown over at Boom, so they've got the stun that turns into the Dismember. They get the kill on a Boom, and he'll go the way of Dynamite and explode. They've gone over and looked for more. Zayats and Sven in some trouble. Chrysalis goes down. Zayats will fall. Celery just throwing that ult down, looking to get the kill here on a Puppy. It's a 4th dead as Tofu, with another stun, is able to kill him off. A lot of great steals here from Tofu. It led to them getting the kill onto the Leshrac to start when he stole the Stormhammer from the aggression from Chrysalis.
Not enough damage.
Turned it in.
Sven blinks in, goes on Kunkka, who's having, for now, just a casual plate mill, going into AC next, and he doesn't even get them down to half HP. You can see Doraccio, he's there, ready to go in. If he pops a BKB and eats Sven, understands, like, I don't even need to do it. I'm gonna go for Leshrac instead, because he's the most of their damage, and once Sven's BKB wears off, he's just the food for these heroes. But as you mentioned, Tofu, he's been really on point with his spell steals this game. Some really nice spells to steal. We did say Impale, we did say Stormhammer, like even Leshrac stun works really fine.
Nyx Assassin caught, squished under the foot of Gaming Gladiators, and they are going to stomp out this Enchantress as well. 2 more into the grave, and they just can't be stopped at the moment. And yeah, going back to the talk of Tofu, I mean, when you're putting out 3 stuns in one fight, that is really just making it impossible for Secret to get anywhere.
Their moves around the map are so quick. Right now, Smoke, Quinn, showing on the mid lane. Rest of the team know exactly where rest of the team's Secret are. Oh, Chrysalis is a big pickup. If they can get this one, Celery
Smoke breaks.
Will probably force a BKB.
Telekinesis, and they've got the stolen Impale, never getting a BKB. The same time they killed Boom, Secret just can't find any space on the map.
Oh man, Chrysalis is having a rough game, a whole rough series. 0-4-1 on Sven. I don't think he's been able to deal much damage playing into this. I mean, we did kind of expect this to be a difficult game for Sven, playing into BKB piercing ability from Pudge, who free farmed. Then once your BKB, like, you need to get so much done in that one BKB.
That's rough for him to have to be forced to get everything done in the span of 9 or less seconds.
With each usage, you have 1 less second to do big things.
Yeah, and right now he's down to 8 seconds when he wants to pop the BKB and get the damage out.
Things are getting more difficult. Quinn picking up that AC will tank up the whole team. Considering that Gaming Gladiators tag is GG, I expected once Quinn joined to just rename himself to NG, and then he can be GGNG.
I'd love to see it. I think everybody watching would love him to change the name to GGNG.
Yeah. So, Dyrachyo picking up a Blink Dagger, another form of initiation for them. He's super tanky, sitting at 3.5k HP. He bought the book for himself. He wants that level 20 talent, extra dismember duration.
Going towards top. Curse of the old growth. Boom, TPing, and he's away. But bottom lane, Resolution, here's Zayats, but I don't know if they even have the damage close to getting this kill into the Kunkka. They'll throw the arrow. This is going to lock him down even longer. The Vendetta, the BKB, everything being thrown, but Quinn surviving. He's over to the side. He's a little bit low. Finally, Chrysalis is in. And now, can he do anything with the rest of his team? Zayat's dropping to Dyrachyo as they've already taken out Resolution. Ace got credit for that kill, but the BKB as well as the Sprout. Chrysalis throws a Stormhammer on it too. They've got the follow-up stuff from Boom, and they get the Aegis out of the hands of the Pudge. But is that enough? Tofu over to the side. The focus is on him for a moment. Ace, he's going to fall here to Boom. They've got the Dismember. It's on to this Leshrac. Frostbite from Celery. The stun lands from the Leshrac. Probably coming over, but the damage from the Rod is more than enough. And the hook while he's getting a kill on a Boom. Somebody stop this man. He is going in for more. He wants Chrysalis. Triple kill for Dyrachyo. He is multitasking at the best level.
What a fight from Dyrachyo. Let's see the damage number. 10,000, almost 11,000 damage on his Pudge. Pretty nuts. They tried. It was a good fight for Team Circle. I think this was the best fight that they had so far. Because the way it started, Zayats unfortunately did not have his stun there available. Resolution landing a nice arrow, but hit from Vendetta. And then Dyrachyo showing up. Sven is going to hit some really big damage with the cleave once they group up and decided to go for Ace. Maybe if they had Leshrac like slightly earlier, Ace is going to hide in the trees. Lesh will find him. He's going to see that Diabolic Edict is there, that he is dealing damage. But Pudge, once he respawns, the BKBs are already down.
Back in the live game, Impale Stormhammer. Ooh, Dyrachyo goes down first. This is a big moment for Secret to kind of come back on this if they can. Without the Pudge, the damage might be lacking. He did put 11,000 into the last fight, but already without the supports because of the damage of Quinn, they'll throw the Stormhammer from Tofu again. The stuns from this man. He cannot be stopped. He is the Rubik embraced. As the Stormhammer's missing as the Blink Away comes out from Tofu, and Chrysalis now turning away. Taped by Dyrachyo as he's the spectator of the fight in the grave at the moment, and Chrysalis falling to Quinn, who's now on a killing spree. 4 heroes die on Secret, and that's without the Pudge in that fight.
They're also fighting underneath the vision of Gaming Gladiators on that hill. This is almost a full duration ward on hill. This is the second fight that they take here, so Gaming Gladiators, they know exactly where Team Secret is taking that fight, but yeah, the way this fight started, not too bad. Managed to take down Pudge.
Gleipnir and Stolen Stormhammer again from Tofu. Lockdown on lockdown and kills on kills.
We did praise a lot of Chinese players that did play Rubik, Salad, most Felix Xiaoba as well, but man, this Tofu's performance is bringing back some old memories of one of the best Rubik players. You know, just FY comes to my mind.
Same. Big FY fan.
Yeah, like this performance, 6-1 and 22.
One death. And he's putting himself in these fights.
Yeah, he's there.
He's not shying away from anything. Ace over. Sprout not going to land on anybody. They dust, thinking maybe they got him.
One of the reasons why Dyrachyo is having such a good game, so many good hook setups. Sprout, X mark the spot, Rubik lift, even a casual Frostbite will do the trick.
Stormhammer into the hook. Oh, alley-oop! Oh, there goes your life. X again, Dyrachyo waiting. He has found the spot. It's marked with said X, and the treasure is more gold from the body of Puppy.
They're devording everything. Last time I saw, there was a Crystal Maiden with the gem. Who's holding it right now? It's Kunkka for now, so... Not just that, they also have a bunch of sentries playing against Nyx Assassin. Like, you gotta have that good vision. Let's see, this might be the last fight for Team Secret. Crystallis deeping back the base.
They're without their supports, and another Stormhammer. They'll be without resolution. The Gleipnir again. There's the Bloodstone of the BKB coming out from Boom. They have the Nyx Assassin back alive, but what do you do now, Boom? You've got no BKB. You're not going to have a life after this if you get locked down too much. Telekinesis coming out from Tofu to throw Dyrachyo back. The Stormhammer thrown from Tofu again. He is locked down. This is the Rubik player, and this is a team wipe for Gaming Gladiators and a 2-0 series win.
Man, what a beautiful performance from Gaming Gladiators in this game. They were all over the place, swapping the lanes, Dyrachyo slightly jungling, slightly farming while getting to the top lane, gets his boots of speed, gets to the top lane, they start to get some kills. Just the way they move across the map is so quick. Like, this is also last pick Mirana, which was kind of meh overall. Like, we see the downsides of the hero. Like,
Right.
she can't really have that much of an impact. That relies on staying one step ahead, having that like half item, full item, and then you can feel her presence. But very, very difficult for Team Secret. Also, that one fight when Sven picks up the BKB and he gets hit by an arrow, doesn't even use a BKB. This was a fight like that Sven was supposed to take. Didn't happen in the end, but beautiful performance from Rubik. Definitely my MVP of this game.
Yeah, certainly Tofu, my MVP as well. It just felt like he was throwing out so many stuns, and it just was insane, right? Like, how much lockdown can one man bring? And it was everything. It
The
was
answer is all
of it. Yeah. Was it A, B, C, or D, all of the above? The answer is D, marked by Tofu. He had everything needed to get these fights going their way, and he had everything, even the skill shots. Arrow, yeah, that's not going to stop him. It's not the point and click of anything else, but hey, he's going to have those stuns. He's going to have that lockdown, and Gaming Gladiators are going to eat some Tofu in this victory as they got the 2-0 over Secret. And, well, to break it down, got the panel. Take it away.
Game number 2, the performance coming out from Tofu on Rubik. This man gets it, first pick, first phase sheep, and just, I don't know, has the most amazing, most impressive Rubik game I have to say we've seen.
I can't believe it. I mean, to be fair, Secret gave him a draft of amazing spells.
Despite being first
Yeah,
picked.
but he ran away with it. I mean, he was we saw the arrow, of course, the land, but like on top of that, you know, he's securing kills with like Nyx ult, you know, he's getting these impales off with the lifts, he's getting like just so many stuns and initiations and damage being popped out, and he's like always positioned perfectly. He's got his blink dagger, he's playing around with people, you know, people are trying to go on him, he's playing around, like he outplayed so many people all game long. I mean,
I feel like this guy didn't... It looked like he's not actually playing Dota 2, or he's playing Dota 2 but like a custom game.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when a good Rubik player goes into an overthrow game where there's like 15 heroes and he keeps stealing spells back and forth because, I mean, he was styling on people. I feel like Dyrachyo was styling on people too. This guy's like hooking people while looking another way. He's like running away while he's already killing you. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. These guys impressed a lot in this game.
For sure. Speaking of Dyrachyo's Pudge, I do want to do a little bit of a comparison about this Pudge, his timings, how he's able to play the map compared to Crystallis on the Sven and what he kind of needed to be enabled.
Yeah, because Pudge usually gets online after what, Vanguard and Eggs, and that's it. Like, you're already able to do stuff on the map. At the same time as a Sven, you aren't. You need you go Echo Saber to farm with. You get Mask of Madness, you get Blink, then you need BKB. Then only are you ready. You disassemble the Echo, whatever. But still, you're kind of late to the party. I feel that was probably the biggest issue that Team Secret have had. Also, it's not only Pudge that's active. You have Prophet, you have Pudge, and you have your mid lane Kunkka as well. And you're just constantly hunting targets down. The Secret, for me, when you're playing an Nyx Assassin, you want to be in front. You want to be like kind of sneaking in, finding targets, killing them off. But they could never do that. Like, they have these cores. They last picked a Mirana, right? Like, any single one of them that gets X marked, it's a huge problem for them. It's a huge issue in that early game. Like, if Flash gets X marked and boated, like if your teammates are around, he's kind of useless. If Mirana gets X marked, well, Mirana without a BKB, which he did go for, can't really do a lot.
I mean, I feel like the tankiness of Pudge like just shows how much of a problem it was, and I think when you're Crystallis in this game, it doesn't feel good when you play Sven and you can kind of only initiate on what, maybe the 2 supports and maybe Nature's Prophet. Those guys you can kill. Like the one fight he tried to go on Kunkka, you're not killing this guy. And then they just turn on you, where the Ranchi just then, you know, turn around, went on the ledge. And fights were really hard, I think, for them to play.
Yeah, fights were super hard. Not to mention, in the pre-panel, I talked about how the lanes shouldn't be able to get shoved in as hard, but somehow they still were. Like when Gaiman went to play around Roshan, we saw in one of the highlights there, they had bot waves shoved in all the way to the enemy's tier 2 tower, and they had a ward on the high ground or on the cliff of the enemy's triangle, so they knew exactly where they were, which meant the Gaiman were able to just position themselves perfectly to break the smoke of Secret, and then like take that fight the way they wanted to. Yep. So like stuff like that, they played really well around. I think Secret weren't quite on top of keeping their map pressure like up.
Yeah, this is a hindsight sort of question, but what would you have liked to see Secret pick up for the poster, or at least their last pick, instead of this Mirana that could have had a bit more impact?
I personally feel like some team fight that makes it something or anything that makes it easier for Crystallis to play this game. I feel like Rezo had a hard game with the Mirana. I still think he's impressing, no matter what. Like this hard game, he still does well. But I think like some Tidehunter, some Enigma, someone that can go in to allow Sven to get the hits off, because I feel like here, he goes in, unless he jumps the 2 supports, which he didn't manage to, his fight is over in 2 seconds.
Why do you think they went for the Mirana? For me, it feels like if you're going for the Mirana, that's because you're addressing some damage issues, perhaps, on the position 3, right? Because usually what you do as an offlane Mirana, you go for Mjolnir, right? And you're pew-pewing, you're using some arrows here and there, your ulti, obviously, but to give that much priority to a Mirana feels off to me.
Personally, I can't give you a good answer.
Yeah, they just didn't rely on the Sven and Lesh, I believe, for that mid game.
And it didn't work out for them, unfortunately. Everything worked out for Gaming Gladiators, though, and this will come as no surprise to anyone. Rubik, MVP. I don't know if we can hype him up anymore, Sheep, but I'm going to let you at least attempt.
Attempt on what I've already had.
You've already hyped him up so much.
My God, how do you get better than this? 6 kills, wow.
As opposed 4.
I mean, I just think it's very good. Like, when you play a hero like Rubik, you can get a little bit carried away trying to steal spells and get into the thick of it to use them all. He only died once. Like, I just really cannot express how well he positioned himself, and like all of the kills that he was a part of. Like, I just think he had maximum impact on this game.
Nice assist number as well.
Yeah.
Like 1 death, but 27 assists. Like,
yeah, it's insane. 76 kill participation with only 1 death on a support.
Like, I have 2 things to say though. We have seen in the last 10 days, we have seen a lot of really good Rubiks. There's something to be said about the hero itself. I feel that Rubik as a hero is in a really good spot. Plus, if you're having a good game as a team, Rubik is always going to shine. Like, not necessarily as much as he did here, but yeah.
I think this was one of the more impressive, like, aggressive Rubiks. A lot of the Rubiks we've seen in the Chinese region, it's more about, like, the counterplay and defensive turnaround. But here, it's all-out aggression, stealing the right spells, and killing everyone.
Yeah.
And he saved when he needed to as well. He had it all, the whole package.
Tofu, just all of it. In fact, so all of it that we got him for an interview. He's joining us right now. Tofu, congratulations on the win, but also congratulations on an outstanding Rubik performance. How are you and the team feeling after that game?
Hey, first of all, thanks for having me. I think the mood is pretty good overall. We also had pretty good games here. It was fun to play these games. So, yeah, we're just in a good mood. Looking forward for some more games.
Yeah, we heard, we spoke to Quinn earlier when you guys won, but I want to know from your point of view, just how well is Quinn fitting in? What is he adding to the team that you felt you didn't have beforehand?
I mean, overall, he's a super good guy. He seems really smart. He knows how to express himself, and he's playing really well. So I think naturally our environment in the team is like very open and friendly towards play and also people coming in. Like, I think he fit in easily, but he's also making it easy for us in a way because, I don't know, he's well at communicating, just being a chill guy around and knows how he wants to play Dota. So it's easy to fix things and adjust.
Nice to hear.
All right, Tofu, can you flame Quinn?
We need to balance it out.
It's rough. It's like more a balance to him, I think, because he knows how to flame him.
That's fair enough. I mean, okay, so you guys are boot camping at the Level Up Esports bar, right? What is that type of environment like? Because it's not exactly like a private area, right?
Yeah, it's a level up space. It's like overall, I'd say it's pretty decent. We have like the nice bootcamp area facility we have here is pretty good, and is like, how to say, it's like exclusively to us. Whereas next door there's some sort of bar chill out area where we can go to if we want to in the evening, but we have our separate entrance, so we're like just by ourselves.
Oh, okay. That's cool. And final question from me. What are your expectations for this DPC season? Like, obviously, last year when you guys first formed, you kind of like exploded and destroyed everyone, and things progressed from there. Like, how do you want to approach this DPC and this year so that you can maintain results?
I mean, how we progress as team overall isn't fully in my hands. I just hope that we can keep up a good mood and play our style, play our heroes, and have fun while we're playing these games. But personally, I just want to win as much as possible, make it to every major, go to TI, go to these events, see these people, and live the best Dota life possible.
All right. Congratulations again. Nice to see you, and congrats.
Hey Tofu, congrats on the win. I have a question about your drafting and about your new coach. So obviously you swapped coaches, so I want to know, how did that impact your drafting process? And then also perhaps you could tell me a little bit about your new coach and like where his emphasis lies within the team.
I mean, coach, for drafting, I don't want to go into detail too much, but like we focus around heroes that we think are strong, what is in the meta, and just to have a good draft integrity. So making sure we fill out our spots well. But as coach, like he's relatively new to the scene overall, I think, but he's been playing Dota forever.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a friend of one of us, and he fits in well. But it's like mainly he's keeping good composure around the team and kind of fits in where like players lack in specific areas, and is like very knowledgeable about Dota interactions and drafts, and just kind of helps in this prep a lot and doing this drafting, because mainly we're just 5 players, whereas like we all have some ideas in a draft, but someone has to like lead it in some way.
Mm-hmm. So in the draft, would you say that you guys are all, like everyone is kind of pointing out what they want, what they think is good, and then he makes sure that it's like a composed idea and it all fits well together?
It's not mainly him, but he has the most time to think of these things. Like I think everyone chips in a bit always, but over time, like we figure out what's our best heroes, and then we're all on the same page, kind of. But like in terms of prep, it's definitely most on him.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Tofu. Congrats on the win. So I know that you're in Serbia, you're in Novi Sad, in Level Up. I'm just going to piggyback on to Sheep's question. Serbia has a lot of Dota fans. Are you guys getting recognized on the streets on your way from the apartment to the practice area to Level Up?
Not sure how big Dota is here, but I don't think anyone got recognized somewhere.
So far. It's gonna happen.
So far, yeah.
Yeah,
We're still here for a bit, but
Okay.
it's refreshing with this whole DPC thing being relatively short, so it's like it actually feels like there's games coming up always. It's cool to play like this.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering one more thing. So that whole area is, I believe, Booktops. He's a big guy. He works out a lot, right? I'm wondering, is he forcing you to do any workouts with him? Is he promoting any lifestyle per se? The gym lifestyle or anything like that?
He's not forcing us. He suggested and he wants to push us to do some. Like we'll have a bigger break and we'll eventually do some stuff with him. But like he's around often, or at least checks on us if everything's okay. But he's a good guy. It's like nice to have him around.
Yeah, he really is. But be careful with those workouts. You might be sore for a couple of days after. So make sure you don't have any games instantly afterwards.
I'll take care, yeah.
Yeah, great advice. Thank you, Liz. We're going to close out this interview, though. Tofu, thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving us some information. Congratulations again on another series win.
Thanks for having me.
See ya.
See you guys.
Thank you, bye.
Congrats.
Where was this workout question going, Lizard?
No, I was in that situation, exactly at that facility, exactly working out with the same guys.
That's how it all started.
And now look at him, huh?
Did you see in the background?
Yes.
I was like, Quinn is just watching.
Okay,
Twitch.
yeah, but so was Duracho and Ace.
Oh my
You
god.
didn't
they
see
were
that? Yeah, both of them had it open. I was gonna mention, I was like, nah, but I'm glad you did.
Fiends.
He's a fiend.
They're Dota players.
At
They
Yeah,
all-
Adam,
they all-
Adam,
At the
Adam in
chat.
Twitch chat right now. All three of them at them. Perfect. That's it. Nothing else you guys
That's
want to
it.
touch on the interview? It was just the fact that they were watching Twitch in the background.
No, I think I have one serious thing to add. I think from
Yep.
most of the interviews that we are hearing, whether it's from the European or Chinese region, I think you can really hear and tell that they all value like the atmosphere, how people feel, that they feel comfortable, that they're having fun. So I think it's amazing. I feel like Dota's developing a little bit
It's very refreshing.
more away from the we need 5 superstars and then you just go play and have no emotions, but more so like you want to help out each other and make it easy.
Oh, well, I got my 3 superstars right here.
Oh,
It's amazing.
I'm going to be just as wholesome on panel, but we're going to jump to a break. It's our first series. It's a 2-0. There is going to be a little bit more of a break. Instead of just a timer, though, we have a little bit of content. We're going to jump to a break first, then we're going to come back. So if you're intrigued, stick around. If not, see you guys in 40 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We know these breaks have been a little bit, too hard for you guys. It's a little bit too boring, so we thought we'd do a game show. It's going to be the best Dota 2 game show where we put the... What?
Hype it up.
What do you...
Hype it up.
Hype.
How do I hype it up? It's going to be Western Europe's favorite Dota 2 game show. We put your favorite Dota 2 talent to the test. We've got contestant number 1 here, Alex Sheepstick. Please tell us a little bit of information about yourself. Awesome. And our contestant number 2, Maurice Kezu.
I'm cringe. Let's go.
There's a fun little fact. And our contestant, 3rd and final contestant, Benjamin Beacop down there.
I got nothing.
Yep.
Oh,
I win.
You're about as interesting as Alex.
I don't do panels. This is not.
That's true. Welcome.
Desk is too. I don't know what to do.
It's too much.
Welcome to the panel. Our first mini game for this game show, our first, whatever you would like to call it. It's, we're going to guess the image, okay? You're going to guess a hero based off an image. This image is going to be zoomed in. Various zoom distances. Is that anyway? And if you get it first try, you're going to get 5 points. If you get it right on the second go, it's going to be 2. And if you get it right on the third, it's 1. So that we are keeping track. And at the end of DPC, whoever has the most amount of points gets the privilege of being the smartest Dota 2 talent.
Damn, that's a sick privilege right there.
And
What's the name of the game show
20
again?
lay.
20 lay.
Oh,
Rich.
yo!
I'm all in. I'm all in.
Yeah, 20 lay. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here. Are you guys ready? Are you ready?
No.
What?
No.
Ready?
I have a question. So
yeah.
it's 3 different levels of zoom?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's your only question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have one, B-Cop?
No, I'm just ready.
All right, we're ready. So production, can we please throw up the first hero, the first image here? This is a free-for-all, by the way. You just jump
Shadow
in at any
Demon.
point.
Axe.
Holy... Yeah! It was Axe. How did you get that?
Because it's red. Who else is red? What an easy one to begin with.
Fast.
You're
Well,
cheating.
clearly not that easy because you didn't get it.
I said Shadow Demon. It was 50-50.
I didn't even
Was
have a
it?
hero pop into my head. Oh my god.
That's I actually thought we would at least get to the second image on that one.
On to the next.
Okay, all right.
Christ.
Y'all
Excuse me, are you the host here, Kezu? Anyway, on to the next
Wind
one.
Ranger.
Viper. Wind Ranger.
I already said.
Okay, whoa. The way we're going to do this is
Okay.
you can all jump in, right? But on this level, you guess once, and if it's wrong, you can't guess again until the next level of
Okay.
image, okay?
Fine.
So you said Wind Ranger, that was wrong. What did you
Viper.
say? Also very wrong.
Necrophos.
They're also wrong. Can we throw up the next image, please?
The buzzer hurts.
A little more of a...
Underlord.
No.
Hoodwink.
Nope.
It's only heroes, right? Not spells.
They're only heroes.
Okay.
Pugna?
Nope. Guys, you started off so strong, Alex. We're going to have to
just
go to
giving them
our
a chance.
third and final image, if we can pull that one up. This one, that actually does help a lot, this one.
Oh, it's Earth Spirit.
She's so good.
Wow.
She's straight in there.
I didn't even have a clue now.
Yeah,
I have
we got
I've
6, 0,
drawn
and
him,
0.
so I know what that thing is.
Wow, that was...
Thank
she's,
you.
she's streaking ahead.
Thank you.
Third hero.
I need a win. I need a dub.
I need
Yeah.
a victory here.
Yeah. I'm going to have to put a handicap on Alex soon.
Wind Ranger.
Nope.
Okay.
Because this is your moment. Think
all
about it. Take your
Venomancer.
time.
Who's
B-Cup, you could take your time. Have a look at that crease right there in the middle of the image. What does it remind you of?
a leaf?
Okay, we're onto something.
Tree and protector.
What the? No, bro.
What do you mean? You said leaves.
There were more heroes with leaves in the game.
Image number 2, let's pop that one up on screen.
How did we go to the other side of the color scale?
What the hell is that?
How did this happen? We were just at green.
Is this the correct picture?
This is the correct picture.
What?
Well, now you know it's green and brown. And
It is it base sets?
And I gave you the hint of a leaf. Yes, it is base sets.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
I don't even want to guess.
Green and brown.
Green and brown.
and brown.
That just describes a tree.
Yeah, well, you know it's not Trent.
What? You're
Green,
giving me all the information. for
brown,
tree.
leaves.
Nature's prophet.
Nope.
I'm missing something.
Something too.
You guys have to guess.
I know, but
For us
I
to go to
need
the next one.
time.
I'm gonna, you know what? We got plenty of
the
time for
heck
the next
is
game anyway,
this?
so.
Please.
I don't even have a guess that makes sense.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Is that fur?
Looks like witch doctor's head. In the just doodle that's going on over there.
There's fur and leaves.
We already said hoodwink, right?
Nope.
I said
Hoodwink.
Hoodwink. No, I said Wind Ranger. You're right.
It's Hoodwink.
So did she guess it first?
No, you
guessed
did.
it,
Okay,
you guessed it. I guess Wind Ranger. I got confused.
Thanks.
Nice work. Good work.
All right.
Kezi, you get some points on the board. Proud of you. We're going to do one more image and then a score check. So can we please, another hero, please, production. This one
Tango.
is so difficult. No.
Damn. God damn it.
Purple.
I
Voice bird.
No. I see where you're going with Pengo, though. I kind of see that, but
Looks
luckily I
like
have the
him when
answers.
he's in a bowl and he's
I
rolling.
can't see it in my head. I need. Can we get all the heroes on the screen right now, please?
No, absolutely not.
Go. Just do it.
Just do it like that. You know, production isn't just magic.
Who's on
Benjamin.
the odds on this third screen? Just
Nope.
hit heroes and like
Don't
bring
do it,
them all
Weapus.
up, please.
Weapus, don't do it. Don't
oh
do
my
it.
Gosh.
He's got his headset on playing his Steam Deck anyway, so he can't hear you.
It's happening.
No,
He's
don't.
dodging.
Yeah.
Never mind. You need to make a guess.
Biko, I'm going to count you down. 10,
This is a lot of
9.
pressure.
8,
What's
7.
What's the first letter?
I said Pengo.
6. No, I'm not doing that. If you
Can
had
you
any
use it?
points,
Bro,
if you had any
stop
points, you
cheating.
could buy a
What's
letter.
the country of origin? Please.
4.
doctor?
Nope.
Don't help him. Stop asking for help.
Just say a random name.
He did. He said witch doctor.
he
Not
did.
witch doctor.
I just didn't get F.
Okay, next.
So we're going to go next level of image.
How are we changing? What is going on?
This is tough. This one's, I would have to say this is the toughest one. I can check how many games we've seen of this hero in the DPC if you'd like.
If it answers
Don't look at my...
So it's pink and light blue. Cool.
What does the screen say? What does that say? Don't cover it.
No.
It's the card.
Okay, how many times has it been picked?
I gotta look. Twice.
Twice.
0% win rate too.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. Elder Titan?
It's been played once in China.
Okay, I give up.
Once in Eastern Europe.
What position?
No.
Oh my god, I'm trying so hard with these questions to get some.
If you asked before Alex had a guessed, I would have given it to you. So then you were all on even playing field.
Or you could just give me back my guess.
No.
Okay.
Purple.
It's only been played in those two regions?
Yep. One each.
I don't like clues. They should be able to visually identify.
Okay, just because you got axe on the first go.
Yeah, I don't know.
You had to guess one.
Tusk.
Nope.
Tusk.
Lycan?
Nope.
Twice.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
I don't know.
I didn't guess Tusk first.
No. I said
She
it's only
been
been played twice.
Oh,
You
yeah,
said
my bad.
Tusk.
Yeah, not like in either. So we're going to jump to the next image, please. If you'd like, this is normally played as a pose 3.
Oh god.
Pose 3. Pose 3.
It's a...
Is it Visage?
Nope. Let me tell you, the image before the color or the zoom in part, I'm pretty sure was of their weapon.
Razor?
No. What?
What was the second picture?
Of their weapon.
Yeah, but what was the second picture? I already forgot it.
Oh, well, no, I can't pull it up.
I don't have a
Sorry.
good brain.
You had to do that yourself.
Oh gosh.
It's going to be the first time no one guesses it.
Did you guess?
Yeah, I've still got 0 points.
Who the heck has weird dinosaur back piece that's blue, not primal?
Disruptor.
You got 10.
People are making fun of us
10.
in the chat.
Oh, for sure. I'm making fun of you here.
Give them
9.
chats
Who are
on it.
you?
8. 7.
Oh, weird turkey legs.
What?
What?
5. 4.
You see legs in those pictures?
3.
You got it. Let's go.
2. 1.
Warlock.
No. What the heck?
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
The correct answer is Slaughter.
What?
What?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe it was a zoom up of his jaw. I thought it was maybe his weapon.
Yeah, that's his weapon. He hits with his mouth.
He bites you. Yeah, that's a hard one. I don't know if production has our score check ready. I do believe it's
No.
Alex on 6,
Don't show my
I have
score.
2.
Kezu on 2, and B-Cop on 0.
I scored at
It's
least.
fine. At least I was good in the first
All right,
two.
this one I have so much faith in you
All right.
guys. Production, let's pull up our 5th hero here for you guys to
All right,
guess.
I'm ready. I'm getting intense.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Nope.
Damn it.
Okay, thank God.
Dragon Knight.
Nope.
What are you choosing? As we all failed, right?
No.
No,
No,
B-Cop
B-Cop
hasn't
hasn't.
guessed.
He said SD as well.
No, well, he technically said it after Alex. And
I don't think that's fair. I think he should be
Warlock.
piled onto mine.
Oh, all right.
get it wrong anyway.
Should be
Wait, who did he
disqualified.
guess? Who did he guess?
I've got
Warlock.
0 anyway.
Warlock? Okay, and you guessed?
DK.
Okay, cool.
SD DK.
Lena.
No.
That is a hand, though.
I just want to guess fast.
That's good. I like that. Quickly.
No, I have nothing. A fire hand.
Yeah, you're just wrong. You're also wrong for taking too long.
Okay.
God damn.
No, quickly.
I don't even know heroes anymore. So yeah, that's the sound of my brain right now, completely failing to know heroes. There's a hand. It gives me sniper.
No.
He's got
Juggernaut.
No.
What?
Alex, this is your time to shine. Do we have to get that censored?
Is that a nipple?
That's a nipple.
Yeah, do we need that censored?
How's it not Jug?
Bristleback.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Good
I
work.
was like, who would have a thing that close to his boob? I was like, it has to be a kind of small animal. Whatever, I got it.
Good work. That's 7 points now. I don't... Unless I
Is there a
think...
comeback mechanic in
There
there?
is 3 more.
Let's go.
4 more. There's 4 more.
Yeah,
More.
let's
There's
go.
4
Yeah.
more.
Keep
4
him
more
rolling.
guys. To guess. You're not going to get this, bro.
Spectre.
Nope.
Ricky.
Nope.
Enigma.
No. I do like how quickly you all guessed, though, so thank you for that one. Image number 2.
How does it just change? We go from blue to like the opposite of blue.
It's less zoomed out, but in a different location.
Dude, my dude literally loads into Dota and is like, why isn't my hero one color with no details?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
What is this shading pack we're using, you know?
Gosh.
Blue and brown.
If you would like, was very, very, very popular in TI-10.
I don't remember that far back.
Oh, no.
We had a
Think of
TI-11 since
TI-10,
then.
and what is the first hero that comes to mind?
Ancient Emperor.
Magnus.
Hi, Mag.
Well done, Kezu. Well
Wow,
done.
I really got it off the picture though.
Well done, well done. What is that
Thank
point?
you,
You
Nat.
do 4?
4.
I don't like the fact that he's able to get that type of clue on the second image and not the third.
Okay, all right. I will.
I want to be able
I
to see
will-
the images first.
Okay, I will hold it back. I will do it for next time.
I forgot about Mag.
I'm going to get this one.
7.
Wait, is this already
Seventh-
the picture?
7th hero here, yes?
There's something in my brain when I see this.
I'm glad something's going on in your brain.
Shut up.
Hey.
Mind Palace.
you know, you two are contestants too. You could also get.
have anything.
I'm thinking.
I play support. I'm trying to bolster up my teammates.
Well, I can't give any hints because Alex will get mad.
Yeah, don't give me any hints.
Okay, I'll
Wait.
just sit here silently. Actually, I'll ask some questions. Speak up. How long have you been working as talent for?
Hold on, I gotta think about. color
Someone
blue.
guess so I
Got
can.
to get
since-
to know our contestants here.
Late 2015.
Bloodseeker.
You're wrong.
What is that, like 8?
Yeah, almost 8 years. Well, I guess 7 years. because
Math
it
is on it.
Started 2023. What about yourself, Alex? How long have you been working in the talent space?
1 year and a couple months.
Anti-mage.
Also wrong, Kezu.
Is that a book?
Oh my god.
Kezu, when was your first ever game of Dota 2?
2016 or something.
You don't know the exact date?
Of course not.
What the heck?
Yeah, what
Either.
am I doing?
Is it?
Speak up quickly. Productions in my ear.
I'm gonna go Lycan again.
Oh my gosh!
What? What?
It is like it! What? V-Cup! He might be in it for the comeback. 5 points. You're now ahead of Kezu. Kezu, you are in last place. Let's quickly jump to hero number 8. Let's pull up a picture because we only have 9 heroes.
Spectre.
Absolutely not.
Boo.
I've never been a Shadow Demon.
Nope. Also,
Ricky.
oh, wait, no! Oh, V-Cup! 10 points! There's no way! Holy Benjamin!
Comeback mechanic.
3
It's in.
points now ahead of Alex. Yeah, we got 10, we got 4, and we got 7 here. So this last hero, it's a make or break.
Nature's Prophet.
Kezu, you needed to clutch it up, my guy. And you know what? Actually, even if you did, you still wouldn't win.
There you go. That's why I went right away. Still lost.
No pressure to even guess on this one. I'll just let you take your time.
I think you should have to guess first.
I always
because you're in
guess
the lead.
first.
Venomancer.
Wrong.
I saw the green. I just kind of guessed. That's what I did in the last.
I was going to give you a hint, and then I remember she'd just get mad, so I'm not going.
True.
Ooh.
Dun, 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 dun.
What did they guess? I forgot.
Venomancer and... What'd you say?
What did I say?
Oh, I don't even remember. Actually,
Nature's Prophet.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't normally listen to it.
Rient Protector.
No.
That would have been too
GG,
obvious.
I guess.
The green was a bit of a debate.
Whatever. I hate you.
Oh, you can get this. You got this. This is a dead giveaway.
Is it?
Is it?
I've never seen something so obvious in my life.
Sure.
I
Did
feel
you
that's
choose
'cause you
this
have
hero?
the answers in front
Yeah,
of
it
you.
is.
Can I see the answers?
No,
Okay, because then it's not that obvious to
absolutely
me.
not.
Okay.
Actually, even if you get this, B Cup still wins. No
I-
matter what, B Cup wins.
Man,
Yeah. Quick maths.
Quick maths, yeah.
That's why I did the points.
What if I attacked B-Carp?
Well, Jesus.
You win.
Oh, we would have to cut to a commercial break.
I guess Sniper.
Wrong. Kezu.
I'm out already.
Doesn't matter. You got to guess. For the pride. For the
Crystal Maiden.
Nope.
Void Spirit.
Nope.
Not a bad guess.
I would say predominantly. Oh, you got you.
Enigma.
No.
What? Did I go on right there?
Played in Pos 4 is the most I
That
see
looks
it.
like an Eidolon.
If this is not an Enigma,
that's insane.
the show's rigged.
Oh my gosh.
It's not rigged, I can tell you that.
Hmm.
Not Enigma. Played in pose 4.
Any other words of encouragement?
Country of
Female.
origin.
Female.
No, they're on women. You're sorry,
Oh, so that's the end of the sentence. Korean. Female pose 4s that are purple.
And that have an Eidolon but are not
No,
Enigma.
it's not an Eidolon.
I mean, that is clearly an Eidolon.
Oh,
Say it.
I've forgotten every female hero in Dota 2.
boy.
I've forgotten every single one.
What year did she come out? She's
That won't help me.
recent-ish. It's 20. I want to say like 20.
Dark Willow?
Dark
Yeah.
Willow then, yeah.
I was gonna say yeah.
Dark Willow has Eidolons?
It's her wings, bro.
Her wings are made of Eidolons? I don't understand.
Yeah, she just skins Eidolons and just make them her fairy wings.
How did you not
instead.
guess that one?
I don't know. That third
Yeah.
picture was definitely an Eidolon.
Congratulations, the B Cup first place, 10 points there. Alex, you came in at second with a whopping 8 points. Very close, very close. And then trailing all the way in last place.
Woo, let's go!
Kezu, 4 points, half the points of second place.
This was the biggest throw.
Yeah, you came out strong. I'm going to ask production, do we have time for another game?
Ooh.
Are we running short on time? Do we have time for this?
Do I get to go home?
Okay, we have more time, so we're actually going to play a second.
Surprise?
Should not have signed up for this game.
Yeah, well, you were like,
Let's
bro,
go. No,
bro,
let's
get me in. I want to play the game show. I feel like I didn't give us a name. Talentless, by the way, is the game show. If you guys ever want to talk about it, as you can tell by who I have on the panel. All right, so this second game is Guess the Voice Line.
Ooh.
So, if you guys didn't know, in Dota, you can get supporter packs. You can go in there right now. You can open up your client and you can buy a supporter pack for your favorite team. So we decided, what better way to promote them than to get some of those voice lines here on stream.
Wait,
you guys,
what?
yep, we're going
From
to
the
play them
teams?
from the team.
But I haven't looked at the
Me
teams.
neither.
Hey,
I
maybe you
haven't
should do
listened
your
to
work as
any
an
of them.
I
analyst.
haven't listened to a single team
Oh my
pack.
gosh.
Well,
You only
this
need
is
to
gonna
know
be
the
more fun.
players, to be
So
fair.
no, you don't. Okay, the way we're gonna play is we're gonna play the line, and if you guess the team, you will get 2 points. If you guess the player, you will get 5 points.
You're kidding me.
I
Yeah.
can't even name
I
all
just
the
made those
teams with
points up on
supporter
the
packs.
spot, so let me just quickly write that one down. Team, yeah.
Why didn't we do heroes?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm also not really. All right, I gotta look at my phone because I got given the answers by production here on my phone. So.
So hold on a moment.
Hold on, I just gotta tune. Where did they go? Okay, awesome. There, I've got it. Let's play voice line number 1.
Let's go, baby.
Misha, OG.
Oh my god, he's so good. Yes, sir. Yes, Kezi, this could be your comeback.
This is my game.
That's 7 points right there.
I'm sorry, who?
That was instant.
That was instant. I don't know what we're
That
looking
wasn't
at. That's
correct.
don't look
That
at
was
that. Close
Nisha's
your
voice
eyes,
line.
please. Close your eyes.
Avert your eyes from the screen.
Avert. Look away.
Wait. Did you say Nisha OG?
Misha, like
No.
mommy.
I was like, what? Okay, yeah, okay. All right, that was...
I already lost track of the points. What were you on?
You won...
You
Oh,
were
we're
4?
taking from
Wait,
the
what?
left.
We're taking the
Oh,
points from the
And then,
last
I can
one?
win.
7 now. 7 now.
Wait,
7.
it's
You were
cumulative?
4.
It's not a different
Oh,
round?
you know what? I'll decide.
So do I get 7
10,
points?
And then we had 8. Yeah, so you got 7 points there. All right, let's play voice line number 2.
I just like winning.
Nisha, Liquid.
Yes.
Let's go.
Dude, how?
I don't want to play anymore.
Holy heck, this is
I might join you in
crazy.
a second if this round goes poorly.
All right, voice line number 3. This is your time to shine, Alex. Come on, you can do this.
I told you.
Is that Quentin from Gaming? I don't know.
You got the team.
No!
Wait,
You did-
can we play it again?
Yep.
Is it?
I told you.
Does it seem like...
The ratio. from
Yes.
Gaming.
Yes.
That was
So
hard.
that's a lot of points.
How does point distribution work considering I got the team?
You get 2 points, and Kizzy gets 5.
He gets 5 for now
Bro,
guessing
this
1
is
in
so
4.
rigged!
Yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't have made it
Wait
5
a
points.
second.
We'll
players.
adjust the points
Yeah,
in
I'll
the
adjust the points.
future.
I didn't think you guys were going to get the players, like, especially not in this sort of manner. I am very impressed, Kizzy. Impressed. Impressive. Voice line number 4, I believe we're at.
That's also OG. It's BZM.
He just does it again. She's done.
That's insane.
All right, I'm going to put a handicap on Kezu. You can't answer until the other two have had a go for this one.
He
Okay?
clearly looked at all of the packs.
Of
He was
course I did.
lying.
Yeah, that's what he did all last night. That's what he
Yeah.
did.
He's got access to the answers.
Well, the thing is, 2 of them were OG packs.
Yeah, that is he a little bit behind.
You should release the text. I think you've been collaborating here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is match fixing.
Yep.
Okay, go and answer. You guys go answer.
Yeah, all right. Handicap,
All right.
because you're not allowed to answer until B-Cop and Sheep have answered. Voice
go.
line number 5.
Just chill, bruh.
This one's easy, guys.
Well, it's not. I don't know their voices at all.
I don't know anybody's voice.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Play it
Play it
again.
again.
Oh.
Production, play it again.
I don't know anybody's voice.
Hey, you're
Just
the...
chill, bruh.
Hell, it's so-
He is a TI winner. I'll give you
Yeah,
some
okay,
help.
well,
Is he?
all right. Would you like to take rollers?
Go ahead. Just do it. Hez.
Yeah,
I don't
just
care.
answer,
Just do it,
'cause
Kez.
I mean,
we can't do this.
Snaking from Tundra.
He's so good. He's so good.
Oh my gosh.
So good. I don't understand.
He's perfect right now.
You actually didn't. I mean, technically, I shouldn't give you the points because did you even guess B-Cop?
I was going to say ZSMJ from Hyper Glory Team.
Yeah. It was Ame.
It's not for Zami.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? Me and B-Cop, we're just stupid idiot talent, right?
It's
He used
B-Cop
to
and I.
play, so he's talked to pro
Yeah, I've
players.
talked to them.
He's immersed in their voices. It's literally just cheating.
All right, the handicap's still in place.
That's-
There's
No, I still won't
answer.
get it. I won't
Right?
get it, but I...
All right.
That's
Here
describing
is a
very
hint
well.
before we play number 6, okay? This team just played, okay? So you have it narrowed down to 50-50. This
Who just
team
played?
just played. Gaming Gladiators is holy heck, I can't
I'm messing
with
with you.
this.
I'm kidding with you.
No,
That
she
was a
is not.
joke.
She was not
It was
joking.
not a
She was
joke.
not joking. So you have a 50-50 right now. Let's play voice line number 6.
It's a bit of a yikes, you know.
That was puppy. That was puppy
Okay,
secret.
good job, guys.
Big-Hop got in there
I got
first.
pointed at
What?
first.
Yeah,
Yes!
sorry.
Oh, I'll split the points.
I'm gonna
No,
start crying
I'm
live on
sorry.
stream.
All right. Voice line number 7, another hint. Also a part of a team that just played.
I feel like we're really just taking one supporter pack and just advertising.
We're not. Voice line number
That's
7,
crazy.
please. Oh, I talked-
That's resolution.
Good job.
Wait, I
That's
don't hear
crazy.
anything.
Is that right?
You just talked over it.
Oh, we talked over it?
Yeah.
Would you like to say the team too?
Yeah, I said secret.
Okay.
Resolution,
Yep.
secret.
I legit didn't hear the voice line. I thought they played because he started talking. He just said like, "Oh,
I knew it for. Well, you know, you just gotta guess the answers and.
before the line."
No, I kind of like a little bit talked over it.
Yeah.
So
I
that
didn't
was
hear
a
the
little-
line. Oh, whatever.
I have to
You're
hear
just
everything.
listening to.
I'll be real. Like I'm kind of out of this race at this point, so I'll just
Oh, I mean, I think
whatever.
yeah. No matter what, Casey won this one, even if B Cup. Anyway, we're still gonna try because that's the competitive spirit
Can
we
I
have
play
here.
again or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Alex in production, not this Alex. Voice line number 8.
Panic.
Entity Fishman.
How?
Guys, this was spammed at TI. You should know this.
You're collaborating. You definitely collaborated. I think the answers were shared.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
cheating, guys.
No, the answers were
I'm
not shared.
cheating.
Voice line number 9 though. This is our last one.
This is really impressive, though.
I'm gonna 1v5 this game.
That's easy too.
Shut up, bro.
Then go ahead.
Yeah,
no,
go for it.
no,
Please,
no,
no.
don't say it. Don't say it.
No
don't
one
say
else
it.
here. No one else here is enjoying themselves around you.
Sorry.
Let Alex go.
I don't know.
They
Played
just got.
yesterday night.
No, they played
Can you play it
yesterday.
again? He's playing
Yep.
again.
Wait, they played tonight. They did not play
I'm gonna
yesterday.
1v5 this game.
I don't know. What this is.
Okay,
What time
they
is it?
just came up from Division 2. So I 50-50 it for you.
So it's not a line.
Is it a karaoke Enigma line?
Close.
Team was right though. Team was right.
You can get the player.
No.
He's also a king.
Oh.
Oh, okay. It's Sumail. Boom. I like the hints. They make it very easy.
That is normally what a hint will do for you.
Well, you know, sometimes I can take one.
You know what, B Cup? Congratulations. You came second. Alex, commiserations. You definitely came last. And Kezu, how did you actually know all of them?
Because I watch Dota and I know the players. I know their voices. So
That is genuinely phenomenal. Like,
Thanks for the
was
rigged
really
game.
impressive.
That was really
it's
fun.
not. You know what? I'll go back to the drawing board. I'm trying to improve this game show. If you have any feedback, I don't want to hear it. Instead, we're going to go to a break. welcome back, everyone. Second series of the day is going to be Liquid up against Tundra. Another change-up on the panel is going to have Sheepstick next to me, and then Syndran all the way up there, and then Fogged right around the corner.
Me and Fogged are the same height.
Yeah, if you
Right
could just
around the
keep, if you could just keep
Perfect.
moving around. First time on the panel, Fogged. It's really nice to have you. How are you feeling on your tippy toes? How long could you sustain that?
No, I could do the whole time, probably.
Okay.
But thank you for having me on the panel. First time ever I've ever been on a panel.
Ever. I've never seen you on a panel ever.
This is actually pathetic. This is not a good view.
Can we get a two-person?
It's a good view for me.
Yeah.
Do a two-person.
Well, so Sind. Whoa, that wasn't a word.
Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa.
What's up?
What's up? Sind?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready for this. I feel a bit lucky that I got assigned to this game. I think this is going to be a banger. So
Yeah.
Definitely. We had a chat in the pre-show about this series, and she brought up a very interesting fact that Liquid all last year beat Tundra. Tundra have been looking in great form, but so have Liquid. So in your eyes, Fogged, do you think that it's going to be a history repeats itself?
Ooh. I mean, Liquid have always looked good online, especially, right? They've been looking good and better every single time when they do show up at lands. But this Liquid, something about them. I think their early game is something to really stare at for me. When I was casting their games, they just dominate the early game so hard. And I think that's probably the best way to actually put yourself into position versus Tundra, right? Because Tundra, I feel like if they win lanes, they're probably just going to out-efficiency you, just crush you through the games. We saw the other day from Nigma. That was kind of how they did well versus Tundra. So I think, yeah, I'm liking Liquid's chances.
I think something to maybe keep in mind is the game we did see from Liquid was against Secret, and they're clearly not in the form of their lives. So, take that with a grain of salt, perhaps. But I'm with you, though. I was really impressed with what we saw from them. I loved their drafting. I loved their lane play. Yeah, I would favor Liquid based on history and how they've looked so far. So.
Sheep, I know you have some more thoughts that you want to share on Liquid. It feels like a big talking point by the fact that Martu was really heavy-handed in the drafting. He's now no longer there. Zai's coming into this position. Sure, he's been playing Dota for a while, but it still is very impressive based off that one series that we've seen of just how flexible and impactful their drafts have been, Sheep.
Yeah, I mean, we can bring up Zai, and obviously he's like the one pressing the buttons, but obviously a massive shout goes to Blitz because he does like most of it in the back end. He's like such a smart mind talking with Zai, working with him on those. I think like both these teams are so interesting draft-wise because they are both very textbooky, like detail-orientated teams. Like, that's why it's so fun to watch these teams come up against each other. It's not going to be like some random crazy drafts things where everything goes up in smoke. They both have very clear ideas of how they want to draft and do things, and then you get to see whose draft like comes out on top, and that's very cool.
I think they have a very clever way of making heroes just look different than the way that they're supposed to, right? The Nature's Prophet, Aghanim's kind of build that Zai did. He's like an initiating Nature's Prophet, which I don't think I would ever really say something like that, but it's really cool to see that. And then Tundra has their like, of course, the manipulation of damage kind of thing that we saw at TI, where you're playing versus all these counters of your heroes, but then you build Mage Slayer, Pipe, Wraith Pact, all these kind of things. So I think they both have really clever ways to change their heroes from their initial concepts.
And what about changing up drafts? Tundra have definitely won a lot of their series so far, sort of in the same way, in the same fashion that we saw TI win for them. Is there a lot left to be desired in how they adapt, how they change things up, Syndran? Or do you think they're a team that's like, oh, they have so much more in the back pocket?
I mean, I'm trying to think of how much new stuff we've really seen from them in general.
Yeah.
It's just like, if you have a hero pool that is that strong and you play all of them and you flex them as well, and the patch hasn't been like major enough after TI, like, keep running back your old stuff and you're winning. What's the problem? Like, I don't have an issue with it, I mean, I want to see some creativity from them if they start losing, but until then, if they don't need to change, like, don't change a winning strategy, right?
Yep.
Most of the time, they have like these. The problem for most teams against Tundra, I think, is that there's like four heroes in the first phase that are absolutely terrifying, and you have to give minimum one. And most teams haven't really done the best job of getting the trades that they're looking for. So. I'm with Fogged. I think this game, the strategy that Liquid should try to deploy is to crush lanes and go from there. I think you play fast and not let Tundra get grounded in the game.
Is it sentiment the same with you then, Sheep? May as well work all the way down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the most annoying thing about Tundra, even on top of that, is like, even if they have losing lanes, they always have heroes that are able to cut waves. And if they don't have heroes that will cut waves, they'll send couriers to cut waves. And they find so many ways to get out on the map. They're not a team to just sit in their base and do nothing. Like, they'll find a way to manipulate the creeps with summons or anything and delay the game and try and reach the timings that they want to get to. And that's why one of the reasons why they were able to figure out Lina.
When you compare the lanes, I guess, just skill-wise, right? When we look at the players in each place that they're sitting, if we gave them, let's say, even matchups hero-wise, where would you be sitting per lane? Which team do you sort of favor a little bit more?
I guess in terms of raw lane mechanics, I'd probably put Liquid mid. I think Nisha is the laning king of Europe for me.
Agreed.
Nine is also a very strong laner, but I think his primary strength as a player comes from movement rather than raw lane mechanics.
Yep.
Aside from that, I don't know. Aside from that, I think it's pretty even, to be honest. That's probably the biggest difference I can think of.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I think Boxy's been honestly amazing in his last year or 6 months, 8 months. I think people were all talking about standout at TI, how good he was. But you look at Saksa, he's kind of always the same, super consistent, always doing his job. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty even. Just Nisha, maybe that slight heads up. Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Boxy, biggest improvement that we've seen from the start of last year to now, because he definitely was a player that felt not as stable as potentially the rest of his roster, and now it feels like he is one of the most stable ones and probably a very big contributor as to why they are looking so good.
I mean, he did a role swap, right? It's going to take a bit of time. They kind of had this pseudo thing going when they had Taiga on the team where Boxy was playing 3, but then Taiga was Enigma, so who was really 3? It was like, Boxy, you get 1 item, and then you're roaming for the rest of the game. So I guess he was kind of already transitioning into that playstyle, but it's a different beast to start that way and play the whole game. But he's a talented player, so, give enough time, adapt. He's got it.
Do you have anything you want to add, Chip?
No.
Okay.
I guess my small thing I would maybe add is just make a bit of... I'm not too sure about him just playing carry just yet. Sure, he's looked great, but he's been switching back and forth, of course, between carry and mid a lot of times, while Skeeter, for me, is actually the most improved carry player, by far, in the last years.
I think that's fair to say.
So I think maybe that's where I would give that slight edge to them, and that carrying the carry department on Tundra while on Liquid has
That's
been
probably
going,
fair.
so.
And then the other thing that we also want to talk about is Liquid pulling in Nisha. I know that we had the potential for Mickey and Matt to just sometimes swap up who is mid, who is carry. Obviously, that's not really there as much. Is it still going to open up a lot of different gameplay potential for them? We've only seen them in one series, so I know it's a little bit hard to deduce from that, but going forward, is that where you feel?
I would think so, right? They did the tiny safe lane, right? They already have kind of shown, small sample size, of course, but they've already shown that they can be very adaptable in these drafts.
I'm trying to think of what heroes they would mix. So Lina technically can still go mid. I can't believe I'm saying this. It feels so weird to say it out loud, but yeah, Lina could still be mid, guys.
It's okay or mid, I guess.
They both play a great morph. They both play tiny, as you mentioned. I'm trying to think of what other heroes they would run in the safe lane and mid, because they have more hero overlaps, but I think most of them are a bit more one-dimensional in this patch. We don't really see safe lane Ember anymore, for example. Leshrac was kind of a phase that Entity were running for the most part, but that's a hero both of them also play. I guess, does Mickey play Nature's Prophet? Because then technically they could play that on all 3. I don't know. But there's at least some overlap, but I think for the most part they're going to keep it stable.
Yeah, and at least with when they would physically swap lanes, it would be towards the end of last era of Liquid, it was mostly just Lone Druid, right? If there was a puck, I think they would just put the Lone Druid mid and stuff and play like that.
Yeah, did they ever do it with Pudge? No.
Mickey would play Pudge when, Pudge carry when...
That's right.
Matu went mid, yeah.
Yep. All right. And for this draft, will we see any interesting first phase bans? Are there some niche ones that stick out as more of a threat than meta picks at the moment?
Could be the Nature's Prophet. Honestly, the way that Zai played it was amazing.
I think Tundra should just ban that hero.
Yep.
It's for a couple of reasons. So first of all, it obviously looked amazing against Secret, but I also think it does the thing we were talking about with pressuring lanes and being fast. And I think... Is any of Skeeter's hero pool really good against Nature's Prophet in the safe lane? What he's mainly been playing. And I guess Naga would probably be the best one.
I think Spectre, I guess.
It's
lane's not so much game.
Yeah, Spectre is good in the game, but that's only if you get there, right? I think I would honestly not mind Liquid playing Nature's Prophet into Spectre if they end up playing their pacing that they did last time. With that in mind, maybe Naga is a worthwhile ban for Liquid as well. Even first phase, it is. Okay, so let's try to summarize. What are the heroes that they just dumpster with on Tundra? So their first phase picks, the number ones. I personally think Doom is overrated. I think you should not ban that hero against this team. So there's Mirana, Brood.
10 seconds
Do you think they could Naga on the last pick of first phase?
5 seconds
Lina,
remaining.
Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard because there's so many of these heroes because 33 just puts on so much pressure, right? So, I mean, they're still going to look
hate
at
playing
Doom.
against Doom. They banned it both games in their last series.
I feel like every team bans Doom against Tundra, and it's been happening for so long that maybe you should try to let them have it once. Maybe they've forgotten how to play it. Like,
And then, you know, what's going to happen?
Wow.
People are going to give it to 33, but yeah, that was the biggest mistake on the planet. You know, he's actually just dumpstering the whole game, top net worth. It's risky. I don't know. That hero, I think most people have kind of understood how to play against it, but I think most people are just not playing it well. And that's why I actually want to see 33 play it, so I can be like, let's teach the people.
oh, this is why.
This is some learning experience, but okay, we got NP ban, so glad to see that from Tundra and
I wonder if
Brood.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I
Oh, I can
wonder
see
if
that
Tundra
screen
would
better.
take the Rubik away from Liquid, since they've really loved it.
Definitely could. Soxa plays a great Rubik. I think Snaking can play it if necessary, but they haven't really... I don't think they've ran that much on him. So maybe use a little bit of flex there, but not necessarily a problem. Yeah, I kind of just want to finish the Doom, because I think most teams are following the script against Tundra of always banning out the Doom, but I do think there's some merit to letting it through, because you know it's going to be played by either 33 or Soxa, so it's lane locked. I mean, technically they could play it on 9, but honestly, Doom mid I think is very exploitable. So you know what lane it's going to, you know what playstyle it's going to do, and you know what lane counters it has. So I just feel like maybe compared to like a hero like Brood, which I think is just a better ban overall, like that one is a lot more complicated to deal with, I would say.
Hopefully we get to see it. I mean, it's gone, so hopefully we get to see it at least inside the game. But okay, early Tusk. Still, that could maybe dissuade for the Rubik, right? Because it's not like the best hero. Sure, you can get shards, but you can't really usually get good spell steals. And you might just get one shot in most of the fights. We've seen that a couple times.
Yeah, I think they like it more for the laning.
That's true. Insania does have... He's had the best Rubik for a while, right? It's 5 position, right? He's like one of the only ones that actually played it as 5.
Yeah, I said it in the last series on that panel that Liquid, they just build like stats on their Rubik 5 and just trade really well on it in lane.
Okay, so they're going to pick up the Trin and buy themselves 30 seconds here. Pretty good support matchup against Tusk. You have the Living Armor, which is really good against Tag Team and the Punch. And obviously, if Tusk snowballs people into the fight, you're setting up for really telegraphed, really easy overgrowth. I also think in terms of lane matchup, there's quite a few 5s that don't like fighting Tusk head-on, but this is one of the ones that just doesn't care about his presence. You just maul him. With Leech Seed, you just win. So I like it. I like the idea here. My concern is that if Liquid go a little bit too much down this path, where's the pacing going to be, right? Now your support duo is Treant Rubik. It's not exactly fast, which is what we wanted to see. So maybe Tundra with this opener have effectively already kind of slowed the game down, actually. Just 3 picks in.
Yeah, there's so much poke. The only thing I will say about the tree armor is that like if they do begin a fight with like a punch, it's gonna come out before the armor does. So the armor is not like entirely effective against what they can do with a Tusk, especially on core with this Deso. It's kind of like they will want to get their damage out before you can respond.
What sort of hero, like position-wise, would you like to see Tundra close this out with? Because then they get to ban to protect it.
I think 9's Bad Rider would be really good here.
Okay.
It's great against Treant. I think the matchup against Rubik, I like it too when Bad Rider gets items. Like it can be a little bit annoying until then, but I still think overall it looks pretty solid. That would force their Tusk onto 4 though, so they're going to keep their options open and do another classic Tundra here. This way the Tusk is flexed still, so I think that's the primary upside to picking like this. Beastmaster into Treant, I guess, kind of goes both ways, right?
Yep.
Living Armor can defend the tower, but at the same time Beastmaster can find you with a Hawk in the trees.
And in lane, he can cut all your trees down.
Yep.
We've been seeing people more Calling Blades than ever. Plus Beastmaster, you're going to never be able to position yourself properly as tree. But, you know, it does tend to be Insania in the safe lane a lot of times with Rubik. So maybe we still do see variety on that tree where it's going to be.
I think the amazing thing as well about Beast on Tundra is like their ability to come back from anything. You saw OG do that tri-lane Beastmaster literally with like 2 last hits 5 minutes into the game, and he still comes back and he can get his helm, then he can transition into like jungling and like shadow pushing with his summons and stuff, and then able to get like, I think he items into an ether lens as well. It's just kind of not going super greedy, just being able to get his spells off. Like the way Tundra are able to utilize this hero in any game state is what I love so much about it.
So Tundra banning out 2 of the flavor range carries right now. I wonder if this is telling. The sniper as well as Lina, and the fact that they grabbed neither. They could have closed the face here with the sniper if they think it's that good. It's really good with Tusk, but just not really Skeeter's favorite, I would say.
It's not his style.
Don't even know if I've seen him play it, actually. No. It's more of a 9 hero, but they obviously want to keep the Tusk open, so...
Skeeter. I feel like Skeeter just plays illusion heroes now. CK, Spectre, Naga.
Yeah, do you care about Sniper that much then? That's the question.
That's the question.
He doesn't really strike me as a good hero against either of those. Yeah. So
didn't Sniper destroy the beast in lane with shrapnel?
Yeah, maybe that matchup's just too bad.
Headshot.
Probably.
It could be it.
Just Liquid have been like a sniper team for so long, even with Matu, they were just picking it like so many games. I think it's something to respect.
I like the Tiny ban a lot.
Yeah, me too. I still think that hero is one of the best heroes in the game. I don't know, it just feels like every time I see him, he has a good game.
Great against Beast in lane. Yep. With the tree, you have damage advantage. You can flex it to mid, so you're not necessarily locking yourself if you're opening the next phase with that, which is obviously Liquid, by being second pick, have to pick the next hero. And Tiny would have actually fit the build pretty well there, so I like it.
They're actually kind of being forced into something new on Liquid as well, just because last series they had this Nature's, Rubik, they had the Sniper, they had the Tiny, and all these heroes are kind of like being banned out and gone, so it kind of pushes them a bit out of the comfort of what they had last time into something new.
What do you want to ban last? I kind of like, for Liquid, I like Mirana as a ban. I just think Tusk Beast set them up really well, and they obviously play it well as a 5, and it's one of their trademarks that has gone through the draft so far. If they give away Mirana, I want to know what the plan is. Like, how do Tree and Rubik deal with that hero? I don't think in particular they offer very much against that playstyle, so I feel like that's a stable ban. For Tundra, okay, we won't have time. It's going to be Morph. Okay. I mean, we talked about it as a flex carry for them. They can go mid and safe lane. Yeah. Lanes well against Beast. It does seem like they're really just targeting carries that 33 doesn't want to play against, so...
Just giving him a real lane, you know, right? Like you said, he got shut down super hard in some of the other games, so maybe just wants to have a better start.
There's still some left that are rough for Beast, though, right?
Yep.
Still Ursa. Yeah, there's Ursa.
What would be best for Liquid's last ban to still sort of take out Tundra's pool, or more banned to protect preemptively what they would like?
I mean, I still think Mirana was the ban. I can see the Phoenix, obviously the logic. You have the vision from Beastmaster. You're going to take good fights with Egg. It's great against Treant. But I actually... This makes me feel like they have a plan for Mirana. Like, you're not giving this team Mirana without knowing what you're going to do. Because it's like... It just changes the dynamic of the game so much fundamentally that it's like the brood of supports in this patch almost, right? It's like it just changes the way you're playing the game.
I still do like the Phoenix ban because like you already have 2 heroes that are BKB piercing. If you throw in a third plus a heal, team fights are going to start getting pretty difficult as game progresses for Liquid, so I can always see why people want to take it out. After how I've seen Snaking playing it, he's pretty damn aggressive with his eggs most of the time, so...
This is brave.
That is a early pick.
It is flexible.
It is.
That's the most important thing, right? Zai's willing to take a hit on the offlane.
And it does take the towers. It does pressure early if they do want to go along like more of an Edict kind of style, which I don't know if they will. Usually it's been played more mid, and we haven't seen it so much around Edict and pushing towers early, but could be an option.
Yeah, like they're kind of covering a lot. They're missing some physical damage. I would like to see a bit there. It was a quick response. I mean, it's more Tundra comfort.
Go Mirana. Going for the Lesh. There's a strong lane. Maiden CK.
CK's kind of weird. I mean, I know Skitter is amazing at CK, right? So I'm not going to like doubt the pick on that basis alone. But like, when you play against a Leshrac, you want to give them less targets to hit so he doesn't heal as much off Bloodstone. You're playing with a Beastmaster and a CK right now. So it kind of feels bad to have that many targets to kind of buff him up in the team fights. Right. That being said, they do have units as a result of these 2 picks, which they'll probably just use to cut the waves and play the map really well.
They also have explosive physical damage, right? Like if the Lesh is not pre-armored in the fights like you were mentioning before, he could just get punched, reality rifted with the illusions and just die almost instantly. So I could see how powerful it could be. And he's also a Mage Slayer builder, right? He always goes the Bloodthorn kind of style on his CK, so reducing Lesh's damage could be what they're looking at.
Oh god, yeah, and he's gonna get that BKB piercing talent at
Yep.
some point, so like a BKB just won't save this Leshrac.
They'll have 3 different forms of getting on the lash and bursting,
Yeah.
/ pulling out of position,
Oh
kind of in
gosh.
a way.
They have a lot of BKB pierce on Tundra actually. Makes it very hard for Liquid to just like go all in on a core.
This is a really interesting core versus core matchup, though. Like, just the different stages to it, right? It feels like when Lesh hits level 6, he's really, really strong against CK, probably for, like... And then when he hits the Bloodstone, he gets his next timing. But I think, again, with how Tundra like to play, there's like some point where this matchup shifts. Or they
Yes.
wouldn't pick it like this.
Yeah.
So they know that when Skidder reaches, maybe it's level 20, maybe it's when he has Mage Slayer. There's like some point that they've figured out this is the solution. So we are going to see the Ursa into Beastmaster as like the last carry lift that we could think of that would do well in this lane. Also a kind of interesting assassin against Chaos Knight. I think this carry actually does pretty well against CK. CK's stun is very telegraphed. You get time to enrage. If he pulls you in, he kind of puts himself at risk, almost. Ursa wants to buy Battle Fury, so he can cleave down the illusions as well.
I've been liking Ursa
Pretty stable.
I love Ursa.
Yeah, just like if you don't have a silence in your game, he tends to have a pretty successful early game because he's just going to thrive and just sticking targets. And he always, like you said, he's always going to get enrage off in this one, so it should not get popped.
Yeah, he can even get BKB, not BKB, an Ags, sorry. I think their draft on Liquid is just like super rounded. They've got some team fight, a lot of magical damage, some physical damage now. Way to take Roche, way to take towers.
Yes.
Maybe I would ask for like a little bit more team fight control, just because what Treant will probably like to do is wait back, and then when Tundra use their BKBs, that's when you want to go in with your ult. Using it preemptively, you might get a Manta that purges it off or what have you, so you want to wait. So I want someone for Liquid that goes in with team fight control first.
And then on the side of Tundra, are you guys still thinking that this Tusk is going to go mid? Is it going to be a possible last pick for them then?
Yeah, that's a
They're
good
going to have
question.
to reveal it before Liquid pick up their last pick.
Yeah, it looks like it should be that Tusk mid. But with the Beastmaster, I mean, we're seeing... They're banning for the 4 Tusk, right? They banned Pango.
Yeah.
So Liquid's actually expecting it to still be...
They could 50-50 it. They
Still be
might
switched.
might ban a mid laner from here. I mean, a post 4 from here.
10 seconds remaining.
No thoughts on what Tundra are lacking in the lineup? Do you feel that they also have a very well-rounded draft then, Sheep?
Yeah, they don't really have much team fight though.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a lot of single target. Well, apart from CM, of course, but it's a lot of single target for now. And like Liquid have already kind of, with the Leshrac and the Ursa, they're kind of presenting different problems that Tundra have to deal with. So like ways to extend their fights for a bit longer would be nice, unless they're just going for like assassinate thing. But that's not really Tundra's style.
I think a 4 that buys Yules could be nice in this game.
Yeah.
It will prevent the Ursa from going rampant. It will be a pseudo solution to Treant armor.
Still have Mirana.
Mirana could be a thing, but then like, what is? Are you going to put Saksa for Mirana here? I mean, I could see it actually. I don't think it would be that bad, but
They did it the other day, and I think they lost with it, right? That was when they switched.
yeah, I do think that was the game they lost to Nigma. To be fair, I don't really know if that was the hero-player combination's fault.
Sure.
There was something bigger at play there, right?
What about like a clockwork that just tries to go in and split the fights up and just give vision for your team to like jump the targets you want?
You don't have the best teammates, I would say, for that. All right, this is another good
nice.
ranged 4 that could do it. So the problem with Clock here, I think, is you're kind of just killing yourself going in, and you have no ranged follow-up, so I wouldn't have liked that much, but...
You had mentioned you wanted more team fight, right? This now
yeah.
gives... It's the 2
Yeah.
supports
That's
that
a
kind
good
of
pick.
provide all that team fight, but can be pretty potent.
I feel like I never think about this hero.
Me neither.
When I look at drafts, I'm never like, oh, this could be a Willow game. I just never... It's never on my radar. I don't know why.
I never really think about it versus Lash, because that's actually one of the heroes that you hate playing versus Willow, because everything just pierces through your Shadow Realm. It just shreds you, so...
Oh, there's my team fight.
Oh.
My spiky-headed purple boy.
I like the pace they're able to set. Like the Darkseer with the Ursa, you're able to Ion Shell him, play super aggressive. Lash can take towers, be oppressive. Early Roche pressure that you mentioned with the Ursa too.
But what if you get terrorized when you're surged? You're literally all the way back in base. Dude.
That is very true.
Just out of there.
Maybe that's good. So much loose.
Get out. Last question. How good is Mickey at Ursa? Because we've seen Liquid play it on Matu historically, right? And he is a master of that hero. Is that a hero you would place high on his list, or?
I like the Mickey Ursa, yeah.
Okay.
Enough to be like, yep, Liquid have game number 1 fogged?
I think so. I think I kind of like what they've got right now. Like Insania with Mickey, that's a really strong dual lane. Treant plus Ursa versus Willow and Beastmaster feels like they should have a pretty good time. I think they've got everything kind of covered here.
Okay. Every time teams came with drafts like this against Tundra at TI, Tundra then won. So on paper, I love Liquid's lineup. I think Liquid's lineup is so much better. But it's Tundra. So I'm mostly just excited to see how these two teams face off.
I think one of them will win.
Thank you so much, Syndran. Always giving the insight to us. But Fogg, with you joining us on the panel, it does mean that our casters are going to also have a bit of a change up. It's going to be Lyrical with T-Governor for Game 1 of Liquid versus Tundra.
That's right. Thank you so much, Nat. We're joined by the lovely man himself. We're ready for a game. Holy moly, what a great series. A couple have changed and switching up the last picks there. The Zai Darkseer, always love to see that one. Do you feel like it's a good Darkseer game?
I mean, when you have the Ursa, the Leshrac, like Darkseer's always going to feel good. You're a Darkseer player yourself. Surely you're seeing these heroes and you're getting
Dude,
giddy.
I love it.
There
But
we go.
I also see the Beastmaster, though, and get roared. Also, it just feels like Tundra have so many of their comfort heroes. Skitter playing on that Chaos Knight.
Yep.
I mean, the panel talked about it. Like, this is their type of lineup. Do you think they have what it takes? Do you like Liquid's draft more?
I think, yeah, Liquid has what it takes. Like, these are the heroes that you want against Tundra. You want that aggression. You want that go. And you mentioned Skidder CK. 80 games played. 69% win rate. Nice. Will it be broken today? Who knows?
This is great. I love that. This is wonderful. You know, the memes, they've got to flow well at the beginning of the series as we get ready to hunt into this game. You know, I think that this is, like, at least for me, the top tier matchup that I was anticipating coming into this entire season. I was thinking these were going to be two of the best teams coming into it. And along with that, we got a chance to actually sit down for a little while with Insania to talk about the teams that he felt like he was most excited to play against in this region.
I think it would be disrespectful to say that Tundra won't be the hardest team to beat this season. They just won TI, and even though I think we've historically been pretty good against them, I think, you know, with Matu being out, who knows, teams can be very different. So yeah, I think there will be the toughest matchup.
Well, he anticipated that this was going to be the toughest matchup. Not that bold of a prediction, I guess.
I mean, yeah, they just win TI, to be fair. But I think the respect comes from the fact that Liquid, they beat Tundra in every single tour last year, right? So the first tour is like 2-0, then it was a 2-1, then another 2-1. So it got a little bit harder for Liquid, but they also never played at TI.
Right.
So they never got to maybe get that Western European rivalry at the TI, maybe punish them a little bit. So for Liquid, it's still respect. They have Tundra's number historically, but do they have their number now? It's draft-wise, it feels like they do. This is the style of draft that has lost to Tundra. But, you know, esportsbet.io, not believing in the odds. They're going easy with the TI winners.
You know, it's interesting. The TI dynamic is also something that I think is worth thinking about a little bit more, because it was multiple times it was one series away. That was what was so crazy about it to me. In the upper bracket, they were one away from each other. Obviously, Liquid ended up losing to Aster, and then it came down to that to the lower bracket finals, where Liquid were one away from facing them again, and Secret were able to knock them out. So now that they're finally battling here, I think if Liquid win, Tundra have to give them all the money. That's the way that works.
What is it, like $8 million?
Yeah, something like
this
that.
is an $8 million series? That's kind of hype, actually. Didn't realize we had the stakes on this one.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on it. Lane matchups, anything you're seeing that really scares you here?
Again, every time I see the mid lane of Nisha and 9, it's who kind of a little bit more explosive. Nisha, stats-wise, he is a little bit more of a farm-intensive mid laner. That could open up 9 to just kind of break open the game. I think for Tundra, they need that kind of X factor, because the side lanes of Liquid are very defensive in nature. You've got Tree enabling the Ursa, Rubik protecting the Darkseer. So yeah, this mid lane matchup is going to be somewhat critical to break the game open for either team.
And we did see 9, you know, struggle a little bit in the mid last time when they were playing against Sumail. He definitely got sort of the business end handed it to him for a little bit there, but looking to try and obviously right the ship a little bit here. And so far, 7-1 versus 2-0. It was like I think Fogg was saying it on the panel as well, that it's sort of a different style of mid, where he's more about those movements later on. But we'll keep our eyes on it as Snaking and Skidder up top, battling it out, and actually get some good damage here on the 33. He's going to get walking away.
Yeah, this is such a potent bot lane. It's why you see Treant being so popular. You have this stick, you go for Leech Seed. I think a lot of the old school Treant protectors before it became meta, it's all about the Nature's Grasp and the Living Armor. But now that we're seeing them go even 2 points into Leech Seed, it allows you just to continue bullying. So for Tundra in this offlane, they are the ones that are going to get aggressed on and get punished.
Well, we'll see if they can sort of weather through that storm of it. I kind of want to keep an eye on this Zai build, what he decides to go for the Darkseer. Already looking like he's off to a pretty good start. Already 8-1 on the last hits and is queuing up the Ring of Health. Can go into Vanguard, Hood, whatever he wants to do there.
Yeah, there's the Vanguard into Disassemble. Maybe get... I feel like the Lotus Orb later down the line against Tundra. It's a lot of single target spells, so having that value Lotus Orb will be pretty helpful. And Vanguard in lane at least. It opens up your hero to be more independent. And I think a lot of these top teams, once they free up their supports to start making moves on the map, that's what's going to allow Nisha on this Leshrac to start thinking about moving forward into the map, take away that jungle. Because, again, Tundra's lineup this time around, it's less about the play the entire map. It's more Beastmaster push one lane and constantly look for the fight after that. So both lineups are going to be refreshingly aggressive throughout this entire game.
Boxy getting brought down lower and lower, but they pull him back in. The double Ion Shell, it's going to be enough. Boxy goes down there and Snaking able to draw that first blood. Nicely played. So Liquid getting done what they need to get done here. And again, keeping our eyes on this type of a beginning. You were hoping to find a first blood there with the Darkseer double Ion Shell, but couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boxy was the one going down.
It's interesting too, because the switch up of him, I feel like I never see Boxy play Rubik because it's always Insania, right?
That is true. I mean, when you're one of the better Rubik players on 5 on your team, you kind of want to relegate it down there, but the way that these Rubik players have been popping off on 4, you kind of want it to have more farm priority, have the 8th lens, have the extra cast range, go for the shard, save your heroes, but also be aggressive.
And pulling him back in now. It's a little bit of separation there, and that's going to make sure he's fine and dandy.
Yeah. I think so far Zai's going to be pretty happy in this lane. Sure, CMCK is a pretty potent lane, but the fact that it's been, Boxy 1 going down, Zai's continued to keep up his levels, about to hit level 4. It will get to a point where Tundra will have to get kicked out of the lane, and you just can't really kill off this hero, unless maybe, with if they're too close to the tower, some Tusk TP in, quick shards, disjoint that surge away. That's when they might be going down. But yeah, I think Liquid are going to be extremely happy with how the lanes are going so far.
Well, speaking of Tusk...
I didn't want to mention it. I was trying my best.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough for our guy 9 here. I mean, again, if you're Liquid, not that they had problems in the mid, but part of the reason you bring in Niche is because he's such a talented mid player. He's looking amazing here.
It's 24 for 12 for the 13-3. This is not a mismatch you normally see from mid lane, and it's coming from the fact that Nisha is such a talented player. For 9, it's going to delay his ability to make moves on the map. It's going to delay his ability to really just enter the game. So for Tundra, now in the back of their minds, if 9's communicating this, who's going to make that first move to help them?
Nikke jumps in, gets a big round of stacks there on to the Dark Willow. Won't be able to get the kill. And in fact, Saksa just TP's back in. Well, he's still got those stacks on him. As Insania drops lower and lower, he's kiting out through the trees, but Mikke goes in. A little bit of an answer to that question as...
Mikke?
Oh, it is enough. 33 gets the return kill. That's huge. Zai up top is trying to get a little aggro there, pulling the creep wave. It looks like he's going to be fine, but the kill onto Mikke.
That is so worth for 33. Like Saksa, he's kind of being a bit cheeky there with the TP. You'd think maybe he's TPing back to base, but no, he goes to the tower, instantly able to kind of re-engage in the fight. And for Beastmaster, at least in these aggressive lanes, he just wants to accelerate his timing to get to the Helm of the Dominator. Once he picks up that's when he's self-sufficient. That's when Willow can be a little bit more active on the map, or even Tusk can move in to play on that creep to take away that tower and to open up the game. Because we've already mentioned it, Leshrac v the Tusk in mid lane, it is so Leshrac favored, it is not good to see.
Ooh, and Zai pops the surge now, will manage to get that runaway. Always a very scary situation when you get stunned with the CM in the lane there. But you can see that even though the Ursa Dye is still very much keeping up with that CK, and in fact going to get ahead of him as the creep wave is pushing underneath the Ursa's tower because they were able to keep that wave away from it.
Yeah, I mean, Insania did the thing that most pub players don't do. If the carry dies, they'll drag it into tower and take everything for themselves.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Of course, Insania, he's trying to win the game. He's trying to beat TI champions Tundra. He's going to keep the creeps away from the tower.
Wow, and that gold lead. Just a couple of extra runes there, it looks like. So we'll see how this one goes. 33 tries to run away. Mikke just setting up for a future go, potentially. You can see that Saksa getting a hold of some of those. Man, Snake King is really doing a good job of just sort of continuing to bully over here. And in fact, if they burn through these raindrops now on Zai with the rotation coming in, they call it out. So yeah, Nisha knew that they were heading over that way. And make sure that his team is not going to get caught unawares.
Yeah, it's nice call out from Nisha. They don't have any vision on the top side of the map from Liquid, so that's purely just Nisha saying 9 is missing for a period of time. They haven't scouted the map bottom because the lane's somewhat closer to the tower. So yeah, just kind of making the assumptions there, and they are the correct ones, preventing Liquid from getting picked off. It's kind of how 9 often gets back into these games when he's a little bit behind. It's just this walk to a lane, try and go for the Hail Mary, and you see there 9 instantly throwing down the sentry. He's expecting there has to be some vision or something, but no, it's just, yeah, Nisha with the call-outs.
Okay, well, so far, so good. Misses on that stun. 9 sticks around, but Nisha, the one that bottles the invis, that keeps him alive, but with the sentry already down, needs to be a little bit careful about this. Running up high ground, finds one. Snake King gets stunned. The lift back pulls him in for the kill. The root will be there on Anisha. Almost enough damage. Oh, with the tree armor. He actually just roars him. The Fus Roda. Rarely seen, but much appreciated for the kill.
Yeah, too many times players have not used that roar there, and he's just lived. And it's like, no, we gotta kill him. He's having 2 great of the game. 53-14, getting a couple kills, getting the double. Yeah, you gotta shut him down. But for Tundra, at least, this is the level of respect that they bring to a game, because Beastmaster just picked his Dominator. He could have been in lane, maybe pressuring Ursa, but no, instead he walks towards mid lane, preemptively expecting this to be a hard engagement.
Oh, yeah, and knew that there was going to be that battle going on. I mean, even still, it's very much just a sort of scrappy back and forth type of matchup that we've got here. And already a Helm of the Dominator creep completed. Ursa trying to run that one down, but Nisha making these moves around the map. Dark Willow will not be saved by the Shadow Realm. Soxa goes down. Nisha, another kill for him.
Nice jukes from the left right there, too, you know, dodging and weaving those roots up. An instant TP back in. Again, the efficiency from both teams right now. It's the unlocking the mid lane. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he looks pretty dead. He's pretty dead. There you go.
Oh, the Iron Shell, though. He's going to run down Snake King. Snake King, there's no escape. Oh, Skidder, why have you forsaken me with your illusion?
Poor, he had a Manga, but, you know, Frostbite, of course, was on cooldown, so he had nothing to try and disengage from that.
Dude, that's the best feeling in the world as a Darkseer player.
Feeling, yeah.
It's like, the support's just been annoying you all game. You get level 6, like, yeah, that's your carry.
It's better when you do it with the illusion of themselves, you know?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
But, you know, you'll take a CK illusion when you can, and that's going to be somewhat the theme of the game, at least for Zayat. If you take over the CK, you've got this big right clicker. Take over Beast, you're going to have an aura. Like, you're going to feel comfortable no matter what you get.
DD for 9. Shards that were stolen by Boxy. Snowball. Now he's on to 1, but he already used his Walrus Punch. 9 has gone in a bit too far. Does not want to chase that on Nisha, knowing all the heroes that are in the area. So they'll back out. Still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams, 5-5. I'm telling you, this is the type of matchup that I was hoping we'd get. A little good stuff to start.
I mean, the perfect thing here from Liquid, at least, is they're mirroring Tundra in their play, right? Draft-wise, you've now got both the side lane cores tanky enough that they can just, you know, sufficiently push out the lanes without threat. So now the supports are unlocking their mid lanes. You've got the Tree, the Rubik running with the Leshrac, and look at the smokes wise as well. They're literally copying each other. Tundra moves from mid to bot, Liquid moves from, you know, mid to top. So yeah, both trying to find the same thing. But Mickey
Enrage ready, but it's going to come too late, so he won't even be able to pop it really. Skidder, he gets out. So the movement that they both copy ends up bearing more fruit for Tundra.
And they're the small efficiencies which allows Tundra to kind of just creep ahead of their opponents, right? It's the speed in which they react to the moves. Even before they're too obvious, they're making the plays. And 4 heroes now into mid tower. Are they going to try and pressure it? But
I mean, it definitely feels like it. They're all here. I think that they were maybe just waiting for somebody to show up, but 9 keeping this catapult alive. I mean, with the tree, there's no way they get this. In fact, 9, he's in trouble. The root, now with Mickey right on top. Oh, but the counter root, the turn. Do they have enough damage? 9 and Boxy in some trouble. They pull him back in. So they get the kill onto Boxy, and they can't bring down the Tusk.
And for all of that, Beastmaster is going to... I mean, you'd like to think he should take bot tower. A level 2 living armor on this tower shouldn't be enough, especially when other heroes aren't coming in. Yeah, a couple more clicks, and yeah, in regards to map state now, Liquid takes top tower, Tundra takes bot. They're able to mirror and keep each other in the kind of same game. We've mentioned already, draft-wise, it's the same.
Very annoying, that haste rune being stolen.
That's from the perspective of Liquid. From the perspective of Tundra, that's really cool.
That's true. Fair enough. Oh. Well, Zai. Oh, he's in some trouble, but the back wall onto 3. There's a lot of illusions. These supports are dying. 9 needs to be careful. The snowball chase down. All right, give Boxy Rubik some more. That was pretty cool. He's been having a hell of a game.
Helps when you can use spells inside.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The okey doke. Skinner didn't know. Skinner didn't know.
Snowball in
He
one.
doesn't know where to go. Oh, snowball away. Put on your juke shoes. All right, it was bound to end at some point.
I mean, fair play, mate. Fair play. You know, you throw down the ward. It looked like he was trying to maybe snowball dodge a stun, but of course it was a Phantasm instead. Oh, you like the small plays there.
I do. They bring me good joy. All right, Tundra. Now looking for. I mean, at this point, I feel like they're pretty comfortable. How do you feel like the sort of scaling of this goes as the game gets later and later?
I feel like for Tundra, they're going to be pretty happy throughout the scaling of this game.
Right.
Of course, you're like CK can maybe go like the Ags to deal with the overgrowth of Treant. Beastmaster will always have threat throughout the game because you can just isolate that front line. Ideally, for 33, it's going to be dealing with that Leshrac down the line. You don't want to be roaring up the Ursa, especially with the status resistance. But for Liquid, it feels like as soon as the Ursa gets to Battle Fury +1, that's when you want to see the team kind of cross the river, try and break down the map and really punish Tundra.
Nice.
Nice little tower there.
Deny there coming out from Tusk. Yeah, so the punishment, and I guess that's the thing, is like you think that they don't really have that many answers for the CK. I mean, do you think that he can still have value on that Beastmaster even without needing to necessarily roar the Ursa?
It's one of those things which is, I think if Ursa has a great game with items, he can brush off a lot of what Tundra has.
Okay.
So it's more on Tundra need to get to that point where they've itemized beautifully to then punish this Ursa on a couple key picks, contesting that Aegis, and don't allow Liquid to enter the point where their draft plays itself, moving across the map, finding kills, utilizing the Dark Seer. I think if Tundra ever disjoints that momentum, then they can just be insane a pick-off team, right? Tusk jumping in, CK exploding up another support. Like, if you find them, Tundra can kill them. But I am favoring Liquid still in regards to being able to group up earlier and just make these overwhelming plays. But, you know, net worth-wise, Tundra are just happily farming up, getting the free picks on potentially Insania. You know, you'd like to think he should die in this position.
Yeah, it
you never
seems
know.
likely. They used Terrorize on him even. A 9 still chasing. Dude, this is crazy. Insania just lives. Oh my god. They finally get the kill. Snowball, 9 tries to escape. Won't be able to, it looks like, but they do get out on Saksa. So Insania is just being very annoying as this tree walking around, pushing out this bottom lane, and the smoke that's moving over. Skidder finds one, kills off the Rubik. Can they find any more? Nisha is backing away. So instead, with this Helm of the Overlord, just barely lost vision. Mickey gets out. They're going to try and take mid.
Yeah, they have to play around this Beastmaster early. Like, this is the best timing for Tundra, at least until the later portions of the game. It's before Liquid have the items. Beastmaster is one of the most dominant heroes running around the map, especially with the Helm of the Overlord. And they have an abundance of early damage with this Forjo, be it the Seum and the Willow. But they're also respecting when this Treant's alive. We just saw it, right? Any living armor, plus 12 onto the hero, it's going to be so hard to kill them. So you can see Tundra trying to do a bit on the map, but also it's like, guys, we're not really ready yet. It's the Tundra way. Get a pick, back to the river, across the river, sorry, push out the lanes.
I mean, I think the one really nice part that they also have on the side of Tundra is that Saksa's got some pretty decent farm. You know, 3,600 net worth on this hero at this point is in a decent spot because everything else of theirs is physical, it feels like, amongst the core player. You've got CK, you've got Tusk, you got Beastmaster. Like, he's going to need to get those, like, drums of Slom or whatever the hell they are, the Aghanim Scepter at some point, because, like, that tree armor is just going to be so relevant.
Yeah, I love the fact that he also went for the Veil on the Dark Willow. It's going to enable him and CM to pump up more damage in the fight, and you mentioned they're a little bit physical orientated, so now it's going to allow the supports to scale into some of these mid fights. And that constant pressure from Tundra on the mid lane.
Yeah, they move on in, they take it down, don't even get the deny onto it. Oh my god. Drop a fireball on him, let's see it. That doesn't want to do it. Anisha moves in, they thought about the roar, pops the, ooh. That just makes sure that they can get away. I mean, to me, that says a lot about Tundra's mentality right now.
Yeah. It's very much, you got the tower for free, pretty much, and, you know, the roar was, it was there, but yeah, very much disengaged, you don't want to fight, and it really is reflective of them waiting for the bigger timing. You know, CK's got the armlet, he's got the Echo Saber. Most likely should be disassembling to complete the BKB.
Nikkei chasing down 9 will get rooted and then eventually killed. So Liquid on the move up top.
And they're slowly starting to enter the game a bit more. You know, Nikkei, he's got the Battle Fury. He's going to have potentially Blink if he wants it, or he can wait to go for the BKB. But it feels like they're posturing for Roshan. Yeah, already starting it with Nisha.
With that said, the bird sees all, and it's just... Okay, they see the bird now. Yeah. There's a big bird outside. I think that's called the dragon. Snake King throwing out what damage they can. They're pump faking the Terrorize. This is not an easy Roche to take.
It's just so hard for Liquid to go into it. You're going into the Terrorize of the Dark Willow. Even just a Crystal Nova from CM, from Fog, it's going to destroy Liquid's ability to do Roshan. And yeah, I like the fact that they disengage from the pit. I think if Liquid forced this too much, it wouldn't have been pretty. And they don't really want to be staying around too long. And just look at the minimap. Look at how Tundra, they bring 3 heroes mid, but their cores instantly to the side lanes, farming up. So Liquid, they're bringing 4 or 5 heroes to posture at Roshan. Meanwhile, Tundra, they're just being a little bit more efficient on the map now, growing that lead from 2 to 4k, just in how they're not overreacting to Liquid trying to make some objective moves.
This is the thing that felt like happened in so many of these games that I would watch from Tundra in the last couple of days here. Is it's just, oh, nice. The Brews are getting in a little bit on the action there. But it was just always split up the map, everybody else grouped together. Liquid, I want to see how they try and deal with that. Of course, playing with a hero like Darkseer, they like the idea of taking these fights if it suits them well and if they have their items up and online. We'll see if they can force those objectives or not.
They're already kind of baiting Zion top lane. You've got both supports sitting behind him. I'd be very surprised. It'd be so uncharacteristic of Tundra just to wildly dive an off-lane tier 1, and yeah, you already see it. Just moving back.
Tusk going into the Deso. He's been behind the other 2 cores of Liquid, but of course his 2 cores very much on top.
Ooh, we got a smoke. Just completed the BKB from CK, and this is now going to be the game-breaking point. Whoever wins this fight should be able to move towards Roshan, get that Aegis, if they have the resources available. And the prior bait on Darkseer top, he's already... Oh,
Zai,
he's kind of in the area.
Decides to walk back in. They see him right away, gets rooted and pulled and going to be killed. So the quick move for the finish. Now 30 seconds, no Darkseer. Tundra, they have that Deso done. Do they want to buy back Zai to stop this?
This is so uncomfortable if he does. Like, they don't have a tier 1 tower to move to. They've already taken mid and top.
Yeah.
They're using literally everything. They understand the speed in which they must do it. They don't have an innate taker, so utilize that tag team. Throw in the CM up. You've got the Veil that we mentioned earlier from the Willow. Like, they found one pick and bam, 20 minutes. The team that you'd expect to go have Roshan, Liquid, wasn't able to get it.
Well, a very good feeling when you can take that away from Mikkei. The plus side, obviously, is that Mikkei going for the Battle Fury, but after this play in the last couple of minutes, you can see 77. I mean, as Roche goes, the probability is going higher and higher for Tundra to take this game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I think I expected Liquid to be able to group a little bit earlier in this game, but just the way that Tundra has moved around the map once again, they've got the BKB now, a Mage Slayer to deal with the Leshrac. It's so difficult now for Liquid to just play with confidence. I think you might be looking towards double BKB is the timing that they want to do. Like Nisha and Ursa, once they're BKBs, they need to be decisive with their engagement. Leshrac kind of needs to bait himself in the fight to allow Ursa to lock onto that one hero. Because if it's not a clean engagement, you're going to get kited from the Willow, the Tusk, maybe even a disengage from CK. So yeah, an awkward part of the game now for Liquid. A little bit more patience is required for them to re-enter the game with some confidence.
Boxy gets away there from the CK. Snake King manages to find Zai again, almost the exact same spot he died before. And slowed down, needs to get a surge away, but won't end up actually committing for him fully. So the Darkseer gets away from trouble and hunting. Oh my god, they found him. Dude, unreal. 9 just walks into the trees and finds a kill. Like, what is that?
It's because of his micro. He's utilizing his courier. Items come out, he keeps the courier in the area. He respects the fact that Treant naturally plays this area. So yeah, just really forward thinking. I love when teams use their couriers just more for delivering items, and of course Tundra, some of the best in the world, skipping creep waves with couriers, scouting out the Treant. Really good stuff.
Boxy going to have to get out of there. Darkseer has Greaves done now on top of the Vanguard.
It's going to help him a little bit, especially against the CM, these slows. Even just a pesky route that hits him, going to take it away. But on the flip side, if you look at the other offlaner, 33, he's already got the pipe, he's got the drum. Like he himself is very tanky, and he's itemizing to push his team deeper into the engagement. And yeah, Liquid, the theme of the last 4 minutes is just run away.
Ooh, Mickey, does he get out of there? It looks like he will. The Leshrac Nisha also gets out. And after a good early start, Liquid struggling to come up with answers, but this is what we'd anticipate with the Aegis. They're doing a good job of waiting that one out. The net worth lead, it's not increasing from where it was. It's about consistent, which is a credit to Liquid here, but Tundra very much in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I think just the speed in which Tundra from picking up a BKB got a pick off into Roshan.
Nisha?
He's already running away, yeah.
Skitter is looking just to bully here. Trying to force the rest of them out of this area. Finds, well, it's just to the creep. Do they want to go on him?
I don't think you do. He's got an Aegis, a Mage there, BKB.
They're smoked up. It looks like they want to take this fight or something here. The wraparound's coming towards mid. They jump right away onto Snake King. Gets roared. The back side, vacuum wall on to only the one, but they find Skitter. He's dead. So the rest of the team being zoned out right now by Mickey. He goes down, but they manage to burn through that Aegis. Zai needs to back away from there. Pops the ulti, the run, the surge. The stun takes a long time to get him there. And in the end, they lose the Ursa, but they burn through the Aegis.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful job there from Tundra.
9. Gets one, and Boxy immediately going to get brought down. But Nisha is standing tall. I mean, without Roar, they feel a little bit more confident in this side, though. With the BKB, the tree armor, it's not enough to keep them alive.
Nothing can stop them at this point. Now he picked up the Blink Dagger, punished the Ursa, punished the Darkseer. You just can't stop 9 from initiating and just ripping through Liquid. They're just not tanky enough. You can't living armor literally everyone right now. It's It's pretty devastating for them.
I mean, this is the thing that's interesting to me, though, is that Liquid opting to take that fight. They must have seen something there that made them feel like they could go in and go for an exchange.
Yeah, well, they had the BKB picked up on Ursa. He was able to initiate with confidence, going on the CM. He used the Enrage to brush off the Roar, which allowed Boxy to steal it. But unfortunately, they weren't ready for the Blink reveal on 9. You know, when you bring up the big items, it's the BKB for the Ursa. But on the flip side, Tusk brought out the Blink Dagger, instant punch into a Terrorize, and what could have been a great fight for Liquid because Ursa was pretty much keeping away 3 heroes on the backside of the fight. He instantly just died off.
Jumps up high ground, the Shadow Realm, and then the getaway. Liquid, the punish though. They get the stun from the low ground. Nisha there for the kill. I think that was the attempt to punish the BKB being down on Skitter. Because nobody else has BKB on Tundra right now. But a really good read by Tundra to back out of there and get out of harm's way.
Yeah, we're now in the state of the game that either team can be aggressive because they have the comfort, the BKBs. They have the damage to rip through these heroes, and Zai getting roared in the top lane. Has Greaves after.
Yeah, as well as stick charges, but didn't get a chance. Too much Chain Sun. And they pull back in another now. I mean, if they're losing heroes like this around the map, this is going to start to feel real bad for Liquid. Zai goes down, they pop the Overgrowth, another route, the CM ulti tries to pull him back into it, and in fact, that's enough for the kill. Tundra looking good. Boxy tries to break the Blink Dagger, but they're going to be able to kill him off. Mickey trying to punish, seeing if 9's gone a bit too far, pops his BKB, gets 1 kill. Does he want to go for more? Doesn't look like it. It's just him and Nisha now. Has to run away from this one. Skitter. No, they're going to be okay.
So close. But yeah, you can feel both teams trying to replicate each other in regards to play. Liquid, they want to mimic Tundra in that aggression, but then it's the react to top. I think in a different world, Zai would have been able to get off his Greaves and his wand, but in this instance, it doesn't happen. So now the TPs to top are fundamentally kind of, unfortunately bad because he's already dead. They can't chase down. They don't have the turnaround with Vacuum, which then leaves mid lane very isolated. So yeah, Tundra just being so clinical and understanding when Liquid are spread a little bit too thin, and Nisha again getting aggressed on.
He's on the low ground, but they get the vacuum wall back. Fear on Nisha. That keeps him alive, actually. As Skitter swaddles away, tries to get out of there, but Mickey right on top of him. No BKB on the Ursa. Pops the Enrage down low. Skitter dead.
BKB'd as well.
And 9, he's in pretty far. Mickey is incredibly strong right now. Snake King getting run down. Liquid, they just keep throwing bodies at Tundra, and eventually, somehow, it's kind of worked.
Oh, that's the beauty of this Liquid draft, right? Like, as soon as you get the BKBs, like we mentioned earlier, you can just run heads. As long as they're not getting split up around the map, getting picked off one by one, that they've kind of been doing in the last 5 minutes, this is the draft to click down a lane and just find their kills. And yeah, it's kind of happening. If anything, they need to keep the scrap going to force out that key spell use, so then Roshan could be Liquid's.
Oh, they run in and spot him right there, actually. Insania passing by the Willow. Yeah, the scrappy nature, I think, is the thing that they're going to have to sort of hang their hats on as we take a look at this again. Just right on top of Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, it helps because Ursa, he's playing with so much confidence. He's got the BKB, the Enrage, and you can't really get rid of that. And of course, the lift into then stun from the Leshrac as well. Like, the CK instantly blew up, and that's the engagement Liquid wants. This is what this draft is best at utilizing. It's the constant chase down and punishment of, does CK have BKB? Do you have Rowan Primal Beast? Are you even, positioned correctly? And for Liquid, it took them longer in this game.
The Nullifier on 3-3-2 now. That he's gone for some of these items to try and just completely eviscerate the Darkseer, it feels like.
Yeah.
I think we've got a really interesting dynamic in this one of like two of the most iconic Darkseer players. One for just like sort of doing it consistently good in Zai, and then the other for like innovating constantly in 33 and seeing another like little mini innovation to shut down that Darkseer with this Nullifier.
Yeah, it's such a nice pickup as well. It started against Darkseer, but also the Treant Protector as well. Like, whoever he goes on with that Roar, you're staying in position. Sure, like basically for Ursa as well, when he jumps into the middle of the fight, if you throw the Nullifier on him, it's just going to prevent so many things. His stacks as well being built up.
This is a big jump now. They get the vision down, find the Beastmaster. This is a huge kill. If they can bring him down, doesn't have an answer, but they get him. Beastmaster dead, Skitter jumps away, but Nisha chasing down Saksa. I mean, Liquid are starting to run with some pace here. Does Tundra want to come back and fight this? I mean, with no Beastmaster, it's so hard to go back into that fight. 17,000 net worth of their just advantage.
And this is Liquid just utilizing vision beautifully. They throw the high ground ward at the start of their fight. Both teams sharing this ward spot, but Liquid just being able to a little bit more ruthless with their initiation. Yeah, Tundra, against the jump of this Ursa, they need 9 to be in position. It needs to be, some quick walrus punch into then disengage if they want to not take the fight. But yeah, unfortunately, Tundra just aren't always in that perfect position because Liquid are being so ruthless. They are just relentless, and they really wanted a quick respawn on Roshan, but it's already going to be like a minute 10 now. Everyone on Tundra is going to be back alive. All spells will be available. BKB's up. It's going to be a proper 5-on-5 now to try and break open this game.
So to me, it reminds me of what you were talking about earlier of sort of the split up farming pattern, that it almost feels like Liquid, to try and really punish that as much as possible, are saying, okay, well, we're going to run at one of this groups of people and then force you to come together. And now you can see it's Tundra that are actually very much playing together. They're going to smoke up, it looks like, and try and take a fight. Where are they going to look first? They run right on in.
Right on in, yeah.
Smoke breaks. Insania knows that they're in the area. Nisha trying to hold this high ground, and yeah, they're just going to back out.
Just another tell from Tundra, right? As a team, when they're smoking up other teams, you're smoked up. You have the confidence of not being seen, run into the high ground, try and wrap around. But instead, Tundra, they make the play. Instead, it's like, you know what? We didn't find someone. We don't have to use the smoke to find a kill. We don't have to overplay our hand. They then retreat to their own side of the map and start getting up some vision themselves. I love just seeing how Tundra just doesn't force things when they don't feel it being the best opportunity.
So 31 minutes in, it's a 3,000 gold lead. We've had a really pretty fast-paced game, it feels like. But this might be one of those moments where tensions start to get high and kills start to become less. We'll see if it happens or not.
Oh, it's going to happen. We're going to be... This game's a stall right now. It's Roshan respawns. Lucky that accelerates games. And they're just running straight into it.
Oh my god. This is crazy. And they're showing bottom on the Lesh, so they're going to take this so quickly.
Liquid, they have no knowledge of this.
This is going to happen. 4-second stun. They don't have any way to stop this one. Shard's blocking. The pings are there. They know it's going down. And another Aegis for Tundra.
That's so incredibly awkward for Liquid. A team that was posturing in their own triangle to make this Roshan play. The fact that they didn't have some innate vision checking hero for Roshan, they didn't just body check it either. So for Tundra, you throw in a Hawk, you instantly see it respawn. You're going to have the edge, the speed to do it.
The quick respawns giveth and taketh away. It is a tough one there. Well, we'll have to see what these next couple of minutes look like, because it was setting up to be, you know, potentially those posturing battles, but now in a slightly different phase. In Tundra, everybody's heading bottom, it looks like. They're staying mid for the moment.
Yeah, it feels at this point you kind of want to have like a gem potentially picked up from Liquid. Throw it onto the Leshrac potentially. Once he picks up Shivas, get rid of the wand, and then you'll start being able to see out these Hawks, kill them off from your AoE damage, and just take away that vision advantage, because yeah, Tundra just utilizes quite nicely.
Yeah, it's nullified. They get lifted out by Boxy, because apparently that can't be nullified.
That can't be. So nullified things are basically the overpower on Ursa, it's the living armor, and then of course the shell and the surge. They're like the...
It was more commentary on how freaking broken the shard is.
Yeah, no, I know. I thought I'd just also say, like, if I'm listing 4 things and then the 5th thing isn't, then
I hear ya.
Maybe we should...
Get rid of that 5th thing.
Oh, also, to be fair, like Rubik's only been good for like, what, you know, like a week and a half? Maybe we should let... No, but I mean, like, we didn't really see too much at TI, right? DPC starts.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
So let's at least get him to week 3 at DPC, and then we can, you know...
Listen, my brain doesn't think back that far, okay? I know that I feel pain now. Okay?
You live in the present. I respect that. You don't want to, you know...
I don't have object permanence, these things that you talk about here. Yeah, Mickey liked my joke. Thank you.
Hopefully Liquid also doesn't have that as well.
Well, could be actually good for them, considering how that last couple of minutes went for poor old Liquid. But we'll see how this goes. Boots of Bearing completed now, and also a Lincoln Sphere on the CK. Another pretty clutch thing that we've been seeing every now and then is those lifts by Skitter pulling him back into position so the Ursa can stay right on top of him.
Going to help as well with the Abyssal from Ursa. He now can't just jump and isolate the CK by himself. There's a lot of supporting items coming out from Tundra. You know, you just mentioned the Boots of Bearing. There's a pipe. There's now going to be a 4-star on the scene as well. Like, there's so many ways that if a hero is just jumped by the Ursa alone, they're going to be able to outplay. And of course, like you mentioned, the Nullifier, you're going to mitigate a lot of damage from Ursa as well. So the whole game plan for Liquid, which was Mickey, you just go in, and then Nisha and the lads will be able to kill behind. That's slowly fading a little bit for Liquid due to the items coming in, and that's why you see the confidence from Tundra. The smoke up, like they got the BKB on the Tusk, they got everything they need. Aegis intact as well for 2 more minutes. Liquid, they do have vision though in this bottom side of the map.
They know.
Oh, now they do.
They're thinking that they're fine. They're very much not fine. Skitter pops ulti. Nisha decides to stick around in this, but Mickey jumps in, finds the Tusk, tries to kill him off. Nisha is absolutely fine. 9 tries to get away. Skitter down. That's Aegis already out of there. Snaking everybody from Tundra, trying to abandon ship. Can they get out in time? The Darkseer shows up. Vacuum connects. They don't have the wall follow-up, but Nisha there to clean up. The BKB is out. The Overgrowth is there immediately. Liquid starting to run wild. The Bash connects onto 33. All these high-priority cores are dying. Snaking bought back, wants to get back into this fight. It's not going to happen. Unbelievable performance. And now in a bit too far is Boxy, but they actually have the chase and going to be able to kill him off. So Snaking with the dieback.
Yeah, incredible fight from Liquid. It's because they're respecting their vision. This is a rare moment from Tundra where they try to initiate a fight, not checking the high grounds, not throwing down their own wards. It's very much Liquid with the vision advantage. Also, they're jumping at Leshrac, who instantly rebuttal CK's aggression, half killing off the illusions, if not instantly killing off by the time that CK was looking to retreat from the fight. And then Ursa, quick jump onto the Tusk with the Abyssal Blade. Yeah, we're going to see it here. This is all in Liquid's vision. Nisha hits a beautiful stun. These illusions are gone. And the speed that Mickey just punishes this Tusk, it's mode retreat. This Ogre Seal thing, by the way, get it out of the game, or stop it from, you know, being active when you take damage. Because the fact that 9 was even allowed to leave this engagement, that is some OS Frog broken neutral item stuff. But that's another story for another day.
I mean, the other thing here too is that Zai wasn't here to start the fight. I don't know if he was showing on mid or what, but maybe that was part of the, you know, decision-making process. But now going up to high ground, we're back in the real world. Nisha has to back away from Skitter. They have, again, down a support apiece, but suddenly Tier 3 tower taking a significant amount of damage down bottom. Liquid have turned the tide completely.
Yeah, and this is now when you look towards just the core matchups, right? Ursa v CK, Ursa loves this match. He doesn't really care about this late game damage. He's always going to be able to survive and be tanky enough. Leshrac as well, you itemize with a Shivas, you're going to be able to brush it off and... Ooh, look at the bounce back. Look, oh, come on, 77%. There was 0. Oh, I love seeing it when it's wrong, you know?
Big turn. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. We've got a Lotus coming out pretty soon here for the Darkseer. 37-minute marks. The next round of neutrals are going to be available. I don't know. I guess the thing to me that seems so weird is I feel like I haven't really felt the impact of 33 in the last couple of fights.
Yeah.
And I mean, part of that, again, I guess that you're talking about is normally this hero provides you vision advantage to set up good fights. Last time they ran into Liquid Vision.
Yeah, I think for 33 at least, his greatest strength was this early game, taking away the Roshans, just suppressing the map a little bit, but when the game gets volatile and quick, Beastmaster doesn't really like being the reactionary hero. You can see how he's itemizing to cover that a little bit, but yeah, just... I think there's also a little bit of a disconnect between the aggression, because for Tundra, it's a Tusk jumping in, a CK jumping in, and unfortunately, with these items on Beastmaster, he can't also follow in with his team. So it very much is 2 big cores for Tundra jump the fight, and the other 3 are kind of on the fringe, kind of throwing in some spells like, yeah, you got it, guys, you got this. Whilst for Liquid, all of their cores want to get into the middle, want to punish. So I think positioning is the hardest thing for Tundra to execute, because when you're against this Liquid lineup, when they have the items, it's just so hard to achieve. And it boils back down to that point of vision. Tundra, a team that have been beautifully utilizing it throughout TI and the DPC so far, have been falling short a little bit against Liquid.
They have been looking very good on Liquid, definitely, and trying to, you know, sort of throw a wrench in the works a little bit. I think that, like you're talking about here, some uncharacteristic movements every now and then, and I'm wondering how much of that is by virtue... Well, actually, we'll have to hold that thought. Skitter, the Yule Scepters are starting to come out. That is something that Mickey is going to be annoyed by here. So they can't get that instant blow up. But I was wondering how much of that is just by virtue of sort of this run-at-you style that we're seeing from Liquid, specifically against Tundra.
Yeah, I think this needs to be the concept to beat Tundra. When you allow Tundra to push out the lanes and always have the creep waves in your face, that's when it's near impossible to out-farm and outplay this team. You give them time to use their, you know, big old brains to think about the best outcome. But when you're just in their face, super aggressive, it's way more reactionary, a little bit less methodical, and that's where Liquid, they weren't able to achieve that in laning phase. It's why they fell victim to losing the first Roshans. But then when they got to the point of we can just group up and run through the map, they're not giving Tundra these windows to kind of get heroes out. And already look at the minimap now at CK, use his ultimate, just push out waves. Tundra now going back to the forms of comeback mechanisms that they rely on. And
you can see here dropping down some wards. They see the vision, and Mickey wants to punish it. Can they get him, though? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to follow up for anything extra. 9 was hoping to catch a sleeper there, but nobody's nearby enough.
You can CK doesn't have ultimate. He was using it to push out all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
So they can't really fully commit to an engagement for, I think, another 25 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they're more trying to take over some areas of the map right now. And well, Tundra recognizing, hey, Liquid's not home. We're going to take this creep wave and force you back a bit.
And Liquid's doing the same. Top mid, like, okay, you want to go mid, I'm going to go top. Who's going to come back first?
A classic Liquid base race for no reason.
Yeah, Ursa vs Beastmaster. Who's going to win this one?
I mean, he did a good amount of damage out there.
Yeah, it was good.
You're not wrong. Oh, Skip. He's nearby. Zai, vacuum, Soxa lift. Oh, he got a little bit cheeky there. Sorry, that's your word. Skitter, silenced, jump in. Nisha does what damage he can, but to get the invis. 9 went in, though, and the rest of his team not able to save him. The roar already used. They buy back now on the Dark Willow. See him ulti, be obliterated there. Nisha backs out, and that looks like it's the end of it.
Just where's the damage though? Unfortunately for Tundra, like this CK, he's not really able to do much. When Leshrac throws down his Shivas, his Pulse Nova, those illusions are dead. So Tundra, they're kind of falling victim now a little bit to these fights. Liquid, as soon as you show, they're going to jump you.
Oh, this would be a huge, this is dieback for him. The Hex is out. Oh, but the vacuum the wall. They were able to play interrupt, but not for long enough. And now 3 heroes dead, no buyback. Nisha's like, let's go. Chase down. Skitter, does he have the damage to hold this alone? Again, it's just him and 33 for 40 seconds. how much can Liquid get done?
That's 1 Rax, maybe 2. The fact that no one bought back under that Nisha aggression, when the mid lane is by your tier 3s, that's when people should be backing. So Liquid, in the back of their minds, like, guys, they probably don't have it.
What a huge win this has been. Liquid now taking... I mean, again, you think about how bad the sort of odds were into their favor of Tundra going in, and now double Rax, potentially a third. Do they want to stick around for this third? It's a little bit scary as everybody's starting to come back to life, but to be honest, they were winning fights before that happened anyways.
Yo, like, here's the 50-50. Are we going to do it? Okay, no one's pinging it. They're going Roshan. I respect this. You get 2 Rax against Tundra, going for the third. Now that would be too cheeky. So you want to disengage, play on the vision, and Roshan's up. They should be able to scout this out, Zai. You're outside the pit, boss. Throw your head in, Zai J indeed. You're going to get third Roshan. You finally get one. And this is the point where Liquid's draft, if they ever got Roshan, it unlocks their draft to be 10 times more aggressive. It doesn't matter if this Ursa gets kited. You can't kite him for 2 lives. He gets the Ags, he gets the Aegis. 43 minutes into the game, 18k lead. Yeah, Liquid, they're in.
They've had a mage one. What a freaking turnaround they've had here. Liquid playing fabulous Dota. And T, I do have to apologize. I stereotyped you as a British person saying cheeky. Apologies. I hope that you can forgive me. We can still be friends.
We'll see after the game, okay? We'll take this off air, okay? This is not the time to talk about the cheekies.
Fair enough.
Someone's going to think that's serious, actually.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. 24-23, Liquid trying to close this one out. And Tundra, again, the real play that they have is just to keep trying to push these waves. But I feel like we haven't seen them be able to win a team fight since that fight right where we're at right now with 33 down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is the point in the game where Tundra's philosophy of push out lanes and force people back, it's not going to work when you only have 1 Rax alive. Liquid are like, great, please, take our bot lane. We'll get Megas instead. That's a trade that every team will happily take.
And so they have to come back now. Mickey gets 4-staffed in. Yule Scepter there. Nullifier. Control. Do they have enough to bring him down? Still Aegis for a very long time. The vacuum wall onto all of them. Oh, God, make it stop. It's not pretty. It's not pretty for Tundra, but for Liquid, it's everything they wanted. They have the Aegis still on him. Even if you kill Mickey here, it's not nearly going to be enough. They break the CM ulti, steal it. Boxy throws it back in their faces. Stick a fork in them, they're done. Liquid took care of the champs.
This draft from Liquid, it's relentless, it's aggressive. You need your team to have confidence throughout the entire game. If things don't go well for you, you go for the spells. And at the end, Zai, the 5-man vacuum into the cleave the Ursa, just swatting them out the game. Game 1. Just you know, you love to see it. And yeah, I think this is how you beat Tundra. Go aggressive, have confidence, get in the face of your opponent. Just don't allow them to think. And yeah, it's...
You know, I just... There's a part of me that hates it because I don't want anybody to think Darkseer's good and then should deserve some nerfs. So just like, can you chill out a little bit, Zai? Like, hang out a little bit there, man. Come on. Just spam some... What's it called? Zai J?
Zai
Is that
J,
what the kids call it today?
Lowercase Zai into capital J. And exactly, that was such a beautiful play. And yeah, Tundra, they're going to be thinking about this game now for some time at least because they've now lost to the same strat. One from Nigma, one from Liquid, which is run at you. And if other teams start adopting this mentality, Tundra might have to think about some extra defensive heroes to go against this.
Right, and to be clear, they did end up winning that series on Tundra against Nigma, and that's something to think about here as well. They lose the first game. Is there going to be a chance that they can make some adjustments and come back for next? But we're going to have to wait and hold on to that thought.
That's fine. I'm all good.
Let's head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
We're going to have a deep dive into this game 1 because it was looking very, very Tundra favored for, I would say, most of that game up until the 25, 28 minute mark. And then Liquid, gosh, once they came online, there was just no stopping them. Good prediction.
Thank you. I think didn't everyone?
You all favored the draft, but Fogged and Syndrome, what are you doing?
What? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Fogged, Syndrome, you guys favored Liquid's draft, but you still went for Tundra in the prediction. You were the only one who actually went Liquid.
Absolutely not what
roll it back. Someone get the...
I didn't say Tundra.
That's exactly what happened.
Remember that.
Did you actually not?
I didn't know. I said Liquid.
Oh, okay, that's my bad.
I hedged it maybe slightly, so I'll give you that. It's okay.
I think you two said Liquid and I said one team will win, so we were all right.
This is true. We'll take it.
Oh, that's true. You were a coward.
No,
Yes.
he sat in that fence.
That's how I do.
Let's break it down. Let's talk about it. Because like I said, once Liquid got online, once they got those few kills, one team fight, it felt like they were winning everything.
Yeah, I actually thought it would happen a little bit differently. I thought Liquid actually would be able to set tempo a little bit better. They started a little bit slower. I thought they'd actually get probably the first Roche, and then maybe we'd see like a little bit of back and forth. But no, it's completely different. Tundra get the first 2 Roches. Liquid just patient, waiting for this perfect opportunity for a fight. And yeah, bottom fight kind of was the big difference maker, right?
I think what ultimately happens in a game like this is that we touched on this in the draft as well from Tundra, that it's extremely single target heavy. And that means that Liquid with smart itemization and good usage of living armor will... They already forced Tundra to buy 2 nullifiers. That's a lot of net worth that you're throwing into an item that is not very cost efficient for anything else than the Purge, right? So already that is a big win for them. And then the type of fight that you take. So here's the problem. The enemy team has tons of single target damage. Who's your carry? It's Ursa. He literally just jumps and uses Enrage. And you can try to control him to the best of your ability, but if you need to start throwing out key cooldowns like Aurora into his ult, that's great news if you're Liquid. So they're kind of just... You're seeing an example of it here. Ursa's literally just going to jump in. All they can do is Yule him and try to buy time. And if any follow-up comes in and they get the extra kills, then the fight's already lost. And this was obviously not even remotely close to the end of the game. It only gets worse from here on out. I wonder how aware Liquid were of this when they picked the Ursa, if this was like part of the plan or it kind of just came to be. But the way this played out in the end, their draft looked really beautiful in this game. And yeah, I agree. I thought Liquid were going to play faster and win that way, but they beat Tundra late game. That has got to feel really good.
What about you, She? What really stood out for you on the side of Liquid?
For Liquid and Tundra, I think Vision was the coolest thing this game for both teams and how they played around it. It was honestly super awesome. Like, for example, when there was a moment when Liquid like wiped Tundra, and then Tundra didn't have vision to know which area of the map Liquid was holding after that fight, and they used their scan to like figure it out, sweep over that area when as soon as they respawn and farm it up, and then make moves to try and go for Liquid. Other situations were like there was Liquid using their lanes being pushed in and wards to know exactly the directions that Tundra were going to come from, like where their moves could come from, and they used their Treant to always be standing there to like break smokes and block moves. They are just like both crazy good at knowing exactly where they are, and I really appreciated that all game.
And I have to give extra credit, of course, even though it was all, it was team game and everything.
Yeah.
Jesus, Nisha. That man, he is so farmed, right? They ended up having these 2 incredibly scaling cores, while I feel like 9 started to fall off a lot towards the later stages of the game. Probably because they had to spend so much on nullifiers. That definitely hurts your draft a lot. But my God, Nisha, he's just charging in, and you're sometimes looking, you're like, Lesh can maybe could be a little scary sometimes, can be a little squishy versus heavy physical burst. It never happened this game, right? He actually got to the point where he gets his Shivas, gets that Lucky Blast Trick a little bit too, but he becomes tanky enough where him and the Ursa charge in, start every single fight, and they're just monsters. So it's
also just the nature of the mid heroes, right? I think if both heroes are left to farm, Lesh will farm faster than Tusk. So you're not going to keep up, and it's not the plan from Tundra to begin with, but it kind of goes to show that we thought Liquid were going to play fast and then win around the mid game. I think Tundra were planning, okay, we're going to float and then we will win that mid game. But Tundra's late game plan actually kind of falls a little bit flat, right? Beastmaster falls off in terms of damage. Your Tusk reaches apex around like 25-30 minutes, and then he kind of falls off too. So there's so much pressure on CK. But he's playing into Overgrowth, Leshrac, Darkseer. It's a tough ask, so I feel like Liquid kind of had them figured out. I'm very impressed.
It's a good point that you bring up there, that Tundra sort of kind of floated. Like, yes, they were winning that early game, but they weren't potentially as aggressive as they could have been. Is that why they couldn't close this game out earlier, or was there something on the side of Liquid that they were doing that held back Tundra too?
I mean, Tundra kind of scuffed a couple of their initiations, right? Like you mentioned the fight bot under that cliff ward in their triangle. Like I think CK initiated without using his BKB and just kind of got controlled, lost his Aegis, and like they weren't able to actually fight with their first jump.
Yeah, that bit, I mean, the bottom fight was everything, right? Because he tries to go on Insania, Insania gets into the trees, and then Skeeter's running around like headless chicken, and Nine's like, I'm going to come in too. Oh my God, now I'm in the middle of like a horrible fight, and everybody's in full sporadic runaway. I think they just played really good defensive Dota. I think that's something that Liquid thrives at when they needed to, right? When they saw the moment to strike, they're like, okay, now we can be the aggressors. But for the most part, they're like, let this come to us, let you make these mistakes. We're going to utilize this tree armor, this overgrowth through BKB and stuff at its maximum. So, yeah, it was good.
Very good. Tundra, they were able to come back from a game loss in their previous series. What was that big change-up, Sind, and is it going to have to be the same change-up here?
I mean, I feel like in the Nigma series, in all honesty, I think Nigma kind of messed up a bit and had the upper hand. So what Tundra managed to exploit in that third, and I'm mainly remembering the third game, I think it was, but just taking advantage of playing the map better than Nigma did, like finding numbers advantages even when they're behind, and a little bit of slip up here and there from the enemy team. I feel like with how Liquid are playing and how Liquid plays the map and plays fights, I think Tundra should probably try to double down on ensuring having better late game without compromising their lanes too much. Like you might be able to, it's always a give and take game, right? But imagine this late game where the CK is, let's say, maybe Spectre would be a good example, right? Like if you could imagine you could get to this game state with a different type of carry, this could have been a very different outcome. Obviously, it doesn't really exactly work like that, but yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest thing. I mean, they just lost with one of their bread and butter strategies, right? So
it's going to be an uphill battle. Sorry to cut you off there, Fog. We've got to jump to a break. So whatever you're going to say, hold on to it, and we can have a chat when we do come back for game number 2. Liquid had game number 1 there, and they looked fantastic up against Tundra. Game 2, Tundra are definitely going to have to bring their A game here. Fog, you were about to make a point just before we jump to break. Would you like to to say it now?
Well, I just wanted to give, Sheep did say it before the game kind of went through, is too much single target, right? And I feel like we did kind of start to see that as the game did progress. So I think for Tundra, maybe a little bit of some slight switching up. Sure, they had their bread and butter, but I don't know if I've seen the CK, the Tusk, and the Beast as their 3 cores before.
True.
Yeah, that might be an uncharacteristic combination for them. Which one is usually different then?
I think usually I feel like maybe 9 usually plays with something a little bit different than from the mid, but...
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
a change up.
I think you're right.
But getting to draft, also going to have a little bit of a change up. Tundra wanted second pick. So game 1, Liquid had it. Tundra really want that second pick now. Bold predictions for any change ups in bans or first phase picks.
Okay. I was going to ask if they did get rid of that Nature's Prophet this time. So I think, yeah, they're going to leave it and probably try to play versus it. Maybe just thinking that was kind of a wasted ban last time around. Maybe.
I think this is really clever from Liquid in the first pick position. I think when your first pick here, banning Doom is a lot better. The way this is set up now with the Beastmaster ban is that they can now choose to pick Brood, and Tundra is not going to let that happen, because now Tundra is actually playing against another team that is really good with Brood, and they know what the hero can do, and they don't like dealing with it either. And this is effectively allowing you to get Nature's Prophet if you want. But since Tundra doesn't really pick that hero, you don't have to choose it yet.
That's true.
Just pick a flex opener or a stable support, and then you can close out the face with Nature's Prophet if you like it, or you can get something completely different. All right, this is fast. I'm guessing
big change up
next time.
They also could bat. I think they picked that on this position before.
For sure.
I like when I see this type of opener, because Phoenix covers your Tiny if it's a core, right? Because you hate playing Tiny if it's like, or you hate playing Tiny mid if it's like Phoenix as the support, so they cover themselves, and I think Tiny's just looked amazing. Still like the hero. I actually like the hero more than Tusk still.
Really?
Which is a pretty bold say, I think.
Yeah.
Do you think it's ever possible to pick Ursa this early? He's good against both heroes.
You
Is
sure
that a bit too
force
wild?
it though?
I mean, the thing is the Tiny could be flexed, so maybe you don't like the core matchups you're going to end up with. This does feel like Tundra is trying to just dissuade them from picking Nature's Prophet. Like, these 2 heroes fare well against him. The Phoenix deals well with the Treants in lane, has the attack speed slow for all of them, so you can last it on the carry. The Tiny can burst you around the map and is overall tanky in lane as well if he's played as a carry, which probably won't be the case for Tundra. I feel like they don't really play this on Skitter very often.
No, I don't think so.
Mostly going to be probably 9, but sometimes Soxa. Yeah, so if you're not going to get the Nature's Prophet, I like Bat. I think that was a good suggestion.
Team Liquid's turn to bat.
I'll take the Tusk. Okay.
It's
interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around why this is better than the other options. I don't feel like these 2 matchups are that Tusk favored. He's not good against Phoenix.
No.
He is not particularly good against Tiny. Yeah, maybe they just value flex over everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 different saves, I guess, on your, if it is a support Tusk also, right? They have the Rubik lift plus that Tusk thing too. Maybe they're trying to play more about like resetting fights versus Tiny.
5 seconds.
And they get to see one more hero before they decide
about cores.
what they're doing. Yeah.
So then bans, it's going to have to be very like core focused, I guess, on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, I would think so. Because Liquid, I don't think Nisha plays mid Tusk, right? So I think this is more than likely our 4-5. Maybe Zai plays it, but I don't really...
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I don't feel like, even if Nisha is good at it, I don't think it's right for their team identity anyway. I think it's better for them to put Nisha on these better scaling mids than... I mean, Tusk has his time to shine, right? But it's not really how Nisha plays his best, in my opinion.
They're going to have to ban, like, summons,
bans.
right? They have 2 supports who can't really deal with them at all.
What was it, sir?
You could ban Lycan.
Summons?
I could see a Lycan ban being good. You already got rid of Beast first phase, so at least you've saved yourself that.
Yeah,
More or less default banner.
So many though. I mean,
It's
there's
been a
like
while. I
Lycan
was
and
going to say
Visage.
Visage for sure. When you're playing with like a Rubik and stuff like that, it feels pretty terrible.
Ban Lycan, pick Prophet.
They'll still take out the Ursa. Okay. I'm wondering about Lycan. I don't know. That hero's a big question mark for me. I feel like nobody's making it look good.
Guy in your screens right now can do that though.
That's true. I mean, he can
has an ability.
He can make everything look good though. Right?
Versus Lycan looked alright.
I mean, he did have a monster kill. He was 8-0 or something in that game, and the
His
rest
team
of his
was
team
0
was
and 80.
0 and 20
Yeah.
or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's like so sad.
He did have a great game. It was an excellent game to pick it for, but that's where I was like, if that game the Lycan can't like take over, then I don't know. But they'll take that space.
Spectre ban. Okay, this lends... I mean, this is a possible setup for Nature's Prophet still, if they do want to take that path.
I like these bans a lot.
Yeah, I think this is pretty solid. I guess they're not worried about the Lycan. That's got to be the conclusion here, right? They're prioritizing the Spectre ban over that, so probably have a plan for it.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
trying to think how you open this phase as Tundra. Like what kind of hero feels, because that's kind of tricky, right? You see no enemy cores, realistically speaking. Both enemy supports are very flexible in what they offer in the game. They have decent damage, they have catch, they have saves. So there's like no obvious exploit, except the summons, like she pointed out, but they've kind of been covered here, right? So I just think Liquid have identified really, really well what's going on.
I think it's hard to take advantage of like take advantage of either lane either too, right? A Tusk lane tends to be pretty strong if there's somebody who can utilize tag team. Rubik, I feel like, has proven himself over and over again. He's great in every lane now. He's 4 positions amazing, his 5 position, like you said. Stats plus Fade Bolt just seems to trade with everything, so yeah, hard to kind of pressure. Hard to think of things that are just going to be like, oh, this is a weak lane or something.
I had to do a double take when you said stats plus fade ball. I was like, is this a build now?
No, you buy stat items.
Stats fade ball.
Well,
Dendy's back in mid, boys.
Let's go.
Alright,
Alright, Liquid, do they want to pick stuff that can just disengage or like poke from afar and then engage, or like disengage from the Phoenix? Because they have to figure out a way how they want to fight into the egg right now, because they don't have like team fight, so they can either go into team fight or try and figure out a different way of how they want to play.
I think Centaur is really
that's what
good.
I'm thinking as well. They don't have much ways to keep them in the fight. It's good burst. It works well with Rubik if they want to do that kind of lane and pick some other like Tusk lane. Prophet's weird. I don't know.
Centaur is good against DP for just the disengage purpose, right? That's why I like it so much, is the the double value of stampeding away from Egg and from Exo. If you can just outlast those 2 spells, I feel like your teamfight's just going to look really good at that point. The one downside is Tiny is a displacement hero, so Stampede won't usually... If Tiny gets the right setup, Stampede is often not going to be a true save.
They could also then pick like a Kunkka too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kunkka is also a possibility.
Kind of like some like Centaur Morphling for Liquid, but okay.
Or some I could also see anti-healing being a thing. Like there's actually different avenues to go here, right? A hero that buys Vessel, or... I mean, AA is a bit of a stretch, but... they're going to grab the Bloodseeker first off, so... Bloodseeker gets passive benefits from playing against Phoenix. Phoenix is always paying health to use spells, so that's a little bit of a... It's not a big part of the pick, but it might have added. I think mainly they want Rupture against DP. It's so good. This hero is fully mobility-based as a core, and... Bloodseeker also handles the lane very well.
Yeah.
Much better than most carries, because he can sustain himself.
Handles lane, doesn't care to be siphoned. He just walks in and out of it very quickly to get back into the fight, so...
What's the shot as well? Does it do damage based on health?
Percent, yeah, and you heal.
Yeah. That seems great.
Based on their max health.
Their max health.
Or is it current health? It's max, right?
It's max, I'm pretty sure. That's why we used to see it versus like Bristle and stuff like that most games, so...
These heroes are so tanky, that seems like a really good shot here.
Oh, I was actually thinking like Snapfire is just gone like, versus the Phoenix just to counter it. I haven't seen many people do it, but Liquid, they're actually going to still do it. I've actually seen this hero
so much
in 3 position lately, in like in C and stuff like that. They've been playing a lot, so I think this is still a bit flexible.
I think we've seen 2 teams play it in Western Europe as well as a 3, right? It was Zibe for Into the Breach, and who else played it 3? There was another team.
I want to... kind of off the top of my head.
I can't remember.
There was one more, right? I'm not making
There was
this up.
one more. You're right. I'm sure. I know I've been excited about 2 offlane Snapfires. I felt I could feel the excitement in my memory.
I'm watching too much Dota. I'm mixing SEA. I feel like I've seen this. I've seen the Tusk Snap lane like 100 times. Tusk Ricky, Tusk Bounty and stuff, or Snap Bounty, of course, in SEA. But I like this lane a lot. If they just lane the Snap with the Tusk, I think this is one of the stronger lanes in Dota. I think you both play each other. Yeah, you're super tanky on both heroes, and you both dish out insane amount of burst potential. So.
And there's some extra cool synergy in this Liquid lineup actually that I think is interesting. So first of all, Tusk Snap, like you said, the lane itself, but also just in the game. Right, Tusk has some of the longest single target lockdown because he has a stun into a lock in place into a punch, so you get to hit the Mortimer Kisses. But the other thing is, when you rupture someone, usually people want to stand still. That's not great against Snap. Then she deals a lot of damage as a core. So it's kind of this cool dynamic. I think BKB has to be picked up by DP in this game. I think she just can't outlast all the damage that's going to be coming her way.
Or it's a 3 Tusk who goes Ags and kicks people with Rupture, perhaps. I mean, that's kind of a pipe. I mean, that's a dream. I would love to see it, but we do get the Kunkka.
I want to
talking about it.
the Snap was OG played it.
OG.
That's right. And that's why
I was gonna say secret, but it was the OG secret, and OG picked it.
That's why it was like I didn't think about it because that's such not a DM hero. I feel like so I could never have really thought of him playing it.
Came out, though.
Yeah, it was really good.
A Wraith King ban? What year is it?
It's Skeeter though. It's Skeeter. That was one of his signatures as well. They're just targeting him.
I know. I mean,
that hero isn't good.
It is one of the carries that does best against Bloodseeker, right? Because you have 2 lives.
2 lives.
And the type of combo that they play. Every Wraith King I see as just kind of meh.
Okay.
But if there's nothing better, then sure.
Look at them targeting Skeeter.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Chaos Knight there.
That one is better than the Wraith.
Makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'm finding.
But I mean, I get it, but
I mean, look at I can't speak. Liquid. What they want to do seems very countered by Kunkka. Like I look at this pick and Liquid want to rupture someone, and then they want to be able to go in and kill that guy before the rupture runs out. And the run buff from Kunkka, the fact that everyone on Tundra is so tanky, and you will get like your BKB on your Death Prophet. Thank you. It's just gonna make it very, very hard for them to do that, especially if they can pick up a mech as well on someone. I think Liquid right now they don't have. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to kill people quickly enough.
Whoa.
It's the Ricky. Okay.
Wait, what? Who's mid? Is it Tusk mid?
Please give
Maybe
me
Tusk,
all-
right? Then it is going to maybe be Nisha playing that.
Could be mid snap.
I mean, this is so flexible.
Nisha
actually.
plays mid snap.
Why are you guys so
good.
close?
It's because it's exciting, Nat. You wouldn't get it.
This is the first Ricky we've had in Europe, isn't
You don't like excitement.
No, we had Tiger play at +5. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
yes, we did. Oh, all right,
You
fine.
don't
This
sound
is-
very excited, do you?
I mean, Ricky is also a disengaging hero too, right? With the sleep dart too, versus Egg and versus Exorcism. You just dart them and then see you later. So could
Okay,
be cool.
before you pick Tundra's last hero, who's playing what on Liquid? What do you want to do?
I don't consider myself.
I don't know. It's so fun.
Into awful microphones.
Hey guys.
Oh man, I don't know. It's so flexible. Okay, Tundra, they went from having like almost no team fight to last game to having an overabundance of team fight. It feels like this time around.
It is Nisha Tusk.
Yes.
All right.
Nisha Tusk, Boxy Ricky. And they picked Void into the Ricky support. I feel like that's kind of bold. You just get put inside the smoke screen and you're trapped. They can actually full commit onto you, and it's into Blood Right.
So does that mean it's going to be the Liquid 2-0 folk? Is that your prediction? Is that how bold you're going to be right now?
They don't have much team fight on the side of Liquid, but they have pace, they have speed, which maybe can take advantage of the long cooldowns that Tundra could have. But Tundra just has so many that they can layer, which can sometimes be really difficult. If you have like no team fight or very limited, they can just layer their ults, and then they can always just consecutively win fights. But
10 seconds remaining.
They've definitely solved the thing we talked about after last game, right? They've covered the two bases that we wanted to see from Tundra. It's better late game and it's better team fight, right?
Yes.
I think if they get across the 30-minute mark and the game is even, I think Tundra's lineup just scales way too hard. DP, Void, and Phoenix, amazing late game heroes. I feel like Liquid's lineup kind of falls off. This time you put Nisha on Tusk. So I would put them on a timer. Overall, and this time around, if the game follows the same trajectory as the last one, I think they're going to lose.
Do you want to say what the timer is, Sin, while Sheep's thinking of a final point?
I feel like Liquid either need to have barracks or be significantly ahead minute 30, or this one is in Tundra's bag. I
All
would
right, that's what we'll look forward to.
I think it looks very difficult for Liquid to take towers and take Roche. So for Tundra, I think their objective taking is just so much easier. And I think it's very hard to kill heroes on that team, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe we could be wrong. Either way, I'm excited to see if Tundra has fixed those issues from game number 1 here in game number 2. It's T and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. Tiga, we got the game number 2, a little bit of an upset to start it, although I will say it was very close. People were feeling that this one could go back and forth. The draft, see anything cool that really stand out to you yet?
I like the fact that you have adaptations, right? You mentioned how, Nigma already took a game against Tundra, and then you saw how Tundra adapted. In this game, same kind of thing. Tundra now going for more defensive heroes scaling.
Okay.
They don't have like the creep pushing aspect in their lineup that they used to have. But for Liquid, it's like, wait a second, we just beat them with fight. So now they do the exact same thing, right? It's a draft with fight. It's in your face mentality.
Okay.
And I think now Tundra, they're not going to go toe for toe with Liquid. It's going to be, please run us a little bit. Try and get into our sides. Try and break our rhythm. And if they break the rhythm, sure, Liquid's lineup can run over a game. But if they ever falter, if they ever make a mistake, that's where Tundra will just be giggling throughout the late game.
Giggling. So many giggles. Well, what's not so giggling, I think, is going to be what I heard from Sheep at the end there. Like, they don't kill heroes. They don't take objectives. Like, they have to win by 30 minutes. This sounds terrible. Of course, thinking back to the beginning of this series and what the sort of esportsbets.io situation was looking at, it was Tundra favored. Now I'm feeling like it's coming out all Liquid side. And they're going to head on in. Boxy very close to the death zone.
Yeah, this area of the map, this little tree spot, it's why it's so hard to actually make engagements if you're Radiant. You set that up, but actually
no, he rocked around. The poor old Tiny. He only has a tree, no avalanche to his name. Who do they give the first blood to? Nikkei takes it. Zai. Dude, they saw your segment.
Yeah, to be fair, it's actually the best thing is, Nisha as a player, he moves from Secret to Liquid. And Secret, he was like this enigma. Not player, but, he just didn't really say anything, didn't really do interviews. And now suddenly he joins Liquid. He's doing interviews, he's talking, he's, throwing out Zai J's in the game. Like, he's killing a lot. Like,
that was close right there. Almost caught him.
I know, I just love the storyline of Nisha just becoming vocal. He's been around for so many years.
Yeah, and you can see there, Liquid end up getting 3 of the bounty runes. Becoming vocal also, you saw there that, I mean, they all tipped Mickey, and then one of the ones was Nisha. I think that last hit was supposed to go to him for mid. But regardless, it's fine, comes on in, takes it. That's how it goes sometimes.
Again, once again, we have this Nisha versus 9 in the mid lane. We're going to have the Tusk and the Kunkka. And I think Nisha, he's now not on the farming hero. The roles have actually swapped, right? In the previous game, it was Nisha on this Leshrac. He can't really make moves on the map, he'll just farm. Same thing for 9 now in his Kunkka. He's a hero that will happily TP if the engagement is close to his tower, but he doesn't want to start the engagement. So if Nisha does break from mid lane, look towards, does 9 actually mirror that movement, TP and counterplay? But no, yeah, very much Liquid. They need to be the aggressors throughout this early portion of the game and just try and actually get a Roshan. If they don't get the Roshan like in last game, again, could spell some doom.
Can see Nisha playing a really good job. Yeah, the early momentum is definitely going to need to be in their favor, but you can see the sort of just mechanical skill coming out right now. 6-2 versus 4-0, and a lot of these have just been him being a little bit quicker, a little bit more on the mark as he misses the last hit, and I cast a curse. I'm sorry, Nisha, please forgive me. But regardless, we'll keep our eyes on that one and see how he ends up doing. As 9 playing on this Kunkka, a hero that, to be honest, I don't feel like he's super well known for. Was that mid-dive?
That was... No.
Snake King gonna get ran down here as Boxy just... I mean, this is gonna be the easiest Ricky kill of his life.
And maybe his only kill in the game. He is support Ricky. And yeah, he's gonna be so happy with that. That was such a clutch cookie. And yeah, unfortunately for Snake King, gonna be going down. I love the rise of offlane Snapfire, at least. It's this hero that you just max out Scatterblast Cookie, you have an abundance of damage, and sure, there's this Void that can Time Walk away from it, but it's always going to be that constant, if you walk to the lane, you're going to be brought down. If you don't have Time Walk, you'll lose your HP. That just inevitably brings this kind of momentum through just laning aggression.
Sania gonna get Spirit Siphoned and chased down a little bit here. Saksa not opting to chase any further, as obviously only level 2, didn't have an Avalanche ready. You mentioning that Snapfire, I told myself earlier that I was going to say this. If we ever saw an offlane Snapfire, if you're out there, you want to try a fun build, just go Medallion of Courage, max Little Shredder. It's terrible in pro games, but man, you just blast people in the game. It feels great. All right, that's the last I'm going to talk about it.
Did you actually talk about Medallion of Courage? Did you see what Reddit was talking about with Medallion of Courage? It had thousands of upvotes, by the way.
The fear, yeah. It should happen.
I mean,
absolutely.
Thank God Reddit doesn't actually directly influence the patch.
What are you talking about? It was a great idea.
What, we can do Courage? Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm getting derailed here.
We can do it, but I will say that I like that idea personally.
Fair. All right, we're split 50-50. If it gets added into the game,
yeah,
right.
We know.
Now we know who I
33. He's in some trouble right now, getting brought down lower and lower. Mickey getting some help from the other lanes being somewhat low, particularly that Kunkka.
Yeah, top lane, it's a very self-sufficient lane. Oh, Kunkka getting shot. Boxy, the Ricky rotation, you don't see that often.
This is big. Good damage in and body blocks. Dude, he's not moving everywhere. Boxy! Dude, that was disgusting. I mean, he was dead anyways, no matter what, but the body blocks were especially good.
Yeah, it was the lingering block of the shards on top of the Ricky just being perfectly positioned.
Right.
Yeah, if Kunkka ever steps up, yeah, Nisha just really styling a little bit on mid lane in the last 2 games, at least in the first 5 or 6 minutes.
I will say that 9 was doing a good job of catching back up there. You can see as the levels stacked up, he's still 21 last hits as some pretty good damage. No chance to time walk. And that means that Skitter has to eat that damage. That is particularly annoying for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, I guess actually that's something I didn't really think about. Is Ricky into the Void. If you ever step up too far, you're inside the smoke screen of the Ricky plus the slows of the Scatterblast. There's actually cute ways that you can prevent Void from ever getting the Time Walk off. So it will just amplify the Snapfire's laning phase. And I think another reason why offlane Snap feels good is because for Tundra, their entire early game is built around Death Prophet with Exos. If she can dictate some reactionary moves from Liquid, prevent that snowball through the Tundra side of the map, it's going to feel good for Tundra.
And I mean, the other thing that I wanted to mention about that too is we think about the context of like what this pick was. This was a last pick Faceless Void for Skitter, and I feel like some of that has got to be that it's normally a really good lane against the Snapfire because you can just time walk all the damage. If that's taken away from him, I mean, obviously Smokescreen, not a great one, and we see the Phoenix die again. I mean, this could be a really big problem for him.
I feel like for Tundra, at least, sometimes with their picks, it's less about the lane, but more also
toss back. I mean, there's so much action going on around the map right now. Sox is already dead, and Sania going to get brought down as well by 33 as he eventually dies. Does 33 need to get out of here? Yes, indeed. Mickey chasing. Can he get out? He had a TP available. Stick charge is there. Chased. Going to get hit by it.
One more hit.
And it is trying to get him underneath the tower dead. Saxa couldn't get in for in time.
The good old one bait under Tabayan. Again, Death Prophet just run down the entire way. Yeah, I think Mickey just thoroughly enjoying this top lane so far. And once again, for Liquid at least, in the start of the game, the cores are doing so well, it just frees up supports to have a little bit more presence on map. And yeah, net worth. All 3 cores of Liquid sitting at top, and this is exactly what this draft needs. It's that win the laning phase, group up, find some key picks, utilize the tag team of Tusk to go for Roshan, and with Aegis, you can then start baiting out the eggs, the Chronos, and really try and choke out the map for Tundra.
Yeah, speaking of eggs, Snake King has definitely had a tough one here at the beginning of this laning stage, and you can see 5 seconds until his dive's back up. But with 9 moving in, he's going to be able to get some frustrating situations out here from Boxy. Snake King, all of those were tanked by 9. Has the X, has the Torrent, pulls him back in. Still a lot of regen. Boxy, can he escape? He's getting burned down. And Skitter, no, he's not dying. He does die to the time dilation. Zai chased, but not going to be killed. And Nisha is mid, fighting Saxa. There is action all over right now in this game. Toss back, boat.
He has snowball.
Toss. Tries to get out of there. Oh, you need a torrent in between. He didn't have it. More the mana. So Nisha survives.
I just love the aggression from Liquid though, especially Boxy. The fact that he's going up onto the Phoenix, he knows that he can disjoint Kunkka's spells, throwing the smoke screen down. He's doing the annoying things to not allow Kunkka to find those just fluid pickoffs. You know, if it was any other hero there, that's an X, that's a boat, you kill off the support, you go back to mid. But he's utilizing the Ricky skill set just to force Tundra's hand a little bit more. And again, that's kind of what Liquid needs to do. They need to put Tundra in reactionary positions to continue delaying. And I guess the main thing here is if Skitter hits 6 on his Chrono, there's not that innate hero that wants to rotate in and get a free kill. You'd argue probably the Tiny needs to be that hero. It's not like you want to bring the Kunkka down and all these big resources just into your safe lane.
Well, and that's sometimes where you would see this Phoenix be a difference maker and having some of those levels, being able to get some Sunrays out. You're going to see it now. The 2 points in Fire Spirits, it's still not enough to kill Zai. It's exactly what you're just talking about there. Nobody else to come and help for the kill, and instead it's Nisha that just socks him in the face.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect them to use the Chrono like that, especially with the raindrops.
Chase. All right. Boxy making more happen. Dude, this guy has been so good for the past year. I don't know what it was that changed, but at some point, like, he has really leveled up his game.
Yeah, I feel like that's the benefit of being in, you know, the same team and having good support networks around you. It just unlocks your ability. And yeah, at least Boxy in this game, he's making Ricky look like a good hero. Of course, it is a good support right now, but I've seen so many players fail at having presence in the early game. They rely solely on the dart. But yeah, Boxy,
33.
incredible.
This is exactly what Synerin was talking about here. Is stand still, move around, doesn't matter what's going to happen, you're dead. And down towards mid, 9, going to get brought down. Liquid just all over it.
I absolutely just love this. Like, again, the snap killing off the DP, you don't allow her to pressure the tower of Exo. She still has it available, but now it's like your Void doesn't have the Chrono. Your Kunkka doesn't have Boat. So there's going to be a 1-minute disparity where DP can sync up with another core to start making aggressive plays. Like, already at minute 9, it feels like Tundra are just heavily on the back foot now defensively. A 4K lead for Liquid.
Okay. Going to be found here by 33. Gets the time dilation. They're wanting to get something done. Gets lucky with the bash, but the showing up of Insania to make sure that his core doesn't die every one of these moves is being rebuffed, and then counterly is going to be sort of a nice little jump in for a kill. The gank going back their direction, but they won't be able to find the kill on Asaxa. Got in that tower armor range. And that kept him alive against the Walrus Punch.
Yeah, Boxy also didn't have any mana for the blink strike slows, so, but very much pressure coming from all lanes, fighting up overlapping cores just to get in the face of Tundra. I think for Liquid, they're going to be looking towards maybe trying to break open a tower and get a little bit of the map state going their way. Because even though they're getting some cheap kills, Tundra always will find the farm.
9 gets that regen, boat out again, and it is only going to connect onto Boxy. Not enough. He was trying to keep Phoenix alive maybe there. But showing the value of this Riki support and getting so much value out of that silence.
Oh, Mickey just pump faking the rupture. Dude. He's going to go for it.
That was like on cooldown. And the snowball in, but Nisha there. Hey buddy, how's it going? Another one.
It feels like Nisha's got like boots of travel right now. Like he's just seeing everything. He's TPing to the bot, getting the kills, running top, getting the kills. And you know, it also helps that Boxy is just setting up most of these fights as well.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? The panel was talking about this 30-minute mark. They need to get a lot out of this for Liquid. Do you think that this is the type of lead where it's like they're going to be feeling really terrible? Like, is this sort of a measured expectation of what this was going to look like? Or are Liquid even still, in spite of this early game focused draft, overperforming?
And I think Liquid are just really utilizing the heroes perfectly. I think for Tundra, they have misplayed a couple of their big early spells. You think about the Exo, hasn't really pressured tower. You think about the Chrono, didn't kill off the Snapfire. These are the big spells that at least stalls Liquid out a little bit. And again, it just helps that Boxy is just styling on the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting in that deep vision with the sentries to make sure that he can make those aggressive moves. And Tundra, they make the smoke play up top with their 2 very strong heroes right now, and then, you know, can't connect for a kill.
I mean, there's no one there, really.
Snaking. He has level 6 now, but with Zai nearby, you can't really go for that.
Yeah, and if you look at the net
Oh,
worth,
no points in Little Shredder yet, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's a core Snapfire. He loves to go for the damage, right? And I think if you just look at the net worth, that's the key tell. It's the fact that Void, sitting third, not shutting down the Void at any point in the game, even though it's 13 for 2, that's where the confidence from Tundra will be able to exist.
Shutting down the Void, you're saying?
Yeah, you need to, at some point, kill him, or at least continue to make him use Chronos defensively, because if you don't do this, that's going to be the key for it. It's why Tundra picked this hero. Sure, the lane didn't go as well as they maybe anticipated, but there's always like, if you're against skirmishing heroes, Void is the gotcha pick, right? 30, 40, 50 minutes into the game, that one Chrono, that one grouping from Liquid, you have multiple melee cores, there's going to be an opportunity for Tundra to hit the spells, and as I say this, they're already somewhat posturing in the bot lane to maybe try and catch Skinner off guard.
It's like they have a similar idea as you as to what they want to do. Although, seeing him here, it looks like they're actually not going to be able to make that play happen. Snaking drops down a ward in the area. Gets a courier kill. That is Boxy's courier. And they're like, huh, what was that doing down there? Maybe he's in the area. They find Zai. Okay. Do they go for it? They're not going to go for the Chrono right away at least, but bringing in more heroes and having the toss back now, maybe they will. Okay, Little Shredder isn't enough to kill off the egg. It will be there. Tundra still looking for more now. Nisha, he's right on top of all of them. The boat's going to connect, but now the stolen boat. Insania throws it back the other direction. They're in trouble. Everybody's got rum buff. Skinner pops the Chrono, connects onto only one, and the other one's his own teammate. It's just Boxy. He jumps out after. This has not gone great for them, but somehow it looks like they're going to clean up on the Tusk. So they get something out of that. It wasn't pretty, but it's what Tundra needed, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra needed to use their big spells to get something, and this is going to be the theme throughout the entire game now. Liquid, if they're the aggressors, or at least the counter-aggressors, respecting the egg, the Chrono, and there were so many small plays in that fight that kind of showed why Tundra was able to get ahead. You know, Zyra, for example, he leveled the Little Shredder mid-fight to then go for the egg. They killed that off quite quickly. And Skinner, like, he respects the fact that he can't just throw a Chrono on the first hero. Like, Chronoing a Snapfire there, the Snap's already so tanky. Like, even though it looks like, wow, Zai's just going away for free. And the fight's just not going to stop. Liquid, they're just going to keep trying to go for stuff. Oh, wow, Konka just really just headbutt us for a second there.
He wanted, you know, a close-up. Yeah, DD Kunkka still very, very scary. So you can see the respect that they're giving him. Boxy, they find Snake King here, and no egg means he is definitely going to fall. But Boxy, he's stuck up on the cliff, and 9 gets a freebie. So that is a nice one for him. But Liquid making the move, they managed to take the tier 1 mid before bottom even.
Yeah, for Liquid, even after a bad fight, they're going to have this mentality of just keep going again. They don't really have spells that they have to wait for. It's going to be Tundra, no Chrono, go fight. No Exo, respect Chrono, but still go for the fight. And for Tundra at least, it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable conceding away this mid house at 15 minutes. You're going to be expecting the next tower to fall after the next engagement. So for them at least, they're going to want to try and be at least proactive in one engagement to force Liquid to stall out a little bit longer. And I mentioned this net worth from Void. He was third, now he's second, 7k. So this is going to be the insurance policy. The fact that this net worth lead hasn't suddenly grown for Liquid. Yeah, I mean, Snake's going to just disappear off the map for a second.
Look, you can't target him out there. Joke's
I mean,
on you.
You hit the globs, you can.
Oh my god, did he rupture him? I think he did.
No,
he didn't.
it was just a
okay.
well-placed glob.
Well done. Foxy shows for a second, gets the D ward, and manages to get out of harm's way right afterward with Sox in the area and 33 right on top. This looks like it's going to be a tier 1 tower claimed for Tundra. A 3,000 gold lead. This is the type of advantage that Liquid were hoping to build up. We'll see what Tundra can do to try and stave this off. What is the build that he's going for? Just back for Maelstrom next on the Faceless Void. Has it done and going for BKB after.
Yeah, it's the farming build without the Midas. Of course, you go for Mask Midas Maelstrom into BKB. As soon as you get BKB, you're very much a skirmishing hero. You look for the key fights, and yeah, he didn't want to go too greedy. I know we've seen some Voids be super greedy with their builds, especially in China, but this is the build which is, I'm ready to help if needed. If an opportunity arises, I have the damage inside Chrono to get the kills, and you already see Tundra now aligning themselves with a BKB picked up on the Kunkka. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually look to take the fight to Liquid, or at least posture to bait some key heroes out.
Snake King gonna be found again, and Zai pairs together with Nisha to get an easy kill. I believe that I saw that was the mechanism done for the Snapfire.
Shard revealed from Boxy.
What can they do? The boat that was stolen and returned. The Admiral will fall. A double kill from Zai, as they are really cooking right now on Team Liquid.
Yeah, and you might be thinking, wait, why didn't the Kunkka use BKB? I think in the back of his mind, he was like, maybe the Bloodseeker hasn't shown yet, so he doesn't want to just BKB, gets ruptured, he'll still die. So it's very much, I'm out of position, I'm going to take the L, take the death, and keep the charges available on the BKB.
What was the first stun that hit him on that one?
It was the Ricky Dart, and then there was a slight overlap where he could have BKB'd into the cookie. So
okay.
There were many opportunities for him to be able to disengage there, but because Mickey was farming so defensively and Tundra doesn't have any aggressive vision, he was just respecting the BKB piercing aspect of Bloodseeker.
Right.
Or he just didn't press it, but I'd like to think he's just holding it. I feel like there's some good logic to not waste BKB in moments where you feel pretty dead.
I was wondering if it was that raindrop thing, but regardless, the 5k gold lead now. They find another, and now Soxa.
Oh, bottling the Void?
Oh my god, that's a rough kill. That is a rough one.
He just died from a snowball into punch, then layered with blood right. Caught off guard.
Soxa runs into Insania. Avatos with the boat used yet again. They're going to take down this egg very quickly. The second boat doesn't hit on anybody of significance. Mickey is already BKB'd, running in. Tundra, they do not have an answer. Dude, Liquid are completely cooking them.
They're punishing the heroes that are squishy right now. This Kunkka, he has the BKB available, but he's not at the front of the engagements. Boxy with this sleep dart, he's annoying them, forcing Tundra to continue to try and disengage, and it all boils down to Void dying bottom 4v5. Liquid's lineup has to utilize all these advantages, and Tundra aren't just reacting, I guess, quick enough under the pressure of Liquid, because Void dying bottom, still being mid, it's allowing Liquid so many chances to sweep across this map, and we speak about a mid engagement, they're already top, tickling the tier 1, posturing, not allowing Tundra to get out on the map, and they've
looking
actually
for
scanned.
him. He's in trouble.
They know he's here.
He's in the hidey spot. Nisha knows exactly where it is, though, and everybody is right on top. But pops the BKB, gets out of there. So a little bit of a misplay by Nisha. I think that he just had the auto walk-in right-click, and the Walrus Punch connected.
He's also not used BKB at this entire game.
Right.
So maybe he's like, whoops, he's got it. My bad. But yeah, this beautiful Dota coming out from Liquid here. For Tundra, again, all of the mechanisms that they utilized to have these comebacks and to have this constant dominance was from at least holding their triangle, or at least holding parts of the jungle relentlessly.
Another sleeping dart. They find themselves the Tiny here, and looks like he is going to be another one brought down. Mickey finds him, gets the kill, smoke up, finds snaking. Dude, they're just all over the map, but they want to take this fight, it looks like. The Chrono connects onto 3, a good boat. The Exorcism isn't doing enough damage, though, with the dart there, not being able to chase that much further. They connect now onto Nisha, trying to bring him down, but with Mickey moving into position, do they have enough? The wave pushes a couple out of there. Already the Faceless Void is dead, and even without Zai, can see that Liquid taking this fight quite well. Is Nisha going to go down, though? This would be a big kill for them. It's got nowhere left to go. Snowball out. But with the wave being thrown, it's going to be 2 dead for Liquid.
Yeah, this fight, just taught so much for both teams, right? For Liquid, it's respect the fact that Tundra, even if they're behind on net worth, they have the spells to make the big plays, right? But on the flip side, it's like, Tundra, you don't really have much damage. You know, even if you hit the Chronos, you don't have the egg layered on top. The DP's not really doing much in the fights, and they're trying to just find these opportunities. And yeah, still, Liquid are going to feel great after that engagement, killing off the Faceless Void. Bloodseeker now, with 3k, 4k net worth ahead.
Yeah, he is definitely the one to beat down in this game. And with the BKB, I mean, I don't know how they're going to deal with this guy.
And
8-0-4.
Like 8-0-4, incredible game, but you've used all your spells in the bot side of the map. Can you protect Roshan? If Liquid want to group up, go tag team, go click it, they potentially could, especially when their BKBs are up. You already see they're somewhat posturing on the map to play this top side.
And it does look like right now, Boxy still scouting out, getting full vision in the area. Snake King is also here. Sleeping Dart connects. Can he do it all on his own? Doesn't look like he's going to need to. The rest of them are coming into position, and that's going to be another easy one for him. So this is what you would anticipate happening with a 9k gold lead. This is going to be a freebie.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expected to happen, right? Liquid, they take this fight bot. Tundra, they use everything they have to try and muster a fight. Doesn't really matter because it's not about the main fight for Liquid. For Liquid, it's survive the first fight, win the second. That's the entire theme of their draft. It's why you see them going tanky. You know, Nisha with his build. He got 9 with the dart as well.
They get him up top here. Does have that BKB TP.
No, he's got
no
TP.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's using it over there. Tries to get away, but the rest of the team coming in, Boxy just sticking on him, and, well, the kiss is not a 1 is hit, but the second sleeping dart, they're going to be able to run down 9. Nowhere left to go. With Nisha in the area, they're going to Walrus Punch. Even pops the BKB now, trying to buy more time. But 9 eventually is going to die here. Do they give the solo kill? No, they're not going to do it. Nisha's going to come on in and take that. Boxy steals it away.
Oh, such a long, awkward fight.
He's like, listen, I got this kill. It's mine.
Leave it. If anything, I was hoping Boxy would just let the rest of his team run across the entire side of the map and just constantly sleeping dart him for fun.
Oh, okay.
And then if he BKBs, it's like you still don't have TP. But no, instead, Liquid, they do want to kill off a core. And I guess that's a thing. If you click on the Kunkka, right, it's where's his progression as a build, right? He's not really been able to scale. Even Zai's taking over the net worth, being 10k to 9.6. Only a BKB to his name. It really is Skidder versus the world.
As the Dota Plus win probability, 92%. So 7-28, this game has looked completely into the favor of Liquid over the past couple of minutes now. And Boxy spotting out Soxa. With the rest of the team coming in, they're not going to jump right away. Still 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. They've got all the time in the world to make whatever moves they want.
Yeah, and if you an Insania picking up a gem as well as coming out of his courier.
Scan. They connect. So this Broche, or the smoke, Tundra feeling like they need to make a move right now with the Aegis. They run into one, find him. Boxy, a good kill to get, but a bunch are in the area, and with the sleeping dart already out, he's actually away and fine. So with the rest of Liquid there, Mickey's kind of far forward, but has 3 minutes on that Aegis. Yeah, they're just going to have an X play, but the snowball over to the creeps, and he's also fine. So Tundra, smoke will not bear fruit. They're going to have to go back to farming.
But for Tundra, I think they're going to take that as a slight, not a win, but it's they smoked up, found a hero. You saw how dominant Ricky is because you have so many ways to disjoint the engagement. But then it's like, okay, they don't waste their spells. They're still waiting for that one opportunity. Because I feel right now for Tundra, if they lose the next fight, this lead is going to grow so big for Liquid. So very much it's, okay, smoke not too great, we didn't waste stuff, let's continue walking around the map together. And for Tundra to be grouped up at this time, 24 minutes, hugging each other like this, you don't see that often. Of course, this has been an exceptional game from Liquid. But for them, they need to keep that aggression. They need to keep closing out the map and forcing Tundra just to hold hands.
Boxy? Soxa finds him, gets Sleeping Dart in the middle of the Avalanche. Nisha shows up, has the DD, and the Tiny is dead. Liquid move on in now. Mickey almost caught sight there of Skitter and throw out the shards, but it won't be for any connection. So yeah, the movement in, picking off a support, and then heading back out. Man, Liquid, they are looking really freaking good. I mean, again, like thinking about the way that we were anticipating these teams coming into this season, I think for a lot of people thought that Liquid would, change. There's questions of like, how is Nisha going to fit? I think a lot of those questions have been resolved right now. I mean, this guy's crazy good. And for Tundra, I mean, this is not by any means like a bad result what we've seen so far from them. It's just, a challenge that they didn't really have as much. I mean, Skitter said it himself after TI that pubs were harder. Definitely being challenged now.
I mean, I feel like for Liquid at least, the addition of Nisha, it's leveled up their team's ability to be aggressive. You think of Mickey as a player, Nisha's very much a scaling core that likes to be in the fights with the team. And it's just you just have 3 cores for Liquid that want to be aggressive, that want to be in their face. No one needs to sit back and take any creep for too long.
Oh, can they find something here? They start off the fight, the tidal wave pulls him back in and gets the kill, but they pop out, the Snapfire ultimate immediately blinks forward, the chrono comes a second too late. The egg is not going to go off, but they have enough to kill off Mickey. First death of the game. Nisha still being dropped lower and lower, got out an avalanche before he's able to get out of there. So with Tusk starting to fall, Liquid, they go in a bit too deep and they get punished. 2 heroes go down, both of them cores for a couple supports.
That was an incredible setup for Tundra for that fight. They utilized that tree line as if it was like an initiating tool. Everyone just hugging so deep. I think unfortunately for snaking, Skitter was a little bit slow on the chrono. Didn't expect Zai to have to utilize the blink to get so aggressive to kill off the egg. But again, Tundra showing why they are such a good team.
Boxy, he's right by some vision there. And we'll get the D ward.
Yeah, a cheeky D-ward at this point in the game, giving away a gem to Tundra. It's a little really crazy. Yeah, like they don't really have ways to play outside of their big spells, but if you give them a gem, they can now start farming with a little bit of confidence. And
I mean, so real quickly, how does that change up the dynamic now of this like sort of matchup? I mean, obviously losing the Aegis hurts, but it still feels like Liquid are very much in control of this one.
They for sure are in control. I think it's mainly for Liquid. They need to not lose the confidence to fight, but respect the fact that they can still lose fights if they are going into those positions, right?
Okay.
The Kunkka, he went for this shard quite early on. He's now tidal waving people back. There's a lot of disruption coming out from 9, and the game will only get harder for Liquid. So they've played an immaculate game so far, but it's off of Boxy's initiation or Nisha's aggression.
Smoke up, heading up to high ground now. Tundra, can they anticipate this movement in? It's going to be 33 over there that actually broke the smoke on Boxy. So he knows that there's somebody down here, but they're not going to be able to find him immediately. Heading further north, they would run into the rest of the team. Nisha's there, actually boldly going to walk forward. He's in front of everybody else. They go in, Ava, toss, tidal wave, pulls him up to the high ground. Is he going to be okay? Nisha's still stuck up on that high ground. Do they have anything else in the tank? They kill off Soxa in exchange for the Rubik, but it looks like that's going to be the extent of it.
Yeah, you can feel Liquid there. It's like, guys, we don't really want to fight them. Sure, the spells are a little bit on cooldown, especially the chrono was on cooldown for like 10 seconds during that, but it's like, no, don't fight in their vision where they're set up. Tundra, they've got 2 high ground ward spots around Roshan. They could instantly disengage from the fight. And you can now see kind of the cogs turning for Tundra, how they feel like they're going to be able to get back into this game. Itemization-wise as well, it's like you've got the Lotus now on Death Prophet, Void going for the Lincolns, mitigators for this Sleeping Dart that Liquid have been utilizing so beautifully to win these early fights. And That's kind of how the panel was mentioning it as well. Like, it will inevitably get hard for Liquid to start the fights, even though they've been doing it so well.
I mean, this is literally the moment that they were talking about. 30 minutes in, they needed a set of racks, or barracks, as Cinderin called it for some reason.
He's old, it's fine, don't worry. He was going for the boomer audience, it was all good.
As Boxy gets caught here, we'll see if that ends up becoming an issue or not, as... Well, a rupture. He's still hanging on to that BKB, but the jump in, and he's dead way too quickly. Skidder also jumps into the tree line, gets scouted now, and then retreats away, but no buyback for 60 seconds. And Roche capable of respawning. Let's see how quick that respawn is.
It's going to be 2 minutes. I can feel it.
Oh my god, it is. All right, so too long. That would have been big for Liquid.
I mean, you don't win a TI if Roshan doesn't spawn when you want it to.
I mean, so again, like that. So that was like the framework that we came into this. Do you think that 14K gold lead, is that like equivalent to a Rax-ish to you? Like, how much pressure do you think Liquid are feeling they're under right now, or is it any pressure? Are they in a pretty comfortable spot?
Unfortunately, a 15k gold lead never feels good against a Void with potential damage, because if you're Chronoed, your net worth is fundamentally 0, kind of. I mean, defensive items kind of help, but I'm trying to generalize it a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're aggressive, but still, it's like if Tundra hits that Chrono, hits that spell, it doesn't matter how big of a lead you have, as long as you have the damage to kill inside that, you're going to be able to offset that lead. So I think for Liquid, no lead in this game will feel too good, because Tundra's going to be able to find that engagement. And they found it at bot lane tier 2.
Right.
You kind of feel like they're going to find it again.
It does have the feeling that it's at least possible, which is scary. And, you know, we heard the clip earlier that happened from, you know, Insania in the other series, that no lead is fully safe when it's a Team Liquid lineup. But 10 to 33, if Tundra could pull this one back, that would be absolutely insane from them. 21,000 net worth for this Bloodseeker, still incredibly farmed on Mickey. But we'll see. Into the pit, rather right now, it was the Tusk in the pit, breaking the smoke. And that signals to Tundra that they can't really go for any other move right now. Lincoln's done for the Void. He's got more ways to keep himself alive. And again, I'm curious, like, if we're going to see Zai try and transition into some damage eventually, too. Because that could be another way that they could sort of, you know, some quote-unquote deal with the Chrono, is just try and kill the Faceless Void inside of it, maybe, when he gets to the higher levels.
Yeah, I think that's always an option when you go ultra late game. I think right now, his build can pivot towards, I think he's got the Beekeeper and Quick Buy.
Yeah.
I think Wraith Pact, honestly, in this game, is pretty good. Mitigate that physical damage from the Void inside Chrono. He's already got a Blink to be able to get into the middle of the fight for Lil Shreddering the Egg.
Right.
Yeah, I think like BKB, Wraith Pact, and then at that point, he can then maybe look towards becoming another right clicker, but...
Oh. What are Liquid gonna do here? They're smoked as 5. And it looks like they're checking out for the vision. It definitely feels like this is the moment where, I mean, if they can win this fight, it's running down lanes, forcing out buybacks.
It's a big if, though. Like, they're smoked up, but with so much caution. I think, you know, we've seen on Twitter, Amar response to snaking, it's, oh, congrats, you won, but yeah, you're the triangle team. You're the team that just AFKs by the Ancients, you know, holds hands and eventually just hit the spells. And
listen, triangles revolutionize the world, okay? There's some great engineering around triangles.
Yeah, and Tundra, their logo is also a triangle. It literally, they're advertising the fact that they are this type of team, and Liquid, 16k up, 23 kills up, yet they don't want to try and break into this side of the map because they understand that their draft is about skirmishing in the open kind of space of the map. It's the long drawn-out fights. Win the second fight, not the first. And yeah, it's just an awkward part of the game.
To be fair, also, it's not even a triangle anymore. There's no small camp. It's a line.
Oh, come on.
They're in the line.
All right.
Dude, look at the circle. Boxy's just drawing the circle aggressively. He's like, guys, they're there. Right here. Go farm everything, which it looks like they're about to do. So, I mean, over time, you're getting outpost experience on the side of Liquid. You're getting more camps. You're getting more gold. Tiny is now going to push out the bottom side of the map. Saksa feeling comfortable doing this. Does that give enough confidence for Liquid to want to hunt high ground? I don't think so.
I think on the flip side, I think it gives Tundra more confidence. You've just completed Aeon Disc for 33. He can assemble it when he needs. 4-star on the Tiny.
Oh, that was close. I think Boxy got pushed away, actually, by the tidal wave. Yeah, okay. He's going to be fine, though. X on the Saksa. Jumps in. Avatos back. Oh, that's a nice play. Boxy dead right at the start. They have the kisses going out. Snake King backs away. And Stolen X marks the spot. So they get 1 kill onto the Riki. And now going to smoke. See where they go for. Are they going right into the pit?
It honestly can be. This is a smoke just to evade the vision of the potential Liquid high ground.
Oh.
They're using X, so they're using everything.
No, they know, though. Liquid is so aware of this. Mickey goes on in, throws out that blood right. Tundra, they're all grouped together around it. Jumps out. They still have Exorcism going down. Half HP on the Roche. They're Xing the Bloodseeker right now, and now the X onto Saksa to toss him back in, but then the X on X, and Mickey, he popped his BKB, though. He thought he was being tossed back in. Oh, that is unfortunate. A weird mechanic, but ends up getting caught. Nisha steals it. Oh, what the hell? Dude, what am I seeing? What was that? But now the control and trying to bring him down. Skinner, he dies. Mickey came on in and beat the shit out of him. Saksa trying to get out of there. Nisha gets pulled away. Walrus Punch now. Connection on to Saksa. 9 trying to get out of there. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Liquid say, heck no. Screw your Roche. We're taking it all.
Nisha deserves so many tips for that play. That was a horrendous start for Liquid. Mickey having to use his BKB just because of the double X interaction. And then on top, like, he gets the kill. He gets the Aegis. He blows up the Void before he can even survive and get Chrono off.
Oh.
He is worth every single penny that Liquid paid for him. Oh my god. It felt like Tundra's comeback right there. Passively taking the Roshan.
Dude, look at this. The split out.
And once again, just insanity with these X marks. He's allowing Nisha to go in, but then bringing him back to the safety of his team. And the Lincolns was popped on Skidder there, which allowed all the spells to come on top of that. Yeah. An incredible fight from Liquid.
Let me tell you, that is the first time that a Rubik has gotten a highlight with X marks the spot.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That is crazy. 20k gold lead now, and Aegis on the Tusk.
Again, it feels like it shouldn't be this way. And I don't mean this in any disregard to Liquid. It's more like Tundra have been in these positions so many times. These are the plays that the Aegis goes to Tundra.
Right.
The comeback style, it occurs. But for Liquid, it's like they are just playing so immaculately that they just outplay.
They're playing really, really well. I'm super impressed with Liquid, and I think that there weren't haters coming into this season. There were a couple people that were sort of. I don't even think there were people that were really questioning it. Like, Nisha's just so freaking good, but proving it is a whole different thing. And right now, they're all over it. Tundra. Still in this one by every conceivable metric. They have Faceless Void late game with a Phoenix. Can they get that perfect fight, though? Aeon Disc going to be procced. The Sleeping Dart afterwards keeps him alive. Chrono, but it's onto a lot of his team. Not sure if it's going to be enough. Kunkka dropping down low, almost dead. 9 out of there. And can they finish off the rest of them? Mickey there, 4 dead, 5 dead. Liquid, they are going to 2-0 Tundra. What a series.
I mean, if Nisha doesn't get out... Wait, actually, you know what? I'm a support player. Give it to Insania. These Xbox were kind of hype. But
oh, my God. What a turnaround. What a swing back into their favor. Team Liquid looking incredibly solid here. And I mean, again, it's not like Tundra looked bad. It's not like Tundra were making, poor plays at any point. They were looking incredibly good, too.
I mean, this is game 2. I felt like we were going to get to a point like, they hit the comeback. They're doing it. But again, outside Roshan, Nisha, he's hit his spells, and you need players to step up. I think against Tundra, as a team, you can be aggressive, but Tundra always finds a way back into it. And that's what happened in this game. But then you need a player to be like, no, this is going to be my game. This is going to be my clip on the front page of Reddit. And Nisha, he did that. He gets the clip. He's going to get the 1,000 upvotes, and he's going to win game 2 for Liquid. So, yeah, I think at least now for teams in Europe, Tundra isn't this like unbeatable force. Like not the comeback machine. At least we now have proof they can bleed.
Well, and I think that it's really important to put into context, like a huge portion of this is they are like, not only were they one of the most watched teams, like they're putting out content talking about how they're doing it, you know? Like that's some next level flexing going on by Tundra.
Yeah.
And then they ended up, of course, after enough time, you know, if you're the one to beat, everybody's going to home in on them. So a really impressive showing. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum, if Tundra can bounce back. But for now, we're going to bounce back to the panel T. How about you guys?
Oh, that was a great little segue there, Lyrical. Thank you so much. 2-0 for Liquid. We talked about the potential timer syndrome that they could have been on with this lineup. You said maybe roughly around the 30-minute mark. It felt like that was going to come to fruition as Tundra was slowly crawling back into this, but that Roche. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I just think Liquid played an insane game. Like all their rotations were successful. Their spell casting was immaculate. We have this super amazing highlight of Roche, obviously, as you mentioned. I didn't really think Tundra were coming back. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, I don't think so. Like this Roche play has to work for them to have a chance at coming back. That's how I look at it. Like maybe because Liquid's advantage was just big enough. Like they accomplished what they needed to in the first, should we say, 15 minutes even? Like, do we even need to say 30? Like
I was going to say 15, 20.
They kind of just rolled them, honestly. They crushed them all over the map. And just as a side note, I don't know, I feel like this might be Soxa's worst score in a year, at least. He went 0 and 15 on Tiny.
Really?
Soxa went 0 and 15. Let that sink in for a second. 0 and 13.
Sorry, guys.
No,
Similar. His sight isn't as good as it used to be.
All right, I take it back. It's a good score.
Yeah, no, he did great. He did great.
No, yeah, the speed, right? I think that was the name of the game. Just the speed, no cooldowns. They didn't have to rely on pretty much anything on Liquid, and Boxy kind of setting the pace with Nisha in the early game. They were everywhere, right? Every single time you'd look at like 15, within the first 15 minutes, the two of them together, paired off, always finding these pickoffs. Yeah, this was a treat to watch.
This was a really good defensive team fight from Tundra if Skitter was a little bit faster on the chrono, but I think he wasn't anticipating the blink trap little shredder coming in, because if the Supernova stays alive as well, this fight goes even better for them. But still, I mean, they defended against Aegis. This was one of two good fights they had all game.
Yeah, it's just so good because everything good that Liquid does turns into another good thing. Like they are utilizing all of their cooldowns, right? When Kisses is up, Snapfire comes mid. By fighting around mid, they keep up their mid tower, so they're able to like control mid and bot really, really hard, whilst also still putting someone like Zai to the top lane to push out that wave. And then it's still fine because when they start taking a fight mid, he can just TP in and take part with that long range Kisses. So they're just able to connect to each other so well because they have so much map control and towers up, and it's just so good.
It was a beautiful symphony of everything, right? Even the Rubik, we saw a showcase from Insania, the little X play with Nisha, of course, but then also how many times? I think he stole boat 3 times, right? One of them probably shouldn't have happened. I know Nine is probably kicking himself in the mid lane for that one, but they all showed off. That's what I felt like on Liquid. Like everybody played their game almost perfectly. They were everywhere. They're fighting perfectly, and I love again itemization. You know, last game I really liked the itemization. This time, even like these small things like the blink, snap, blink, Ricky, these kind of things that you don't expect. I think it caught so many things off guard with Tundra. Just they can't utilize their ults because they're just countered.
Yeah, you mentioned items. The Ricky, though, obviously his items are a factor, but just the pick in itself, we'd already seen it. OG on day 1 did it. Didn't really work out for them. They didn't end up winning that game. But here, it looked incredible. There were so many little interactions and benefits Ricky was able to give Liquid.
I think that was partly because they tri-laned with the Ricky, so he didn't really get as much space to do his own thing because he was kind of like connecting onto other people, and their offlaner had such a terrible time as a result of tri-laning that he couldn't then play with that guy. In this game, they're just owning everywhere. Boxy's able to freely go from bot to mid. Like, everyone's having a good game. He's making them have a good game. He's able to just exist and kind of scale on his own and get his timings.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed with this guy's movement. I think same. So Boxy's spellcasting, I don't think his spellcasting is like particularly much better than most fours. Like most fours are just, you know, mechanically sound at what heroes they're playing, but his eye for where to go when is just incredible. Like the gank mid, you're a Ricky ganking the mid lane for your Tusk before he's 6, I believe. It was pre-6, they killed the Kunkka. He finds Kunkka like 2 or 3 times in the top lane trees. One of the times while TPing out, he darts him. Like, I think Boxy, as usual, is just so instrumental to how Liquid play the map that I'm starting to wonder if there is value in trying to target him a little bit in strategy, maybe. Like if you can maybe force him onto heroes that don't offer that vision advantage that he often finds. He's been playing Clock and Ricky in particular well, but even in game 1 on Rubik, I mean, it still worked. But that was a very different style of Boxy, though, you have to say. But yeah, I mean, even then it still worked. So maybe that's good, not good enough.
How do you target them at this point now, right? It's starting to look pretty difficult. Liquid just seems to have a huge hero pool, tons of different things to replace stuff, and even when we were saying like maybe they're not going to play Nisha even on Tusk, right? They're like, yeah, we can, of course. They can play pretty much anything. So yeah, team to beat.
Let's try to get a little bit more insight, a little bit more of a breakdown to Liquid with our interview. It's going to be Insania. He'll be joining us here on the desk. Insania, congratulations. You guys are having an absolutely fantastic start to this DPC with a 2-0 over Tundra. How are you feeling personally on that?
I'm feeling pretty good. I know when we were at TI, I really wanted to play them in the final, so it feels good that we managed to beat them now. Unfortunately, it's DPC instead of a TI final, but I'll take the win.
A win's a win, definitely. I want to know a little bit more about, for you, how it's been having Nisha join the team.
I mean, having Nisha he's not the best player, but he's pretty good. So yeah, no, I'm very happy with him. He's a chill guy, fits in really well. I think it's just nice to have around. With that said, of course, we do miss Matu, we do miss Jesse. There's a lot of people that, kind of left our team after last year. So there's a bit of mixed feelings, I guess, overall. But I'm really happy with Nisha. He's great. He's very fun to have around.
That's nice to hear.
So you're able to, you lose all of these people, right? They're important to you, but you still have Blitz. How come you haven't managed to get rid of him yet?
We really do try. I don't know how many times we've tried to fire him, but he just knows how to, keep his job. First thing he did when he joined Liquid was become best friends with the CEO, and I think that's really cemented his spot on our team because all he does is bring us water, and I don't know when he's going to start coaching us. Hopefully at some point.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's it. That was actually a question.
I was just going to ask how you're doing. I miss you. Haven't seen you in a bit. How's life? How's everything besides just your Dota?
Good.
How's everything going?
There's life beside Dota. Wow.
That's the right answer.
I don't know. Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't know. There's not much outside of Dota right now. It's just back on the grind. I spent basically the 2 months we had off sitting at home playing RuneScape all day. So, yeah, I guess I'm
old school?
Yeah, RuneScape enthusiast, of course. Old school
So there
RuneScape.
is stuff outside of Dota.
There you go. You answered it there.
I guess, yeah. There's Vorkath.
Okay. All right. I have a question for you as well. So now that you've beaten Tundra, I don't know, in advance, before this season started, would you have said they were the opponent you expected to be toughest, or do you still think the biggest challenge lies ahead in one of the remaining teams?
Oh, I mean, definitely since they won TI, you got to give them the respect. I think we've always had a pretty good matchup against them, team to team. But of course, I think they are the toughest opponent. But every matchup you have, your next game is always your toughest game, right? So whoever we're facing up next is going to be the hardest game. But yeah, before the season started, yeah, I probably would say Tundra.
Okay, I have another question. I had time to think. This might be an awkward question to answer. I'm not sure, but right now all of your strats are working. Potentially in the future, you might lose some matches, and when you do, how do you decide how do you place blame on draft versus execution? How do you figure that out as a team?
I think at least for TI, I remember we had a very strict, let's just talk about the game and how we can play better. Drafts can always be improved. Drafts can always get better. They can be worse, but just try to focus our conversations on how we could play the game better. Because at the end of the day, you still have to play the game and you have to do a lot of things, or there's a lot of things you can do regardless of what your draft is. So I think we mostly try to focus on talking about how we could play the game better and let the people that are in charge of the drafting handle that.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if this was answered in the Nisha interview because I kind of missed it. Whoops. But how is, now that Matu's left, right, he was kind of like your leader and stuff, how much, has someone else stepped up as a leader in your games? And also, when drafting happens, how much is on, Zai versus Blitz?
Like I said, Blitz doesn't do anything. It's just Zai. We'll just sit there to get credit. That's really...
He just prints the papers.
No, I'm just kidding. William, of course, has a huge influence on our drafts, and he's been instrumental to our success, I think, both at TI and here. So yeah, but no, Zai picked up kind of where Matu left off, so he's taking over that role.
Is that in-game as well?
And then, I guess, yeah. I mean, since he has the vision of the draft and how he wants the game to play out, I think it's we all know that we can rely on Zai to have a good idea of what we need to do if stuff get derailed. But a lot of the talking in our game, I think, comes from Boxy, and he kind of bases how we play our game around his movement in the early game. So I think it's a joint effort between the two of them.
So, do you want to go first?
Sure. I've got one more, I guess. Just asking about kind of draft stuff, since I saw a little bit more variety in this one. Are you guys, even though you're not really doing all the drafting, are you guys watching all the other regions since there's so much Dota going on as much, or sticking more to your own region?
I think we all like to watch Dota almost more than we enjoy playing it. So I think we watch pretty much every region. Yeah, we're fiends. We watch all the games, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, final question from me. Excuse me. So we were talking about on the panel that we at least generally consider Boxy maybe the single most improved player in the last year. Like, not that he was bad before, but he's like really stepped it up in that 4 position. First of all, would you agree with that? Do you think he's gone through a massive development, or do you think it's more of like the team that just grew together? And either way, what would you attribute like the progress to?
I think there are a few factors. I think he switched from 3 to 4, which was kind of not really talked about too much, I think. So it took him a while to adjust to the role. Plus, he came off of a break right before that. So I think because I mean, in my eyes, Boxy's always been amazing. He just had he had a rough patch, he took a break, and then he switched roles. So of course, it's not going to be like you're playing at your peak performance. And then I don't know for sure, but I feel like ever since Jesse came to our team, it really helped him structure up his ideas and how he wants things to work. And I think Jerax helped us understand how Boxy wants to play, and I think Jerax also helped Boxy understand how Boxy wants to play, maybe to some extent. But no, I mean, he's always been amazing to play with, and he's a very, very good player. So I'm not surprised, but yeah, I could see why you'd feel that way watching the games from the outside.
All right. No more questions on the panel here?
I mean, a little one, maybe for
Okay.
mechanic things, because
Yeah,
we
sure.
were all watching. Me, Lacoste, and Sind were looking. The Tusk Punch with Rupture thing. Was that something you guys theory craft or something? Because I haven't seen anybody use it where it's like you take the Rupture damage, it looks like, while you're punched in the air and when you land. I don't know if you guys did that on purpose, or if that's something like you guys have like hidden up your sleeves or something, but
we hoped you guys wouldn't notice that.
I don't know. It was really cool.
I mean, that's more than I knew, but Blitz, the genius behind our drafts, probably had it all calculated and
cool.
figured out. He just didn't even tell us. He just figured we'd understand once we're in the game. But I'm sure William had a good idea of how the mechanics of these heroes work together, and yeah, that's probably why he made us pick the 2.
It looked hot.
Good.
Yeah, it did.
Alrighty, I think we're all out of questions here. Thank you so much for joining us and staying here, and congratulations again on a fantastic start for you guys over at Liquid.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
You guys got to get all your questions out of the way. Anything too surprising, though, from it? The fact Blitz does something?
Blitz does something? Didn't you hear him at the beginning? He specifically said he doesn't do anything. I hope the water is fresh and cool. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, all right.
I'm a little bit surprised if he was unaware of that interaction, actually, because of how deliberate it seemed in the game. But I guess things just come together sometimes. Or maybe all his teammates knew and he didn't, but it didn't matter.
was just
he wasn't
Or maybe
playing
we're
individual.
wrong and it actually didn't work. Yeah. We saw it 3 times. We thought it 3 times. We were pretty sure it worked, and I did not know it worked
This
that way.
punch is doing 1,500 damage
This
with
is
no
amazing.
items?
Yeah, this, I don't know. Maybe we're stupid, but I'm pretty sure.
I mean, we definitely are, but we might
That's-
also be wrong.
That's fair.
Combination of both. All right, well, that's our second series, Liquid and Tundra. Done and dusted, being at 2-0 for the favor of Liquid. There is a third series, though. It's Into the Breach versus Enigma Galaxy. We're going to jump to a longer break because it was a 2-0 here. And when we come back, we'll have that third and final series for you guys. Into the Breach versus Nigma Galaxy. This is going to be our third and final series for today. It also does mean another shakeup on the panel. It's Kezu rejoining us. T-Gov, already retired from casting, so he's back on the panel. And Syndron, I guess, is the only consistency from the last time. It's so good to have you. That energy, it is just blowing me away.
Consistent.
Yep.
That also consistent. Consistently here and consistent energy.
Consistently.
Well, that's not what I was going for at all. How was your experience casting, T?
Yeah, it was nice. It was good to get back into casting. And
You happy to be back on the panel, though?
Mate, it's actually kind of refreshing being here. I won't lie. There's something more freeing about being here than being there. Because there you're like... And here I'm just like, got my tea, just chilling, here with my...
and it smells.
Favorite people.
It smells better here too.
It does, yeah.
Because you're here. Yeah.
No, I mean it's because I was over there. It's gonna smell here in a minute too.
Actually, true. Oh, I'm enjoying this minute.
Of tea. Luckily, that's why I brought it here. Chamomile and honey.
All right, let's get back on track a little bit into the Breach versus Nigma Galaxy. While that tea aroma hits the room. Both of these guys lost their... What the heck?
You like that? You like that? Yeah. Oh, it's here all night.
Yeah, you guys missed it because his face was practically just in that tea.
That wasn't for camera. It was for us.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am sorry to leak it then. Into the Breach, Nigma Galaxy, both of them lost their opening series. Admittedly, pretty tough opponents, especially for...
Nigma.
Yes, who went up against Tundra. God, he's so good. He's so good. Would you like to explain how Nigma Galaxy, though, did take one game off of Tundra?
Using 5 different player voice lines.
Go.
No, but I will talk
No,
about...
you don't have a say. You have to do it.
So Sumail said he will 1v9 the game. And he nearly did in the OD game, or at least he tried his best to do so. I think it was just a very hard OD game at the end of it all, but the second game was very good. They had a Huskar, and I think overall, just from one series, they look pretty good.
Yeah, I think Nigma, especially when Amar has a bit more confidence on his hero pick, I think it works well. I think sometimes you're just picking it for picking's sake, and I think that's kind of what happened with like the Mars and the Razor. But when he has a little bit more control and like reading the game, I think Mars is the type of player that if you want him to pop off, you need that factor. But also you could argue if he is playing a more sacrificial earlier pick, then the rest of the team needs to follow and kind of pick up the pieces there. So yeah, Sumo and Amar kind of finding that balance is probably where Nigma's lying, and also I guess maybe mind control as well.
The thing that's a little bit awkward with Amar though is that he's kind of his playstyle is carry-like, but his carry hero pool is pretty small.
It's offlane like, yes, exactly.
So it's pretty weird, right? Like, where do you put this guy and what heroes do you put him on? Because what I was thinking with Nigma is that, honestly, in some games, I think the idea of having Sumail be the carry of the draft actually makes a lot of sense if Amar is playing some sort of secondary hero that can... He wants heroes that scale and farm and can be a really strong late gamer, but he doesn't play traditional carries. So acquiring him as the carry player was an interesting choice. I thought he was going to be a really good fit from playstyle, but I was worried about the pool, and I've not been impressed so far. I think he's basically played his same heroes as always, right?
He pretty much has the absolute same. I do think that what you were mentioning with like having Sumail and Amar in the same team, I think they can make this carry Mars work, whereas maybe it's harder for some other teams because Sumail can pop off on his Lina OD. So I think moving forward, I don't think they have to maybe change too much, at least for now.
I guess it's... Sorry, I was going to say it's more like the flexibility of it, where if you are picking the Amar hero early, don't let us go, it's just the Amar hero. Because like you need to kind of like, you need to tease us through the draft. You need to tease your opponent. You need to kind of string them along a little bit. And I think so far in Nigma's draft, it's just, this is Amar, and that's about it. And unfortunately...
Hi, Amar.
Hi, Amar. Welcome to the game. And like you see here some comparisons against a Taker, right? It's like the difference is when your carry player is playing these offlaners, he's enabling others. And I think it's great to have this concept, but you need to be able to have that fine balance, because on the flip side, you're just going to have some Terrorblade, CK, S-Kira that will always scale into the game, that will always have that moment where it's like, it's my game now.
There is something to be said still, though, about this. Yes, they need that time to know the balance between Amar and Sumail, but when it comes to drafting, their opponents do have to take a very different viewpoint. It is something that you have to be able to do as their opponent to show your versatility, how adaptable you are as a team. And into the Breach now, they came up from Division 2 along with Nigma Galaxy. Into the Breach came in second, though, so they've obviously played each other. But with Amar now here, do you think Into the Breach are able to have those adjustments? Are they a team that's like, okay, we need to start thinking outside the box, knowing that they could be picking up 2 offlane heroes and putting 1 in the carry?
I mean, I feel like Into the Breach kind of strike me as a team that I think they already do kind of their own thing. I don't think they
sure they care about who they play against, but I don't think they like overreact to it. They were one of the first ones to play the offlane snap. I also think they have Milan as the coach.
Correct.
Yes. Yep. They played a shit ton of Slark at like the TI qualifier. I would like if they would continue like with this, I think, trend where they just stick to what they're good at.
Yeah, I think that's when you look back at the series they played in the last tour, where Nigma won 2-1. I think it was very much Nigma still doing the look at our drafts, through all of this and that. It's all kind of crazy. Where Into Breach is just a little bit more stable, and they try and lean on just making good plays in the game rather than trying to be the super creative team. Because of course, when you're the Div 2 team coming up, you can't be the team with all the picks and everything. You need to find one thing and hone in on it. And I like the fact that they are keeping to a more stable approach so that they can just show up in the game rather than having to go, how do we bring our CM4 into the game when, you know, it's like all these weird stuff. No, they're just keeping it simple, and that's maybe going to be their best strength against Nigma, that is a little bit more volatile within the draft.
I feel like you have to make some sort of prep in the sense that not just draft, but also maybe which of your own heroes you prioritize against this team specifically, because what we did see from Nigma against Tundra was that they play beastly in lanes. Like, they were so good in laning. Yep. Probably the... I don't know if I would say the second best team we've seen so far after Liquid, or maybe on par. Like, their laning was incredibly good. Wow. And you have laning superstars. I think Amar was one of the mechanically strongest laners when he was playing off lane. You put him in the carry role, he can still play solid laning. Sumail mid.
Yeah.
That's Sumail.
Yeah.
And I've always considered Mind Control a really, really skilled laner. I think he thrives the most in getting the best out of bad situations and getting the maximum out of positive situations. So like when it's an even lane, he does fine, but every time he has any sort of edge, positive or negative, he maximizes. So if you're playing against this team as Into the Breach and you just pick, oh, this is what we play, and you get counterpicked in lanes and you don't adapt, I think you could just get flat out run over. So got to be really careful that doesn't happen.
I also had an update when we were in that break. Rubik is now most contested hero in Western Europe.
Yep.
Is this something we would see fit into both teams' draft? Is that their play style?
If your 4-player doesn't play Rubik, kick him right now.
Holy heck.
Or at least get to the
Oh my
point where
gosh.
you get to like the 4 games into the series, and then with the final 3 you can use stand-ins, kick him then. Because basically Rubik is very strong, and also I feel like most 4 players, they like 4 because of the greed, the farm, and the flashiness. They always play Rubik first. It's like their entry hero, so no one's getting kicked because they all play it.
Are you sure?
So from my research,
don't call immersion out, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, he's got to get kicked.
Ah, well.
He's not playing Rubik.
Really?
He does play a good Rubik, though.
He does.
Are you sure?
Does he?
In history.
Immersion plays Rubik.
Yeah.
Okay, he has
Back
not
in the
played
day.
it lately
But
in pubs or in the officials.
If you don't play Rubik, it's okay. You can pick up Yapsor as a stand-in for the series. He tried streaming last night. It was horribly laggy, so he's probably ready to play instead.
He retired stream.
Yeah, he did a test stream. It was choppy, so that's out of the window. You can't fix things when they're broken once.
No, that's true, yeah. It's
You have to just...
That's why he had
stop.
to... Yeah, okay. That's fair.
That's
But
why you
no,
just kick them if they can't play Rubik.
Yes.
You don't teach them or anything. You're just like, out of here.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, we're just saying how it is, right? I feel like every 4-player right now, they're like, good thing I play Rubik, because they all do it. It's literally... It's a hero that has been throughout Dota for the test of time. It's a hero that pops up at TI because it's a specialty hero that isn't so special because everyone plays it.
I will say, though, I think it's just flat out a better pick for Nigma Galaxy in general, because Kuro also plays at 5, and I don't think it's a hero we are likely to see Into the Breach flex in comparison. Maybe Kidaro does play it, but it doesn't strike me as a hero I've seen him play a lot, at least. So I would say definitely a hero on Nigma's radar. And I also think Kuro historically has been really good at drafting this hero, so they have a ton of experience in how to build lineups that utilize it and understanding how to lane it. I mean, obviously, when you first pick it, it's not like, haha, we picked Rubik into some great spells. Yeah. It's more like, okay, you guys have to solve it now. But
It does beg the question then. It's answered. I was going to say, should Into the Breach ban it? They don't. It's Alina IO for them. So then Nigma Galaxy, they're like, yep, whatever, we'll just have it. We can do whatever we want with it.
Imagine being GH.
Like getting Rubik every
No, getting IO banned. It's like literally the only player in the world this hero gets banned against. He has the most street cred of any player on any hero. Like, seriously, though, like, no other team is being banned against with this hero, and it gets first phased against Nigma. It also did in the qualifiers. I think it did in, the whole year. It's just incredible.
It's technically not 100% true because IO was banned against Gaming Gladiators, and then it got...
In one game.
No, in 2.
In 2 games
yeah,
so
it was
far.
that series, yeah.
But the point is...
GH was standing in, though.
Yeah, but... Yeah. You can't spell GH without celery, right? Okay, anyway.
You mean you can't spell celery without GH?
Same thing. Those letters really combine.
All right, so what I will say, though, is
to
repair it a little bit here.
Okay.
Celery does get it. sometimes. GH just
doesn't get it.
It's just it gets let through sometimes. It just feels like you watch Nigma's ban history from the last 2 years. You just go through it.
Yep.
It's not like he's played 0 Wisps, but man, the ban rate is so high against this team, so it's interesting to see. All right.
The cool thing,
On we
I'll
go.
just say, is when Nigma's first pick, if there is like the Tusk, the Rubik, if there's an IO, there's a lot of GH specialty heroes that are in meta right now that you'll happily feel comfortable just first picking anyways. So I think that's maybe a strength that Nigma can rely on if they are first pick, because you have to respect Alina. You know, it's like the IO, the Tusk, the Rubik. There are 4 heroes, and Nigma aren't ever going to ban any of those 4. So it gives them free reign to ban the Mirana, ban the Tree. Like, they're entering first phase with so much confidence in the draft.
Yep.
I do think that I like this response from Into the Breach more than something we saw earlier in one of the secret games, where you first pick Rubik and then the enemy team is like, here, steal my Nyx spell, steal my Leshrac stun. Like, I think here this is better. Earth Spirit you're not too happy with. Phoenix is, I think, kind of whatever, unless you maybe steal Sunray. Egg is kind of a illegal steal.
It's very illegal. We have seen it happen before, surprisingly. GH, of course, was going to be that guy. But I think draft-wise, we just mentioned in the pre-show the idea of Nigma being a more aggressive team in both draft and play, Into the Breach being a bit more static. Their opening for Into the Breach, it feels very punishable because the heroes that they exist on lanes, Earth Spirit doesn't always threaten unless you're in some like Darkseer style combo. But these aren't supports that are like, we're winning our side lanes. Nor are they heroes that we crush mid. They can enable mid, be it some Lesh or something that utilizes the stun of Earth Spirit, but they don't have innate damage. So I think they need to cover that with the next 3 core picks. Otherwise, Nigma are going to be looking at this kind of going, all right, boys, just win lanes and roll over the map.
I mean, this is also one of the classic counter picks to Earth Spirit roaming on mid. Like, we had this interesting phase in Dota history, like some years ago when Earth Spirit was really popular. Teams actually started counter picking it with Rubik despite Spellsteal being bad against him, simply because Telekinesis would counter the rotations mid. Earth Spirit would roll in to try to get people in tower. You toss him into the tower, you kill him there. So Nigma, still obviously experienced with this, will have that in the back pocket for this game. Just want to elaborate a little bit on this opening as well. I think Rubik Beastmaster is just an incredibly good lane. You Fade Bolt, Beastmasters have started picking up axes more and more than they used to skill the boar. This lane is very potent in terms of harassment. There's constant spam. It's very hard to trade into you because Rubik removes your damage and Beastmaster amplifies on top of himself. So now that you already have Phoenix, Earth Spirit as your supports in this potential lane, either of them, I think no matter what carry you pick, you're unfavored in this lane. I just don't think the hero exists that wins this lane. Even Ursa, I think, will lose this with Phoenix. So a little bit worried about that, to be honest.
One thing they could do when I look at the Nigma first 2, like Rubik Beast, it's a strong lane, but I feel like it's one of the lanes that back in the day, or I mean even nowadays, you could counter it with a potential tri-lane.
Yeah.
So I think on like the 18 pick for Into the Breach, if they see this opening where maybe Koros 5 isn't a super strong laner, you pick a 18 offlaner there that can just survive, sustain. You start top with the Earth Spirit. I think that's something where maybe it's one approach that works against this lane. Because I think otherwise this lane, as you said, they'll just always farm.
Yeah.
Oh, instant Lycan pick, okay.
Well,
I mean, you look at...
That is not strong laning.
I was going to say, you guys were not a favorite.
That is very much an opening pick to just go, you have Beast, we go Lycan. The 3 bans of Into the Breach are also covering this Lycan because you're going for the Amar heroes that can maybe do it. And I think it could be a little bit of a... kind of a shout to Amar here because his heroes that he might want to play, they're gone. Like, is he going to want to pick Razor? I mean, it's again very good for lane, but for the post laning phase, defending your early towers, it's non-existent. The offlaner Beast can't do it. Yeah, it just doesn't feel good, right? So maybe Amar's hero pool is why Into the Breach is picking this hero with confidence.
Okay.
But I still feel for Nigma, like the pucks, any of these wave pushing heroes will just give them some confidence going throughout the entire game. No,
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Amar play Huskar now. Like, with what he sees, right? I just think if he plays it, whether he plays it safe lane or mid, I think the matchups are good enough for Huskar that you can grab it now. If you're confident in that strategy as a team, I think it couples up well with Beastmaster in terms of timing. You get Helm of the Dominator, you take Roche with Huskar, start dominating the whole map while the enemy team needs to catch up.
Just bring the Underlord carry from Amar.
I mean, honestly, you say it jokingly, but it's gonna happen.
That's what I mean. At some point, I sounded so I was like, do I say this to Sind? I look him in the eyes and I'm like, wait, it's Amar. He will happily do the satanic BKB Underlord that just stops the concept of one hero playing Dota, and then you have Suma pop off.
He's insured it. He's the one picking. He's gonna get what he wants.
Actually, he is the drafter. Oh,
he's drafting.
That is actually kind of crazy. Because again, like Amar on OG doesn't draft. By the tail end of it, he's drafting. Joins Nigma. Has a Mortal Faith, very potent drafter.
Actually,
Hiroki? Nah, I'm drafting
Are
now.
we sure that he is drafting? There was a phase in OG where he just liked clicking the button. He wasn't the one drafting.
Okay.
He was
Wait,
one
actually?
yeah.
When I say drafting, I mean like if you're clicking the buttons, you're still drafting. You're still
no, he's
you're
just-
still finalizing because he has choice. He could be like Hiroki.
Everyone's like, yeah, bro, go this, and he's like, nah.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't
It's
feel
like,
like
my arthritis is kicking in. I gotta save the clicks.
I
You
think
take
the
care of
first
this.
only has like 20,000 clicks in it. You know, I'm up to 19,000 and something.
Running out for the day. It's like a step counter on your phone. You are up to 15,000 clicks. Oh, shit, Amar, you got to pick for the rest of the day.
Bob's got
man.
like $1 million left in the bank. He's like, don't worry, I'll tank it for you. Draft-wise, they're into the breach. They pick up the Viper, and we mentioned weaker lanes. You'd like to think there's some flexibility maybe with this Lycan because you're picking Viper to maybe shut down the Ursa, right? To prevent this lane doing well, and it's an Amar hero that he's been playing a little bit in pubs. It's not his more prominent heroes, but it also just builds into Ench is strong. Actually, to be fair, Ench will do pretty good against Viper in lane as well, so
Yeah.
it enables most
overall
carries
pretty
to
good.
play. So I think Enigma still actually have really good lanes. This Viper pick, in hindsight, doesn't have the same gotcha value, at least.
Yeah, I'm actually not too sure. Unless there is a lot of flexibility somewhere, then I feel like their lanes are they're very volatile. If you put Lycan in this lane against Ursa Ench, it's going to free farm.
Yep.
And just going to steal a wolf, slap him. You have a Earth Spirit +4. So I feel like so first of all, you need to protect this Viper very well now, because Nigma will have a counter pick against it. There's heroes like Pangos that don't lane too well, but that's a really good game hero for Nigma, at least in this draft. Similar to something like Bad Rider, maybe.
Yeah, bad looks really good, for sure. I have some. You know, there's sometimes you look at a draft and you're like, I'm not vibing with it. I'm having that with ITB right now. I just feel like the conditions that it takes to fight for them are extremely one-dimensional, right? You have one catch, which is Earth Spirit, and in order for him to catch, he needs to put himself in jeopardy. All of your follow-up has 0 stuns. Your Lycan and Viper kind of overlap in terms of how they, like, the type of fight that they like, so you can very much target that now. As Nigma Galaxy. I think your Bad Rider suggestion is awesome because it's just going to break up the fight and just make it a mess for these two heroes to go in. Lycan and Viper have to commit.
Yeah.
Like they can't just play like outskirts and like sure Lycan can kite for 18 seconds and then after that he can kite back to base. Like that's literally it's just not going to do anything else, right? So yeah, I'm a little bit worried.
Outside of like the team fight conditions that they need, are you also worried just about the win condition in general? Like who is going to be doing that for them?
For Into the Breach, at least, it's if you are able to win fights, Lycan should passively take objectives. But I think the lack of lockdown, like Nigma just goes for some puck here. Now I mentioned it earlier. Oh, okay. They're just going to push through.
Sumail, Nature's Prophet again.
Yep.
He played it against Tundra.
So for Into the Breach having flexibility, you've seen the Fury and Viper mid matchup. So now Into the Breach can't really flex it. They might just have to push it away from the mid lane because of course Fury just free farm there. And I think for Into the Breach, you mentioned that awkwardness about their draft. They just don't have a way to localize a fight. And for now Nigma, they're punishing that because they're going to be able to skip waves with Beastmaster. Furion's going to be pushing them out. Ench Creep's been pushing them out. 3 heroes now, without even sending a hero, will push out waves.
Yep.
And Into the Breach, they don't really have good wave clear. It's basically smoke, get a kill, hope they're an objective. And even if they do that, their lanes are already going to be by their towers. So I'm really worried for Into the Breach that this last pick has to do literally everything in their draft to kind of get them into the game.
Like, I think the one route I would take is Into the Breach, that I would double down on some PA and actually I would safe lane, try lane. I don't know if they see the game the same way as I, but I feel like this draft is not at the perfect condition.
Nope.
So I would double down on a bit of maybe riskiness on, you know, like going down, okay, we're going to try lane, you're going to get fat on this PA, we're going to kill this Beast Rubik like a couple times. Zibia on Lycan, you go pull some waves. Who's it mid? Supreme, you skill your Nether Toxin and push out some waves against Prophet because right now Nigma's tempo is going to be crazy. Absolutely bonkers.
Super fast. I think this is the strategy that in the last like year or so, even when Nigma has been struggling, this is the thing they're absolute best at, is Kuro plays Ench and we play mega fast.
Yeah.
Like that is, it's so terrifying to go up against. And I think, when I think about just the macro of the game, I feel like Nature's Prophet is one of Viper's absolutely worst matchups in all of Dota because the hero has to group up and play this kind of ball because it's inherently slow, and Nature's Prophet is the #1 hero at forcing you to not do that. So, and he's not alone in it, right? I think this hero could somewhat bridge the gap. It gives them some catch against the Nature's Prophet. It gives them some other condition that Earth Spirit can play off of. So I think it might be the right idea, but now you're pushing Lycan onto safe lane carry.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan still.
I think the main thing for Into the Breach,
not
if
my
they're
cup of
picking
tea.
this Ember, it's not your cup of tea, mate, but this one,
That's a fresh cup of tea right there.
That's your cup of
refreshing.
tea.
I think for Into the Breach, though, the Ember pick, it's like they understand the position in their draft. They now pick a hero that can rotate, whilst the Furion can TP in but doesn't have the same punch at least. But I think it's still going to be such an uphill battle for them. They need to just have insane outplays in lane, Ember getting the runes, making plays, Viper winning the side lane, Lycan grouping up. Because if they fall flat in one fight, I think just Nigma's draft plays itself, goes Roshan, punish them. They can even poke, right? If you ever waste an egg, 80% of their team fights disappeared with one bad egg. So yeah, Nigma very comfortable with their draft, very confident. And
Speaking of poke, I think it's an amazing Gleipnir game on the Nature's Prophet. It just looks so good against this entire enemy team. I think
For an orchid as well, yeah. All
Gleipnir
the
just
heroes.
owns them.
I mean,
so.
the Ember pick, I would say it's an okay adjustment. I don't think it's the best they could have gone for, trying to put the Lycan carry. Now you have a Lycan Phoenix lane. But yeah, so I would want to play Nigma's draft every game.
Yeah, I was like,
this one, but yeah.
nothing
I like it
coming out of the mouths right now is convincing me that Into the Breach have
Alright.
this. But we're going to get to see it play out anyway. Game 1, it's Nigma Galaxy versus Into the Breach with Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. And what do those guys know? They're going to do it into the breach, or are they? Okay, you feeling a little rough here too?
It looks tough for sure. They do have, the signature Earth Spirit, of course, being played, and also the signature Ember. These two players very confident on these heroes, but Nigma seems to have gotten pretty much everything they want, and also everything they want for a fast-paced push lineup. And I always have a question mark about Lycan right now in the meta. I haven't gotten to see it too many times. I'm not sure how it works too well in most of these games because it feels like it's always getting countered. And now it's a safe lane Lycan, so yeah, really gonna have to look to be impressed here from Into the Breach, and it's into Enchantress. So yeah, let's
There's
see
a
how
lot
it
of
goes.
issues.
It's tough.
I mean, I think that there's definitely a lot of question marks around this Into the Breach team, no matter what. We did get a chance to sit down with Kadaro, and he has a couple of things that might help illuminate a little bit of maybe what they're thinking about with this draft.
Well, we have an inside joke of which side we prefer, and it's basically whenever we want to farm, we go Dire, but when we want to farm while being aggressive, we go Radiant.
It's the key right there, Fog. That's the key, You play aggressive with the Lycan safe lane.
Well, they're gonna have to, because I think they're gonna have to play very fast-paced. You've got a Viper Lycan core. At some point, you're gonna just get, unless you're dominating this early game, you're gonna get out-farmed, you're gonna get outmaneuvered. And Nigma's draft, it's scaling, it's really aggressive, it's tower pressure, it's objective taken. Let's see. Yeah, this just looks really difficult for them just off of the bat, and let's see how these lanes all end up going, because it doesn't look like any of them are going to be too easy. They're going to have to really make a lot of chaos happen, and I'm going to be all eyes on Immersion, really. He's always been amazing on his Earth Spirit. It's just a hero that's not really played too much anymore. It's really hard to actually make the early rotations work, and also, sometimes the early rotations just aren't really worth it, because kills sometimes just, you force so much for a kill, but the kill is just not that great.
Right. Oftentimes it can be better just to secure a rune or something, which to be fair, that hero does pretty well also.
Yep.
And in this matchup that we're seeing mid, Supreme already taking a lot of damage from Sumail here and is going to keep up that pressure. This is going to be something to watch for.
This looks like a really, really tough lane for Ember. Sure, once he's got Flame Guard, there's no way for Sumail to break it or anything like that, but still, it doesn't matter. Just the sheer physical damage that comes out. And Sumail, he's looked great on his Nature's Prophet. And to be honest with you, Nigma has actually looked really good in laning phase. Every game that we've seen them play so far in the DPC, they've actually come out quite far ahead in those lanes.
Right, it was against Tundra, right?
Yes.
Did they have any other games that we didn't cast? I don't remember. Regardless,
I think it was that.
It's one of those things where you want to see if they can keep up that momentum now, or was it, a factor of them really well preparing for the Tundra lineup? And obviously one of the teams that has the most amount of information on them. We'll see if this draft is what they need to do to take down Into the Breach. But 7-3 so far on NP versus the 5-0 on the Ember. You can see Kadaro facing off against GH up top here. Kezu gave a little bit of a grimace when we talked about the Phoenix lane paired together with the Lycan, and it's kind of seeing why here.
He could just die here. He's still level 1.
No, Kadaro gets a little bit of a right click off on the creep there by GH. Didn't connect onto the Phoenix, but still. showing the power that they have.
It's tough because they have such limited amount of stuns and catch, and they have Phoenix, where Phoenix can sometimes just everyone just walks away from your egg, or they can just commit onto your egg because you have nothing to push them off of it. So it's going to be really reliant, like you said, on Immersion, seeing what he can do. And it is, this Phoenix into an Ursa and into a Beastmaster who gives his team all the attack speed to kill the egg. So yeah.
Phoenix going to need to find some other avenue of making things happen. We saw there as well, out of the corner of the screen, the double water runes being denied by Sumail on that 2-minute mark. Super annoying to deal with. Ember had the bottle already brought out, though, so had a full round of it. Wasn't needing that for the regen immediately, but he'll have to be right on the mark if he wants to make sure that he gets any bottle refills.
Yeah, Sumail, same thing the other day, right? When he was playing the NP, he was even killing all the bounty runes. Like he was just literally sending all over the place. They're really good at covering when he's playing versus those bottle heroes.
That's Immersion. Gonna get the D ward here. Make sure that he blocks out that camp so there won't be any pulls going on.
Okay, up top, they've got level 3 on Jibe. Here they can actually start to put some pressure onto Amar. Maybe can even bring him down. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, Ursa very, very low. Immersion walked in vision there for a second, I guess. Has another roll ready.
He's going for it.
Tries to find it onto Kuro. There's a punch and a couple more hits. First blood drawn by Immersion, and Amar, he's going in, trying to take down Zibe. He is going to fall after, so a double kill for Immersion as the Ursa goes down, but got that Viper first.
That's a really good start, though, for the lane. They get these double kills. They're already slowing down the Ursa and last hits, and now Ern's already finished, and with the death, he can bring all those items for Immersion to continue laning rather than having to go back. Excellent start. And yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the one to watch for me for this match. It's Immersion. He is always shined on that Earth Spirit.
Yeah, one of the sort of few heroes that is stuck in with it even as it's fallen completely out of favor by everybody else.
Yep.
And can make a ton of super solid moves. And getting that type of a start means he might think about it some rotations toward mid. I mean, do you think that feels like a pretty decent place to go for to try and find Sumail?
If Supreme's healthy, like if he can get Supreme a rune maybe, and then they can commit onto Sumail perhaps. But right now, Sumail is just not allowing Supreme to really get any rune coverage or really get many last hits. I mean, 19, but I think a couple of those are treants, so he is going to constantly be pressured. Sumail's also really abusing the Sprout. In case you've been realizing, he did this the other day too. I started to watch of how we're going to see these runes. He's checking one. Making sure he denies the other. He's so annoying.
That sucks.
Yeah, look at that. So Supreme, he's probably going to need some help from a buddy to get a refill. But pointing out the thing, so he sprouts himself.
Yeah.
Nature's calls on himself, and then he eats one of the sprouts too. Because for people who don't know, if you eat a sprout tree, it's a double tango.
Interesting. So basically 6 tangos coming to lane.
Yeah, it's actually really, really interesting. If you alt over, of course, sprout, you get to see a tango that consumes a tree-created sprout, doubles the heal duration. So.
Another 2 bounty runes denied now, and then Kuro picked up the other one. So, I mean, that's the still 4 right there is the bounty rune total that we've been seeing. GH gets the lift in the midst of it, pulls him back into the tower. Is it enough damage with the stick charge? Yes, it is. GH goes down, but nobody there to get the XP for it.
Taker gets the last hit on with his wolf.
Oh, okay, there it is.
At least he does get that.
Nicely done. Okay, so you can see that, I mean, the big thing here is, like, Ursa definitely being shut down early on.
Yeah, that's going to be the key here. But the pressure is going to start getting harder, because Kuro, every time he finds a camp open, right, he's going to be able to then start to push away this Viper. So they need to really dominate top. Otherwise, it's going to quickly swing into the favor of Nigma. As top, Jibe.
Get the kill now onto Kuro, but he is going to go down. And Amar being sort of chased here a little bit by Immersion. MC, like what GH is doing, not sure about that one, but a nice little win there for Enigma.
They got the kill bottom. They actually find the Lycan. Yeah, just the spam. I think he found an opportunity just to get that lift off on him again.
Yeah, it's pretty wild there. 4-4, but that kill, that is starting to hurt now for Into the Breach.
And they have to watch out Sumail 6. So yeah, a lot of pauses going on. Guess they're having some mic issues, I guess that's what they were saying. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, level 6 is now out for Sumail. So those squishy heroes in the side lanes could just continue to get punished.
Hold on. 1 second. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. We need to focus on something here. Can we press enter? Amar just did the most mannered thing I've ever seen him do.
Said sorry?
Yeah, he said sorry. He came on in and he said, sorry again, guys. That's really growth right there, people. Love that. Ah, beautiful. Sorry, continue on now.
No. That was all. Just that, yeah, early aggression. That's what this Nature's Prophet from mid kind of kicks off. So top, Viper, I think the next one to look at, Jibe. He just TP'd back up here. He's level 4. So I'd imagine Sumail, he's probably going to look to make this aggressive move onto the Viper. If you kill him one more time up here, it's going to be pretty problematic. This hero's when you play it as offlane, it's all about having that early start, early success, and not dying too many times in a row. If he dies again, yeah, his lane's over. And he's having to stay pretty far back.
And you can see Kuro also getting this heal creep now.
Oh,
this
nice.
is the nicest thing ever for this Ursa right here.
Yeah, big burst of heal. 100 every time that he does use it.
Keep able to spam it.
That's the perfect creep, really, it feels like, actually, versus a Viper lane.
And you can see, are they trying to get a pull off there as well? It looks like there's still blocked out for the moment, so not going to be able to. Needs to wait for the respawn.
Jibe, look at how careful this Viper, like no harassment whatsoever anymore. He's
Yeah.
not using poison attack on enemy. Ooh, Kuro actually gets the courier, but he's not able to use poison attack aggressively anymore because they're probably saying, yeah, watch out. Nature's Prophet might just swing in.
Yeah. The threat of Sumail and that rotation, he hits incredibly hard and has that big old Wrath of Nature that can come out as well in just a second.
Look at bottom. The spam axes, it's going to come back up. And Sumail's actually making his way down here.
Okay, Taro in some trouble now as he does have the dive off to the side and the Sunray to boot. As Oakguard just backs away, tries to head off the map, TP's out with it too, and he's out of there.
The tower.
Yeah,
That's the thing that they're going for. Tower pressure.
Ooh.
I don't think the Wrath of Nature actually hit anyone down bottom. I'm pretty sure it just hit the heroes up top and clear out a ton of creeps for Sumail. But either way, he got what he came for. Tower's taken out. And this early pace draft from Nigma Galaxy looking good already.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're hoping to get out of this. I guess that probably now as well, you're starting to think about how to shut this down further.
Just get Suprema Rune. He needs to. He just keep looking for bounties. They're all taken. They're all denied. Will he find a power rune this time?
It's just taking a walk, man. It's rough.
Will it spawn?
Heads up here. And
okay.
It's an invis. It's something.
Nice. Cool that he's gone for... He's actually skipping. I think this is something that the panel was talking about, the lack of... Wait, will they actually go for Shipping? He'll be okay. The lack of D-push that's coming on the side of Into the Breach. I see that Supreme, he's actually accelerated how fast he's going to be going for Maelstrom this game. Usually you see the Corrosion / Blightstone early to be able to actually just do your constant slight spam. I think he's starting to realize, I'm going to have to spam summons from Beastmaster, summons from Nature's Prophet, and start to slow this down a little bit.
God, jeez, damage though, dude.
The right clicks.
That is so frustrating to play against. He's just gone all stats there. As Dubé trying to beat down onto Kuro is going to be enough for the kill, but now with Sumail coming in, it's going to be a ton of damage out onto that Viper, who is going to get ran down and killed. Amar still taking a lot of DOT, but saves that salve for the end of it. Although with the invis now, can they get this? This would be a huge snipe on him. Oh, look.
He tries.
Yeah. Wait, he spots him now.
Ooh, he's got the enrage.
He's just out of range.
But if they get the initial silence... Oh, they tried.
Unfortunate. Well, for Into the Breach, they don't connect there onto Amar. Nigma Galaxy still firmly in control of this one.
And a Viper who's 1 and 3, hero that's supposed to just dominate the lane. It's not happening. Supreme now. He's just dead.
Oh, unfortunate. He was like trying to go out towards the top side there and ends up getting hit pretty freaking hard.
Sumail already has Witchblade done. Level 9, dominating the mid matchup. Bottom also continued to dominate. My Control's got his Dominator. That was not intentional. I'm so sorry for that one. And yeah, the Ursa, Amar, who had a little bit of a tougher start, has now completely recovered. He's on his way toward Battle Fury, which is going to be beautiful versus a hero like Lycan.
Right. Well, and I mean, to be honest with you, the way that this game is going, we'll have to hold that thought because they want to go in on Sumail. This is a big kill for them. Exactly what Into the Breach need to try and right the ship a little bit. And with the Troll Creep, this is going to be a good chunk of damage and maybe even the Tier 1 tower take it.
Yeah, they have to rotate over. Will MC look to make the move? Right now he's farming jungle. He's under vision. Gadaro gives away that they have vision there too.
Yeah, that's...
But they're not moving for the tower yet. GH slowly walking over, but it's nearly dead.
Yeah, and the damage is going to really start to accelerate here in a second as more of these creeps come out with the rally. But the roll in finds GH. Now the kickback connection is there. GH dead.
Immersion.
Look at this.
He's the one to watch. 4-0-2. Having that excellent start. Always jumping on the heroes. Sumail now.
Moves in.
Trying to help MC.
Dude! Oh, wait, that long range hit Is it going to kill him off?
Nah, he's
okay. I was going to say. I was wondering about the bonus damage and all, but...
Imagine if the Witchblade comes back up because of the projectile while it's flying in the air. The Witchblade just comes again.
Dude, that'd be a long...
That would be pretty funny. If only it didn't increase your projectile speed, then maybe it would have been slower.
Dude, you and your numbers.
I'm sorry, I'm a nerd.
We all are
I feel
here.
like most people don't even remember some of the things that, like, some of the small benefits that items give. But yeah, it does increase projectile as well.
Crazy.
Yeah. But all 3 lanes, yeah, looking good. However, Immersion, as we said, is able to find a couple opportunities. And it's a big one, right? They get the tower, so Taker is set up to a fast pace here. And maybe going to make his way toward top as well, too. So if Nigma's not prepared for those pushes, the tower will drop.
Getting closer to that Vlad's. See if anybody wants to come up and try and defend this. They're already in position with GH. Would need to take a bunch of TPs, but down bottom, it's Nigma Galaxy. They've already taken the tower, so they've already made sort of the counterplay, and it looks like they're just going to give this one up.
Yeah, GH is scared. He's like, after the last situation where he walked up and just got kicked in, I don't think he walked up. All right. So good moves there from Otaker.
Immersion hanging out mid, waiting for somebody to show up here. Doesn't look like he's going to be given that opportunity. Supreme gets another Invis rune.
There we go. So that's Immersion's job. Secure those power runes.
Yep.
And now start to get active. Smoke is at the ready. They do have vision on top of a Marb. They've been using the wolves really nicely to scout. And okay, never mind. Looking toward bottom. Looking toward the easier kill. If they get on top of Sumail, they're likely just going to bring him down.
They find MC instead. That's a good one to get. Roll through after the pull. And MC, he's going to die. So a not insignificant kill at all. That's a great one to get.
Yeah. MC, very limited mana. Just been spamming his hexes a bit too much to farm. Doesn't have roar to try to run away.
And I'll say it's interesting. After the hot start that Nigma had early, they've kind of been going more the route of splitting up and farm instead of trying to like sort of keep pedal to the metal, which, you know, it makes sense. You don't want to give up this huge advantage that you got, but inadvertently it's sort of happened.
Yeah. It's been a slowdown, but I think they just got caught off a few times from the rotations from Immersion, but they're prepping, right? They're prepping for an explosive timing. Those stacks are huge for the Ursa, and Battle Fury's near done.
Uro will go down.
All right.
That was another ult to use for Otaker.
Steals it.
Nice, nicely played.
It's only going to last a short duration, though.
Yeah, those stacks are very large. And MC and Sumail clearing through them really quickly here.
Okay, not going to wait for Amar to finish up Battle Fury and go for it. They're just going to take it for the two of them.
Yeah, getting into that Helm of the Overlord feels like it's going to be a pretty big win for them.
They're going to be able to just group up and kind of go for whatever they want, right? They can sneak a Roche at any moment with this lineup on Nigma Galaxy.
Right. So this is the thing that we saw for a little while when Helm of the Overlord was like completely broken, is like teams taking it from each other and stuff like that. Is that going to be the dynamic in here, or do they each just get their own, do you think?
I think there's going to be some shenanigans going on for sure. Both of them just taking them, because yeah, they're both going to finish it up almost at the exact same time as Into the Breach, getting active. Like how they're moving around the map. I mean, it's 9-6. They are getting out-farmed, out-efficiencyed a little bit here, but looking to stay active with Immersion and Supreme.
To the Breach, they said in that little mini interview that Radiant is where they farm aggressively. So farming aggressively, they find Kuro. And what do they go for next? Is it time to think about Roshan? I mean, at least it's got to be on the back of their minds somewhat.
When they have the Overlord, perhaps, they could look to do it. Because if they can also take that away from Nigma, yeah, that'd be pretty huge. Still continuing to make moves around. Immersion, he's almost got Vessel. I mean, he's secured 5 of those kills with his kick. So, Vessel, pretty good. At least, I mean, Vessel's always going to be decent. It's not like there's any big heal functions or anything that he's negating in this game, but it's still, it's like the best item you can buy on this hero.
Yeah.
Even if you're versus Ursa and you're like, I kind of want Yules, you always need to have this type of build.
Yeah, it's one of those things that even just like, you know, the bonus damage that you're getting out of it and current HP per second instead, it's pretty good stuff. As he is surrounded by enemies. If they cast Hawk right now, he is dead. Instead, they find the Hawk. The Phoenix gets out of there. MC walking through the trees. Oh my god, dude. He's so close. Immersion. Just stay in there, buddy. Don't worry, we're coming for you. Into the breach, they roll in. They find one. The kickback, the silence onto both with a great magnetize. And the Supernova on top of it. Roar, Otaker right there. Can they bring down the egg in time? They do. The stun comes late, and both of them are going to fall. Woo. So supports die, but more die on Nigma.
Great commitment. I mean, Immersion, again, just starts the fight, starts the battle. With this ward they have also, he gets the initial silence on GH. Perfect angle. And then they just let the Lycan just overpower them and surround them. Now he's got his Ancient. He's got his Helm of the Overlord finish. Can get his Ancient. Perhaps they can look for Roche's. Yeah, look at GH. Instant silence.
That's very, very well played there. And, you know, the damage increase that sort of has happened over time, I think it was longer duration or something, the magnetized change, where it's slowly been getting some buffs, doing some really solid teamfight damage in that one.
And now we do have, so this is something I actually didn't really think about, but with the Phoenix Egg, they may not have the most disables, but they do have the nosedive.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Perhaps you could actually just disarm everybody around that egg. That's something I haven't really been seeing utilized too much.
Well, and particularly thinking about this in the context of a position 3 Viper. Like, we've seen the Ags come out from mid. I guess, to be fair, we just haven't seen that much offlane Viper.
Sure.
But looking really cool as a first item, if it works. We'll see.
Works. I mean, in theory, it can do some significant damage, and it could trip up Nigma massively, like when they're committing for egg, as we barely saw them even finish it off last time. And yeah, Roche on the menu after that triple kill.
BKB completed for the Prophet, but stealing this away from Nigma now, do you feel like this is sort of the type of, the way that the game was supposed to go for Into the Breach when they were thinking it through in their head?
Probably thinking it just because they have like Viper and Lycan, which can just accelerate so fast, but with the Ember, maybe not at this quick. Like, they just found great opportunities, a couple big kills. 13-8, right? They're just playing fast-paced. Nigma have gotten slowed down significantly. They have to wait. Like, Amar just needs time to farm before he wants to show up.
Right. And I guess that is the thing at the end of the day, is that for this Nigma Galaxy draft, you've got, you know, NP, you've got Ursa. In the late game, it feels like they're going to be very strong, as Sumail is just going to BKB and TP out of there.
Full defensive one, though.
Yeah.
Aggression, aggression, aggression from Into the Breach. Right now is their time. Okay, it's go time. When they've got Aegis on Ember, they've got this type of itemization right now. Supreme also going for Shiva's cool build. They got to just kick that pace up. And again, these Wolves, the scouting of these Wolves, it's Hawks versus Wolves. They're doing a great job of just keeping tabs of Nigma.
And dude, they're diving in. Holy moly, they dropped the Roar onto Immersion. It's been a thorn in their side over and over again, as Into the Breach.
They're finding a big window here.
I mean, yeah, this is huge because, again, you think about, like, okay, NP can fight right now. Definitely Beastmaster can fight right now. But Ursa, with this Battle Fury and like a Wraith Band, like he's still, what, 1,400 gold away or so from getting BKB? It could be a little bit tough for him to show up to these engagements, and he has to keep farming.
Yeah, he needs more time, and Into the Breach isn't really giving it to them. We did see, of course, pointed out there, the Lycan, he does have Shard. So pretty cool that even has the opportunity to push those lanes constantly.
Totally.
They even get this bot tower now. He just cuts it. He puts the Black Dragon with some wolves, and yeah, it's taken out.
You think about what this was, this game coming into it. You take a look at the esportsbets.io. It was pretty heavily favored into Nigma, but Into the Breach definitely looking solid in this one to 66% in-game for Dota. And, I mean, again, there's still a lot of potential to split push. Nature's Prophet, the king of that. But Into the Breach are going to keep running at him, it feels like.
They're finding such great windows, and this Ember, who I feel like they probably wanted the Ember to have a worse time, has done excellent. 2-1-4 with his moves with Immersion. He's going to have the Shivas early on, and looking at the disables on the side of Nigma, it's kind of tough for them to just chain CC these speedy cores, the Ember, the Ursa, until they do have something like the Gleipnir on the Nature's Prophet. Their catch is quite limited for these heroes, so...
And this type of a play right here, this is what you were talking about, that Maelstrom, just to clear through all the summons so quickly. And then the rest of the team rolling in down bottom, trying to take this fight. Are they going to be able to find anybody? The Wolves hunting, they're scouting. They went down south, but it was MC who went up to the north. Immersion. If his smoke breaks, he's going to roll right in, it feels like, and he spots him right away. Oh, but the dodge doesn't manage to get it. The silence, Magnetize out, connects now onto both of them, rolls in for another round. Magnetize is all in on top of everybody from Nigma, but Zibe, he has to run.
They're too deep.
They've got way too much damage here, trying to escape out of there, but the Supernova and the turn! Oh, and now with Supreme showing up, can they turn this all around? Amar, he's kind of in no man's land.
Oh my God.
And look at this, into the breach, they find another huge win.
I can't believe Zibe is alive too. It looked like they committed too far, but quick egg reset that Sunray, and Amar, he's the one who ends up going a bit too far right before he has BKB finished. He tries to get involved and just dies.
That one hurts a lot. Sumail, he's also getting close to BKB now as we take a look at this replay here. Man, what could have been, and Immersion's the one that sets it up again.
Over and over again. It really did look like they were going to get that kill, right? Like, because look at Zibe. He commits forward, and he's like, oh my God, Cad's quelling so he can get away. Oteka resets, but then it's really the egg and that Sunray in combination that gets everything.
Unreal. I think I said it was the BKB soon for Sumail. It's actually the Maelstrom. Obviously had it in the last fight. But regardless, you know, at this point in time, Into the Breach very much looking like they're the ones setting the tempo, and Nigma coming up short with answers.
Yeah, now it's Into the Breach who might actually be the one who gets the Gleipnir before that Nature's Prophet to get the catch constantly. It's really just them playing an excellent game of these aggressive super aggressive rotations from Immersion. Not many people are playing the Earth Spirit right now, but he's making it look good. 6-2 and 9. He's 15 of the 17 kills, and he's been the one charging and starting them. And we did say he's perhaps going to want like a Yule Scepter versus Ursa. He's getting close to it as well, too. Great itemization.
I mean, the thing that's most crazy to me about that stat line is the 2, right? Like, you obviously anticipate getting involved in kills as Earth Spirit, but you often don't live after the fact. But they've been making it happen. So BKB finally done on Ursa at this point. Again, not a sort of commentary on his gameplay, but more just the state of the game and where it's been going. It's been rough for this entire team to come up with answers to this. Do you think this gives them enough to fight?
I mean, Nigma's got to start fighting to slow this down, or they're just going to lose the whole map. Like I feel like they haven't even used Roar. Like, they need MC to get involved. They need to find some type of pickoffs, but it's been Into the Breach, reading the map and making the first moves.
Smoke up. Can they find them off guard here? Tier 2 tower is already taken. And at the same time, they just finished the AC on Lycan.
He's huge. He really is so far.
Supreme just went through everybody. With the Shiva's guard there too, Amar has to run away. Oteka, he is a ton. He takes over the Dragon. They're all trying to run away, but supports are going to get mauled. The Lycan runs in. Safe lane Lycan. Don't say it's not here. It's not real. It is strong.
They're making it look good with the way that they're both simultaneously going in. Immersion, again, by the way, he's the one who catches the 2 supports. And then, like you said, too, the AC was finished. And look how fast this tower's dropping.
Dude, it's dropping so quickly. 6K gold lead now. And if they go up here and take this Rax, I mean, it feels like Nigma Galaxy have to stop it right now. Supreme be brought down. Is it enough? They do have enough to kill him. But that was BKB used on both of them. And now, backing away into the breach, look to escape from this. But are Nigma Galaxy going to chase? Can they find him? It doesn't look like they're going to go out that much further yet.
Supreme pushing the limits a little too much. There we see the roar finally from MC to get the catch.
Trying to take down the wolves that were stolen away. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of creeps get stolen around right now.
Back and forth. Enchantress taking theirs, Dominator or Overlord taking the other Overlord.
And then the enchant targets Ancients can also work on Helm of the Overlord too, if I remember right. Yeah,
that's going to take time though, because it is a 5-inch, right? But
yeah,
we do see that it is a 5-inch who's actually becoming a 4-inch quickly, as we see Kuroki starting to get some skilling as well. So next task really for Into the Breach is just continue to dominate map, look for next Roche, and then eventually go into that tower push. But right now they're looking really good. They're actually, their timings are all looking just a bit faster than their opposing side as Supreme switches it up. Okay, so he did have the Gleipnir selected. He actually finished, he buys a shard instead, and he's going to look to go for Winkings to deal with that roar.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting point, right? Because you would imagine with the AC Aura, with the Shivas, Ember would have been able to survive through that initiation, but, you know, Ursa on top of you, it starts to become a little bit too tough.
Yeah, I think Dagger of Restore was popped as well, too, so just that little bit of extra physical does not have the survivability. They did pick up an early gem, so we'll look to limit the vision, catch out those hawks. Just keep, but I think the main thing about this gem is it's an aggressive gem. Keep looking to play with your advantage. Keep looking to get on these faces of these heroes that can be squishy, like the Nature's Prophet.
Well, they are obviously waiting for that next Roche. It's a little bit on the longer side, 2 minutes here for Into the Breach.
Bit unfortunate for them. I think a short spawn would have been phenomenal for them. They could actually have probably just gotten a Rax if they get Aegis immediately. So we'll give time for Enigma Galaxy to finish that next salvo of items, which I think the big one is going to be Gleipnir for that catch. So they actually have secondary. They actually have a way to slow down, push, and catch heroes.
They also finished the Blink Dagger on the Ursa, so if they do manage to get that roar onto anybody, I mean, not just the Ember, at this point the Viper could be a pretty solid target too. It's going to be a pretty quick blow up.
Lots of defensive mechanisms, though, right? We see now Hurricane Pike for Jibbe after having Aghanims. Right. I believe it was a Halberd that's soon coming out for Otaker. So they're covering their bases. They've got a ton of defensive items. As Sneaky Wolves.
Hey.
Range Rax.
Nice Rax you got there. Shame if something were to happen to it. Oh, the range creep comes in. I don't think it's going to matter. I think this is just theirs.
It's dead. The Wolves are going to time out.
Oh, well. 1, 2, 3 on the damage. Probably will send another one in a couple here.
Yeah. But they're keeping their lanes pushed out. You see Sumail and MC are pushing up bottom to try to create a distraction play, because next big thing is going to be that Roche. So 30 seconds until it does spawn. Both teams going to look to scout around the area.
Yeah, and fair play also here, Enigma keeping those lanes shoved and like always sort of trying to right the ship a little bit. Like,
yeah, look at these Wolves. He's doing it again. This time he's just cutting the wave.
Oh man, that's got to be so annoying.
So lane positioning should be pretty good for Into the Breach to set up for that rush. Let's see how Enigma's got to start running over and prepping. Right now, they have no vision in the area.
Yeah, and Narosh is about to respawn. It feels as if now they're, well, they don't have backdoor protection anymore, but they smoke up, start heading over this direction. Supreme actually almost breaks that smoke by remnanting through it all.
I'm just continuing to watch these Wolves. He's sending them again.
Up on the high ground and jumps right there with them, but then the roll away, Immersion lives through it, but ends up dying to Kuro. Impetus shot buys back immediately. The rest of Into the Breach backing away. The Galaxy chasing. Immersion tried for the slow, doesn't quite have enough. Sumail not doing anything to Otaker, and instead is just going to kill off GH. Supreme finds some more of the supports, completely evaporates that NP. Oh, the Supreme lives. Oh, Immersion, what a save! Amar in trouble, roll through. It's not enough to get the kill, but it's definitely enough to get the Roche.
Immersion. Great kick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saves the Ember Spirit there, as he's the one who starts the fight, causes panic. Supreme gets the commitment onto the back. They're feeling good.
Absolutely. I haven't seen the highlight player tip somebody else. It's like, there, you're welcome, buddy, for the buyback.
I can't believe he lives. Well, he lives for a second, then gets hit by Impetus, but the buyback into saving that Ember Spirit is huge. And you can see the damage on the side of Enigma. It's not enough. Otaker, no BKB, but he is so damn tanky with this Halberd and AC. He's just running right through them. Sumail's full BKB does next to nothing, and then he's surrounded.
Right, and like even that Gleipnir, I'm not sure what it was used on, but it looked like it was still on cooldown in that fight. It feels like it almost has to be used on these like summons to try and slow down that run at the supports. It's so rough otherwise. Maybe even another one.
Yeah, they've lost full control of this game. I mean, it's been Into the Breach now for the last 10+ minutes that have been the ones dictating pace, dictating team fights, and it just feels like it's going to get worse and worse, actually, for Enigma. I think this is not the way that they wanted this game to be going whatsoever. They have Nature's Prophet, they have Beastmaster, they have Ursa. They're the ones who want to be dictating pace. They're the ones who be taking objectives in Roche. Not the case whatsoever. And now this Ember, he's huge. Lycan feels unkillable. Game's feeling very difficult for them.
Dude, safe lane Lycan. What year is it?
Right? Earth Spirit and safe lane Lycan. But it's looking hot. It's looking great. Immersion has continued to impress on his all-star hero.
Yeah, all these guys looking really, really good. As Enigma, they're going to need to come up with some answers now as they're getting ready to head on up towards, I would imagine, high ground, although they might just run on through, see if they can catch somebody. As soon as they spot everybody from Enigma in their base, they'll know that be able to find anybody over on the top side of the map, but they do spot an Arcane Rune for Supreme. And with his Linkens, he is not really afraid of anything.
No, they have to, well, as long as once they see it, they don't know that Linkens is there, though. If they can break it, then they can get some type of Roar lift. I mean, they'll kill him once. He does have Aegis, though, so likely to survive afterwards. And they can't deal with the pressure, the overwhelming Lycan, and them just getting in the faces.
Yep. Supreme, Shivas, spots MC, but can't quite connect onto him with that Slight. So back towards mid they go, and pings onto that melee Rax. Supreme, the one that's up front and center. They
dodge.
Force out the Remnant away.
They could still look to set up maybe with like the Wrath of Nature to break the Lincolns and then use Aurora as well if it's not GH that's going to do it. They do have a couple different options to stop that Lincoln's play, but Sumail, he's got to be careful.
Heads up play by him. I mean, obviously still had BKB, and well, he wouldn't have had TP actually. It would have been still a couple of seconds.
Yep. He's pushing the limits as a tip comes out onto Amar.
Wonder if there's some beef there.
Maybe. They're probably just feeling very confident. Enigma is trapped in the base.
Yeah. And they really can't do much at this point at all. Continue to get further and further ahead on into the breach.
They're all the lanes shoved in. I really like the way that he built on this Lycan too. Even like the shard that he purchased,
yeah,
you can see the effect that it's been causing. Every lane is constantly pushed in it, and that's Enigma Galaxy with the Nature's Prophet getting every lane constantly pushed into their face. So it's an impressive feat.
Well, it's still looking like now is, you know, they back out again. Sumail at least has been able to maintain some amount of farm out in the jungle and trying to keep up with that Ember Spirit. But a smoke up again into the breach, and they're looking to find Amar. He is in the mid lane heading away, but GH right there now. Immersion breaks onto him. Roll over, but a good lift, and Supreme, he's in. First hit bash. Okay, but the rest of the team showing up, and
MC's just dead.
It's way too much damage. Kuro's in trouble. It's a triple kill for Supreme, and with no buyback on two of them, this is going to be a tier 3 tower.
Oh my, yeah, Mind Control committed for the Octarine. Yeah, no buyback onto him. This is likely just 2 racks, and also Sumail.
BKB there. Immersion gonna go for the Walrus runaway.
Ogre Seal Totem. Amazing item, of course. You can dive pretty far. It's, again, Sumail
gets kicked back in with no BKB, nowhere to go. He's gonna fall, and they know exactly right now where Amar is.
I think they've done it. I think that's it. I don't think that there's any hope there left for Enigma Galaxy.
What a freaking excellent execution coming out from Into the Breach. And I mean, definitely one of the teams that like people were most on the fence about, we're not anticipating a lot from, but they're showing up here and taking down a team in game number 1 that just took a game off Tundra.
It looked good in all 3 games versus Tundra. Even their early game, they looked pretty good, but Into the Breach right afterwards, they just seemed to have their number. The tower pressure, this Earth Spirit just diving in and catching on top of this Nature's Prophet over and over again. Into the Breach, it's the last Rex.
Bay doesn't really want to step forward there that much. They're going to find that Atos, break the blink onto Amar, but the Aegis is expired. Doesn't matter. They move on in, take the Mega Creep, and at this point, surely Enigma feeling pretty rough about their chances.
They literally haven't been able to fight for about 15 to 20 minutes. It's just been Into the Breach over and over again.
27-11 Into the Breach, having all the answers.
And I'm glad that they're doing it in their own style, right? Like in safe lane or Spirit 4 position, it's a bit of a different draft, but it's absolutely worked versus Enigma.
The Wolves scouting, and this has been the key. Oh my god! That Gleipnir, the roll through! Swiss cheese! It's a tasty sandwich as Amar, he's disarmed, doesn't have a chance to play Dota. Nice war, bruh. Game is over. GG. Into the Breach, take it.
With style and in a decimating fashion. Like, it was only the first 10 minutes that looked good for Enigma Galaxy, and then afterwards, yeah. Into the Breach, making it look hot and doing it fancy too. Like these wolf scouting and stuff like that, but mostly, I mean, it's the immersion show, right? He played so well. We had hoped for it. We were looking at him playing his Earth Spirit as level 30 hero, and he made it work perfectly. Like every single time, he seemed to know where to go.
Yeah, I think that this is a guy that people obviously know about. You know, hasn't had that like huge, big breakout performance in a little while, at least it feels like, but had a really solid showing here. And I think just in general, like the single-mindedness of the strategy and how they wanted to play it, it was really impressive to watch.
Yeah, I think it totally caught off Nigma. I think they were also looking and they're like, you know what, if we shut down this Viper a little bit, then we're going to be able to come back with our Ursa. But it felt like they were never able to come back after they lost the mid tower, after they lost the top tower. They had no recovery method.
Well, no recovery method. We'll see if they can figure it out here as we get ready to go into the draft in a little bit for game number 2. But first, let's head back to the panel.
Into the breach. Congratulations on a Game 1 win, but also congratulations on making my analysts look like idiots.
Just as predicted. We all predicted it.
I mean,
Nope.
What the hell was this game?
I kind of, I don't know if this is just the sadist in me. I kind of like when we predict something and it goes the direct opposite way. It's not just that we were wrong.
Wrong
It's like,
in the prediction. You were like, oh, Nigma are so aggressive. They're going to own lanes. Like, I just don't see how Into the Breach are going to do anything. Their hands are tied behind their back.
they won their lanes by a bit, so to give us credit, we were right for like
about that
3 minutes. Woo! And then everything else just went the direct opposite way. I feel like Into the Breach did a really good job. I think Immersion for me is the MVP of that game on Earth Spirit. I think he made so many moves happen, incredibly good spell casting and eye for when to go in. And the team collapsed on it very well. This is how their lineup works, like we talked about. You need to group up with this Viper, you need to group up with the Lycan, and every time Immersion found a big teamfight opening, they're there. So the cohesion in the team play is really, really good, and that's what you want to see out of them. For Nigma, though, I think kind of the direct opposite was kind of the case, right? It was not that coordinated. I feel like Amar's Ursa was very inactive for a huge part of the game. And if that's how it has to be, which is fine, you have to farm, then I think his teammates are fighting too much, right? Like you need to find this right balance where all of you are on the same page, and it looked a little bit like two separate entities in this game.
It's also like the hesitance from Nigma as well. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities where they could have maybe made some plays, but MC, who was trying to hold the roars for the next fight, or at least the next kill, not the next fight, sorry. But it just never really transpired to be a good engagement. I think this highlight we see here is also a beautiful example. Amar has the blink, jumps in, puts him in an awkward spot, and here, like, they're not able to get the roar onto the Lycan to get the clicks on. They also don't really want to use roar in this position because Amar's already initiated 5 seconds prior. So I feel like Nigma, even if they hit a timing, they were incredibly disjointed in this game, and that's also Into the Breach doing such a good job running at them. But I have to say, Beastmaster going Octarine after the Helm of Overlord, also not too much of a fan. I think it doesn't really show too much towards how Into the Breach was currently playing the game. I think it's more of a good for 20 minutes down the line, but he needed like the BKB or the little bit of utility to actually stand at the front of the fight, soak up some damage to get a correct roar off to enable Amar to jump in. I think, yeah, a little bit of disjoint on Nigma in this game. Wasn't expecting it, and yeah, deservedly ITB just run over them.
Yeah, I mean, I think ITB kind of abused the fact that I think Nigma weren't really on top of their game. I would say, yeah, sure, they made it hard for them to like maybe recover and get back into the game because they made all the fights like very chaotic. But I feel like this is not the same Nigma that I saw last time.
Definitely not. A highlight that we had for them from that Tundra series was that they were so stable in lanes, and moving out of it, they could apply pressure and they could be aggressive. And maybe that was what you were saying, Sind, is they were still trying to be that, but the Ursa wasn't as well. And so it was just fights that were falling flat because no one was ever really in the right timings for these fights.
I mean, they're missing a key piece that they had against Tundra, which was Amar's heroes' like interaction with the timing that their lineup has. I think this is something that they need to work on if they're going to play him on a hero like Ursa, is playing around his timing. They never really, I believe they didn't get Roche, right, with Ursa. They never tried, if I'm not mistaken,
they did.
To get the Roche, which is already kind of a red flag when you're playing this hero. That needs to be something you set up and succeed at. And the other thing is, I guess to an extent, their team fight is not as prominent as it was against Tundra. The picks that they have don't run in the same way. Yeah. The reason I'm surprised is that, to me, this is one of Nigma's best strategies. So I was expecting them to just nail this one, right? Yep. Like, but if they've been in like practice for the other stuff and they're more in the team fight mode, need to take a step back, look at this game and be like, okay, clearly this is not just ITB just being better. I think Nigma are just also fumbling a little bit along the way and not playing their best.
Yeah, Immersion on his Earth Spirit here.
Yeah,
as
amazing play.
You're a standout player as well. You're
Yeah.
like, yes, 100% deserved.
100%. I think he did way too much in this game for his team. I think even in the laning stage, he set up his Viper for success. He moved around the map. He was nearly always in the right place at the right time. even in one of the last fights, like he kicked some dude out that was gonna die. I think it was Supreme. So
yeah, it was.
He played flawless.
And you also don't see this stat often. He killed 4 wards during 20, the 420 that you don't see too often in the MVP, and 90.3% kill participation.
I thought it was the kill participation you were going to point out.
But the fact that he gets part of 90% of the kills, I think, in the draft as well, like when you see this Earth Spirit pick, it's not something that you really go, wow, it's going to crush a game, crush a lane. But when you have the Viper there, I feel, again, like they beat the Ench lane, which is like, okay, fair, already pretty good. And then on top of that, all his rotations just felt insane. Yeah. And it allowed like Oteka to play this like, and if it was any other carry, these rotations probably wouldn't feel so good because you're not taking towers. But honestly, for Into the Breach, I'm really happy we were wrong. I'm really happy they were able to punish Nigma, because right now, Nigma's not playing their game, but Into the Breach, they are at 110%. They are looking to honestly take a 2-0 if Nigma played like they did in this first one.
A nice little stat as well from that graphic that we had for MVP was 3 deaths and 22 assists.
Hey, did it all.
All the numbers are just adding it up. Just keep putting them in Twitch chat as we're heading to a break. When we come back, game 2 between Nigma Galaxy and Into the Breach. Game 1 for Into the Breach here in our series of Into the Breach against Enigma Galaxy. So Game 2, we are hoping for an NGX comeback so we can see a game number 3 between these two teams. But in order for a Game 2 win, what are NGX going to have to change up? Everything.
Maybe, I feel like do something with Amar where he can join earlier. Or if you do something similar, I think maybe put more emphasis early on helping him if that's what he needs. Because this last game, I don't think he really got to do anything.
I felt that's kind of the theme for most of Nigma's plays. I think Into the Breach did a really good job at just setting the pace of the game. And I think when a team is playing disjointedly, it's more amplified through aggression. So again, I think just Into the Breach has had Nigma's number in this game. I think at least for Amar as a carry player, what we've kind of learned over the last couple of games is if he is playing like an actual carry, not the Mars and Heroes, he doesn't tend to join the early scraps and engagements. He's more of a, I need this item and then I'll play Dota, I'll lead you. So it's like on him, he's buying Battle Fury, but he's not joining any early fights. He's then buying BKB, but that's not the item to get him into the fight. So now he needs Blink. And it's like, I feel for Amar at least, if he is playing these carries, I think the team needs to understand when he wants to play Dota, because he is a very, I guess, loud character in that regard. So if he isn't able to join, then it's going to be an issue. So I think, yeah, still trying to understand how to get each other into the game, I think is the biggest issue right now for Nigma.
It did feel like a game that they, on a macro level, could have played just more split push. I mean, it's easy to say. It's not an easy way to play Dota, but this is a team that has played that strategy a lot. Like, they seem to be selecting fights that they're not favored in way too much. Like, in this game, you can hemorrhage a hero here and there, like as long as the enemy team is bringing like 2 or 3 or 4 heroes to kill, some Ench pushing a side lane with a creep or Beastmaster or whatever. It's kind of okay, you know? Like, as long as the game plan is progressing. The problem is, it feels like Into the Breach get like 2 or 3 kills, or even 4, and a Roche. You know, it's like there's a limit to how much you can bleed, and Nigma well crossed that limit in this game. So,
I mean,
clean it up.
Yeah, we can't castigate Enigma Galaxy too hard here because Into the Breach did have what felt like quite a unique draft.
Yep, for sure.
And would you say, despite it working for them, it was still very reactionary?
In regards to draft, you mean, so when you say reactionary, you mean Nigma reacting to Into the Breach, or
no, Into the Breach sort of reacting, because we saw the Lycan have to go, like, you know, their last pick was
Sure,
Ember, right? So a lot of things went in places that you wouldn't actually normally expect.
Yeah, I think Into the Breach's draft, we had our concerns, and I think other teams probably would have punished it a little bit more. I don't think Into the Breach had this like drafting excellence, which was like, haha, we got you. It was more when they entered the game, they just punished Nigma from the get-go pretty much. And I think we didn't really mention Supreme too much, but when it was Ember, going for the Maelstrom, then going for a Shiva's, always being at the forefront of the fight. Like, we were mentioning the lack of lockdown that they have, but also Nigma kind of put themselves in the same position, where I feel like both drafts, if you think about it in hindsight, are kind of identical. One has a push with Beast, one has a push with Lycan. One has a playmaker in regards to like the Ember, the other one kind of like Furin, not in regards to, but just objective pressure. And then you don't really have anything else. So I feel like both teams kind of were identical, just Into the Breach were way better at executing it.
I mean, Into the Breach, they had like more oomph and more power behind, I think, what they wanted to do, right? Eventually, I think Nigma, they fall a bit flat. So I think I have to agree with Sin's point that eventually they should realize that we're not strong enough, we need to farm, we need time. And I think they definitely failed to identify that.
I actually also want to talk about the Lycan a little bit. In the last series, for some reason we talked about it. I don't think it didn't get picked, but I don't remember why we talked about it. And Sin, I know that you just weren't really a fan of the hero in general. It hasn't really been made to look too good. Is this just a case of maybe Lycan can actually be something, or more just this is the series, take it everything with a grain of salt?
I think the hero is very is sometimes the best pick, but it's often very late in the draft, and it's because of very specific things being missing from the enemy team. I think in this game, Nigma were not fully in that camp, and Lycan also wasn't the overall last pick of the draft, so maybe looking back on it, was Nature's Prophet the right pick? We loved it against Viper, I still do, and I still don't want to overthink things, because once again, I still stand by. I think Nigma's draft was very good this game. Sometimes you just drop the ball, but yeah, Lycan thrives when the enemy team has heroes that don't like you to come up close, when they lack lockdown, like T pointed out, they don't have very much to stop the Lycan, and when they don't have zone control. Like, some of the things that Lycan really struggles against would be something like Amar's Arena, and then you're just caught. Where do you go? You can't escape, right? But in this game, he's very free movement. He gets to pincer every team fight as he wants, and yeah, it gets to take the towers.
Probably also one of Rubik's worst matchups. I think that's something that Into the Breach actually did very good. They pre-banned the IO in the first phase, then they go Earth Spirit Phoenix. Very good against Rubik. They don't really care. Then they follow up with a Lycan. So already from there, I feel like you could tell that GH didn't really do so much in this game.
Yeah,
that's true.
This wasn't like the Rubik game that he really wanted to play. And I think as well, when you think about the Lycan, because they did put it on carry, I think it fixes some of the problems that the hero does have, because you're not trading your offlaner providing auras or something or winning a lane. It's now a Lycan that will have the same farm, if not slightly more, in the carry role. And it just puts more emphasis on we're going to win the game in 30. Now, if you pick Lycan, it's because you're confident in your team being able to crush your opponent and play it in the carry role. Like, I don't think teams are going to be actively trying it in offlane unless it's like a second phase pick way down the line. I think TSM's been trying it, but that's also because their other lanes are fixing the problems that an offlane Lycan would do, so they can pick it like that. But I think, at least in EU, I wouldn't be surprised if ITB think about this Lycan a little bit more, as long as they have some clear tells to be able to pick it. Be it the Rubik, be it, let's say, an Ench or something that can't really just crush the hero in the early mid-game.
I do think that like Lycan is one of the heroes where he's not really often gonna win you the game on its own. It's more like he amplifies, like if the enemy is weak against you running at them. So you want to double down on this and like pressure a lot in like the early mid-game. So if Into the Breach want to draft like this where they have Earth Spirit and stuff like this, then Lycan makes a lot of sense for them.
I mean, that's the main thing you just said there. It's the Earth Spirit, right? Like, he's having an insane game, but if there's like any other carry there, let's say it's like a Slark. Slark can do what Lycan does in pressure, but he needs like way more farm and takes so much longer to get there. So I think, again, I respect how ITB played this game. I think their draft, it is strong in its own right. I was still, like Cinnamon, I'm kind of like surprised it was able to win so easily. I thought Nigma's draft should have been better. And I'm excited to see the adaptations because, of course, Nigma, the more seasoned team, they should be able to identify their faults. Into the Breach, they had a really good game one, but they can't just replicate the same draft. Like, this is not a draft that is like, we'll play every game in every series. Like, it's going to be understood quite quickly from players, and it will be understood. So now we get to see the adaptations from the teams as we go in the second game.
Just a very quick final note on Lycan. One more weakness that this hero has is that it has severe downtime, and Nigma did not exploit that at all. When Shapeshift is on cooldown, you have a power play. You're like 5v4.5 almost. Like Lycan is very weak without his ult, but again, because Nigma needed so long time to get their Ursa online, there was no payback for, oh, you guys have used your big spells now, you used Egg, you used Lycan ult. Both teams just farmed. Great. We're ready again. So
Draft live now for game 2, and Nigma Galaxy going to have second pick. A thought that I had was, with them now having second pick, are we going to see Nigma Galaxy place more priority on Amar's hero being picked up first, or are they going to shove it a lot further back in the draft?
Just pick Mars?
I mean, they probably will pick Mars, but I love the ban from Into the Breach because it's like, you know, Nigma, they've lost a series, they're playing Into the Breach, they just got absolutely slapped. And now if you're Amar, you know what type of player is, you know? And it's like, just pick me my Timber, let me play, you know? His second pick, it's easy to draft like this. But instead, they just ban it out. Like, we haven't seen Timber first phase bans at all, but I feel like this is like a double whammy of, wait, we won game 1, they're really backs against the wall, they don't want to lose again. So instead, they go for the Mars, you expect it.
Yeah.
Maybe they just go Rubik as well. Yeah, they do. So, not the most surprising draft.
yeah, I was going to say, Into the Breach must be expecting this,
They
right?
should, yeah.
There's no curveball here at all. From my perspective, I think Mars was kind of obvious when you picked the Brood, the Rubik, they've been rating high, so I imagine they shouldn't take too much time to find the hero here. Kind of like, do you feel like it's a bit too all-in to go for something like Bat Rider this early? Obviously, the dynamic against Mars has changed since you can't fly over the arena, but I still think these matchups are pretty good. But is Bat Brood maybe a little bit too pigeonholed and you're picking 2 cores?
It could potentially.
Maybe just pick support. It's probably safer.
Yeah, I think the... okay, they go for an Ember.
Okay. That is an opening I don't think I've seen...
Ever?
The Brood Ember.
Maybe ever. Very few times, at least. This is very unusual.
Confidence.
Sure. And I mean, one thing about it is it kind of telegraphed now, so Enigma get to plan. They know that this Brood has to be a core. The Ember, I mean, doesn't technically have to be a core, but let's be honest, it probably is. So you see 2 cores that are melee, that are agility, and that are not the strongest laners. So would love to see Enigma try to take advantage of this. And once again, like we talked about last game, you know, the identity that they showed against Tundra, I want to see it here. See them crush those lanes. Good Huskar ban.
Yeah.
Even though they have the Mars, it's not guaranteed it's a Mar. It can still be MC, so they're covering their bases here. It's an awful matchup for Ember.
Yeah, in regards to picks, I think Mars is the best second pick hero for Nigma because you can just flex it. Unlike the other heroes for Amar, they don't have the same flex potential. So it's like if you were picking the Timber here, Amar's playing in the side lane. And then they might need to put hero players in different roles and stuff, you know. So I think Mars is the most opener pick, so you still need to respect that pool.
Actually, question. We've seen some people play Mars mid, and then obviously we're like, okay, Amar could possibly play it. For NGX, is Mars a potential in any 3? I mean, not
It could be.
Not, I was going to say, not that you really want to, but is there that potential?
They can, for sure. 100%. And I'm sure that they're also open to doing it. If it really fits the draft, they'll do it. Something else I just realized is that Nigma's reserve time is at 1 minute. They got a penalty.
I mean, potentially. If it's already a minute, I'm
I don't.
sure
Production said yes.
Okay.
Yep.
They didn't use a minute in reserve time, right? Okay. So yeah, that factors into.
So maybe are we allowed to speculate, or can we?
Why? You can speculate. I can ask production.
Amar was
why?
Can we have? No, I mean more like it's more. You know, if you got a minute reserve time, normally it's because either you're late back to the second game, or you menial small things. But if it is because they were late back, then they're having kind of maybe a bigger team talk. But
I heard
who knows?
it was, they didn't follow admin instructions.
No, I mean that's fair. That's maybe late back to
not as fun. Sorry.
Admin's instructions were ban Lycan.
That's true.
They did it, and they were like,
true.
"Well, draft penalty now."
Yeah.
I do want to make just a quick note. Like you said, Mars could go to all 3 lanes. I guess that's also part of the value in banning Timber. Amar is a monster on it, but you can play it at MC, and Sumail can also play it mid. I just feel like mid Timber is kind of outdated right now.
Yep.
But
They were really wrong one time.
technically, both
do it
these
again.
heroes can play everything. All right, they're going to respect ban the Earth Spirit this time and the Phoenix, so double coverage here for Enigma. We're going to see some new supports come out from Into the Breach. You know this team a little bit better than I do. They like playing Maiden, right?
They do.
I think that's a really good pairing for these two. The aura is extremely valuable to both Brood and especially Ember.
What if Nigma pick it first?
They could. I could also see them going for like a disruptor or something, just to have some more teamfight presence. Have some extra layers to their lineup. You can't always rely on Mars to be your Ember or Brood lockdown. Of course, the Brood is much easier. You don't really want to force your Mars to be like a Yules buyer to try and get some setup. So I think maybe they go for that. But then again, I think CM's also a perfectly fine pick because it means they're going to try and win their lanes. They're going to try and emulate how they played against Tundra, crush lanes, and play into the game. But if it's Into the Breach, if they're picking CM, then yeah, it looks kind of good. If it's a Mars off lane, you just pick CM. You can also pick up some Clock-esque hero in the 4 role, and now it's just all skirmishal, aggressive, fight, vision.
How good is Tusk? I feel like these 2 heroes actually deal pretty well with him. Ember has slight chains, he has remnants, he can get away. Brood can walk over the shards if she's in webs.
Yeah, I feel like...
It's not the best Tusk game for
I
me.
feel like these 2 heroes don't care too much about the task per se. I think for Into the Breach, any range heroes will give you follow-up damage to like Hoodwink, whatever. Oh, techies, that's why, see?
Okay.
Into the Breach, they really do try to make you go, I don't like their draft, but then they play with a bit more, pizzazz and confidence. So
This is a very uncharacteristic Techies partner if he's a 4. Like, Techies Brood, usually when you play Techies 4, it's because you look for that kill threat, right? You have someone with a stun or with significant burst damage. Brood is a bit of a slower build-up. And this lane, if you don't play aggro, it doesn't really pose any threat to anyone. So
the thing from Into the Breach is they're emulating game 1 in regards to just raw aggression, because you're going to have Ember Mirana combination. Mirana is the 5, can just walk to mid, get an arrow, that's a combo. And then techies can play onto that. The techies, it's annoying in the early levels, and by the time Brood hits 6, you can then leave and then play with the rest of the game. So I don't think this is a techies combo that's going to be hugging the Brood the entire time. It'll be one that kind of enables some early levels, then might shift away a bit, and then if Brood's really strong, then you bring Mirana and techies back into lane to take the tower. But Nigma's response, at least, was pick up a TA, you can clear out the spiders. I'm guessing this is just Sumail playing it.
He's probably playing a safe lane, right?
Yeah, you could easily
be a Mars mid.
Yep. I mean, both of these heroes will do pretty well against the TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. They could also just have the Mars safe lane, actually.
Yeah,
I mean, they have both options. I feel like if this is a Brood techies off lane, I think any lane here just farms that Nigma places. I'm not a believer in this lane doing much until
techies Brood.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're just gonna farm, get levels.
Yeah.
I don't think there's gonna be anything too crazy going on. I think it's just a standard Mars safe lane, in terms of Nigma
standard.
With the TA being mid, I think Sumail's just gonna farm very well in the mid lane. I don't think he's too gankable, at least early on. With these supports and Ember, you don't really put too many levels in the chain, so I think it pairs very well.
I was about to say some Naga Siren for Into the Breach would be pretty good, but then I actually looked at the Nigma ban, I'm like, unfortunate. Like, I feel for Into the Breach now, there isn't a pick and carry that is like giving them the team fight, but it's more just send illusions out. Like I could also see them going for like the Ataka Terrorblade or something. High armor hero. You then have illusions going down, spiders going down. You always find these pickoffs of Ember Mirana trying to then get the lanes back out, and it's one of Ataka's best heroes.
Oh, what about his CK? Do you think it's good here?
Yeah.
Because like, if the Mars matchup against CK is actually a little bit dangerous, and if we believe the Mars will go safe lane, then he's not even going to be the matchup there. I think it's a good pairing for both Mirana and Techies to play around. Chaos Bolt is a great setup for both.
Yep.
And Nigma don't have the most ways of, I would say, of killing the Phantasm if he gets to like a heart.
No, I honestly
Sideblades is not fully reliable.
It's more the explosive nature anyway. Like there isn't this like Leshrac style
I don't
hero.
know. There has to be something better. Now that I say it out loud, I'm actually not too... I'm just thinking about what we usually see Otaker play, right? And
It is PL.
It is PL, all right.
I just
Very
like-
rare choice.
I just like the
it's
illusion heroes.
similar logic, but it's just less reliant on that one ult, right? Now you have the constant illusions, and if you get there with the farm, you're probably pretty happy.
I mean, I was looking at the bans, which I mean, it kind of screams for like TB, PL, maybe CK. PL gives you less laning with Potom, but I guess that they must think it's just way better in the game than a CK. Oh boy, I mean, if any team is gonna pick this hero...
Wait, who's playing what?
Wait, is this the Amar Underlord that I jokingly...
It's Amar Mars.
No.
Oh, come
So
on.
close.
Oh, that would have been a
Always
banger.
Maybe they swap PCs.
They are at boot camp, that is true.
Yeah, probably not likely.
I mean, I'll say it. I think Nigma's lineup just looks better for me overall. Even though I don't particularly fancy the Tusk pick, I'm just not inspired by how Into the Breach followed it up. This Mirana Techies, I don't fully get it. I'm ready to be surprised, but I think Nigma Galaxy's lineup looks easier to play, more straightforward. I think they have really good counter matchups. So yeah, I'm digging what they have. We'll see.
I mean, Into the Breach, they're trying their hardest to make their drafts look as weird as possible. I think Ataka PL, if you can skirt around the Underlord, obviously you do pretty well against everyone else, but yeah, I do prefer Nigma's lineup, but I think Into the Breach are playing a lot better. I don't know, this series is too weird for me, so let's just watch the game.
That's fair, that's fair. Kazu, though, quickly closing remarks.
I don't like either draft.
That is a good
Nigma will
closing.
win.
Okay,
There we
good
go.
closing
I don't know.
remark. I like it because it means that we just have to jump into game 2. We just have to see it play out, and luckily we get to listen to Lyrical and Fogged for this game.
Luckily, that's for sure. We might not like either draft, but we like the players and we like each other. It's how we all get along, right?
That's a fact right there. But
yeah.
I just like how the dynamic happens where Amar's like, screw it, screw heroes that might fit in the draft because I just don't want to play him. Give me my Mars, give me my Huskar.
Yep.
He just likes to play his style, so they're going back for it. Makes sense this game versus the Brood, but it's a bit different. It's a bit all over the place, but they do have a lot of counters for the PL for the Brood with that last pick, Underlord. And let's see how it's going to go. Because also, now it's Immersion. He is still playing a somewhat specialty hero, of course, but it's not one of those super active playmakers until you have 15-minute mark, right? The Techies does take a bit more time to ramp up, and I think he was the absolute key to success for Into the Breach last game.
Yeah, we'll see if he can sort of find that similar type of success here in this next one is, well, Otaker runs into Sumail and Amar and everybody else.
Hello.
And then backs away right away afterwards. They're getting set up for potentially a meld hit there from Sumail, but I don't know if they're actually going to go for the fight.
They're all 5 in the area here. It is under a ward.
Dude, it could happen.
So Into the Breach, they do see Kuroki and Amar and MC, so they should know that this is happening. Well, on the other side, though, they also do have a ward to be able to see Into the Breach. Of course, on that high ground.
They're going to get at least 2, though, if they don't move around. I mean, they'll get 3, actually, on Into the Breach.
Yeah, I think they should start moving back to their lanes. Send the Rubik and the Mars to bully out that Brood. Should be able to get... It should be a 2 for 2, maybe even 3 for Nigma, if they're able to set up around here. Up top, that is.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, yeah, it looks like it is just going to be a 2 for 2. Ooh. Yeah, Zibe runs out of there. So I think it's really impressive. Obviously, Nigma Galaxy not playing the way that, they wanted to, I think, in that last game. Switch things up a lot here in this next one. But Into the Breach, too. It's for this young team, it's really cool to see them have this type of success here. This early in the DPC, again, we got to hear from Kadaro and some of the things that he was talking about leading up into the beginning of the season and what he felt like his team's expectations were.
We were preparing really hard, and now we're ready. I feel like we're gonna learn while playing, and it is a good experience so far.
Dude, it's
Lots of learning.
Lots of learning. And, I mean, maybe they don't need to learn. They just took down Nigma. Game number 1. Who knows?
Yeah, and it's their own style. And again, they're doing it with their own style. Sure, some of these heroes are a bit more popular, but PL, techies, like these are specialty heroes. They're all about like the hero playing them. So, let's see how these end up going down to PL. Going to be off to a bit of a slower start, and he is into a ton of counters, as we were saying. You know, that Underlord, even the Mars, even the TA could potentially just itemize to be able to deal with him. But Otaker, this is his style. It's his specialty. He's like the Terrorblade, the Lycan, the PL, Naga Siren. He's all about like the summons and illusions. So if he saw a purpose for this PL, perhaps it could work out nicely for them, as GH only gets the 1 creep there with the pull.
I wasn't sure if that was on purpose or not, but the range creep at least is taken away there. So that's something to see. And Supreme facing off against Sumail there and already having a pretty good time, although I guess this is 3 creeps that are coming into the TA, which should even things up, bringing it back to 10-2 versus the 8-1.
I feel like I never get to see this matchup anymore. It used to be super TA favored, but times have changed a little bit. Pretty sure it does still go in the favor of the TA as the levels come out, as GH getting chased out. He has 10 stick and a Fairy Fire, though.
Yeah, he's still going to take a beating, but that was all the leap charges used.
Yeah.
Kadara also taking some damage from those Hellbears along the way. But yeah, interesting dynamic in game number 1. I want to see how this Techies does down bottom in particular, and you can see already slowing down and throwing out those sticky bombs continuously onto Amar, along with the Zibe hits, those Silken Bolas. Super annoying to play against.
Yeah, it's just difficult for you to really get a blast off. If Kuroki's quick, he can always get the lift mid-air onto the Techies. If he pre-clicks him from like the tree line and stuff like that, it's a lot easier too. So see if he does get any connections onto Amar.
It's interesting to me. I feel like a lot of times when we're watching these brood lanes, they play a lot around insatiable hunger, but you can see in this lane, it's all the magic nukes. That's what they're trying to level up and just spam at them.
Yeah, maybe at 3 you could see the hunger put in, but usually just the second point in spin web, and then they perhaps go back for the hunger. But yeah, he's bringing it to the Mars, and they're actually out harassing significantly.
He's not going to be a happy camper on old Amar there.
It is also, you know, they do actually have 2 ways to do it. I didn't get to say it quick, but yeah, they have the lift, and they also have Amar's all of his spells to stop the Techies also. Any movement displacement, if he catches a mid blast off, will cancel it right away. So if they time it, they should be able to. Oh yeah, she does put that point in Insatiable, so he's going to be able to do excellent down here, as you've been seeing.
Spamming out, just continuing to right-click Kuro too, as well as Amar this entire time. Immersion, he's played many different iterations of this Techies, as Sumail in the mid lane starting to definitely even things up here and get the hurt feeling onto Supreme.
Yeah, it gets worse and worse for Ember. Like, as soon as level 4 comes down to level 5, then you start actually getting bullied. If you get hit by the meld hit, you actually just have to back up from the lane and just wait till that debuff does expire as Sumail with the bottle. Both of them will get the rune. They actually glyph.
Yeah, I guess Supreme didn't want his wave pushing into his tower. Can they get it?
They got the lift.
Oh.
They actually both did it. He lifted and speared him as he was in midair, so the damage didn't connect onto Kuro.
That would have been enough there potentially for the kill. But not going to happen, as Immersion has 2 points up in the sticky bomb. So this is the adjustment. It used to be if you couldn't play around blast off, this hero was basically dead. But now, having 2 points up in that spell, it's doing a ton of damage on such a low cooldown.
He actually connected it onto both heroes there too. That was nice. And he does have, they have so much mana down here too, right? That's the thing about laning versus Mars. He feeds you stick charges. He's always just rebuking. So you see him as like an offlaner, you always see that stick picked up, but as in this position, it's even better for Jibe and for Immersion. Is only 16 last hits on Amar right now. He's really getting bullied.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's part of the problem. When you pick this Mars first, like in theory, it's a flex hero. Realistically, with this team, Amar is playing it every time he gets a chance, it feels like.
I mean, Amar, he keeps stepping. He's going to have to bring regen or a raindrop or something down here. He's got a bracer plus some tangos coming out, but he is dropping unbelievably low. Another nuke and another sticky bomb, and he might just go down.
Yeah, has to use the spear just to get back and away. But Courier is coming in right now. And that one, you know, gives out a couple of extra tangos, actually switches into his backpack. Is he walking all the way home?
He might have to. He doesn't have. I thought he was
man.
going to bring like raindrop and something like that to at least absorb the damage, but he's got the double bracer, which you don't really see traditionally built in the safe lane. This is like an off lane build from the safe lane.
Now, to be fair, everybody else from Nigma Galaxy appears to be doing pretty well, which is going to be a little bit of a help for this side right now.
For sure. I mean, he's always going to be able to just park himself in the lane of the Brood.
Yeah.
If he's got levels, he can just rebuke the spiders to kind of stop the push. And yeah, Sumail is really starting to dominate that matchup as they're making rotation for Rune. Also GH in the area.
Immersion. Throws out one. Not going to do a lot to the TA with Refraction already up. But does get a slow at least for a second. But yeah, MC is completely dominating up top here, and Otaker is not going to have a very simple time dealing with him.
No, it's going to be a much slower start for the PL compared to the Lycan this time around. I think we actually see the Ember. Supreme, he's filling up, going back to base.
Dude, Amar is level 3.
Yeah, he's just getting bullied.
Crap. He can't do anything. This Techies is like gotta be so frustrating to play against right now.
And now they have Arcane Boots, so the spam will continue. I'm really surprised he didn't bring Raindrop. I think it's one of the most valuable items you can have currently in the game, but they will connect with Jibbe.
Spear.
But he's just gonna heal.
Yeah, insatiable hunger. Hard to deal with, and if he keeps on sticking around here, they're going to have more spam for him, but walks just out of range of that one. Still trading hits with Zibbe. Could see some rotations now, too. Level 6 is there for Ember.
Yeah, he already used the TP, though. He did refill in mid. He used this, Bremen in lane and then TP back to refill. And now he's actually getting pressured. Sumail won't be able to left. But bottom.
Spear goes on in. Silence connects onto both of them, and he's able to live on the spider. Trying to get out of there. He's going to be fine. Oh, wow. With GH making the rotation too. Oh, that one hurts.
Yeah, Amar is still at 19. He's been at 19 last hits for the last, 3 minutes, I think. Something like that. Or between 16 and 19. Now he's got the wave pushing in, and since they've pushed the Brute slightly out, we'll be able to guarantee himself a couple more last hits. Him and the PL are having one of the rougher times I've seen in safe lane.
Yeah. Offlaners definitely getting their dream plays go on right now. As you can see, the 8-minute runes currently in contention.
Sumail, the refraction charge is too much for Kidaro to handle. Rune, where's it going to be?
And
it's a haste.
Oh, and Supreme gets it. Very well played. Oh my god, is he trying to go back in?
He's thinking about it. They've got the techies moving in.
Has the bottle. The chase is there. Gets up close to Sumail. Burns through the refractions. They already have it. Has to dodge some of the damage. Great blast off onto everybody, but do they have the follow-up? Supreme chases. That's actually first blood taken by Kuro as Immersion goes down. Sumail barely able to live through that.
That was so close. That was an interesting little interaction thing, too. I think the snowball, he ended it. I don't know, that was something weird that happened there with the snowball.
Yeah.
Like with the techies jumping in, I guess he landed right on top of them when he was doing it, but...
This turns into a 1v1 down bottom. Mark can't really come and contest, and this is very close to having level 6 on that Brood. As MC is denying everything right now.
Yeah, he's just right in the face. I mean, we just said both of these safe laners, 29-5, they're stuck. But PL we are seeing having a little bit better of a time as the snowball comes in a bit deep. No level and change though, GH is okay.
So yeah, 9 minutes. And the Underlord definitely doing the best right now out of everybody on the map. And will have access to, that Fiend's Gate a little bit later on for some of these pretty aggro plays we can maybe expect.
Yeah, and he's got good itemization. He can do this game too. He has, I could even see potential. We never really see the item, but Crimson Guard is a possibility. Sometimes versus PL if he feels like it's a game for it. Right now, I just see him queuing up just some regen and stuff like that. Just auras.
Yeah.
He's gonna go to Reaps probably.
Level 6 for the Spider. More spam to try and contend with. And Snowball onto Kidaro. Gets the leap out of there. Ooh. Hello, hello.
Leap again. Oh, he's right in that tree spot. GH is... Oh, he
found
sees him.
He just, okay, I'll back away over there.
Next shards.
Okay, and TP out.
He's okay.
Dire's top tower
And both of those safe laners, Otaker not getting bullied out, but you're seeing them struggle so much. Mars actually does get bullied out again. Amar, he can't stay down there.
Yeah. So much emphasis being put on trying to shut down these safe laners at this point in the game. And I mean, I guess the thing to me that feels sort of weird about that is Mars sometimes a much more aggressive hero. We're used to seeing this happen a little bit more to PL, but was it just the strength of the lane that they had down bottom pretty much and the spam?
Just too much spam. Yeah, I think Amar just didn't expect how much damage he was going to be dealing, and he doesn't have that like raindrop or the stick to kind of absorb or get anything benefit when they do spam onto him. So yeah, he gets bullied out, but he's not really the carry this game, right? It's the TA. So him having a little bit of a rough start, he's playing off lane from the safe lane kind of in a way. So it's not the worst situation in the world for them because they have this TA. But looking at this, play up top, GH.
Chase down here.
It'll be alright. Arrow will whiff. Looking at what they're doing, actually, we see these sentry wards on the map on the side of the Radiant. They've actually blocked the Ancients. So a couple of times now we've seen, I think the Rubik Kuroki tried to stack. They do have 2 stacks, but then it's been blocked afterwards. So good movements, preempting the TA, just going to back up and farm. And so far, Supreme, even though he's in that tough matchup mid, he's almost tied with the TA. He's like 500 gold behind. MC wants to stop this tower push. We'll be able to.
Yeah, went in for the deny, but wasn't able to get it in time. And now, showing up in this lane, I mean, sort of a weird position to be in because you have
awkward.
Both of these heroes kind of in the same area.
Amar is so... I mean, he's still level 5. Otaker at least is level 7 on the side of Into the Breach, but Amar...
Yeah, he has really been shut down. And, I mean, depending on how this goes, like... You've used one of your really good avenues to come and try and get a counter gank going. Find one.
Is doing a nice job with his spider micro, just to point out, is GH.
Down low, tries to get out of there, turns, doesn't get the punch off in time. That would have been a nice little swing as Supreme pops it, has a remnant to go to, and we'll get out of there.
Ooh, I got a little bit of lag there. I'm not sure what it was. I think it might have been something with spiders, because I also got like a huge frame rate lag for a second. I checked to see if Amar hit them or not, but don't think he did. Zimba has just been kind of master microing with his spiders, like splitting them up into 3 different like delta splits.
Yeah, and has the mech now too, so the beginnings of this stuff. You can, again, see coming into this what we thought this series was going to be like with the esportsbet.io odds they had for it. Very much into the favor of Nigma, but into the breach. Had looked solid in game number 1, still very even in this one. What do you think is going to be the thing that separates out who starts to take the advantage in the mid game here? What's sort of the conditions that each team's trying to hit?
Oh, just that I feel like Into the Breach is going to be able to play pretty aggressive with the way that they've shut down Amar so hard, right? I mean, now he's hit level 7, but the way that they can start to pressure the map and allow them the space to happen for the PL might allow a Taker to become that overwhelming PL, because... we don't see the hero too often, but perhaps, into TA, if he's able to separate the fights away from the Underlord and the Mars as this PL, he will eat TA. Like, if he's ahead, he's just going to be able to get on top of him, and those illusions will overwhelm it, but has to play the fights really carefully about kiting around the Underlord. So Enigma, they do have answers, but Into the Breach are still looking pretty good in this early game.
And as you said, immediately they send that Underlord down there, which obviously great to be able to hold against the Broodmother, but it also means he can't be involved in like these fights and trying to sort of bully back Otaker. He's now taking over the jungle, can probably go to the lane, be pretty free there.
Feels like, okay, I was going to say, feels like they have to start moving with Amar a little bit if they want to make any active plays on the map. Otherwise, it's Rubik and Tusk alone looking to make plays. It's just awkward, so see if they can find any big move here. We'll find Otaker. He's already doppeled.
Oh, catches him. Spear is there. And now in some trouble. Does he have any way to get out of here? Tries to jump. The stomp is there. And eventually, they manage to get the kill. Kuro brings him down.
Centaur Conqueror turns against him. I thought the other one, I actually thought the Hellboy would have gotten the kill, but it also collapsed at the same time, so
okay.
It was close. But that means they still stack, so a good aggressive move, and Amar is able to catch himself back up in the jungle here.
Exactly what Nigma needed at that point in time.
Yep.
And GH, he's ready to be up here too now, so if anybody does come back into this lane, they've got 3 heroes capable of fighting Supreme. Tumbler's Toy, root there. Looks for the silence if they want to. MC taking so much damage from this. Sumail tries to stop it. The Techies is gone. Stolen Mines, though.
It's a big steal.
That is a real big one for Kuro.
The amount of damage these do on a Rubik is pretty ridiculous because you get the magic resistance reduction, plus you also have your spell lamp from them too. So they really hurt if he's able to connect with a couple of them, and they do have some setup, of course, from the Mars.
We'll watch if who wants to go for that type of a play
He's
here.
going to be able to survive too.
Drops him down, gets the kill on the wards. Oh, tries again. They kill off the mine. And yeah, Kuro's just going to die. Dude, that's so frustrating.
He didn't even get to use him. Oh, man. And they even killed. The only one he used, they killed. Bullies.
Doppelganger to get away. Taker gets the little Phantom Rush. And MC, GH still chasing, but won't connect on to PL.
He's still farming fine. Obviously, he's 1,000 over Amar. He's able to farm at that faster pace. And Amar seems to be, he doesn't really, it feels like he doesn't really know where he wants to be moving around. They want to fight around mid, but it's awkward at the moment with the way Into the Breach is all set up.
And Rubik's still being dead right now. Yeah. They're waiting for him to respawn, most likely. The spider is in the area. If they find chains, it's definitely going to be an arrow to follow. And Mar hanging out over in the trees, but I mean, yeah.
He's just watching. He can't really do much of it by himself. So yeah, tower just drops. Now the Spider Micro will scout. Sumail's still huge, right? And he's that carry from the mid lane. Deso is finished up.
But blocking out the Ancients with the Spiders there. Super annoying to play against.
Jibba's Micro is on point right now.
He's having a really good one.
Yeah, he's scouting. He's not allowing the rebuke to happen. I mean, if I've been pulling up the CS on the Mars, he's at 74. That usually tells to me that he's gotten almost no Spiders whatsoever. Keeping themselves in a really good position this game. 1k gold lead. It's barely that. But all the space in the world for the PL to get this farm. And if Otaker, you know, he wanted this as a last pick. He sees that win condition for it. He's able to get that farm consistent. It's looking nice. But now, with that Deso on Sumail, this rush looks like it's going to just go down for free.
And at the same time, Amar looking for a kill here on the Kadaro. Moonlight Shadow. Spear is there. Will get that finish.
That's a big solo kill.
That was really nice by him.
It's while his team is doing Roche as well, too, so it's not expected, I don't think, from Into the Breach.
So Enigma Galaxy managed to claim a big kill, and now going to take down Roshan. So Aegis onto the TA, and weren't able to get another big thing at the same time. No tower taken down on the bottom side of the map. The big thing that Into the Breach still have is their mid-tier one.
Yeah. And they do actually also have now, it's 15, we passed the 15-minute mark, so Techie's Shard is online, so the hero now unlocks its actual potential. I think this hero is annoying to play against once like the sticky bomb max, but once you've got Shard, it's a whole new hero. So you're actually able to play around this 15-minute time in GH.
Dude, look at all these spiders right on top of him. Snowball.
He's going deep.
Chase in trouble. Still, the Supreme Ember is in position to come in and fight this. The Fiend's Gate is down. Immersion ready with that stun if they want to go back in. But no, it's just going to be the Spider fallen. And see, appreciating what GH was doing there. Gives up his life for the kill on to the Brood.
I like it. And then Mind Control takes the portal back up. He's back on the map to be able to pressure and play around Mars. It's a little bit of a bait play there, perhaps, from GH giving his life. Who's playing like the 5 Tusk.
Right.
In this game, it seems like. He's got to still have Blink maybe at a good timing, but yeah, good little bait play. Much more worth it to get a Brood than a Tusk.
Kuro? Oh no.
Kuro,
oh no. Yeah, the taser, and then they come on in at the end with Supreme to finish off the trouble. And Arrow to follow. He's in trouble. Sumail gone. So that's the Aegis down. Don't know if they're going to try and stick around for more. GH is snowballing. But Supreme, he's already remnanted away. Amar still chasing this, but they won't be able to find anything here, most likely. Root onto 2, sticky bomb, and then the back away.
All I'm seeing here is distraction. They're forcing so much attention. Otaker's just like, yum, yum, yum. Perfect job, guys. My Manta's going to be getting ready soon. He is really starting to pull quite a far ahead. He is 2,300 gold ahead of the Mars. And now,
the remnant, the snowball there for the save. Still doing a ton of damage, and all this time chasing around Supreme. It's not doing what they need to do.
No, space making at its finest. Sumail, he needs the help. He needs them to come in to protect him. And yeah, Otaker's just getting the free time. Freest time in the world on this PL, who is going to soon surpass that net worth. The top net worth, that is.
Wow. Enigma, they found moments in this game that look pretty good. Still a lot of worries about the PL. For you, is it like feeling sort of go with the gank squad, try and find some fight or something like that? What's sort of the remedy for this, I guess? Or what's the thought process that Nigma are probably going to be looking to do here over the next couple of minutes.
I mean, they probably want to try to hunt the PL at some points, but honestly, Into the Breach is playing their draft really nicely. The way that they're pressuring map, it's not giving the opportunities for them to have any avenue there, right? Bottom, there's Spiders constantly shoving. Supreme pushing the limits of his hero, shoving mid lane out constantly. And then the PL is just free farming jungle and then going up top. So, I mean, for Nigma, it's just not easy for them to force anything after they've lost the Aegis like that.
Right.
So it's going to be probably BKB timing for them, and it's just going to be a big go time once they have that. But have to be cautious. 1 or 2 mistakes.
Oh, and that is always so frustrating. Like, Immersion hits the smoking gank train coming down bottom with his mines.
They're covering all their bases. That's really good awareness from Into the Breach. He's even kind of expecting this to come out here. Sumail.
Oh my god.
They break the smoke on high ground and then it's an illusion.
Oh, that was really well done. Kuro, he's going to get left behind. Gets dropped into the breach, playing this really, really well.
Really clean. Yeah, look, they even ping. Like, he's like, my smoke broke. You know, I thought it was the PL, but it's just on the high ground techies that's just reading the play from that earlier mine that he did.
Well, you mentioned the BKB timings. They have it now on Amar. Also have it completed onto TA. We'll see if this is going to be their window to try and make the fight happen. But until they get, like, Blink Dagger on Tusk and, I mean, maybe Atos or something like that on Underlord, it's feeling pretty rough to make these fights happen.
Yeah, they can't really catch much of anything because Supreme is just really bodying them and bullying them with the way he's playing with his remnants. Yeah, I mean, they've got BKBs to fight, but can't actually force any situation. And Tusk, GH is close to it. They're trying to let him finish it off, but he's constantly under duress. They're always looking for him.
Yeah. Well, tier 2 tower starting to fall. And
it's getting whittled down. Spiders.
Mar moves on in, takes out a bunch of them. The rest of Into the Breach in the area. Moonlight Shadow going on. Now they're just going to back away again. They don't have to take this fight. But, I mean, to be honest, if they fight up in this area, there are a lot of techies mines around.
Yeah, they don't want to fight around the tier 2. Now GH Blink is done. Go time. Nigma, they got to find something big because, yeah, just getting out farmed, getting outmaneuvered around the map.
They run into techies mines
More
everywhere,
mines,
too.
Every single time.
That's got to be so annoying. Oh, they run away immediately.
And now there's even an Ember with the BKB, so unlikely for you to be able to kill him, too.
They send in the Spiders, try and crash the server a little bit there with the TA proc, but man.
Gabe, they're reading the map. They're reading every move from Nigma because of this techies. He is being such a nuisance.
It's really cool stuff to see that. I mean, that's the thing, right, is that, like, techies used to be annoying because you would just die. Now it's annoying because he sort of anticipates where you're at.
And now they're looking to get aggressive. They're looking to make a hit.
And do they know that this is coming? MC, the one that spots him for just a moment there. Chains onto a few. Looking for that arrow. It's in and connects onto Sumail. Snowball, it's over onto the techies. Not sure if that's going to be enough. As Supreme has already killed off Kuro. Now Control onto the Tusk. Up on the high ground. Sumail wants to make what happen he can.
They got Supreme.
Spear's going to connect, and that's what they needed. Mechanism, hype, everything else dropped, but it's not enough to save Supreme. Zibe has to run away. Can they keep on going, though? Taker's still there.
They're just poking. They've got the shard on the PL, who's now starting to get involved. They're poking from a high ground, but Nigma, they bring the numbers. They were super ready for that there. And poor Techies just jumps into his death, and Supreme played a little bit too aggressive. He had to commit a bit too much to actually get the Rubik kill. And now goes the other way. Nigma, they're going to be able to probably set up onto this tower.
I mean, that's the thing that's interesting, right? So many of the Into the Breach good moments were by virtue of, like, ways that they were dodging the fights. When the fights actually happen, Nigma looked good.
Yeah, and it's when Nigma has the BKBs, too. They didn't really have to even use them at all because they got that snowball save initially from GH. Now,
Amar getting whittled down a lot.
The PL shard is doing work. It forces a BKB.
Yeah, and if he keeps on chasing like this could be really hard to deal with. Has already used Doppelganger. Throws out another one, burning through the mana of MC. And the chase, the sticky bomb didn't connect that time. Arrow just a little off the mark. When the fights happen, it looks good for Nigma. when they can poke and prod and do these little annoying things into the breach, they're the ones that are more happy, it feels like.
They have a very good lineup for that poke and prod. Ember most Ember lineups with Mirana, they're going to be able to force and poke for BKB, so that's probably the name of the game for Into the Breach. Poke, force a BKB, back up, reset, then reinitiate when they do have an opportunity. If they full commit into these BKBs, into this Mars ulti, then yeah, Nigma's probably likely to take most of those fights. Yeah, so far. Bit of a quiet one, 7-7, less than 2K, but Otaker, he's getting closer and closer toward a heart, which is going to cause, massive problems. Then they're probably, sure they've got Firestorm to be able to deal with the illusions a little bit, but a Mars damage will be negligible. Yeah.
I think they both work.
I think they both work.
They
whatever.
sound great.
They sound cool.
I love
They'll
it.
do a lot. It'll be a lot weaker because they'll have a lot more help. Supreme,
Good
they've got
catch
the chase
here.
done.
Oh, the Remnant away! Oh, he gets out of there just barely. They have the Fiend's Gate down, run through it on MC. And, well, Otaker, he is going to keep on whittling away at these heroes as they retreat. Oh, this is Death Valley right here. You got to get out. It's a dangerous place to hang out at as they burn through a bunch of the mana. And even that right there, right? Like, forcing out the Guardian Greaves to make sure that you have enough mana to cast things, it just makes it annoying playing against this PL.
Yeah, because then he doesn't have the Greaves to, like, dispel the chains, and then he gets hit from an arrow combo or something like that.
Right.
If they can poke and constantly force, that's the key to success for Into the Breach.
Almost have the Blink Dagger next for Mar. He had a Shiva's queued up for a little bit.
I'm glad he didn't go for that. I think they need a secondary form of catch. You can't just rely on your Tusk jumping every single time. And quickly to point out also, nice Remnant dodges from Supreme. I think we have to
of course.
Because I think he even dodged that at last
the second hit.
Yeah.
That might have been enough to kill him.
Would have been close. Roche, about 1 minute.
Oh. Blink reveal on the spiders. Got him there. A couple of mines laid out.
Lots of mines. GH gonna walk into 3 of them.
Oh my god, dude.
Affirmative, says Kadaro.
Yeah. No fear.
They need to do that though. Like these they need to walk through these mines, clear the area, because Roche is the next most important thing for that TA.
Well, and they have one of the best heroes in the game for it in the TA.
Sure.
Refraction, super good, but I mean, the problem is that if you're running your TA in Division, that also feels a little weird.
Definitely. Farm, though, continuing to get into the favor of Into the Breach. All this downtime, PL.
Yeah.
It's soon a heart.
I will say, you know, Sumail playing on this TA, we've seen TAs become like an impossibly hard to deal with carry also over the past couple of years.
Yeah, just not into PL, right? Like these illusion heroes, they can cause TA massive problems. So
Spear back, immersion. He's in trouble and going to get brought down. Now Kuro, he has the mines. Oh, is he going to get killed again?
Okay, he's good. Maybe.
Well, no. He got 2 down.
I mean, that was a sick play from Supreme.
That was
nice,
really cool.
Nice little remnant.
The shard is super hard to deal with. And a Cloak of Flames now there for the PL.
Let's see how they commit into this Roche soon. They're going to start to want to whittle it down shortly. They also have the shard picked up on these on the TA early this game, so eyes on those silences onto that Ember Spirit, or even on Techies. Pretty strong. And they're going to start.
Now, this is right about to be heart time for the PL. He's
so farmed.
200 gold away from it. Arrow goes out, connects onto Roche, sending in the PL illusion. So it's going to be here for the Roche fight.
Yeah, they can't commit into it. All of Into the Breach in the area. Limited remnants on Supreme, but if he does get a kill or two, he will be able to replenish those.
There's an interesting dynamic that always goes on in these fights too, with the Underlord playing down bottom and then Fiends gating in. And Zibe can actually follow him through there, which might be interesting as like a way to get into the fight if the Roche fight breaks out.
Nigma, they want to get a catch to set up for this Roche.
Good vision. Now, if the smoke wears out, there is a kind of a sneaky ward over in the area for Into the Breach.
Will they run into a mine? This is the test also.
Careful, careful. They walk uphill on top of all of each other, but the Remnant away, they get out. Otaker, though, he's hard, he's fine, and Sumail, he's right on top of him, he's dead! Oh, the spear, it didn't connect the way they needed it to. The control is there. Onto Kuro, tries to force that to get away. The server's slightly breaking from all the spiders.
Oh, PL's online.
But it is much too much right now for Nigma Galaxy. And they do not have what they need at this point.
Oh god, and a PL now getting Roche. Otaker might just have done it with this farm. Into the breach. They've stalled, they've bought time, they've pressured with all of their heroes, giving the time for Otaker to just become this monster. And now he is that monster. You see how fast this TA gets shredded right in the midst of everything. It looks like it perhaps could be an okay fight from Nigma until that PL shows up and just kills everybody instantly.
It was really impressive. You can see here again, Supreme so close. GH was right on top of him with a sleight of fist to get out.
So he dies so fast. The BKB gets popped, but who cares?
Right, and I mean, that's one of those things too. MC, like, he was almost there, like a couple seconds earlier, and he gets that root down, and then maybe Sumail has a way to get out of there because the arena's up and all the rest of it, but it just didn't happen. Arena couldn't keep him separated.
Oh boy, now they have massive issues. They probably couldn't even kill the PL once with the heart. Now he's got Aegis. He also picks up an Elven Tunic, I believe, right before that fight, too. So little bits of evasion that's going to be problematic. And he's got the Butterfly queued up, too. 82%. It's starting to feel like that very quickly, that there's going to just be no answer for this PL.
The percent seeming to increase before our eyes as it continues to go down. Yeah, this is looking very good for Into the Breach. They have come in with a plan. They've come in with their own style. And they've shown that, yeah, they've still got a lot to prove here, and they're making it happen. Very impressed with Into the Breach.
I love the way that they played around like their 4 heroes. Just PL makes, like, PL, you're chilling, we make space. Now, I mean, Jibe is soon to have a Hex as well, so these fights are definitely going to get more and more complicated, really, for the side of Nigma's, falling further and further behind. Amar, he's 3-0-2, but his net worth does not reflect that by any means. He is all the way at the bottom of the course.
I think that it's, you know, been sort of a tough, like, 2 games back-to-back as well, as far as, like, Nigma hoping to, like, sync everything up together all at the same time, in terms of being able to, like, you know, hit their timings. It just feels like it hasn't happened.
They're just getting completely outmaneuvered, outplayed around the map. It feels like they have no answer. As now onto high ground.
And yeah, no answer indeed. Supreme's Courier does get taken out, but I mean, there are 4 heroes outside the bases. The PL is hitting the tier 3 tower.
The tower's dying. Where's the Underlord? They need MC to slow down the push at the least.
I mean, everybody's away. MC comes on back now, throws it out, gets the deny on the tower.
But the tower's already gone.
Yeah, burning through mana. GH is being forced back to the base. There's still 3 heroes farming out on the map while racks are being taken. Nigma just do not appear interested at the moment in trying to take a fight. And I don't know when they want to, because this game's not going to last that much longer.
No, and they have less and less answers for this PL. Okay, they killed the Courier with the quarterstaff, but their Rax is just dead for free. They didn't even have the opportunity to stop it. Amar is still just running around in the jungle farming.
Well, he's not even farming. He's catching the wave now.
He's catching some Couriers as well, too. Now he's TPing back. But nearly 2 towers, a full Rax. It's kind of given for free Into the Breach.
Before anything even really comes up as a contention, so...
They're still going.
Otaker
is just like, okay, you guys can't push me out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really that much of a concern. MC throws on out the Pit of Malice. The spam is going to be there. Arrow just a little off the mark.
MC's
Yeah, he has to pop the Greaves right there. Amar... Invis.
Sumail is just dying to illusions as well.
He has a Shadow Blade. He wants to jump on in and immediately gets rooted, gets hexed. He's going to get jumped, going to get Snowball saved. When he comes out of this, things are still looking pretty scary. He has a BKB, but the jump in, almost enough for the kill. Managed to survive. The problem is, that was just to save them. They still can't save their racks. Silence.
Nothing for Otaker.
Nothing at all. He has got everything that he wants right now. Ugh. Not sure what ended up happening there, but cannot connect to control this PL. There is no answer right now. Pops the Manta. Nobody's been touched. And Amar heads back in with the Shadow Blade, which he bought all his time for. Can he find anybody here? It doesn't look like it. He finds the ward and then backs out.
Yeah, this Shadow Blade pickup is very interesting too. Not He's definitely not going to have like damage or control now for like the PL or anything like that, but I guess he's just like trying to get some types of extra forms of initiation. But as far as I saw, Kidaro bought a gem like 15 minutes ago, so they're going to see it. He's had this gem literally since 20 minutes.
That was how they got the Hex, I imagine, when he might have been down there.
Yeah, game
looking hard.
Game looking impossible. I mean, Sumail, he's got MKB, he's the damage, but no survivability whatsoever. PL gets on top of him, he's dead, and they're looking to go outside, try to catch them before they're set up, but this is into that Aegis. It's still 15 seconds.
They are all around this area already.
Into the breach is reading the movement too. Look at this.
They see the Mirana. There's the smoke broken. Can they bring him down in time? Spear, chase, Sumail looking for the kill, but the greens and the turn. It's going to be there. Supreme, he is not going to die, at least from that one. BKB, slight dodge. Otaker starting to whittle these heroes down. Amar, he has to pop the BKB, but the PL's still right on top of him. Sumail turns now onto Kidaro. Can't have enough there for the damage. Otaker, they just don't have an answer. The PL is amongst them.
He's running through them.
Ghost Scepter trying to keep him alive. Over to the side. MC is going to die. But Otaker has barely been touched. Amar, well, he tried to go for it. Stun connects now onto the Rubik. And eyes on the prize. Into the breach. Going to claim this tier 3 tower. Get both of these sets and racks. They do not have any way to deal with this.
No, that's definitely game. You can literally see they can't even hurt this PL.
There's the Hex. Snowball save, trying to stop it. Immersion throwing out the sticky bombs. They are getting completely destroyed here on the side of Enigma Galaxy. They finally find the PL with the spear, but there isn't the follow-up because Sumail is already dead. With a butterfly already completed on that PL, he has enough damage, and GG is going to be called into the breach with the 2-0.
They destroyed them. I mean, they really just kind of danced around them and made this game look impossible. This last big PL looking great, but it's honestly the way that they played around it. They played with 4 heroes playing super aggressive to make the space, and Enigma never could actually get outside to even look for him whatsoever. That was clean.
Yeah. I think also it's like the interesting idea that we were talking about in the game of like okay, we've got great team fight versus we're just going to like poke you a bunch, you know, and eventually kill them. That to me, I feel like normally the team fight is the thing that wins out because it's harder, it feels like often, to play the other style, but they made it work.
Yeah, they made it work. They had great information. They read every move, read immersion. Right. Super annoying in game 1 on his Earth Spirit. Even more annoying, it felt like on the techies where Enigma's trying to make any move, they smoke, they run into some mines, it gets read perfectly, and then they get turned on. Yeah, an excellent game from Into the Breach. Enigma, they looked great the other day. Today, it looked a lot more shaky.
Yeah, I'm not sure what ended up going down there, but certainly a lot to talk about, a lot to think about. We're going to hear from Into the Breach in a little bit, hopefully, here. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel to close out the day.
Into the Breach, it's going to be said, on a very different level compared to Enigma Galaxy, but a level very needed to prove that they deserve and belong here in Division 1, Kazu.
I mean, I feel like they're just playing better. No, like in both these games, I think.
It's just simple as that.
Like, simply put, they're just playing better. They're using the heroes nicely together. And they're itemizing properly, and they're playing good Dota.
Yeah, they've got quirkier drafts, but they look at their opponents and they punish them. I think a taker, at least on this PL, for the rest of his team to get him the farm needed. If you isolate Enigma's lineup, it's TA versus the world. Sure, you have these 2 offlaners. Sure, Underlord can be a counter to PL in lane, but as you go later, like, this is a really good PL game for that regard. And yeah, I just think ITB just outplayed every single player on Enigma 2 games in a row. Just simple as that.
Yeah, it's cool to. It's always cool to see a team that does their own thing and it just works. You know, like, they're not conforming to what other teams are playing, right? Like, PL is pretty much unfavored by every team. We've seen one team run techies aside from them in this division, I think, which was Secret, and that did not work out very well for them. But yeah, Into the Breach are just doing their thing. I think the main thing, like you said, Kezo, is just that they're playing off each other. I think it's very clear that they're communicating well and they're very motivated, and this is often what makes a team like this dangerous, even when they're an underdog, is that they have so much to prove and everyone is super hungry to get wins. They're probably not expecting to go to the major, which, I mean, in a way might be freeing, because like, you go into every game, you just want to do your best, you know, and when you get a win, it feels so good because you know people don't think you're going to win. Like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, literally everyone in our talent group would have put them bottom 2. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. I was gonna say I don't think so, and then I racked my brain. I'm like, yeah, pretty sure they did.
The
Yeah.
thing with, I was gonna say, the thing with ITB, like when they lost Ari, I was wondering if they'd lost that kind of this level of play, which was pick anything, keep going together, and then just the fact that they played together, that cohesion would help them through these games. And I think what separates from ITB from other teams is they are just this, like, there isn't the biggest sponsor in the world. It isn't like they've got this insane funding. I think this is the first time we've seen them like at a proper boot camp. Maybe they've had it one time before, but it is really much like a, they're going to try so hard because they're the ones I think have to prove the most. I think every other team in Div 1 right now, it's just you expect them to be there. You don't expect them to be in bottom 2. It's like everyone will say ITB should be that team. So I think, as you see here, you know, the happy faces, the fact that they are doing this. And it also helps that I don't think they crack really under pressure. I think there was that Entity series yesterday where it goes the distance, like a 70-minute game, but they're always trying at every stage. I think they're just very hungry as a team. That's basically it.
I think the thing that's thrown me off the most about this game too is that Into the Breach were able to open with 2 cores, right? They open up with Brood and Ember in a draft, and at no point did it feel like Nigma Galaxy punched that or capitalized on the fact that they revealed this either in draft or the way that they played.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the 2 drafts, and I just like in game number 1, I feel like what Nigma had on paper should be pretty good against Into the Breach strategy. It just felt like in both games that when it came to that like killer instinct and the initiative in the game, Nigma were very slow, passive, and then when they finally made moves, they were just well countered by Into the Breach, right? So maybe it's easy to say from our perspective, it's like, yeah, they weren't making enough moves. If you try and you fail, I mean, it is what it is, right? Then you're just getting outplayed. But it was like there was something. Sometimes you just feel something when you're watching a game, right? You feel like the players are just not there fully, like doing their absolute best, and that's a shame because I was like really inspired after I saw Enigma 2 days ago. I was like, hell yeah, they're finally back. You know, people don't believe in them. It's been so long since they've done really well, and now that spark might finally be back, and then it's just plummeting right back down again. So now I don't really know where we've got them, to be honest.
I mean, I feel like if I look at this game, at least from Nigma supports, I don't like to use the word hate, but I feel like the way that they picked those heroes to like maybe set up the Mars or set up another pick down the road, I really think it didn't do anything. Like if I see a Brood and my drafter wants to pick me Mars, I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. But now like give me some tempo, give me some strength into my spells, like a Snapfire, Hoodwink, Crystal Maid, and something like this. Not a Rubik, who already doesn't want to play against Brood, and then like some kind of random Tusk. I don't know, I just feel like Into the Breach, they just deserve both these wins. Yeah.
Standout player on the side of Into the Breach, though?
Immersion and I think Supreme's Ember.
Thank you for saying that. Because Supreme, at least Ember Spirit, I think in all regions, it's like a 40% win rate. It's a hero that hasn't looked good. I think I was looking at Nisha boom stats on Ember in 7.32. I think they were like combined 212, 215. And these are 2 very prominent Ember players. So patch-wise, it's not been a very strong hero. And then you look at this game, early series with Supreme, they're first phasing it, they're picking it with confidence. Yeah. It's kind of like their glue to the draft that allows them to play these weirder heroes. So I think Supreme's playing so consistently well and at the front of everything, it doesn't matter what you have behind you. It doesn't matter what your weaknesses are, because he is literally tanking up everything and baiting everything and setting the pace of the game. So happily would say Supreme should be the MVP in this series.
Yeah, I think also like if you just put it into contrast, like they picked this Ember early on, and then in the second phase, they pick 2 heroes that love to play with Ember. So it makes it nice for the supports, but it also makes it good for the Ember Spirit. You have Techies that gives you follow damage and loves to play with chains. You have the Marana. And I was missing that on Nigma. But, you know, like Into the Breach, I feel like in the second game, all their picks, you know, kind of nice. Makes sense.
MVP, you guys said it was Supreme. Well, I went the extra mile. Went and got him for a winner's interview just for you guys. Yep, you can ask me all the questions now.
All right.
I definitely had no influence in it. Supreme is joining us. Supreme, congratulations on a win.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Thank you.
How is the team environment? You guys are here in Division 1. You get to boot camp and you get a win over Nigma Galaxy.
It's pretty chill. We are working hard with a good atmosphere. So.
Yeah. It's definitely showing that it is paying off. What was the focus for you guys coming into this series off the back of the loss from Tundra the other day?
Well, I would say we just wanted to focus on ourselves more than anything. Just to execute what we tried. what we played in scrims.
Supreme, congrats on the win. I have one question about your supporting staff. I think Milan is your coach, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you tell me a little bit about how he helps you both in the prep and in like your drafting in the series?
Yeah, well, Milan is basically our captain. He does like everything about the draft, and he watches replays for us. He analyzes the games. He's captain for the team.
Okay. Could you tell me how he's helping you specifically? So, like you just answered about the draft and maybe about the team, but does he also work with you or the other players individually to, you know, help sharpen out some things?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is a very good player at the same time, so he just watches the replays and helps everybody improve. It's just part of it, part of the job.
Thank you.
My question again, congrats on the win. It was a very convincing victory. Obviously, before you used to play with Ari, and then he moved to TSM. I would say, what was it like within the team when you lost him? Because of course, like, you're a very tight knit group of 5 players. So losing, one of your, most prominent players. How did that feel as a team? And then also, how is Immersion fitting into the roster? Like, what's his kind of character and like what's he providing as the additional replacement for?
Well, about Ari, I don't want to say it was like obvious, but it was very likely in my eyes that he's gonna go somewhere. Like, he's very young, high MMR. He looked very good, so it was obvious to me and like expected, kinda. And Immersion, I would say he's fitting very well. He is also high skilled player. He's a nice guy, So that's kind of all what you want.
And if you were to meet TSM at the major, would this be a grudge match against Ari? Would you want to like put him in the bin, or is it more civil? Would you respect and be no tipping?
Ari is my very good friend, I would say. So no bad vibes for sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so final question from me. You guys play some less popular heroes. So in this draft, you played Phantom Lancer and you played Techies, which I think is the first PL pick of Div 1 in Europe, and it's the second Techies. What makes you guys different from the other teams? Why are you confident in picking heroes that the other teams don't rate highly or even rate at all?
Well, I think PL is just like a last big hero kinda, so I'm sure every team rates it if it's a really good PL game. And yeah, about the Techies, I don't know. We feel like it's a decent hero right now, so he has his place as well. We don't see it as something like really crazy that's just wild, It's
Alrighty. Well, Supreme, we'll let you go. Another congratulations again on getting this 2-0 over Enigma Galaxy. Enjoy. Have a little bit of celebration with the team.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye. Yeah, they don't rate techies anywhere near on the same level of toxicity as we all do.
I'm not saying it's toxic. I'm just saying it's off-brand. Like, it's not popular. It's very specialist.
It's their brand now.
I mean, it is a specialist hero, right? So you kind of need players that enjoy it to begin with. It takes a lot of practice to make it viable. So it's interesting, and it's kind of cool to hear that their perspective isn't like we're wild and it's something out of the ordinary or whatever. This is what's normal for us. We play it because we're good with it and we like it. And if the other teams don't, we don't care. This is our pick. That's strong. That's how it's going to be.
I was going to say, I thought you guys were going to add more. If not, then let's just jump in. Let's have a look at the results for today. It's been one of the shorter days so far. It's only day number 3, but Friday the 13th, gosh, didn't it deliver? Started off with a 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators, then a 2-0 for Tundra, a 2-0 for Into the Breach. Short day.
Was either series even remotely close?
No.
No.
It didn't feel like it, right?
Actually, no. Game 2... Wait, you say series or games?
Just the series.
You can pick a...
I mean, you can even pick a game.
Yeah.
Like, was a game today very close?
I'd say Liquid game 2, you could argue, even though Liquid had a lead, there was like this making of maybe a comeback, the big steal.
That's what I said, and
But
it was like, no, it never felt like that.
It felt like it could be, but I guess if you look at the net worth...
So what you're saying is it felt like the game could have become close, and therefore it was close.
I mean, if this was
it was like 4 steps removed from
it was
being
like
close.
this the entire way. Like, it didn't go either way, but it was like this the entire time. So technically, yes, we had sweep after sweep after sweep.
Yeah, this is not how I expected today to go. I'll be honest. I
told you Friday the 13th.
I thought, first of all, Enigma were going to win
some.
this series. I mean, I think most people did based on the Tundra series. I thought Tundra versus Liquid was going to be less one-sided, but maybe Liquid were going to win. And then the GG versus Secret, again, probably more one-sided games than expected, right? Seems like Europe has a much, like going into this season, we're like, wow, Europe is going to have these, like so many teams that are really close. It's going to be impossible to predict. I feel like we're kind of getting a serious tiering right now that I wasn't expecting.
Think that though, is it a serious like, oh, halfway, here's the top 4, here's the bottom 4, or is it more like, okay, these are the 2 that are probably going to be relegated, and the other 6 are actually still vying for this major spot?
It looks like we kind of have a pretty clear top 2, top 3-ish, and probably a pretty clear, these are the 3 teams that will end bottom 3. I don't know. For me, it seems that way.
I mean,
I was gonna say, look at the leaderboard.
Look at the leaderboard.
See.
I mean, for me right now, it's more who made the best roster shuffles post TI, and it's like, you know, Secret, of course, Liquid poached Nisha. You lose, you know, World Star mid lane, then you have to go for a new active style. And Secret's whole philosophy of Dota has now changed because you have semi-cores enabling a mid lane, but now you have an active mid lane. The construct of Secret from TI, different. Nigma, they lose Miracle because he takes a break. You bring in a Mar who's an offlaner, not a carry. You now need more emphasis on Sumail. Your whole construct, different. So I think, if anything, the bottom 2 teams, the teams that have multiple losses, it's because their identity has shifted the most of all other EU teams. Like the other swaps that you've seen, Watson for Pure, sure. Carry for carry. Immersion for Ari, 4 for 4. Nothing crazy, but I think Nigma and Secret, they had the most day and night changes, and it just hasn't worked. So they really need to try and find something that works for them, because this trajectory they're on right now, not 4, not 5, not 6, they might beat each other, 1-7, and yeah, because right now they're just not looking like they were 3 months ago.
I mean, for me, I feel like the teams are very, I don't know, the games look a bit volatile. I feel like it just, bam, it just swings into one way really hard in the game, which is not really something I expected.
Oh, so what you're saying is Dota needs a comeback mechanic? Just messing with you.
Oh, have enough gold to buy back so then you can...
Yes.
There we go.
Use 5 buybacks, come back. Like,
No.
I don't know, for me, it's a bit weird watching some of these games, because I think they should all be, I don't know, closer or maybe more competitive. But
that is the beauty of DPC, and the other beauty is just how short it is. It's going to be 3 weeks. That's why we're getting our long 3 best of 3 days. I hope that makes sense. I'm not too sure. And we have another day for Western Europe coming up on Monday. It is going to be a little bit of a break over the weekend for all of our teams. It's going to open up Monday. Gosh, what a series. OG up against GG. Then it's Liquid up against Entity into the Breach versus Tundra. So, woof, it's going to be a bit of a rough Monday for these teams.
I guess based on what we've seen so far from these teams, this is the kind of day that now that we've seen today, and we kind of have like a little bit of a map at least about power levels right now. Obviously things can change in a few days, but this seems like it will be a closer day. I think OG versus Gaming Gladiators has the potential to be 3 games and has the potential to be close games. I think Liquid against Entity is kind of an oddball game because Liquid are really, really good, but Entity is a very different team. So their playstyle might actually put Liquid a little bit out of their comfort zone. Entity play very different drafts and different pacing than what Liquid has faced so far. And then into the Breach against Tundra. Tundra's coming off a loss. Could be that they're making some adjustments. Maybe they over-adjust, maybe not. Still should be favorites against ITB, but they've got to be, you know, morale sky high after today. So anything can happen, I think, on that day.
And a well-deserved break for Secret and Nigma. I don't want to harp on it again, but the fact that they don't have to play on the 16th and they have to then play on the 18th slot, you kind of want the teams that aren't doing their best to actually have a bit of breathing room, because for the state of EU, you kind of want these names or like orgs to be doing well at least. They don't have to be always staying in Div 1, but you don't want them to see them just losing series after series. So I think if you are their fans, you're pretty like, okay guys, don't worry, we don't have to play on Monday, we'll play on Wednesday, it's all good. So I really hope that in that break, they can also kind of find some rhythm, find some drafts that they can really get behind.
I do feel bad for Team Secret especially, you know, they've had to play every day so far, and then it's O2s for them every series, so it's not like they've even taken a game. There's going to be a lot, I think, for them to reflect on, and then yeah, you're right, having that extra break might be just what they need. But Kezu, closing remarks on today and the fact that we saw 3 2-0s.
I mean, a lot of the games went different than I thought, but the one thing I'm most happy for, I think, is Into the Breach, taking it 2-0.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see the newer teams, the ones that maybe haven't experienced as many victories against the, you know, higher class teams.
Yep.
I think that's my highlight for the day.
Demonstrating the growth of Into the Breach, but week 1 done and dusted here for Western Europe. There is going to be some NA Dota action happening over on PGL_Dota2 EN2. Otherwise, you can wait for tomorrow because we'll be back here on this channel with some Division 1 China action. Either or, pick your poison. There's going to be so much Dota happening over the weekend still, and we'll see you guys then.